My father is a powerful figure in the Confucianism cultivation of carrying firewood, and he is also a high-ranking official, a legendary frontier governor. And I am just a second-generation ancestor who is indulging in luxury, corrupting morals, and living carefree, preparing to judge the male thieves and female prostitutes of this feudal society, when the door is rudely pushed open. Shortly after, a solemn old man entered from outside the door. His expression was solemn, his voice urgent. "Young master, run! The master has been imprisoned." "What are you saying?" I asked in astonishment, looking at the old man. Chibi quickly arrived, just lightly tapping the ground with the tip of his foot without making any sound, and he was already in front of me. Immediately grabbed my hand and ran towards the door. "The people from the Hanging Mirror Bureau are about to arrive at the mansion. The master has left many hidden hands in the old house in Feng County. Let's disguise ourselves and sneak away." Just a few words. It was like a bolt from the blue. The dream of riding an eagle and walking a dog had not had time to come true before it turned into foam in an instant. As I walked, my eyes stared tightly at Chibwa, asking in uncertainty, "My father is an official appointed by the court. Without the decree of His Majesty, who dares to arrest my father and imprison him?" The angel from the capital entered the mansion, secretly accused the master in the name of colluding with the demon clan, and imprisoned him. The great sage had been at war with the southern demon clan for hundreds of years, and it had already reached a point of no return. This charge alone is enough to warrant the extermination of 9 generations. I no longer hesitate, casually picked up the valuable items on the table and stuffed them into my arms, ready to grab the bucket and run. The road is difficult. "Chibi, you should also take more precious items with you." Chibi looked at my swollen chest, his expression somewhat frozen. "Shouldn't we be more concerned about the master at this time?" The two of them moved very quickly, and soon they had reached the gate of the mansion. I stopped in my tracks, looking at the scene in front of me, with no trace of luck in my heart. "By order of the inspector, arrest the family members of the criminals. If there are any bystanders obstructing, casualties are of no concern." The vigorous strong man rode a tall horse, holding a long spear, looking down from a high position. A team of about 100 people in black robes behind him completely surrounded the Zeng Mansion. "Master Zeng, where are you going?" The burly man smiled ambiguously, his voice like a bell, a tremendous pressure pouring down from him and enveloping me 10 steps away. My heart sank, and the immense pressure pressed down on me, making it impossible for me to move at all. However, my waist was slowly blocked by Chibwa's big hand from behind at this time, so there was no embarrassing appearance. "Just about to go out and play. Captain Wang, would you like to join? Anmin is treating." I pretended to be relaxed, replying to Wang Dao's words. "Just crossing over is such a hellish start. It's hard for anyone to accept." The official sneered, with a smile on his face but not in his eyes, and tilted his chin slightly. "I don't have the leisure for that." After speaking, he waved his hand coldly. "Take him down." Just as 2 people came forward from the crowd, Chibi rushed forward and firmly blocked me behind him. "Does a dirty person like you deserve to fight with the young master?" Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, and confidence surged in my heart immediately. The cultivator who followed his father for so long will not be inferior. An old man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wang Daoyuan chuckled lightly, and the long spear in his hand just flicked lightly, feeling as if it had no strength at all, slowly reaching out towards the 2 of them. Chibi's gaze was extremely solemn. He flew straight up, lightly tapped the ground a few times with the tips of his feet, and a long whip appeared in his hand. With a loud bang, after the long spear and the short whip clashed, Chibwa left quickly and returned quickly, with a bang sound, lying on the ground, trembling a few times before a mouthful of blood spurted out, landing on my face, then became motionless, life or death unknown. I was stunned. "No, speaking so powerfully, it turns out that the combat power is not good. So you were just pretending to be so powerful." I hadn't even spoken yet when I was surrounded by 2 big men and tied up in no time. The whip in Wang Daoyuan's hand left a blood mark on my arm. His eyes darkened. "Don't play dumb and delay time. Go quickly." Without saying a word, 2 mysterious men in black robes came forward and pulled and dragged. The vast Zeng Mansion behind him was in complete chaos at this time, and the red-clothed men of the suspended Mirror Bureau, like wolves and tigers, entered the mansion and began their official duties. Countless panicked and miserable screams lingered in the ears. The sound of horseshoes gradually rang out. Wang Daoyuan's voice condensed into a thin line, drilling into my ears. "Kid, just now there were many people. Uncle had to save face. Master Zeng was framed by someone, and has been sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The case file has already been prepared, waiting to take down your entire mansion, and directly seal your fate." I suddenly looked up and gazed into the distance towards Wang Daoyuan. The king rode far on horseback, but looked ahead with a calm expression. "This is a secret message." I took a deep breath, and suddenly understood. Then, I rolled my eyes lightly and made a painful look. Screaming. Wang Daoyuan raised his eyelids lightly, and a smile flashed across his face. Then he came in front of me and lifted me up high. Pretending to be cold, what's wrong? The old illness has recurred, and some medication is needed. General, could you please do me a favor? Don't play tricks. Wang Daoyuan stared at me darkly. My face stiffened. I dare not. If I die halfway, the general will also have a hard time explaining. Aha! Wang Daoyuan carried Zeng Anmin, lifted the horse's reins, and slowly walked towards the side of the herb store. Russell. The duo stayed away from the crowd. Only then did Zeng Anmin dare to speak, and he asked in a very low voice. Uncle is interested in helping me? Lord Zeng has known me well, so I naturally have a heart. Wang Daoyuan transmitted his voice. And you wait while I'm not looking and run towards South Street, where I'll arrange for someone to meet you. Zeng Anmin let out a soft sigh of relief, then frowned at Wang Daoyuan. How is my father today, anyway? What Chibo said about the dark passage to the demon race was really generalized. He had to ask for enough information while he had this limited time. Wang Daoyuan waved his hand impatiently. The case has already been closed. What's the use of talking to you? Zeng Anmin smiled bitterly. Die as a ghost who understands. Wang Daoyuan paused. He looked deeply at Zeng Anmin and spoke extremely fast. The present volume of the survey of the dragon map on Fengchi Road was lost, and Lord Zeng's unfavorable supervision has provoked the anger of the angels. Lost the original volume of the Kanryu map? Zeng Anmin's heart was shaken at once. The Holy Dynasty was founded on martial arts, and the lineage of physical cultivation was the main tone of the Holy Dynasty. The root of physical cultivation is to visualize the scrolls and comprehend their meaning. Father was holding the present volume of the Dragon Survey map in his hands, the lifeblood of all the advanced physical cultivators in the 3 counties of Fengchi Road. Losing such an important view map? Zeng adult personal confession. Last night at a quarter of an hour, in the hanging mirror division inspection, suddenly felt the demon fog rose, consciousness chaotic, 3 moments at 10 o'clock reawakening, the survey dragon map lost, the scene guarding the array without trace. There's not much time, we have to hurry back. Wang Daoyuan's face was expressionless as he picked up Zeng Anmin's belt and clutched it in his hand in an extremely awkward position. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Silver, silver spoon, immediately gain body cultivation, first level cultivation. Silver, pendulum but not rotten, no inch of cultivation within 3 years, after 3 years rewarded with 3 times of martial arts cultivation. Silver, rapid epiphany, intelligence, gnosis, sense, etc. increased several times. Time is 5 hours. Note, words not selected will be permanently lost to the clock 30, 29, 28. Late but arriving. He's coming, he's coming. Goldfinger. Zeng Anmin was ecstatic. One is not running around naked. Just how does? Smell like a trashy handheld game? Too late to think about it, Zeng Anmin looked straight at the 3 options in front of him. Lots of ideas, but not cluttered. With the help of rapid epiphany, Zeng Anmin felt that his brain was as organized as a processor with 100 cores installed. He had never felt so clear and crisp. Until after all the thoughts have come together in one place. Through such a clear mind, Zeng Anmin had already figured everything out in but a few moments. Then it welled up in his mind. So it is. Ouch, why didn't I think of that earlier? And other such thoughts. Zeng Anmin, who had relifted his head, had a sharp gaze, and the corners of his mouth curved up. He has seen through all the puzzles. At this point the duo was still some distance from the brigade. Wang Daoyuan's expression did not change in any way, and he still transmitted his voice. I'll throw you in my beloved's custody later, they have already greeted, those 2 won't stop you much when you run. Zeng Anmin made a grateful face. But the heart was already cold. This grandson wants to kill me so badly? Zeng Anmin was all eyes and nose along the way. Occasionally, he saw the flickering eyes of Wang Daoyuan's crazy hints. He also just bared a big toothy grin and lowered his head, trying desperately to control his demeanor and lower his eyebrows. Wang Daoyuan naturally noticed Zeng Anmin's movements at this moment, and his tiger eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of astonishment surfaced. Why isn't this kid running? His attention has been on Zeng Anmin's body, and he waited for a long time without seeing him make a move. Zeng Anmin followed the group, silently calculating in his mind. His Majesty, the current Emperor of the Holy Dynasty, is here in the Two Rivers County. This was the second puzzle he guessed through. His own father was a feudal official and one of the few great scholars of the Great Sage dynasty. Even if a bigger official was sent from the capital, it would never be possible to put him in an imperial prison directly above his father's territory. It's not like the father is a little cutie. And if it was true that he was colluding with the demon race, it was even less likely that he would be willing to tie his hands. As for the father who was directly apprehended by the Angel of Kyung-chuk with an imperial decree? Neither will it, because that would be a contradiction to the loss of the dragon map. Since they are running to arrest people, they must have evidence of their father's crimes from long ago. Naturally, I won't pull this temporary guise again. Unless it was the present map. It's just a shame that this martial artist has so little heart. 3 named slaves are not welcome anywhere. After thinking straight, Zeng Anmin naturally had a way to deal with it. So he relaxed in his mind. Within a short time, he had arrived at the door of the Hanging Mirror Division with the procession. At this time, the entrance of the Hanging Mirror Division was full of soldiers wearing armor. Not far away stood a young man in white with a bland expression. With just a glance from afar, one could see the incomparably silky long hair of the white-clothed youth fluttering in the wind. The air seemed to swirl with the fragrance of his long hair. Upon seeing him, Zeng Anmin was incredibly envious of his full head of hair. But before he could see more, a sergeant immediately came forward to put the shackles on him. Zeng Anmin glanced at the huge wooden yoke, naturally unwilling to be bound. He coughed lightly without panicking. Then the Chi moved to the Dantian and suddenly shouted, "I want to see His Majesty. I know where Kanryu is." Instantly, the entire scene fell silent. Chapter 3, It's my turn to perform. Both Wang Daoyuan and the white-clothed youth's expressions were stagnant. A question surfaced in the duo's minds. How did he know that His Majesty had personally come to the center of the 2 river counties? What are you babbling about? Wang Daoyuan reacted quickly, his eyes were wide open at this moment, and his heart was horrified. The secret of His Majesty's private service is known to only a few people in the entire 2 Rivers County. This is a top secret. Anyone who dares to divulge it is guilty of a capital offense. Who told him that? It also directly told this shocking secret in front of so many people. When he thought of this, Wang Daoyuan was even more cold and sweaty, frantically recalling. Just with the drugstore there, I should not have this kid to say this, right? Zeng Anmin's gaze was bland. He knew that he would see His Majesty soon after he had said this. The program can go on quickly, too. The source of his father's imprisonment was the loss of the Dragon Survey map, and if he could find it, all problems would be solved. As expected. Just when Wang Daoyuan was extremely angry and wanted to take him, a slow voice rang out. "Give him to me." Zeng Anmin decisively turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. However, he saw that white-clothed young man slowly drifting in from the distance. The white-clothed youth looks demonic, although his head is full of white hair, his hair is soft and smooth. His eyes that contained waves through them lightly ran back and forth across Zeng Anmin's face. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled up lightly, revealing a girlish, flirtatious smile. "If you can't take responsibility for your words, you will live and die." The tone was relaxed, like he was telling the usual. The words fell and the man arrived, and in the blink of an eye, he had drifted to Zeng Anmin's near front. Zeng Anmin sighed darkly. This kid's moves are silkier than his hair. The movement that had just blinked and floated in, Zeng Anmin had barely seen it. Not only do I know where the Dragon Survey map is, I also know who the murderer behind it is and who plotted against my father. Zeng Anmin looked at the white-clothed youth with a frank gaze, his tone certain. "If there is any falsehood, please behead someone." Silence fell around the room at these words. The light wind came and blew Zeng Anmin's long hair in front of his forehead, and in this warm day, there was a touch of a different kind of teenager's confidence. Ho! The white-clothed, white-haired youth let out a faint smile and, in one breath, he was still at the entrance of the Hanging Mirror Division, but in the next breath, he was already 10 feet away from the gate. Dizzy though. But Zeng Anmin's gaze floated brightly. He knew that it would soon be his time to perform. Whether or not my father will get out of prison, and whether or not I will be able to continue my dream of racking the eagles and walking the dogs of the Seiyo, depends only on what comes next for myself. 2 Rivers County. The sheriff's office. In the middle of the back garden. A figure was sitting faintly on top of a stone bench, his gaze was sharp and his slanted eyebrows were like a sword. The whole collar of purple clothes enveloped in the body, face calmly holding the white chess in his hand, toward the chessboard in front of him above the drop. Snap! After the white discs fell, he slowly got up again and walked expressionlessly to the empty opposite stone bench, resuming holding the black pieces. Staring at the black and white chessboard for a long time in thought, he looked at the black and white chessboard and lifted his hand, falling into a deep thought. He was actually playing against himself. Beside him stood a young girl, who looked at the chessboard with curiosity. Complaints glittered in her large, clueless eyes and she beamed. "Father, not if more rest well, it is not easy to go down the Jiangnan trip, do not take Ningyan out to walk, the whole day or we'll be thinking about this chess game on." Emperor Jianhong was interrupted in his thoughts by the young girl, but his face was not the least bit displeased. He looked up with a faint smile and reached out to stroke Princess Ningyan's head comfortingly. "I will naturally take you there when I have finished this great case." Princess Ningyan's face was bitter, then she twisted her face to the side and puffed out her cheeks. Do the case. Or so is just a governor, he colluded with the demon race, directly killed and executed the 9 clans. The hall of the great Saint dynasty is full of talented people, but also cannot find a replacement for his people. Jianhong's gaze didn't shift in the slightest as he rubbed his somewhat bulging temples, his gaze deep and haunted. Zeng Shilin has meritorious service in my great sage dynasty, and is even a great scholar, with extremely complicated disjointed connections behind him. It's not as easy to deal with as you say. When he finished speaking, he lowered his head and studied the falling pieces on the chessboard with full concentration. Your Majesty, Venerable White Clothes seeks an audience. A voice rang out respectfully and carefully. Emperor Jianhong continued to stare at the chessboard, nodding slightly. Not long after, the white-clothed youth slowly appeared in the middle of this garden. The smile was gone from his face, replaced by seriousness and respect. Emperor Jianhong looked at the chessboard and slowly dropped his pieces without raising his head as his voice came out. Has Zeng Shilin's family been disposed of? The white-clothed youth bowed and saluted, his face solemn. Back to your Majesty, it has been dealt with properly, and this visit to the saint is to report on important matters. Emperor Jianhong swept him with his afterglow. The white-clothed youth bowed even lower. Zeng Shilin's only son, Zeng Anmin, said he knew where the Canlongtu was, and also said he knew who was behind the plot against his father. Emperor Jianhong's gaze suddenly blazed. Without him uttering a word, the atmosphere of the entire garden was already like a frozen cave. The white-clothed youth's fingers trembled, and his handsome-to-woman-like face lifted up against the pressure, and he said with difficulty. Wang Daoyuan wanted to coax him to escape and tried to kill him on the spot. He saw through it and honestly followed the escorting party and escaped. Moreover, no one has spoken to him about His Majesty's personal visit to the Two Rivers County, and yet he was able to tell the truth in public. My subordinate suspects that he has speculated on his own. A man with such a mind is never a man who speaks out of turn. Jianhong's chess-playing hand gave a slight lurch, then nodded and said lightly. Shen. Yes. The white-clothed youth felt the pressure on his body suddenly loosen, and with an undetectable sigh of relief, he got up and headed out. Russell. Zeng Anmin was then brought before Emperor Jianhong. Heretic Zeng Anmin, meet your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Zeng Anmin saluted after seeing the emperor. Put. His comical words of worship to the Holy Spirit made the young girl beside Jianhong, who was called Ningyan, laugh. Ningyan giggled, this sinful fellow, the auspicious words are spoken in a set way. Zeng Anmin glanced over. Do you know what television is? Do you know what a movie is? That's how it plays out in novels and TV shows. But this little, she's so long. Emperor Jianhong was indifferent to this and just quietly watched the chessboard under his hand. Do you know where the Kanryu is? Zeng Anmin was a little curious about the emperor's old man. He looked up in the dark and lowered his head after a startling glance. A respectful look appeared on his face as he took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, the dragon survey map is not lost. It's still in the Department of Hanging Mirrors Charting Courtyard. Chapter 4, so that's how it is. Canlongtu also set up a Tuyuan in the Hanging Mirror Division. This was the third puzzle that Zeng Anmin had seen through, rapid epiphany. As soon as his words fell, he felt a flash of light beside his ears. Chirp! A transparent sword chi shot from nowhere. Boom! The lapis lazuli floor in front of his feet was easily pierced through as if it was tofu. Little children barking wildly. Such blatant bullying. I don't know where the sound is coming from. I almost lost my life before I even met him. But there wasn't a ripple in Zeng Anmin's heart. People like this who are scrambling to perform in front of their leaders are usually not even thinking very well. Zeng Anmin has always had compassion for people with thinking disabilities. Hear him out. It was only then that Emperor Jianhong placed his eyes on Zeng Anmin to survey him. This kid was born with good looks. Zeng Anmin slowly raised his head, his tone respectful. Last night at a quarter of an hour at 5 o'clock, in the hanging mirror division inspection, suddenly felt the demonic fog rose, consciousness chaotic, 3 minutes at 5 o'clock reawakening, can long to lost. The implication is that only the demon race has this possibility, but there is a great scholar sitting in the town of the demon race. Is absolutely impossible to steal the survey dragon map, so it must be your father collusion with the demon race. The moment these words came out, all eyes fell on Zeng Anmin. What those formations of the hanging mirror division prevented was the cultivation of foreigners. If it wasn't the demon race, who would be so capable of stealing the dragon survey map without realizing it? With this kind of ability, there is no need to use the Canlong Tua. Zeng Anmin raised his head, his gaze certain, his voice firm. The suspended mirror division's formation guards against capable people, but what if the perpetrator is an ordinary person? After saying that, Zeng Anmin glanced extremely quickly at the people around him. Noticed that they all had a slightly dumbfounded look on their faces. Thanks to Su Qian. Luckily, I had the habit of reading novels in my previous life. If a certain novel hadn't given him this thought process, he wouldn't necessarily have thought of this even with a golden finger. Love reading web novels that can save your life in a pinch. The whole garden was quiet for a moment. Nonsense. How can an ordinary person make a demonic mist? Father, this thief is just blowing smoke, let's just lynch him. The young girl called Ning and angrily looked towards Zeng Anmin, her pretty face containing fury. You're a sociopath, aren't you? Zeng Anmin was somewhat speechless. This is so good looking, she's only 15 or 16 years old, isn't she? How can you be so vicious? Only Emperor Jianhong looked at Zeng Anmin thoughtfully. Zeng Anmin understood, his face soaring with confidence. Your Majesty, just by finding the following objects and an ordinary person, the grasshopper will be able to restore the scene of that day. A word that pulled out everyone's curiosity. Emperor Jianhong nodded gently. May. He also wanted to know how an ordinary person managed to make a demonic mist. Grasshoppers need. Zeng Anmin spoke very quickly, and then listed all the things he wanted. Rustle. Then someone got all the things he needed. Please allow the straw man to come forward and operate the demonstration. Zeng Anmin didn't forget the rules either. Aha! Emperor Jianhong nodded his head without raising his eyelids. Zeng Anmin stood up numbly. He was shackled, but it didn't stop him from operating. With these objects in front of him, he began his first chemical experiment in the other world. Sand, charcoal, lime, urine. Zeng Anmin didn't mind the dirt, so he reached out and mixed all these things, put them into a container, lit a fire and started to boil them. Within a short time, a transparent and crystal clear stone was boiled out by him. Seeing this, the boulder in, I can't believe you can drum up something so amazing? Aside from Jianhong, everyone looked at Zeng Anmin in astonishment. Seeing this scene, Zeng Anmin's heart truly breathed a sigh of relief. An unparalleled celebration surfaced in his heart. Thank goodness for compulsory education. Thank you middle school chemistry. After all, the phrase only adds intelligence, not experience. Zeng Anmin struck while the iron was hot, his face respectful. Your Majesty, just a few pieces of this kind of object in my hands can create the illusion of a demon fog. And this object is toxic like smoke. My father, in the absence of defense by this assassination fainted in the past, is also reasonable. Oh. Emperor Jianhong's gaze flashed in thought. Although the vast righteousness of the Confucian lineage is extremely restrained against demons and ghosts. However, the physical strength is far inferior to the physical cultivation lineage, and the resistance to toxicity is no different from that of an ordinary person. Zeng Anmin pointed at the crystals in his hand and said, since this object rules out demons as the perpetrators, the fact that there is no abnormality in the great formation around the dragon survey map rules out the cultivation of foreigners. So then it would have to be an ordinary person committing the crime. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the young girl. Ning eyed Zeng Anmin with a shocked voice. That dragon survey map is so big, how can an ordinary person transport it out unknowingly? Ning Yan's words made sense. Jianhong also reacted as he calmly looked at Zeng Anmin. He wanted to hear a perfect explanation. Zeng Anmin's face was flat. He doesn't panic. The teenager's that white face was brimming with confidence. Eliminate all impossibilities, and the one that remains is the truth even if it's unbelievable. The straw man boldly pushed that the surveying dragon map was not taken away. Rather, it was hidden somewhere in the hanging mirror division by the person who stole the map. As his words fell, the whole garden fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 5 Non-Mainstream Youth. Zeng Anmin's words resounded in everyone's ears like a sudden thunderbolt blowing through the fog. Jianhong's chess-playing fingers gave a slight lurch, and he looked towards Zeng Anmin with an expressionless face. That speech of Zeng Anmin's just now was clearly organized. It's rather a case of lifting the clouds and seeing the light. You can think so much with just a string of confessions. This kid could be a good one. So who is it? Ningyan's little head spun quickly as she raised her pointed chin and looked condescendingly at Zeng Anmin. You still haven't said who the person who stole the Canria map is, or where it is. She had grown up in the palace since she was a child, and everyone was respectful when they saw her, and her speech was never this simple and direct. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth curled slightly. Here we go. The main event is next. Just said so much, in the end, everything is for the next operation can become smoother. If you don't, the emperor won't believe you, and everyone will think you're blowing smoke. Can you clear your father's name? Whether or not we can continue to pamper ourselves racking eagles and dogs depends on the next maneuver. Zeng Anmin slowly raised his head, his gaze extremely gentle. The young man's starry, twinkling eyes looked straight at Princess Ningyan. With a light salute, he did not answer directly, but asked in return. Back to the princess, if this night, the grass people by my father's subordinates rob prison to save, hanging mirror division up and down anger, all out to arrest the grass people. Will be how? Although these words were spoken to Ningyan, everyone who heard them all had their breath caught in their throat. You still want to escape? Ningyan's eyes glared round after hearing this, and he looked furiously at Jin Hong, pointing at Zeng Anmin. Father, this thief is truly rampant to the extreme. Rampant to the extreme. She was even a little too angry to speak. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. This woman, that poisonous energy grows more on her brain, and she is not so annoying. It's really stupid. Helplessly, he could only let out a bitter smile and patiently looked at Ningyan Dao. Your Highness Ningyan, the grasshopper isn't really trying to run, this move is just to lure the snakes out of their holes. That thief dared to do such things with the body of an ordinary person, so it can be seen that his character is a sword that goes off the beaten track. In order to frame my father, the thief will definitely not let the Canlong diagram appear in this world again, so he will definitely return to take the Canlong diagram away again, just to sit on my father's charge. Under the emptiness of the hanging mirror division, he will surely venture back to the division to retrieve the map. Because he knows deep down that the longer he drags it out, the greater the possibility that the Dragon Survey map will be discovered by the people of the hanging mirror division. So he will not let this opportunity pass. And this, too, is a good and great time for us to be able to catch the thieves, retrieve the Canlongtu, and uncover the mastermind behind the scenes by following the trail. After Zeng Anmin finished those words, he disappointedly skimmed the flat horse on Ningyan's chest. Then he turned his head to Ken Han, his eyes open. He didn't want to break up with Ningyan again. People say boobs don't matter. It turns out that a woman's intelligence isn't even close to the size of her waves. At this moment, Emperor Jianhong narrowed his eyes. He was savoring the reasoning Zeng Anmin had just made. After combing through it carefully, no loopholes were detected. Especially after thinking a bit about Zhang Shilin's character as an extremely decent person and loyal to the Holy Dynasty. The reasoning Zeng Anmin had just made was becoming more and more logical. After a long time, he slowly looked up at Zeng Anmin with a slight nod. May. When Zeng Anmin heard this, the 10,000 apprehensions in his heart were then managed to be placed back into his chest. He took a deep breath and saluted Emperor Jianhong. Thank you, Your Majesty. A quarter of an hour passed the hour. An expert in black descended upon the hanging mirror division and lurked into the imperial prison. Within a few strikes, the guards were lying dead on the ground. Rescued Zeng Anmin, son of Fengchi Road Governor Zhang Shilin, who had just been imprisoned. After being blocked by several masters of the hanging mirror division, he had to give up the idea of continuing to save Zhang Shilin and escape with Zeng Anmin. For a time, the hanging mirror division was enraged, and the masters were out in force, with all the red-clothed men out in pursuit of the thieves. This night, the entire city of Two Rivers County was ablaze with fire, shouting, and killing. The people are all in danger. Division of suspended mirrors. After the masters were all out, the night seemed quiet. He was approaching October, even if the weather in Jiangnan at night also let a person's ears and nose cold. Placement of the Toho Academy. After the loss of the Kanrya map, the Angel of Kyoto was enraged. Ordered Zhang Shilin and Wang Deli, commander of the Hanging Mirror Department of Liangjiang County, to be arrested and imprisoned. At this time it is quite obvious that the building is empty and a bit bleak, with a fresh wind blowing. After accompanying the play, Zeng Anmin was carried by the white-clothed honored one to return to the dark place of the Hanging Mirror Division's placement courtyard again. As soon as he landed on the ground, Zeng Anmin gave a thumbs up to the white-clothed reverend, his face flushed a little. This lord is a good fighter, just some. Vomit. Vomit. Zeng Anmin blushed a little, his own motion sickness from his previous life had brought him over. Aha! Instead, the white-clothed venerable one slightly raised his chin, swinging the silky white hair, soft and smooth. He said in a flat voice, "Get loose." Ha! It was only at this time that Zeng Anmin noticed that he had just accidentally grabbed the white-clothed youth's hair in his haste. Excuse me. Zeng Anmin smiled apologetically and was just about to speak when he felt that his hands were a little sticky. He glanced down at the moonlight and realized that there was some liquid on his hand that was sticky to the touch like glue. Zeng Anmin's face was stunned. He looked up at the young man in white's hair again, then down at his hands. Not big brother. Hoping that your flowing white hair is dyed, huh? What, there are spiritual guys and non-mainstream youths in the fairy world? The white-clothed youth met Zeng Anmin's blank stare and twisted his gaze away as he coughed. A light application of hot water for a moment will dissolve it. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched, and after a long time, he spoke tentatively. In fact, I know some perm techniques, which can make the hair into curls, like the waves of the sea, more exotic and mysterious. After Zeng Anmin said this, the white-clothed youth was first stunned. His status as honored in the capital is also considered to have seen a lot of knowledge. To Zeng Anmin mouth this perm were the first time to hear. His eyes then lit up fiercely as he looked towards Zeng Anmin, a touch of anticipation even surfacing in his tone. Really? Sure enough, it's not for nothing that perms are more expensive than dyes. Zeng Anmin couldn't help but spit in his heart. At this time, the white-clothed venerable one had vaguely shed his mysterious veil in his heart, forming the image of a rebellious teenager. He was just about to continue saying more, but he was suddenly interrupted abruptly by the white-clothed youth. Silence, someone's coming. Hearing this, Zeng Anmin's heart stirred and his eyes brightened. Here we go. Sure enough, one's assumptions were correct. He looked gratefully to his Goldfinger panel. Rapid epiphany, intelligence, gnosis, perception, etc. are increased several times. Duration, 5 hours, time remaining, half an hour. At this point he couldn't wait to kiss it twice. Works well. 5 stars of praise. Chapter 6. You're really playing 6 with the lights. Without any delay, Zeng Anmin's gaze was deadpan toward the person entering through the door. Moonlight. A slightly hunched figure came into view, his legs still seemed to be a bit inconvenient, and the more he walked, the heavier he wheezed. After entering into the middle of the placing plan courtyard, the man slowly raised his head to reveal a face that was slightly vicissitudes, with gullies on his face and a white beard. The face looks like it's at least 50. Looking at his dress, he was the most ordinary attendant of the Hanging Mirror Division. This person entered the two-shoe courtyard and looked around. After not finding any danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he did not walk fast, but from Zeng Anmin 2 people hiding position closer, Zeng Anmin can even hear this person stepping on the fallen leaves rustle sound. Boom, boom, boom. Zeng Anmin's heart was beating wildly, but his gaze was fixed dead center on the man, not daring to make any mistakes. There were some things he didn't dare to bet on. With the rapid epiphany, enchantment, the man's movements were clearly captured. Shortness of breath proves that he is nervous at this time. Eyes wandering, a sign of weakness. It fits the identity of the thief extremely well. Zeng Anmin held his breath and observed more and more carefully. That servant unconsciously glanced in that direction as he approached the dark place between Zeng Anmin and the white-clothed venerable duo. Seeing this action of his, Zeng Anmin's heart jumped wildly. It won't be discovered. So fortunately, the attendant didn't find anything out of the ordinary after taking a look. Then he hurried forward. Zeng Anmin sighed in relief and continued to watch the man carefully. He was also very curious in his heart as to where exactly this person had hidden the dragon survey map. But the man was seen walking slowly towards a room, standing in the doorway and hesitating for a while before slowly pushing the door open. Seeing this, Zeng Anmin's heart but suddenly sank. For he knew that the man in the midst of the room was. Sure enough, the moment the door was pushed open, Ning An's voice then rang out. Good thief, to think that Zeng Anmin really got it right. Quickly take him down and torture him to make him confess. Mother-er. I'm at war with you. Zeng Anmin's scalp went a little numb. There are people who are bad all the time. At this moment, he couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly leapt out of the forest and sped towards the man. Chirp! The white-clothed venerable man's speed was somehow faster than Zeng Anmin's. Even in the moment when Ning An's words had just fallen, he had already flickered like a ghost to that servant's side, taking him down without a second thought. Watch him, don't let him cut himself. As Zeng Anmin ran, he shouted urgently under his breath. However, his worst fears had come true. That servant's face then revealed a trace of misery when he heard Princess Ning An's words. There was no hesitation, his jaw just flicked closed and his body began to convulse as his throat rolled. In a moment, however, he lay straight and motionless in the white-clothed venerable's arms. Grass! Zeng Anmin came closer and saw that the servant was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his face was purple. It was completely out of breath. He looked at the servant's corpse with a deadpan expression. Just crossed over and gave myself hell levels of difficulty. This was so hard to get through, and now piggybacking on this difficulty level. It was only then that the lights came on in the middle of the room. In a moment, Emperor Jianhong slowly stepped out with an expressionless face. He was followed by Princess Ning An, who was filled with hatred. Princess Ning An's face was even uglier than Zeng Anmin's. The thieves are cunning. Hateful, hateful. Even the chest rose and fell in anger, and his teeth were clenched. Good and Jianhong Emperor was quite calm at this time, his eyes surveyed the room in front of him and said lightly. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes. The white-clothed venerable man bowed respectfully, and then went straight out the door. It wasn't long before he walked in with a dozen or so Akatsuki Langs in suspended mirror division uniforms. Crackle! A feverish manhunt unfolded. Zeng Anmin glanced at Ning An, who had badgered him. At this time Ning An was still looking at the servant's body in anger, not noticing in the least the kind of loathing that the people around her had for her explicitly and implicitly. Oh! Zeng Anmin's gaze changed to pity. There are quick epiphanies to help. He keenly sensed Emperor Jianhong's willful indulgence of this Princess Ning An. Royal children, which one lives is not trembling like walking on thin ice. In favor of an alien with not a lick of brains? To say that Jianhong didn't have ulterior motives, the devil would believe it. But Zeng Anmin wouldn't be salty about it. His attention was focused on the hothouse. However, half an hour later, everyone looked at the house, whose floors had been pried open, in deep thought. Back to your majesty, no. The white-clothed venerable man glanced at Zeng Anmin first, then bowed to Emperor Jianhong and reported. Emperor Jianhong's face remained unchanged as he looked at Zeng Anmin expressionlessly. Feeling Jianhong's majestic gaze, Zeng Anmin laughed bitterly in his heart. He was able to guess all the suspicions behind it with just one confession. Upon surmise, he could also anticipate the decisiveness of his enemy's character. And it also gives a ploy to lure the enemy out of the hole based on the character of the would-be enemy. But, again, he's not a god. And how could I have expected this thief to be so cautious? Nor could he have anticipated that at the critical moment, his entire plan would come to naught because of Ning An's words. Seeing Zeng Anmin's silence, Emperor Jianhong faintly said, The thief is dead, although your father's suspicion of colluding with the demon race is lowered, but the dragon survey map was not found. This crime of unfavorable guarding cannot be avoided. Zeng Anmin's heart sank. Human subconscious reactions are the truest. It seems that Emperor Jianhong doesn't treat his father very well. From the memories of his predecessor in his mind, he knew that Zhang Shilin's character was quite upright, and with his cultivation of the Confucian way holding salary realm, he would have been able to display his talents in the court. But it was this character that displeased Jianhong and placed him at Fengqi Road. LOL. Zeng Anmin was about to open his mouth, but he was suddenly stunned, then looked up sharply. And so on. The subconscious reaction of people? At this point he snapped to attention. The thief glanced this way as he passed his hiding place. At the time, it was just that looking at exactly his side of the fence caused him to have some mood swings. That's why I subconsciously didn't think about it that much. But now that I think about it, that glance was a little too unsuspecting. Murphy. Zeng Anmin's heart thumped as he glanced toward his gold finger panel. Rapid epiphany, intelligence, gnosis, sense, etc. increased several times. Duration, 5 hours, remaining time, 1/4 hour. The time for quick epiphanies hadn't worn off yet, or one would never have thought of it so quickly. Your Majesty, there is one more place that the grasshopper knows. Zeng Anmin's voice was steady. As his voice rang out, the gazes of everyone on the scene snapped toward him. Everyone felt that the words were more like dying breaths. Ken Han frowned lightly. Speak. Zeng Anmin made a bow and said, please allow me to check it out personally. If it's really what I think it is, it will also clear my father's name. If not, let your Majesty rule. Aha! Emperor Jianhong nodded slightly. With many experts around, Zeng Anmin couldn't run away. Zeng Anmin stopped hesitating at that moment. He took a deep breath and walked step by step in the direction he had just come from. Seeing this action of his, the white-clothed venerable master let out a soft eek. Zeng Anmin, however, did not make any explanations as he came to the dark place of the dense forest where he had just hidden himself, his gaze sharp and incomparable. Inch by inch he massed over the area, like a hawk stalking its prey. Finally, he found an inconspicuous spot where the fallen leaves were piled a little thick. Ha! His Danfang eyes gently narrowed, bringing with them a bit of teenage chivalry. Without hesitation, he simply crouched down and reached out to pluck away the fallen leaves. Sasha. With the sound of him ruffling the fallen leaves, a crumbling dry well appeared. Mother. This dog is playing a real 6 in the dark. Who would have thought that he would have directly hidden the Canrio map of the placement courtyard still in this placement courtyard? Chapter 7, Extreme Epiphany, Opening the Violet Mansion. The moment the dry well appeared, Zeng Anmin didn't hesitate and jumped straight down. The surface of the wellhead is unusually dilapidated. The conditions inside don't even need to be thought about, there is absolutely no danger. Boo! His foot landed on top of a soft mass. The ruined well, it wasn't deep, less than 2 meters at most. In the well, it was pitch black. In the middle of the narrow space, Zeng Anmin could only barely bend his legs. After reaching out, he only felt a softness in his hand. He grabbed it and then fished it out. So heavy. I don't know what kind of cloth and silk this is made of, the weight of which is comparable to fine iron. After weighing the situation a little, he shouted toward the well. Put a rope. It wasn't long before someone lowered the rope. After getting up to the well, Zeng Anmin's face turned a little red. He let out a soft sigh of relief as he threw the object in his hand to the ground. The thing touched the ground with a dull thud. Just the color of the moon. Zeng Anmin saw that the soft thing on the ground was a pair of cloth and silk that was 10 feet long. The silky cloth was unfurled by the force of his downward throw. A picture full of mysterious colors comes into view. Amidst the clouds, a huge dragon that could not be seen in his stance stood tall. The hidden scales shimmered and glistened with gold and green. The dragon's head is high, and its eyes are like brilliant gems, radiating wisdom and majesty. The long horns extend back like branches, giving a mysterious, ancient, majestic and solemn. It was none other than the Canria too. Good picture. Without realizing it, his eyes were captivated by the diagram. Above the atlas, every line seemed to be impatient to tell him the meaning of his existence. Involuntarily, Zeng Anmin's brain worked frantically. A breath before the time for rapid epiphany was about to end. His eyes just happened to meet with the huge dragon on the dragon survey map. Boom! It was as if the god of desolation had opened the heavens at the time of chaos. A dragon shadow split all the fog in his mind. The huge light shadow that only he could see suddenly leapt out steeply from the survey dragon diagram. Buzz! The light and shadow came towards him in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Zeng Anmin didn't even react. In an instant, Zeng Anmin's sea of consciousness was stirring as if the sky had turned upside down. It was as if he had seen the ancient time, the ancestral dragon that had uniquely and unrivaledly broken through the ages. He again felt a touch of unwilling humiliation in the huge, mysterious, and deep eyes of the ancestral dragon. Hiss! A pain that penetrated deep into the marrow of the brain and hit the soul came. The good thing was that the pain disappeared after only a few moments. All wonders dispersed. Zeng Anmin felt something more in his mind. Or sea of consciousness. With a movement of his mind, he was like a heavenly god overlooking his sea of consciousness space that swirled with surging purple chi. A scaled-down version of the Canlong diagram's virtual shadow was suspended in it. The dragon survey diagram has actually directly helped me open up the Violet Mansion? Zeng Anmin's heart shook. As the son of a governor, Zeng Anmin's memories had some knowledge of the other world's transcendent system. The sea of knowledge is a divine difference that can only be opened up by a physical cultivator, that is, a martial artist who has to reach the 7th level of the contemplation realm. Confucian cultivators call it the Purple Mansion, and in order to open it, one needs to reach the 8th grade Qi nurturing realm. Taoism called it the Upper Dantian, only with what realm, Zeng Anmin was not quite sure. The Buddhists call it Nash, ditto is not clear. But no matter which one had to cultivate to a certain realm to be qualified to open up. He himself clearly didn't even have the entry realm at this point, so how did he inexplicably jump directly to the next level? Since Zeng Anmin dragged the map up, it was only a few breaths of effort. The sea change that had taken place at his place appeared to the onlooker to be just him standing there in a daze for a short while. No one noticed anything unusual. Sure enough, it's the dragon survey map. The white-clothed venerable man was the first to come to Zeng Anmin's side. He saluted and reported from afar towards Emperor Jianhong. Jianhong raised his hand in a salty, non-committal manner. Yes. The white-clothed venerable man picked up the huge atlas from the ground. The Canlong too that Zeng Anmin was holding with difficulty was as light as nothing in his hands. After coming to Emperor Jianhong's side, the white-clothed venerable man respectfully presented his hands. Emperor Jianhong roughly scanned it, and it was exactly the same as the dragon survey map he remembered. Aha! He nodded gently, then set his gaze on Zeng Anmin, who was not far away. He naturally knows that this time he will Zeng Shilin arrested in jail, insufficient evidence, also too some hasty. However, he had always been well versed in the art of empire, and would never admit that he was at fault, instead focusing on his sins as he blandly said. Zeng Anmin, on behalf of his father to make up for his mistakes, and to make up for his sins, the case of the missing dragon map, I will go to no blame. In feudal times, the most important thing was to emphasize benevolence, righteousness, propriety and filial piety, and there was no excuse for doing so. It wasn't until he heard Emperor Jianhong's words that Zeng Anmin reacted. At this time, the duration of the rapid epiphany on the gold finger panel had already passed. A sinking feeling came over his brain. The feeling of counting the heavens and the earth and being wise suddenly disappeared just now. Zeng Anmin was a little less comfortable, as if his thinking had slowed down quite a bit. But the good thing is that it doesn't affect his normal reaction. His face was serious as he pointed to the body on the ground. Your Majesty, right now, we must first investigate the identity of this Fong and raid his home to see if we can find clues to the person behind him. Also, if it's convenient, I'd like to meet my father at. Zeng Anmin looked up at Jianhong and made his claim. Do meet the father. After all, the rest of his life depended on him. Emperor Jianhong nodded slightly. May. Subsequently, Jianhong ordered Wang Daoyuan of the Hanging Mirror Division to go ahead and investigate the case, leading Zeng Anmin and his group in the direction of the large prison. Two Rivers County Hanging Mirror Division, Imperial Prison. The deepest cells are completely separate. This cell holds only the most vicious prisoners. That's why both the cell door and the surrounding walls are all thickened. In the middle of the cell, a figure sat withered on top of a worn straw mat. His eyes like a phoenix, eyebrows like silkworms, face above the majesty of a long time in a high position. Both father and son have a pair of sharp Danfeng eyes. The haste of his imprisonment was such that at this time he was still wearing his own official uniform. Zeng Shilin looked into the deep, secluded cell door, his eyes glittering with sadness. Empty of the 10,000-foot talent of the clouds, I am in prison with an empty grievance. The voice was mellow and steady, but his tone contained a touch of desolation. I thought I had been loyal to the emperor and served the country all my life, but in return I got such a miserable scene. If I am imprisoned on the charge of unfavorable guarding, I have nothing to say. But you're saying I'm colluding with the demon race? The child is not a man, and he wants to be a man. Ha! Zeng Shilin suddenly smiled, a smile filled with sarcasm and mockery. The bird is dead, the rabbit is dead. Ha ha! The cell was deserted, and his laughter simply grew louder and louder. This is a very chilling move. How cool! Ha 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 ha! The entire cell was filled with his sad and mocking laughter. Click! The door to the cell suddenly opened. Emperor Jianhong, Venerable Whitecloth, Princess Ning'an, Zeng Anmin, and nearly 10 other people entered in a line. Ha 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 ha! Gah! With dozens of eyes facing each other, Zeng Shilin's laughter came to an abrupt end. Jianhong was expressionless. Ning Yan's face was blank. The white-clothed venerable one pursed his lips and clenched his fists. For a while, the atmosphere was extremely weird. Zeng Anmin's lack of stamina prevented his shoulders from trembling, and he desperately tried to cover his mouth. It still makes a cuckoo sound. A social death moment when a man is suddenly bumped into while he's having a nervous breakdown. It's really hard to resist, dad. Jianhong couldn't help but smile as well, a smirk appearing on his majestic face. Why is Sang Iching laughing? It's a good thing that Sang Zilin has excellent reflexes. He slowly stood up as if nothing had happened and saluted Jianhong. I laughed at the Two Rivers County Guards for their lack of tact, and laughed at the Hanging Mirror Division for their lack of wisdom up and down, and waited for such a long time, and still have not cleared up my grievances and edict the truth to His Majesty. The smile on Jianhong's face disappeared at those words. Zeng Shilin's words are shallow and profound. One is talking about expressing his dissatisfaction with Jianhong for wronging him. Two, by the way, also scolded Jianhong for his intelligence. It's good, it's powerful. Worthy of being the governor of the 3 counties on Fengchi Road. Chapter 8, The Wisdom of Pops. Jianhong's face was expressionless. Zeng Anmin investigated and solved this case, taking the credit for his crimes, and has already cleared you of suspicion. Zeng Shilin's face stuttered. It was only at this time that he saw that his only son was still standing by the side of Emperor Jianhong. At this moment, Zeng Anmin had an innocent look on his face and blinked at his old man. That's right. Zeng Shilin looked bewildered. He knew his own son's virtues well. To say that let him visit a greenhouse, go to the gambling house to play a few hands is certainly no problem, but you say let him solve the case? Ridiculous as hell. So his first reaction was that this son of his must have deceived Emperor Jianhong with his flowery words. But coaxed a moment, coaxed not a world, if the aftermath is detected, not just give the enemy handle? Add to that the fact that he didn't guard the Canlong too well, and you're adding insult to injury. Zeng Shilin suddenly had a solemn look on his face and suddenly bowed to Emperor Jianhong, his voice extremely sad. Your Majesty, the son of the guilty minister fooled the court. Please don't punish Your Majesty, all the fault lies with me. I am willing to die and go to prison. He still preferred to believe that his son was speaking nonsense and had committed the crime of deceiving the king. Zeng Anmin was somewhat helpless as he spoke out. Father, I didn't deceive the king. However, he was about to say something else when he was interrupted by Zeng Shilin's exasperation. Yellow Mouth, what do you know about breaking the case? Come over here and kneel down. Ask for forgiveness from His Majesty. When he finished speaking, he hurriedly added to Jianhong. 1,000 faults are all my faults, Your Majesty. For the sake of my loyalty to the sacred dynasty for dozens of years, don't bother with this rebellious son. Zeng Shilin, who has been lonely and proud in the officialdom for more than 10 years, is bending his waist extremely humbly at this time. That strong sense of protecting the calf was obvious to a normal person at a glance. What a father's kindness and a son's filial piety. Jianhong saw Zeng Shilin's move and looked at Zeng Anmin, who was standing still. Zeng Anmin daytime, the winning, methodical figure to solve the case came to mind. I can't help but think of my own royals who are fighting to the death. There was quite an urge to scrap the number and retrain. Under the lack of interest in the heart, Jianhong has some jade, so he does not want to talk. He then glanced faintly at the white-clothed venerable. Receiving Jianhong's look, the white-clothed venerable man instantly comprehended, and he stepped forward to help Zeng Shilin up. Zeng Shilin, on the other hand, withdrew his hand and made a listening gesture. He only glanced at the white-clothed honored one with his afterglow, not moving to pull away from him. A small gesture hurts so much. The meaning is obvious. Crude martial artist, don't get too close to my officer. The white-clothed venerable's eyelids jumped and he clenched his back teeth. Nostrils for a Confucian cultivator. What a nuisance. He pushed down the displeasure in his heart and said, Today at the hour of the day, I and the Hanging Mirror Division were ordered to go to the governor's palace. That Wang Daoyuan made words to induce Zeng Anmin wanted to take advantage of his escape to end him. Ridiculous, I can see through his thoughts, he is still not self-aware. Good thing, Zeng Anmin lived up to my expectations and didn't gullibly trust Wang Daoyuan. Seeing that he had quite a heart, I helped Zeng Anmin to meet with His Majesty and gain a chance for him to survive. Needless to say, there was a lot of personal stuff mixed in with what he said about the process. Light Zeng and Min could hear it. The process of solving the case himself was overshadowed by his few words, and where he had his own, he could have told at least a couple hundred more words. Non-mainstream youth, so much of a poser? In the end, with my help, Zeng Anmin successfully solved the case. The white-clothed reverend finished his speech, and his face was filled with satisfaction. Telling the story in his mind as it was, he was in a good mood. This. Zeng Shirlin's eyes looked at his son in shock and disbelief. That white-clothed venerable man had a lot of private stuff, but Zeng Shirlin was after all a veteran, so he was naturally able to catch the point. My son was logical, smooth and organized when he was making his case. Dozens of years in the officialdom, he had experienced not 1,000 but 800 cases, so he naturally knew what kind of wisdom and experience was needed to be able to do this. Seeing the expression on his old man's face, Zeng Anmin naturally knew what he was thinking. And to this he had responded. Ugh! Zeng Anmin let out a bitter laugh and looked at Zeng Shirlin. Suddenly encountering a great change, would it not be absurd for the child to be as confused as usual? I saw a zipper fall and I couldn't do anything about it. In the past, when my child caused trouble, it was my father who supported him behind the scenes, and this time it's my turn to help my father for once. As for solving the case, this is actually not difficult. The child is convinced that the father is absolutely impossible to collude with the demon race. This lead-in will be much simpler. As for the face-to-face with His Majesty, in fact, also do a good job of the death wish. After saying this, Zeng Anmin pursed his lips and closed them. Zeng Shirlin's body trembled lightly as he looked at his son with an extremely complicated expression. Zeng Anmin was right, the hardest thing about solving a case is not having a clue. If you have a clue, it will actually be very smooth to follow the lead down the line. After a long time, he looked extremely relieved. Growing up is good. It is true that a sudden big change can make a person more mature. There have not been many such illusions throughout the ages. It seemed reasonable to everyone. This scene was getting worse the more Jianhong on the sidelines watched. The more I read, the more I want to scrap the big one. Simply out of sight, out of mind, turning to leave. Secretary Zhang, since the matter is clear, go back to your home, I am tired. However, what he didn't expect was the stubborn voice of Zeng Shirlin coming from behind him. I'm not leaving. Jianhong frowned and squinted over. Zeng Shirlin didn't shy away from the gaze. As long as your majesty does not pardon my sins, I have no right to leave the prison. I implore you to issue a decree to summon my grievances to the world. Jianhong's eyelids fluttered. Zeng Shirlin's meaning was clearly to go up against Emperor Jianhong. Ayo, if you say I'm colluding with the demon race, I'm colluding with the demon race. If you say I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty? You want me to leave? Fine, issue a royal decree and make it known to the world. Summed up in 2 words. Apologize. Silence. The entire cell was silent. Yes, father, there should be a holy decree. Ningyan, who had spoiled countless good things for Zeng Anmin, had made up for Jianhong at this time. Simply she felt that Zeng Shirlin's words were reasonable. Zeng Anmin almost wanted to laugh out loud. Looks like this girl is not just targeting herself when she's out of her mind, she's targeting everyone. Jianhong didn't pay any attention to Ningyan as he set his eyes on Zeng Shirlin. With 4 eyes, Zeng Shirlin was extremely frank. It's okay to do so. Jianhong looked at Zeng Shirlin and said slowly. Since the rewards and punishments are clear, then it will be more thorough. Zeng Anmin solved the case with merit. I will also seal him into the capital. How to be an imperial guard. Shame on you. The old fox. Doggone it. These words surfaced in the minds of both Zeng Anmin and Pops at the same time. Pops reacted quickly though, and he quickly shook his head. The dog's son does not cultivate martial arts, since it is unable to be qualified for the imperial guards, this merit. Your Majesty may wish to decree that it be folded into cash money, or allow me to build bridges and pave roads for the benefit of the people. Emperor Jianhong just took a deep look at his old man, and then he directly got up and walked towards the outside, leaving the crowd with only one back of the head. Seeing him go, Ningyan and the white-clothed venerable duo followed directly after him. In the middle of the cell, it was just father and son. This. Zeng Anmin looked at his father suspiciously. Go. A smirk appeared on Zeng Shirlin's face as he pulled up Zeng Anmin's sleeve and followed Jianhong. Chapter 9, Tiger. Shut up. The night is in full swing. The entrance to the division of suspended mirrors. A forest of several people came out of the imperial prison. The leader was Zeng Shirlin, the current governor of Fengxi Road. He was like a star in the crowd. At this time, Zeng Shirlin's face was solemn and his tone was serious. Councillor Qi, soon there will be a batch of money allocated from the dynasty, and it is best for you to personally keep an eye on the repairs of Tongan Street. The next officer saves. Pop sight of an old man in red robes and official clothes to lead the order. He is more than half 100 years old, face furrowed. In addition to the pair of eyes look shrewd, all body is permeated with a twilight. This man is the current county governor of Liangjiang County, Shi Xianda. It is not only Pops who is unlucky to have lost the Canlongtu, he is also among them. Well, Wang commanding, this survey dragon map theft case has been detected by my son. The thieves identified is to set the map of the hospital attendant Wang Lang, must follow closely and rigorous investigation, will be the person behind the scene to find out. When he said this, Pop's Danfang eyes flashed with a refined aura, and his tone was extremely stern. The style of the 20 years of service as a government official has suddenly risen, and his majesty is shocking. Yes. A middle-aged man of about 40 years of age shuddered and quickly saluted at Pop's mid-sentence. He had a black charcoal face, a vigorous beard, and a country face, typical of northern looks. Wang Deli, chief commander of the Hanging Mirror Division of Fengxi Road. In fact, in the case of the loss of Canlongtu, it is he who should bear the brunt of accountability. If I remember correctly, that attendant Wang Lang also lives in Tongan Street. If there is any indecision in this case, you two can discuss it. Yes. The two led the way at the same time. Commander Wang Deli turned his gaze toward Zeng Anmin, his face so full of gratitude that his black face even reflected under the moonlight, his voice rather shaken. This case, but also much thanks to the virtuous nephew. If it is not wise and clever nephew, I'm afraid that next year I even burned a paper in front of the grave are not people. Zhang a hammer, Governor Zeng birth son's ability I can learn half. That son at home will not be hidden from the old man all day to the Department of Education. Wang Deli is originally a rough man. Even if the top boss is there is no door to speak. Pops frowned lightly, a little displeased in his heart. All things are inferior, but only books are superior. Takishi's speech is really vulgar. Yes, Anmin nephew show outside the wisdom. This case in the performance is not afraid of the danger of the outstanding understanding. Zeng adults have this unicorn child, really let a person envy ah. Shi Xianda, the county governor of Liangjiang, lamented with a bitter smile. See, a scholar's speech is better than that vulgar martial artist's. Sure enough, Pops was smiling at this point and couldn't help but stroke his beard with his right hand. Hee, the canine is just having some luck. At this point, nearly half an hour had passed since Zeng Shirlin's release from prison. Emperor Jianhong took Princess Ning'an back to his bed early in the morning. The white-clothed honored one didn't stay much longer because of his disagreement with Pops. After Pops had finished arranging his official business, he dismissed the crowd. In front of the Hanging Mirror Division, the governor's carriage was parked there. After everyone had left, Pops put away the smile on his face and said with a bland expression, "Go home." Aha! Zeng Anmin nodded his head and hoofed it along with his old man towards the carriage. He did desperately want to return to the middle of his room and study what was going on in his sea of consciousness space. The wagon was large and was pulled by 6 fast horses. Looking at it is not luxurious, but a closer examination reveals its extravagance. Master! The two had just gotten into the carriage, when Zeng Anmin saw that in the carriage, there was a beautiful woman sitting. The beauty of the woman's red clothes cover the body, slender jade neck, puffy breasts such as congealed white jade, half covered, plain waist is not a handful. Her face became more and more noblewomanly, with spring in her eyes and playfulness at the corners of her eyes. The haggardness of her recent release from prison added a touch of endearing tenderness to her out of nowhere. Top. Enough to score a 90 out of 10 for a beautiful woman. Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked more than once, twice, 3. It wasn't until the memory of his predecessor surfaced that he hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Sang Lin's father's concubine from over a year ago. The predecessor was not a fan of it and did not talk to her much. Technically, one's stepmother. Aha! Pops nodded faintly, glancing over to ask. Is the house all settled? Settle down, the slaves the Hanging Mirror Division captured today are released. Aunt Lin's face was haggard, and her voice was a bit hoarse. Master is unharmed, right? No harm done. Pop slowly looked up out the car window with a chill in his voice. This catastrophe has called for the old man to see quite a few people. Silence, silence. Pops has always been an authority in the family. That's why no one dares to speak up when he's in the mood. Suspension of Mirror Division, it's time for a purge. There was a chilling coolness in Pop's trailing voice. Dad. A milky voice rang in Zeng Anmin's ears. Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked towards the direction of the sound. In the middle of the corner of the carriage, a small doll with big eyes and wearing a tiger's soft hat nibbled his fingers, his eyes brightly looking this way. Isn't he an only son himself? When did you get a brother? He was just about to cast a questioning glance at his father when his face froze abruptly. This kid seems to be calling me? Memories of the baby doll came through. Tiger. His own cousin's son. Earlier in the year, when the Holy Dynasty fought a war with the demon race, the cousin's husband's family, along with the cousin's family, all died one after another because of that war. There was a crazy rumor that my cousin was a goddamned orphan. Cousin's nature was so strong that she simply went to the Taoist sect and devoted herself to the Tao. Before he left his only son to his father. But why did he call me dad? Zeng Anmin's scalp tingled a bit. This is clearly a cousin's son. He seems to have seen a certain German orthopedic hospital. A frantic search for memories. It was a long time before he breathed a sigh of relief. So it is. Tiger, this doll in the house for more than 2 years, once cried and came back to tell the predecessor that other people scolded him for not having a father. It's hard to ask who cursed them. So the predecessor came in a hurry and said, from now on, you call me dad. I'll see who dares to laugh at you. Tiger's character is also dead serious, since then this name has never been changed. Tiger. A smile appeared on Zeng Anmin's face as he waved at him, come over and sit. In his previous life, he was also an extreme fan of children. Tiger waddled over this way, blinking his big eyes and starting to commiserate. Father, someone was mean to me today, and put me in the little house, and didn't give me food. I called out to Grandpa and Dad and you all didn't come. There was also a hint of crying in his tone. The voice of a child touches the softness of the heart most easily. Not to mention that Zeng Anmin was heartbroken, Pops directly coldly grunted. Tiger, good boy, tomorrow Grandpa will carry you to the imperial prison, all who are fierce you, none can escape. When Tiger heard this, his chin hurriedly raised to strike while the iron was hot, pointing at Aunt Lin. They're not just mean to me, they're mean to Mother. When Zeng Anmin heard this, he couldn't help but feel pity for those few red-clothed men in prison. Governor of the 2 rivers to settle scores, a few small shrimp cannot suffer yo. Wait. Zeng Anmin jerked his head toward Tiger. Kid, what did you just call Auntie Lin? It's not Pops, let me explain. Chapter 10, Confucianism and Taoism, cultivated out of the heart. Everyone knows about Tiger's problem with messy collars. Childish talk, and Pops didn't take it to heart. The carriage soon stopped in front of the house. It was too late in the day, and Tiger couldn't help but fall asleep in the carriage. Entering the governor's mansion, the underlings came to catch the Tiger on their hands and knees. Zeng Anmin took his leave of his old man and headed towards his room. After dismissing the serving maids, Zeng Anmin lay directly on the bed. Even though sleepiness interfered, he didn't forget the business and slowly closed his eyes. With a single movement of his mind, he appeared in the foggy, purple-tinged sea of consciousness space. Buzz. The shadow of the can dragon diagram suspended in the sea of consciousness space shimmered with golden light. In this sea of consciousness surrounded by purple chi, it appeared exceptionally dazzling. Zeng Anmin wrapped his arms around his body and looked at the Canlong 2 virtual shadow in front of him with a grave expression. The first thing that could be ascertained was that he had directly comprehended the true meaning of the Canlong 2 because he had the rapid epiphany. Rather, I've never heard of a body cultivator comprehending the true meaning of the Atlas and then being able to enter the Atlas virtual shadow into the sea of consciousness. He gazed at the Canlong 2 virtual shadow in front of him, his eyes flickering with contemplation. The present volume of the Canryu is still in the suspended mirror division. There was a reason for the loss, so the guards watching over the Canryu map have now been added several times over. Moreover, physical cultivation or Confucian cultivation, they all cultivate step by step, and have never heard of anyone who can skip the previous cultivation realm and directly open up the purple mansion. Creepy. It's just too weird. Zeng Anmin had a premonition that he seemed to have touched something extraordinary through rapid epiphany. Since I can't figure it out, I just don't think about it, which is good for me anyway. Throughout this ancient history, everyone else has started cultivating from the entry level, but I'm afraid I'm the only one who started cultivating from the halfway point backward. Zeng Anmin's heart was filled with anticipation as he carried his hands behind his back. He was looking forward to how fast his progress would be after he chose the Tao and cultivated it. It circled around the suspended Canria map. On the obverse, it is not at all dissimilar to that depicted on the present volume of Canryu. It was only when he reached the reverse side that he saw a line of powerful words. One arm will always break the world, but I will unite the 9 states. The words are filled with hot-blooded dominance. Mother-er. Zeng Anmin's heart was instantly captivated by this overwhelming aura of kingly dominance. His heart was pounding. Just what kind of powerful person has such vigor? Looking at the line, his heart stirred. Those who can write like this are by no means nameless. Good. The Canrio map belongs to me now. Elder, don't worry about going, I will definitely be able to bring back the Canlonta to greatness. Zeng Anmin gazed firmly like he was joining the party. Under the touch of his heart, he also stretched out his hand with extreme boldness and slowly wrote down a line. The sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. When he finished writing, he laughed violently. The entire space of the sea of consciousness echoed with his voice. This world, Master Sang, is here. Then, he suddenly sang a high vertical song. I'm standing in the blazing wind. I hate that I can't, and that I can't shake off the pain of my heart. Look to the heavens for the 4 directions of cloud movement. Sword in hand, ask the world who is the hero. Some people like to vent their feelings by going crazy when they are alone. Especially in an unoccupied elevator. The hallway at night. Alone at home. The 3 biggest hair-raising scenarios of all time. It was night, and Zeng Anmin had a dream. The plastered Zeb stood trembling at his father's side. Ooh, Uncle Chi, you're not dead nah. Zeng Anmin's eyes widened. He thought yesterday that Chi Bo had been killed by Wang Gaoyuan. Thanks to his lordship's blessing, a life was retrieved by the healer. The corners of Chi Bo's mouth twitched, but there was still a hijack smile on his face. Elderly people, they should pay more attention to their health and well-being, don't fight with young people all day long. Zeng Anmin patted Chi Bo's shoulder, then came to Pops. Father, you wanted to see me? Zeng Shirleen's face was bland as he lightly sipped the tea in his hand and looked up at Zeng Anmin. You have reached the age of 16, you can cultivate Confucianism, and now it coincides with the Water Governor's Academy running a new school, so tomorrow you will go. Water Governor's Bookstore. The academy on Fingxi Road that specializes in training Confucian scholars. What's the point of going to the academy? If there is a more powerful teacher, is it more real than you personally instructing me in Confucianism? Zeng Anmin asked the doubt in his mind. His own father was a great man of the Rudao's 3rd-grade salary-clutching realm, and there were less than a handful of salary-clutching realms in the entire Great Sacred Dynasty. Since he had traveled to such a world, he naturally had the intention to cultivate. Ho! Pops just sneered and didn't answer. Zeb's back bowed gently as he replied. Young master, the path of Confucianism is like a vast ocean. Apart from cultivation, more is still the sense of the world. Everywhere in the academy is learning. It is more conducive to cultivation than working behind closed doors in the mansion. Oh. Zeng Anmin drifted off, then nodded. Okay, it's good to go out for a walk, that Chi Bo, prepare more silver for me. When Chi Bo heard this, his face gently became bitter and he just wanted to explain. Then he was interrupted by Pop's displeasure. When you go to the academy here, you must not reveal to anyone that you are the son of the old man. As for the silver, it's all been given to Chi Dachuan for safekeeping, and it's enough for you to use on a regular basis. Why? Zeng Anmin frowned, a little disgruntled. Dad, I saved your life yesterday, and you're going to kill me today? Pops, with a bland face, slowly got up and said. Confucianism, the cultivation of the heart. After saying that, without giving Zeng Anmin time to react, he headed out, leaving behind a speechless Zeng Anmin. Chapter 11 Literary Chi entering the Sea of Consciousness. Well, there has to be a time limit, right, Dad? Zeng Anmin asked aloud at his father's back. Cultivating Confucianism and Taoism, which was not originally in conflict with Zeng Anmin's plan, he did not resist. But you don't give silver. What fun is there in that practice? Pop's body gently paused, and after a moment of contemplation, he gave Zeng Anmin this answer. You can return when you open up the Violet Mansion. At that time, Emperor Jianhong was still in the county of Two Rivers. The case of the loss of Canlontu has not yet caught the mastermind behind the scene. Sang did not want his son to be involved. Okay, then I'll be back tonight. Of course, this was something that Zeng Anmin would certainly never say. That is, he had to wait for him to thoroughly figure out the secret behind the kanlontu before he could say anything. Then I'll try to hurry. An easy smile appeared on Zeng Anmin's face. Pops didn't linger, just a faint hint of teasing surfaced on his face. Fast? How fast can it be? Zeng sure had practiced Confucianism and Taoism from the age of 16, and it had taken him 3 years to open up the Violet Mansion. And that, in turn, is a natural talent. Young master, let's go, the carriage is just outside the mansion. A naive voice rang out. Zeng Anmin saw a brown bear. A man who looked like a brown bear walk in. Chi Dachuan. Zipper's son. The man was 9 feet tall, with a tiger's back and waist, and walked like a giant doorstop. It was those eyes that looked a little too wise. Water Governor's Bookstore. It is situated beyond the southern part of the city of Two Rivers County. Backed by peaks and mountains, it is surrounded by green water. The mountains and water are so beautiful, what a paradise! When Zeng Anmin saw the surroundings of the Water Dude Academy, his mind was purified by the natural beauty of the landscape. At this time it was already autumn, the mountain was cool and full of the color of red maple. In his previous life, Zeng Anmin lived in a modern city full of industry, and rarely could he see such spectacular natural scenery, and he was a little emotional for a while. Parking due. Cough, frost leaves red than February flowers. Good mountain, good view. Hey, it's pretty. Chi Dachuan's naive laugh sounded. Zeng Anmin craned his head to look. At this time, Dachuan was carrying 2 people's bedding, daily necessities, 2 large boxes, and 4 or 5 packages. Even if he was already a great entry-level body cultivator, he couldn't help but be a bit out of breath. Dachuan, what are you doing picking up so many stones? Zeng Anmin gazed at Okan's hand. Even though he was already carrying so much, he was still picking up quite a few oddly shaped rocks in his hands. Okan's tongue licked his thick lips. When I was a kid, every time I went out, I wanted to pick up something to go back to, so I got used to it. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. Roads don't get lost, do they? Ha! O'Hara was filled with confusion. What? Ant wet? I'll be sorry if I don't pick up something on the way. Zeng Anmin explained to Dechun. In the middle of a small courtyard of the Water Governor Academy. An old man was fishing, a yellow bamboo fishing rod in his hand, his face relaxed. The old man had crane hair and was a bit on the thin side, and the most eye-catching part of his face was the eyes that were filled with wisdom. It was as if one could feel the mysteries of Confucianism just by looking at him. It was none other than the director of the Water Dude Academy, Qin Shouqing. Dean, Governor Zeng's only son has enrolled. The old housekeeper reported respectfully. Aha! Qin Shouqing nodded absently. Won't you go and see? The butler asked hesitantly. After all, he was the governor's son, not to mention his academic knowledge. Even if it was just his status, he had to show some respect. Qin Shouqing glanced at him and snorted. As the son of a great Confucian, who has not been rumored to have any talent for 16 years, do you think it will be the talent of my Confucian way? Do not say much, no see. If word gets out, won't outsiders laugh at my Qin Shouqing's tendency to attach himself to inflammation? The Water Governor's school runs a new school. However, not many students were recruited this time. Including Zeng Anmin, there were only a dozen new academics. Not all Confucian and Taoist scholars are qualified to come to the Water Dude Academy, they need to be introduced. The students who come to Water Dude Academy all have one thing in common, and that's volume. In the first lesson of the school year, no one was distracted in the classroom, and they were all listening to Mr. Teacher's lecture with full attention. The path of Confucianism and Taoism is all about accumulation, and if you feel the meaning of the book with your heart, those who are enlightened will be able to realize Wen Qi in just 1 year. To realize a wisp of Wen Qi, one reaches the first realm of Confucianism, called the realm of body cultivation. The essence of Wen Qi is the essence of the human body, therefore, when you reach the age of 16, you can only cultivate when your essence is full, otherwise your life will be reduced if you are light, and if you are heavy, you will die early. Mr. Teachout is about 40 years old. A Confucian shirt, a solemn face, and a bland gaze. See him reach out and flick his hand. A faint milky white halo flickered from between his fingers. Ah! All the scholars, including Zeng Anmin, looked at the white halo in unison with shock. This supernatural phenomenon would surprise anyone who saw it for the first time. Mr. Teachout, who had seen it all before, took out a black jar from under the table and opened it gently. Buzz! A cloud of black gas visible to the naked eye instantly rushed out. This gas is the gas of an evil spirit, and if a regular person is entangled in it, he or she will be dizzy as if a heavy stone were pressing on his or her body. Mr. Instructor was not flustered and explained to the crowd. As soon as the black gas appeared, it circled a few times above the beams of the academy, and then it impatiently attacked towards a certain student. Yikes! The scholars saw this and turned pale with fear. Humph! The instructor's face turned cold as he flexed his fingers and flicked out a halo of light in his hand. The milky white aura arrived in the blink of an eye. Bzzz came the toothsome sound. But in a moment, the black gas dissipated into nothingness. However, my generation of Confucian cultivators can make it disintegrate and dissipate with just a surplus of half a point of Wenqi pointing to it. Mr. Instructor's face was smiling as he turned his head towards the scholars. Sure enough, a dozen or so scholars were red in the face and green in the eyes. I can't wait to read desperately and learn this Confucianism and Taoism on the spot. Zeng Anmin was naturally among them. Confucianism has a long history. The ancestors have explored through the generations and summarized 3 books that are the easiest to realize the Wenqi, and they are on your table. Wow! Without waiting for the gentleman to finish his sentence, the sound of impatiently turning over books rang out between the schoolrooms. The first lesson of enrollment is to let the students bring up the energy to study, and he is the only one who has done the best job in the whole academy. For this reason, he wasted all his efforts to search for some evil spirits. The great sage dynasty's Confucianism flourished, and ghosts and evil spirits were almost difficult to find. Zeng Anmin's eyes explored towards the top of the desk, just like the rest of the scholars. The Taixue, Yizi, and Ru Jing, respectively. Casually picking up a copy of the Taisho and flipping through it. The content of the book is antagonistic teeth, but the good thing is that Zeng Anmin has a predecessor to beat the bottom, so he can barely understand. Just as he was about to put the book down. Instead, his eyes suddenly froze. The contents of that book are deeply imprinted in the mind and linger. At the same time, he suddenly felt a warm current generated from his brain, straight to the sea of consciousness space. Vinyl. Zeng Anmin looked thoughtful in his gaze. Chapter 12 Milky Milk. Ordinary Confucian cultivation, you must first raise Wenqi with essence, step by step, step by step. The beginning is the most difficult, the further back the faster. And he himself had to open up the sea of consciousness space first due to the benefits of the Dragon Survey Map. The benefits gained go beyond just memory improvement. There is also the sense of Wenqi, which is much more sensitive than ordinary people. That's why he was able to harbor the Wenqi so quickly. And there's no need to worry about consuming essence and blood. Because one is relying on the sea of consciousness. When he thought of this, Zeng Anmin's heart was like a cat scratching. His eyes snapped open and he couldn't wait to reach for the book. Claptrap. He flipped through the book at a surprisingly fast pace. It didn't take long for him to finish a book. As he flipped through the book faster and faster, several warm currents all surged from his mind towards his sea of consciousness. Zeng Anmin's attention was all focused on the book in his hand. On the classroom table. The teacher looked at the scholars with a smile on his face. As if waiting for something to happen. Rustle. Ah. I got a nosebleed? Headache. All the scholars were a bit confused and were appalled, looking up at the husband in disbelief. The beginning of the literary energy is in the essence. The beginning of essence is in the blood, and the journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step. How can you read overnight? You have not opened up the purple mansion. The cultivation of Wenqi is a depletion of the body's essence. If you are insatiable, the loss of essence is the time of death. At this moment, the husband's expression turned stern and his voice was extremely loud. Like thunder, it resounded in everyone's ears. All the scholars simultaneously had a violent shudder in their hearts. The whole parlor was quiet. Seeing that the deterrent effect was achieved, the husband's face cleared up a little. Just about to speak. But I heard the sound of clattering books in the hall. In the middle of this quiet schoolroom, it was extremely harsh. In the space of the sea of consciousness. The shadow of the Canlong too remained steadily suspended. And to its right, a massive breath that shimmered with a milky white halo slowly grew. As Zeng Anmin read each page of the book, the milky white breath grew 1 point stronger. Within a short time, the 2 books on the table, Taixue and Ez, were turned over by Zeng Anmin. The mass of Wenqi in the sea of consciousness space also grew to 3 feet round. When he was about to pick up the 3rd book, Pa! His hand was pressed by a rough hand. Zeng Anmin looked up blankly. He met the extremely unkind gaze of the instructor's husband. Just easily set up the prestige, by Zeng Anmin this toss effect immediately halved. Can he not be angry? Mr. Han? Sabo got a little carried away. Zeng Anmin reacted instantly. At this moment, in the entire classroom, everyone's eyes converged on him. What are you rummaging around for? Husbandman looked at Zeng Anmin with an expressionless face. The voice was extremely cold. I'm reading. Zeng Anmin tried to explain. Is this how the holy books are read? The man's face grew more and more unpleasant. He had subconsciously treated Zeng Anmin as the kind of overambitious, pretentious, scheming person. Zeng Anmin had some egg on his face. Mostly, the feeling of that warmth rising was so wonderful that it caused him to not hold back for a moment. Excuse me, husband, I apologize to you. Zeng Anmin blushed a little and bowed to the husband. After all, it was the first day of school and he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. But he was directly interrupted by the husband. Don't talk too much. Today in the classroom, disrespecting etiquette and disrespecting your superiors, you must be beaten with a ring ruler for 30. The man drew a 1-inch wide wooden ruler from behind his back and said, Reach out. What's going on? Things were too overwhelming. But, where did Zeng Anmin not understand at this point? First lesson of the school year, the husband is taking him for a stand. It was also his bad luck that he just happened to be the head of this outburst being bumped into by the husband. Such a thick ruler, a board down, are afraid not to be skinned. 30 more? You think I'm a bear? What? The man held out his ruler and waited for a long time, his hand getting sore. But it was slow to reach out to Zeng Anmin. The crowd watched. Han Fu-zi was a bit down. Zeng Anmin explained, it's not like I did it on purpose. Han Fu-zi, however, did not listen to his explanation. His face became more and more icy, extending his left hand to point to the door. If you don't want to, you can. If you leave this door, you don't have to go back. Pressing people with power. When these words came out, almost all the scholars froze. Lianjiang County is located in the center of Jiangnan, which is the place where the Great Sage Dynasty produces talented people. Therefore, the Water Governor's Academy is no less than the capital state prison. It's no exaggeration to say that being dropped out of the Water Dude Academy can make a name for yourself at the fastest rate possible. The speed is comparable to making a biographical article. Even the neighboring Jiang Dynasty scholars could know about it. Of course, this name is infamous. It can be said that from now on, this life is wasted. I don't want to think about the official career, and I will be laughed at and teased when I go back to my hometown. After all, this era cannot have the internet, you cannot be a Netflix cut leaks. This fellow student, 10,000 times over, you don't have to gamble with your future, reach out your hand. Some kind-hearted scholars couldn't even help but speak out to console Zeng Anmin. Yes, the husband did not mean to be so, really you just. Ugh. Yes, clearly the husbandman has said not to be insatiable, but you still keep flipping. The voices of the schoolchildren kept coming to his ears. The husbandman didn't interrupt them, but just stared at Zeng Anmin for a while. Zeng Anmin's heart was suffocating. Even if a scholar messes with a book in class, at most he will be reprimanded. How did it get talked about so badly? The husband's face showed disappointment and withdrew the ruler in his hand. Remembering that this is your first offense, I only wanted to punish you in a small way, but I never thought that you would be so stubborn. As Zeng Anmin thought, his intention was to establish authority. So Ben didn't want to hit multiple. I just never imagined that this scholar would be so poorly made. With that said, the husband pointed to the door. Go away, come from there and go back to where you came from, Water Dude Academy, can't afford it. Silence. With these words from the husband, everyone stared blankly at Zeng Anmin. Everyone was experiencing this for the first time. Zeng Anmin nearly laughed in exasperation. Row. Since you have to. Then come on. He slowly looked up at the Fujoshi with an extremely bright smile on his face. Husband, the student just had an epiphany. How is it that the taboo of expulsion from the academy has been violated? An epiphany? Not to mention the scholars, Han Fu-zi froze for a moment. This was followed by an angry laugh. So tell me, what was your epiphany? If you don't say it, even if the dean comes today, he definitely won't be able to protect you. Pa! With that, he knocked the ruler in his hand hard on the table. The students shuddered in unison. Clearly taken aback. All of them dared not breathe a word. All of them looked nervously at Zeng Anmin. The whole atmosphere of the schoolhouse was thrown into an eerie state. Zeng Anmin slowly stretched out his own right hand and grinned, revealing white teeth. A thin middle finger was given to Han Fuzi. What are you doing? Han frowned. He had an inexplicable feeling of being humiliated. Only the next moment, his face froze. Because that stood on the tip of his middle finger in front of his nose. It flashed a milky white light. Chapter 13 still giving me martial arts words? Silence. The whole schoolroom, quiet as a pin. A dozen pairs of eyes, all wide. Without blinking, he looked at the white aura between Zeng Anmin's fingers. The scholars had just seen the same white glow. But it was above the fingertips of the fuzzy. But this? The strongest reaction belongs to Han Fuzi. His pupils at this time suddenly shrunk, face all unbelievable. Eyes fixed on the middle finger in front of his nose, lips a little dry and cracked. This is? Han Fuzi stretched out his trembling hand to touch the white aura, only to retract it midway. Bungee. Indeed, the realm of body cultivation. Han Fuzi, who had dealt with Wen Qi all his life, was all too familiar with it. He looked at the frank-faced Zeng Anmin and said in a deep voice, "Hold your breath, collect your civilization, and don't move." When he finished speaking, he reached out to Zeng Anmin and touched him. After hearing this, Zeng Anmin put his Wen Qi away and watched as Han Fuzi's large hands touched his body. "Hey, old man, stop it. Don't touch it. Touch it again for extra money." Being touched by an old man, Zeng Anmin's heart was a little twisted. Bone age 16, yes. After determining Zeng Anmin's bone age, Han Fuzi couldn't hold it in any longer. He got up violently and stared at Zeng Anmin with a deadly gaze. "Was there anything strange when you were just turning the pages?" Zeng Anmin gazed at his brows and thought carefully, then faintly said, "It just feels warm and uncontrollable to read." "Right on." Han Fuzi's entire body tightened up after hearing Zeng Anmin's words. Breathing raggedly along with him, he cautiously asked again. "That is to say, from the time you started reading until just now when the old man interrupted you, less than a moment?" "I suppose so." Zeng Anmin pondered for a while. In fact, he was a bit unsure. But the lack of a moment is absolute. Hiss. Han Fuzi sucked in a breath of cool air. In less than a moment, the first wisp of Wen Qi was realized. Unseen and unheard of. This. Dang. At the same time, the bell for dismissal rang. The man was, however, still in deep thought, as motionless as a statue. At this point in the academy, Zeng Anmin had become the center. All eyes coalesced on him. There is envy, admiration, and jealousy. Fuzzy. School's out. Zeng Anmin looked at the husband who was like a statue and kindly spoke out to remind him. The man immediately reacted as he jerked his head toward Zeng Anmin. Zeng Anmin frankly confronted him. After a long time, the husband slowly reached out. In full view of everyone, he bowed to Zeng Anmin. The body bowed up. "Fawn, it was my fault that the old man was prejudiced." Hiss. Not to mention the open mouths of the schoolchildren watching. What did they see? A teacher making amends to a student? This kind of high moment, which only occurs in history books, actually appeared in reality at this time. It was Zeng Anmin who didn't expect this husband to have such a character. At this point, on the contrary, he was somewhat caught off guard. Husbandman one doesn't have to. Aha! The man was helped up by Zeng Anmin, his face extremely serious. Since you have already realized the Wen Qi, and are in the realm of Jishu cultivation, it is not suitable for you to be in this hall, and I will go and arrange for you to ascend to the hall. With that, he turned around and left, looking at the remaining scholars on the way and said solemnly, "Release the church, and you may not be absent tomorrow." When he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Only a group of schoolchildren were left to look at each other in disbelief. Zeng Anmin looked at the distant back of the husband. The eyes were somewhat helpless. Just started school and had to skip a grade. He himself is now someone else's child. Just as he was about to stretch out and try to pack up and leave. A sudden pause. Zeng Anmin's gaze was stunned as he looked at the three options in front of him. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Silver martial base. When the martial realm breaks through to the martial spirit realm, it rewards 999,999,999 taels of gold. Silver indomitable martial artist. Immunity to all enemies' first divine prana attack. Silver martial arts spiritual weapon. Instantly obtain a martial arts spiritual weapon. It will be dropped directly to a safe location. Note, words not selected will be permanently lost. Countdown 30, 29, 28. Zeng Anmin saw the 3 options. The mind spits madly. All things are inferior, but only books are superior. Why do you keep giving me this vulgar martial arts phrase? Due to the predecessor was deeply influenced by the old dad, along with his time. Zeng Anmin also have colored glasses on the physical cultivation. The first one, martial arts heritage. If I'm in the martial spirit realm, all the gold in the world will be mine. What do I need that for? The second one. Again, I practice Confucianism, which is itself about sensing heaven and earth and using God to defeat the enemy. Only that crude martial artist fears spiritual attacks. As for the third, martial spirit weapon. A spirit weapon? Zeng Anmin was thoughtful. From memory, spirit weapons were extremely rare, and one had to perform a service for the country before the Holy Dynasty would reward a spirit weapon made by the Xian Formation Division in the capital. Among today's new students, someone who started reading The Great Learning, but in just a moment, realized a wisp of literary aura. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shoucheng's hand holding the fishing rod suddenly paused. Then snapping his head up, his brow contained a joyful question. Fruity? The most difficult part of Confucianism is this opening enlightenment of qi. Throughout history, there have been fewer than a handful of people who have been able to realize the first ray of Wen qi in a short period of time. And none of them is a great talent that will go down in history. If nothing goes wrong, the Water Governor Academy is going to produce another great talent. It has been confirmed, and Master Han himself has measured his bone age. The butler's face grew more complex, even with hesitation. Yes. This good news made Qin Shoucheng directly forget about the unwillingness of the empty city, and a rich smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Which schoolboy is this son? In his mind, such a proud son of heaven must have come from a son of a family. Zeng Anmin. The butler bowed his head sagely. Who? Qin Shoucheng's voice rose, nearly breaking. Chapter 14 Reactions of the Parties. Zeng Anmin? Qin Shoucheng's face froze a bit as he subconsciously had to look towards the housekeeper. At this point the butler had his head down and wasn't looking at himself. Only then did his face recover. Can't help but remember, just now he was still talking loudly, said this son of 16 years have not been rumored talent name to come? And Min sang. Qin Shoucheng slowly murmured the name, following which he steeply looked up and asked. Then I ask you if you have observed the bones of this son's essence? This. The butler's face suddenly changed. You have to be over 16 to start Confucianism. This is the iron law that must be recognized in the transmission of Confucianism and Taoism to this day. Less than 16 years old, unsteady divine sense, insufficient essence. If one were to forcefully enter the path, they would surely suffer a backlash in the future. Other than that, this backlash could be manifested in the realm of nurturing nature after the body cultivation realm. What is the temperament of that Zhang Shilin? Qin Shoucheng suddenly sneered. His people are competitive and ambitious. According to the old man, it must be that the man's discipline is too harsh, causing his son to be overwhelmed. Inevitably, he is secretly studying how to enter the way before the age of 16. This. The butler hesitated. The mother superior has a good point. Since he's so anxious to break through, let him go and arrange for him to be promoted tomorrow. The dean of the house let out a soft laugh. After the cultivation realm, there is the cultivation realm, which requires the realization of 700 strands of Wen qi before it can be perfected, and with this son's mentality, seeing that his classmates are all progressing more rapidly than he is, he will surely be in a hurry to get ahead of himself. When his essence and blood are depleted and he's in critical condition, then Old Ni will step in to help. The butler couldn't help but give a thumbs up for the dean of the house. This not only saved the lives of the academy's students, and a favor from the governor of Fengchi Road. It can be a double whammy. Yes. The butler left in a hurry. 2 Rivers County, Upper River Pier. At this time, 1,000 guards stood on both sides of the street, all armed with sharp weapons. Two Rivers County big and small dozens of officials are here, all respectfully look toward the raging river in front of them. In the middle of the long river, an extremely tall ship slowly headed east. Zhang Shilin looked at the tall ship that gradually disappeared from his eyes, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Jianhong finally left. He slowly raised his head, his eyes looking to the official beside him. His voice coldly said, "All keep their mouths shut about His Majesty's visit to Liangjiang County. If this official finds out that there is anyone who is chewing." Humph. Hearing his words, everyone shuddered. The two Rivers County governor, the Hanging Mirror Division commander, and the two of them had their bodies shaken. Then led the way by saying that it would never come out of his own mouth. The remaining dozen or so officers were also serious. "Report, Lord Governor, a letter has come from the Water Governor's Academy." A clerical official came panting through the crowd. "Water Dude Academy?" Pops frowned lightly. The Water Dude Academy is the academy with the most prosperous literary atmosphere in the whole of Jiangnan. It could even be said to be the highest school in the entire south of the Great Sacred Dynasty. If something happened to the Water Dude Academy, it would definitely be a big deal. Pops did not dare to be slow, took the letter from the hands of the Mandarin, tore open the fire paint, and then watched with a serious face. "This." Pops read the contents of the letter first. Then, fearing that I had missed something, I reread it again. When he was sure there was no mistake, he looked up slowly with a blank face. See the difference in Pops? The officials were puzzled, and someone cautiously opened his mouth to ask, "I wonder what's so important? To the point?" After hearing this, Pops looked up and grunted. "But a trifling matter and still come all the way here to report it? Is the academy not amusing this official?" At these words, all the officials on the shore were stunned. "What little thing? How could you make the governor so angry?" Two Rivers County received Qin Shin to see this, face solemn. He stepped to the side of his old dad, staid voice asked, "I would also like to ask Lord Zeng to speak clearly." Pops instantly handed over the letter in his hand. "Circulate them among yourselves and see for yourself." Pops then let out another cold grunt. Then he turned to look at the long, running river and turned his back on the crowd. Qin Xianda took the letter and read it carefully. When he saw the sentence, "Today's enrolled student Zeng Anmin, less than a moment to comprehend the 1 qi." The whole thing shuddered with it. Less than a quarter of an hour? He lost his voice. In the end, what happened, old Qin? You're so secretive, you're in a hurry. Wang Deli, the commander of the Hanging Mirror Division, and his voice and was extremely difficult to bear. Qin Xianda took a deep breath and handed out the letter. See for yourselves. Wang Deli had already been unable to hold back, snatched the letter and read it carefully. The rest of the officials came up and read the letter over, all looking up in shock. Heavenly Confucian talent. My great sacred dynasty is blessed. Yes, Judas remembered that it took me a full year to enter the product that year. At that moment, they began to talk about it. Qin Xianda, the governor of Liangjiang County, however, knew that the point was not this. His eyes rolled back in his head and he instantly burst out laughing. Lord Zeng, I thought that Xiaoju in solving the case of the loss of the Canlongtu in one day was already extremely intelligent. But I never thought that this Confucian path is even more heavenly. Fortunately, I'm very fortunate. Fortunate for my Confucianism, fortunate for my holy dynasty. Qin Xianda saluted directly at his old man's back. Straight to this time, the rest of the people only reacted, have looked toward the top of the letter. Zeng Anmin? Yeah. This Zeng Anmin, is he not the only son of the governor general? This is a double talent in one family. Throughout history, it has never been done before. With Qin Xianda taking the lead, the rest of the people only reacted and began to congratulate each other. My dear Mother Lu. Young Master Zeng is really great. Wang Deli only reacted at this time, his face full of incredulity. When these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the several surrounding civil officials twitched, and they all took 2 steps backward without any trace. Crude martial artists. Riverside. If one were to look at Pops from the river, one would naturally be able to see his lips curl up in a gaze full of enjoyment, as well as his right hand, which he couldn't help but stroke his whiskers with. But it's just a quicker start to enlightenment, what's there to brag about? Pops turned his back on the crowd, his voice clear and faint and distant, without the slightest rise or fall. When these words came out, admiration surfaced from everyone. His Excellency the Viceroy is really indifferent to fame and fortune. Such a big event, if it was them, they would have hurriedly run home to the ancestral hall, began to notify the ancestors. Which of the important matters of the public office, the flow of the people's livelihood, the fall harvest and the mango planting is not more important than this matter? Pops turned around with an expressionless face and slowly walked towards Qin Xianda. Qin Xianda immediately understood and respectfully handed the letter in his hand to his old dad. All right, I'll go back, no need to linger here. After a few admonitions, Pops walked briskly toward his wagon. All the officials were as serious as they could be with their eyes. Until Pop's wagon traveled farther and farther away and disappeared in front of the crowd. Lord Zeng's single-mindedness in serving the people is truly admirable. The streets are crowded. Ha 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 ha. Good. Yes. In one of the carriages, he could no longer hold back his long, loud laughter and declared it in the distance. Chapter 15, Confucianism and Martial Arts. Water Governor's Academy, Hall of Dark Documents. This is a book pavilion for students of the Academy to read and study. If anything, it's the ascension that opens the golden handshake. Zeng Anmin sat in his chair, looking thoughtfully at the book of strange objects in his hand. Then wouldn't I be able to double up on both literature and martial arts for nothing? Ever since the martial arts word selection was opened again yesterday, Zeng Anmin had uncontrollably popped up with this idea. But asking Daichen doesn't make it any easier. He then found the place in the academy that was dedicated to scholars to read books and see if he could find some possibilities for dual cultivation of Confucianism and martial arts. The record of curious objects was flipped open by Zeng Anmin, and little by little, he looked carefully at the contents of the book. The author is unknown, and it contains a number of accounts of strange and bizarre things on the continent of Kyushu. For example, there are beauties in the South China Sea, like fairies in the Heavenly Palace, but they have no real een, and can only be viewed. Another example, the demonic tribe of disguised female demons, good sex. Sucking in the yang energy, but a day of fatigue, it is still worth it. Another example, Zhanghua Orientalism, there is a dream into the Tulku wonderful method, a penny of young life can be exchanged for a whole night of pleasure, a big profit. The more Zeng Anmin looked at it, the darker his face became. Why does this author look more and more like a pimp? There are certainly some useful things. For example, there are a total of 4 major heavenly Tao diagrams in the world, which have been passed down from ancient times to the present day. The neighboring Jiang dynasty's royal family owns the Zephyr figure, which is said to be an ancient colored phoenix. All the Taodai diagrams in the southern wasteland, which brought together the ferocious beast Taodai. The sword rising diagram among the Taoist sects shows a sword worn by a Taoist ancestor. As well as the Shihuang diagram, that was straight in the Great Sage dynasty but was nowhere to be found. It was also recorded that the diagram depicted Shihuang, the head of the ancient race. The 4 divine figures are not bound to martial arts cultivation, but all cultivators can visualize them, which is the most strange thing in the world. Read the entire book and didn't find what he was looking for. When he finished reading it, he silently placed the book back on the shelf, and then found another copy of the Confucian martial arts treatise. See the first sentence. Since ancient times, there have been young men who were both literate and martial, but not those who practiced Confucianism and martial arts together. Seeing this, Zeng Anmin's brows relaxed. This was what he wanted. He held his breath and watched carefully. Skipping the opening bunch of introductory words, he found the important content. The literary spirit of Confucianism can also. The essence of martial arts is also a way. Water and fire do not mix, and yin and yang are not the same, so they cannot be practiced together. Zeng Anmin frowned deeply. Can't you be a fellow traveler? But when he saw what was behind it, his Danfeng eyes narrowed gently. Confucianism and martial arts cultivation all begin with the realization of qi, saving up the qi of the circumference, breaking through the violet mansion, and transforming the literary qi into the vast and righteous qi. With the one qi flushing through his body, it is not allowed to cultivate the breath of martial arts anymore. And vice versa. Zeng Anmin read for a long time, still frowning tightly. The book did not give him any inspiration. Instead, the more he looked, the more confused he became. Coincidentally, at that moment, the bell rang for church. Zeng Anmin stretched, got up hurriedly, and headed for the door. Water Governor's College, Koshi Academy. The eyes of more than 30 pairs of students all looked at Zeng Anmin. Looking at Zeng Anmin, he was a little embarrassed. He also didn't expect that just a day had passed, and the matter of him comprehending when qi in a quarter of an hour would be rumored so outrageously. The name of the instructor was Wang Yuli, an old man with a goatee, who was extremely polite to Zeng Anmin, and after giving him a seat, he began to lecture. Zeng Anmin traveled to the last row and was met with glances from everywhere he passed. All eyes looked at him curiously. All of them wanted to know what kind of person this genius who had comprehended Wen Qi in a quarter of an hour was. Zeng Anmin was not repulsed by the stares. He also knew that this was how he had gone about seeing the schoolboys in his previous life. When you first come to class, there will be a lot of learning that you will not be able to keep up with, so if you don't understand anything, who says it is not? The handwritten books of our Confucian predecessors are stored inside the past sacred book depository. This is a great opportunity. I soar. Oh, just try harder next time. Silence. The old gentleman's voice rose abruptly, suppressing all the whispers. Zeng Anmin also hurriedly returned the salute. Quan Fu was Zeng Anmin's character, given to him by his cheap old man. Brother Tommy, although I have cultivated Wen Qi, I am not familiar with the realm of nourishing nature in the back of the room. Can you answer some questions? Zeng Anmin's face was serious. Zhang Luan slowly nodded his head as he said with a serious gaze. When you cultivate the first strand of Wen Qi, you can be called in the realm of the 9th grade of body cultivation. And the human body circumference of 720 large points, each point to accumulate a wisp of Wen Qi, before the completion, after the completion, can be called the realm of nourishing sex. However, the realm of nurturing sexuality is a process of accumulation, and one must not be impatient, or else it will have a great impact on the body. Zhang Luan spoke with an extremely serious expression. Chapter 16: The Clueless Zeng Anmin. That I know. Zeng Anmin nodded. To be 700 big acupuncture points Wen Qi full, can wait for the time, if you get an epiphany, you can be full of Wen Qi to open up the purple house, to be opened up the purple house, 700 strands of Wen Qi into the purple house, cohesion of a place, known as the vast and righteous Qi. At that time, it can be called the purple mansion realm. This is the realm of the first 3 grades of my Confucianism. After that there are even more middle and upper 3 grades, but I'm too rusty to enlighten you. Zhang Luan said this, with a frank face. If you want to know, I'll ask my husband tomorrow and then answer with you. No. Zeng Anmin earnestly saluted Zhang Luan. Many thanks to Brother Tongi. For the first time he felt a surge of warmth in a stranger. Zhang Luan smiled and helped up Zeng Anmin and said, Xuanfu virtuous brother also do not have to be presumptuous. A moment of enlightenment when she has been destined to the future of the great Confucian realm, the future of the road to encourage together is. It took my brother a whole day to realize Wen Qi back then as well. Ha! Zeng Anmin looked up and asked in mock confusion. Today I was flipping through the books in the book pavilion, and there was a book titled Rumu Theory, whose content said that Confucianism and martial arts could not be practiced together, and I was too shallow to read too much. This is the condescending link. Zhang Luan's gaze flashed with an understanding smile as he laughed softly. This intention of the virtuous brother Quan Fu was also shared by my humble brother back in the day. It's just that later on, after learning about it, the idea went out. Oh? Zeng Anmin looked bewildered. In his heart, he was slightly moved, anticipating Zhang Luan's voice. In fact, the opening chapter of the Ruwo theory already tells us the answer. One of the Confucian paths requires the cultivation of literary qi, while literary qi and martial qi are 2 extremely inadmissible breaths. Even my humble brother has thought about, after opening up the purple mansion, the Wen Qi collects the purple mansion and turns it into Haoren Jingqi, and then begins to cultivate the path of martial arts. Speaking of which, Zhang Luan shook his head with a smile on his face. It's just that this method is too naive. Zeng Anmin's heart sank gently. But still without changing his face, he asked, why? Simply because although the Wen Qi is returned to the violet mansion, but the acupoints around the body are flushed by the Wen Qi, if I rashly lead the martial arts breath into the body, waiting for me will be the explosion of the body and die. The opposite is also true. The martial arts path must likewise infuse the acupoints with martial arts essence, and the same is true of turning to the Confucian path. Though my humble brother is not sure if the vast and righteous qi that Wen Qi condenses into can be compatible with the true qi of martial arts. But from ancient times to the present all people's cultivation has been step by step. Which person can start by directly opening up the realm of the violet mansion? Zhang Luan laughed to himself as he said this, and he looked at Zeng Anmin and asked. You say so? Yes. Zeng Anmin's smile was a little heartfelt. Zhang Luan is an excellent teacher, he explains the time quite patient, and even encountered do not understand the place, will also slowly say, break open and needed, a little feed to you. After some conversation, Zeng Anmin developed a great fondness for Zhang Luan. Learned. Patience is excellent. Chill out. Diligent, prudent, and respectful. In short, it's so refreshing that you can't help but feel good about it. Young master, it's getting late, time to go. Daharo stood cautiously, bending over and peering into the door. He's taller than the door. It turned out that without realizing it, he had already talked with Zhang Luan for so long. Zeng Anmin came back to his senses in a trance, got up and smiled at Zhang Luan. Brother Tanin, you might as well be here today? Zhang Luan looked at the color of the sky outside, his face in a bit of a trance. I didn't realize that it was actually time that passed so quickly. Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. Zhang Luan got up, briefly gathered his bookcase, and headed out. Walking on the road, Zeng Anmin's eyes flickered with essence. There was so much talk today, but for him, only one was the point. Even Chamberlain had given him the answer. It only takes a bit of backtracking to come to a conclusion. I cultivate Wen Qi, not from within my body, but rising from the space of the sea of consciousness. The body doesn't have a Wen Qi residue. That is to say, even practicing martial arts is not a conflict. After Zeng Anmin figured this out, his heart began to suppress this urge to come. Even if the martial aura enters the sea of consciousness space, there is no conflict because by that time, my literary aura will have long since become Haoyan Jingqi. Can Haoran Jingqi be compatible with the true Qi of martial arts? This should not be a cause for concern. After all, there are also many rumors in this world that many Confucian greats have transmitted Haoran Jingqi into the bodies of strong martial arts practitioners to heal their injuries. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and buried the thought in his heart. This kind of thing has to be done in secret, without being noticed. His eyes flashed with a fine blankness. Then, the next step is the need for an introductory method of martial arts. Where to look? Young master, I'm hungry. Qi Dachuan's voice rang out naively. Hearing that voice, Zeng Anmin couldn't wait to slap himself. Right. Aren't you keeping an empty treasure mountain without realizing it? Hungry? Great. Eat whatever you want. Zeng Anmin was in a comfortable mood, and with a wave of his hand, he led Qi Dachuan towards the land of the dining hall. It's night. Lying in bed, Zeng Anmin savored Dachuan's naive words. There are two ways to do martial arts. The first is to find the Qi drawing atlas and practice according to the postures on the Qi drawing atlas. But the second kind is my kind, and I remember my dad reaching up and pressing a few times on my back and I could feel a warm current. Where would he find someone who could get a martial arts expert to press a few buttons on his back? Therefore, the 4 words Qi drawing atlas became the next thing that Zeng Anmin needed to consider. Tossing and turning and unable to sleep, Zeng Anmin immersed his consciousness in his sea of consciousness space. At this moment, the sea of consciousness space was still surrounded by purple mist. In the very center was the shadow of the Canlong Tu. On the right is a ball of Wen Qi that he has gathered. Today, Zhang Luan had also given him the answer that if Wen Qi wanted to coalesce into Haoran Zhang Qi, then 720 channels were needed. So the next thing he needed to do was just to read in a step-by-step manner, and he would soon be able to cultivate his vast Qi. As for the left. Buzz. An extremely ornate short sword hovered there. The body of the blade was not long, only about 2 feet. But the sharpness on top of the blade that made people not dare to look directly at it, the coldness gusted. With just one glance, one could feel the frightening power in it. Silver martial arts spiritual weapon. Instantly obtain a martial arts spiritual weapon, it will be dropped directly to a safe location. How could Zeng Anmin have never imagined that the safe location that this system was talking about was actually in his own sea of consciousness space? But it was good, being able to stay out of the way was his absolute best card. Zeng Anmin traveled around in the middle of the sea of consciousness. Was about to exit the space to sleep. His body froze abruptly. The face was extremely dull. His gaze was dead set on the imaginary figure of the Canlong Tu in front of him. The sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. This is the right line that he wrote down last time. Just the above sentence, one arm always breaks all ages, but I am the unification of the 9 states. Gone. In its place was the sentence. Good poem. Your Excellency is a Confucian scholar from the Northern Sacred Kingdom? A cold air went straight into Zeng Anmin's neck. This. What the hell is going on? Chapter 17 The Heavenly Tao Alliance. Zeng Anmin looked at the Canlong Tu void with a grave expression. It's still the original chart, yes. How come the words change? Zeng Anmin scrutinized the line. He was instantly certain that the man on the other side of the room was conversing with himself. Zeng Anmin's face was stunned, and he was struck by the absurdity of the situation. But it just literally happened in front of you. From the tone of the man across the room, Zeng Anmin surmised that the other party should be from the southern Jiang kingdom. Only the people of Jianghua would call the Holy Dynasty the Northern Sacred Kingdom. Because of the demon race surrounding them, the relationship between the Great Sage Dynasty and the Great River Dynasty was not bad. The two countries had always gotten along as allies against the demon race. The mind is full of thoughts. But rather thankfully, the guy on the other side doesn't seem to know who he is. After a long time, Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes and slowly wrote down two words after the imaginary image of the Canlong 2. Are you? What goes around comes around, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Zeng Anmin had a premonition that if he could chat freely with the man across from him, then he would be able to get closer and closer to the secrets of the Dragon Survey Map. I thought it should take a long time for the opposite side to reply to myself. Unexpectedly, as soon as he put pen to paper, he saw that the line in front of him turned. His Excellency seems wary. It is also right, your Han Cece Huang figure is one of the four great heavenly Tao diagrams, such a treasure does not want to be discovered is also very normal. Shi Huang too? Zeng Anmin's heart jolted. During the day, he had read that it was recorded in the Book of Curiosities. There are a total of 4 great heavenly roadmaps in heaven, which are supreme treasures. One of the 4 great heavenly Tao diagrams, the Zephyr diagram, was in the Jiang Kingdom's royal family. But why was he so sure that what he was holding was the Shi Huang diagram? Zeng Anmin knew that this diagram in his hand was by no means the Shi Huang diagram. The picture of Shi Huang recorded in the Record of Curious Objects depicts Shi Huang, the leader of the ancient race. It's even something that anyone can look up if they look up the information. And this picture in front of himself. Zeng Anmin looked up. The mighty dragon-like creature above. You're telling me this is Shi Huang? My eyes are not sick. However, the corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth gently hooked, and he had a plan. He didn't refute the words of the man across from him. Anyway, the more outrageous the man across the street thought, the better it would be for him. The masters of the 4 great heavenly road maps can talk to each other through here? After writing it, Zeng Anmin looked at the Canlong 2 void seriously. That's what puzzled him. There's no record of this in the Book of Curiosities. Clever, but now the South Wasteland that simpleton should still be sleeping now, the Taoist sect that Stuffy gored on the very beginning of the occasional chat a few words, nowadays basically do not speak. It seems that the person on the other side already has no doubt about his identity as the owner of the Shi Huang diagram. Zeng Anmin was slightly dazed. But he wanted to set some more words in motion. So it was written with a smile. Then why isn't it in the book? From ancient times to the present, there are only a handful of people who have been able to awaken the heavenly Tao diagrams, and those like us who have been able to awaken 4 diagrams at the same time in the same era have not been able to do so even once. So it is. Zeng Anmin disguised himself as a little brother who was vainly seeking advice and tried his hand at saying. That is to say, the one who can awaken the heavenly Tao diagram must be a proud son of heaven, a heavenly talent. Why don't we join forces? If one party is in trouble, 3 parties will support each other. Wouldn't we grow faster that way? At those words, the chartreuse was instantly quiet. The man didn't reply for a long time. Just when Zeng Anmin thought that the other party should be offline and sleeping, 2 more lines suddenly appeared. I think it's okay. This obviously different tone of speech from that person's caught Zeng Anmin a little off guard. When did you 2 come out, the simpleton and the Sullivan? Seeing this, the corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth smiled in the right way. Having just awakened, I think this little brother from the Northern Sacred Dynasty is right. Since we can awaken the heavenly Tao diagram in the same era, it proves that there is a destiny. Zeng Anmin hurriedly inputted, it's too hard to distinguish between chats like this, how about we each make a note? What is a memo? North, this is the note, see? I am from the Northern Sacred Dynasty, so I call myself North. Zeng Anmin incarnated as a full buttoned-up chat ambassador and started instructing. Minami, then I, Minami River, am naturally Minami. Era, this idea is exactly what I was thinking. Door, aha. It's true that they are all high-end talent, so disciplined. Zeng Anmin gave the other 3 a thumbs up. With this, a makeshift organization of sorts was formed. Still, he felt he needed to work harder. North, in the future, if you don't understand, you can ask here, we will discuss with each other, and when the four of us grow up in the future, the whole continent of the 9 states will be prostrate and tremble at our feet. Article 33 of the Basic Code of Marketing. Brainwash and motivate your clients first. North, and I suggest that we give the organization a dominating name, a name that will surely live in infamy in the future. Article 69 of the Basic Code of Marketing. It's important for customers to feel a sense of belonging. Nan, good. That's a good thing to say. Era, I'm not going to doze off when I read that. Do, aha. Nan, what's a good name then? North, you are a Confucian and Taoist master, why don't you name it? It works. A smile appeared at the corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth. Sure enough, learn to sell posts and the world is at my disposal. After half a day's thought, he wrote gruffly. Bei, since we are gathered together because of the Heavenly Tao diagram, how about calling it the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Wasteland, great name. Bully. Suitable for me. Nan, it's strong, but it's okay. Road, May. The first cheerful chat among the group members lasted for a long time. Nan, by the way North, I have a favor to ask, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to help me out? When Zeng Anmin saw this, his brows immediately furrowed. It's just like meeting a chatty friend on the internet in the previous life, chatting excitedly, and then suddenly asking to borrow money? What's with this generation of netizens and their lack of any sense of boundaries? However, Zeng Anmin patiently wrote on the chart in order not to destroy his newly established persona in this organization. North, say it to hear it, I'll help if I can. After all, the group of friends to help each other, the slogan, or he shouted out, not a smashed his own signboard. Nan, it's that poem you wrote last time, it's only half a line, could you write the whole poem for me to borrow? Seeing this, Zeng Anmin sighed in relief. Thought it was something big. This one is too easy too. But there's a saying that a thief can't be a thief. I help you, you help me. That's the basis of human harmony. North, naturally, I can, it's just that I happen to have something going on as well, so why don't we help each other out? Nan, what's up? Bei, I have a friend who wants to enter the martial arts, but he can't find the way, I wonder if you could give me a copy of the Qi drawing catalog? Nan, this is simple, I don't know where I am in the Jianghua Martial Library of Qi Drawing Atlas, you wait a little, I will draw it up for you directly. Then, a human-shaped pattern appeared on Zeng Anmin's chat interface. And write the corresponding breathing technique. Nan, each picture can draw Qi into the body, enough or not enough, I still have it here. Worthy of being the royal family of the Jiang kingdom, jangling with wealth. Zeng Anmin couldn't wait to give Nan a nod with both hands. After he memorized all the patterns. North, enough is enough. Look carefully. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and directly waved his hand. North, the sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. If I can rise again in the east, the rock will spread its wings and hate the sky. After being quiet for quite a while. Nan, great poem. The writing end is magnificent. It's worthy of the holy dynasty where Confucianism and Taoism are prevalent. Road, poetry, good indeed. Wasteland, Mother. My blood is boiling from watching it. I can't, I have to go to the barren mountain to kill demonic beasts. Chapter 18 Martial Tao enters the grade. Zeng Anmin was unconcerned about the poem's comments. What he cared more about now was the 3 Qi drawing atlas that he had gotten from Nan. 3 pictures in all. Each one draws Qi into the body. After Zeng Anmin exited the sea of consciousness space, a brilliant light flickered within his gaze. The 3 pairs of drawings that Nan gives himself are all in extremely distorted poses. However, the good thing is that the residence arranged by the college is large enough, and Shi Dachuan does not dare to live in the same house with Zeng Anmin. So privacy is still guaranteed. He frowned as he tried to pose for the first picture. Sore. It doesn't feel very comfortable though. But the good thing was that this body was only 16 years old and had excellent flexibility. Even though it was a little harder, he barely managed to get the pose up. Sense the wandering aura between heaven and earth. Nam also gave the appropriate breathing techniques when he gave the chart. Zeng Anmin closed his eyes and, in this extremely awkward position, began to try to sense. As his breathing grew steadier. Phew. It didn't take long for Zeng Anmin to become acutely aware that with the help of the sea of senses, he could easily sense the air's wandering breath. The sea of consciousness space gave him a sharper sixth senses. Gradually, he got better and better. Almost as soon as he had reached the state of being stabilized, he felt a wave of warmth pass between his body. Phew! Zeng Anmin didn't dare to slow down and continued to follow the breathing technique. Bo! As a plausible voice rang out from within. Zeng Anmin's eyes snapped open. This is... He stopped that awkward posture and stood up, closing his eyes to fine-tune his senses. The sea of consciousness that the dragon survey diagram had helped him to open up had also shown its usefulness at this time. A gust of warmth swam in the air, and he was extremely quick to catch it and find it. With just a slight movement of his mind, those breaths were returned into his body. It's so easy to get into the product? Next moment. The Goldfinger panel in front of you flashed right out. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Colored high-end force, your martial combat power is 1 level higher than the martial realm. Colorful martial advancement, unable to raise the martial realm on its own, but for the first 3 years, it provides 1 grade of high-end force. Zeng Anmin's gaze was extremely firm. With a karma weapon, surely you don't have to think about anything else. Right after he finished his selection, the panel disappeared. Immediately afterward, he felt his body undergo an extremely exaggerated change. A little bit of muscle emerges. The lines are a little bit smoother too. Crackle. Zeng Anmin's body was undergoing unprecedented drastic changes. He had just broken through to a 9th grade martial artist. The battle power now then came to the 8th product. Inside his body, the stream of warmth steeply grew larger, and after turning full circles in his body, it slowly returned to his abdomen, like a whirlpool that kept absorbing the spiritual. Why don't you put all the classics of my past life into my head? Wouldn't it be great to help me become a Confucian saint? Schoolhouse. Mr. Teachout is still coming. A number of students were already seated and waiting. Zeng Anmin, on the other hand, took this time to chat with Chi Dachuan on the side of the road for a while. How is young master progressing in the academy these days? Chi Dachuan looked at Zeng Anmin naively and stuffed the cake in his hand, which was bigger than his face, in one bite. Zeng Anmin breathed in the fresh air, extremely relieved. Learned a lot of truths that have been extremely useful since. Huh? Chi Dachuan's eyes lit up, then rubbed his hands together and asked, tell me about it too? Go back and give my father an answer as well. When Zeng Anmin heard this, a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You won't understand the reasoning I've learned to give you, but I can teach you something else. Chi Dachuan immediately took it seriously. What is it? Listen up. Zeng Anmin explained to Chi Dachuan in a serious manner. The phrase, if you hear the word, you can die at night, is not understandable? Chi Dachuan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I don't understand. Zeng Anmin hemmed and hawed. It's actually very simple, meaning that if you know the way to your house in the morning, you'll be ed to death at night. It's too much for my taste. Chi Dachuan suddenly felt electrified, and his body was soothed. I am not as talented as the young master. Seeing that the effect was good, Zeng Anmin continued, when parents are around, they don't travel far, they travel. Chi Dachuan didn't even say anything, directly arching his hand and bowing, his gesture was done. Your parents are still here, you can't run away, and if you do, there will be a way to catch you. Good, good, good. Simple and clear. Young master is great talent. The reincarnation of the Confucian sage. Chi Dachuan hated to clap his hands together. Zeng Anmin increases his power. Learning without thinking is confusing, thinking without learning is dangerous. You will be confused if you learn my martial arts without learning my thoughts, and you will be killed if you learn my thoughts without learning my martial arts. Zeng Anmin. Mr. Teach's voice rang sternly from behind Zeng Anmin. How could such degrading words come out of your mouth? There was a hint of incredulity in his voice. Just like a teacher in a previous life who saw his or her students with good academic performance actually smoking and drinking with a group of yellow hairs in a piece of general one day. Obviously could not have imagined that Zeng Anmin, on whom he had high hopes, would be so cynical. Hearing this exasperated voice, the bad smile on Zeng Anmin's face froze. Today you are punished to stand and listen to the lesson, and you are not allowed to eat. Chapter 19. He, it seems, is glowing. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a man walking on the river without wetting his shoes. Zeng Anmin sighed in his heart as he looked at the bizarre eyes of the students looking at him in the middle of the academy. At that moment, he was standing in the doorway, with a copy of the Taisho in his hand. And Chi Dachuan, because he was his scribe, was not put in the eyes of the gentleman, so he let him go back. Zeng Anmin also do not care to flip through the books in hand, just out of focus thinking about other things. Time passes slowly. He's slowly getting used to it too. Ding! The bell rang for the noon dismissal. Mr. Teachout then people let the schoolchildren out of school to eat. He then walked to Zeng Anmin with an expressionless face and gave a cold humph, followed by a finger pointing at Zeng Anmin's side. Bo! A milky white aura formed a small circle visible to the naked eye and surrounded Zeng Anmin. With this circle in place, if you leave, Master will be able to detect it in the first instance. No lunch. The instructor finished his sentence lightly and headed out the door. Gulp. Zeng Anmin just stepped to the martial arts Danyang realm yesterday. The body is exactly the extreme need to replenish, at this time the writhing emptiness in his abdomen, extremely difficult. Old Biden. Too hungry, every cell in his body was resisting him. If I don't eat again, I'm afraid I'll just pass out. This was by no means a joke. Martial artists who had entered the rank consumed 2 to 3 times the amount of meals than ordinary people. No way. This meal, it has to be eaten. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath. He had to think of a way to find someone to bring himself a meal, even a few steamed buns would do, first to suppress this unbearable feeling in his abdomen. Kensuk Hyunji. Zhang Luna's face was gentle with a touch of a smile as he stepped in front of Zeng Anmin. Brother Tongi. When Zeng Anmin saw Zhang Luan, a smile appeared on his face as well. Although he hadn't spent much time with him, Zeng Anmin also considered him a friend. He benefited so much from that lecture yesterday. Zhang Luan first looked around, then took advantage of others' inattention and shoved 2 somewhat cold steamed buns into his hands. My mother's steamed buns, Ping Lifetime Yugongo's favorite food, you taste it. Zeng Anmin was slightly stunned. Naturally, he was able to tell from the clothes that Zhang Luan's family was definitely not considered privileged. These 2 buns were feared to be his entire lunch at noon. Zeng Anmin hurriedly refused. You eat, I'm not in the way. No harm done, I purposely asked my mother to prepare some extra for me today. Zhang Luan left blotted in front of Zeng Anmin and laughed. My humble brother is holding it for you, and even if others see it, they won't chew on it. This. Moving. Brother Tommy, I've decided that from now on, you'll be the head of the 10 outstanding young people who moved the Holy Dynasty. Around but 2 steamed buns, Zeng Anmin is not so pretentious as to die without eating. 3 times 2 steamed buns will be stuffed into his stomach. At this moment, he also finally understood Chi Dachuan's horrible meal size. Yummy! Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Luan and said, Auntie's craftsmanship is really good. That wasn't really an embarrassing boast. What good things hadn't he eaten under his old man's care? In the governor's mansion, steamed buns with ordinary meat fillings such as these have long been out of the recipes. But I never thought that a woman of the people could be so skillful. It's true that the best of the best are the best of the best. Oh, if you like it, tomorrow my humble brother will bring some more with you. Zhang Luan's mouth curled into a smile. With his qualifications, he had heard a lot of compliments since he was young, and if Zeng Anmin had complimented him, there would never have been any ups and downs in his heart. However, Zeng Anmin praising his mother was something that made his heart extremely comfortable. You are really a good person. Zeng Anmin couldn't help but then send out a good person card. He was just about to continue speaking. An extremely bland voice could be heard. Zhang Luan, how is the consideration of what I told you yesterday? Then, Zeng Anmin saw a teenager dressed in extremely gorgeous and extravagant clothes coming from a short distance away. A folding fan in the hands of a young man, his face is square, and his eyes seem to be resolute at first glance. But if you look closely, you can see the occasional flickering shade. He was followed by a rough man with a dragon's walk. The rough man's temples bulged, and his eyes were like torches as he watched each one warily. At least it's a martial artist who has entered the grade. Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes slowly narrowed, secretly sizing up the rough man. Prince Wang Lin, there is no need to mention yesterday's matter in the future. Zhang Luan's smile disappeared from his face when he saw that this person had come. He said blandly with no expression on his face. It is impossible to give you the water governor's order, not to mention 100 taels of gold, even if it is 1,000 taels, it is nothing more than a piece of dung. The water governor? Zeng Anmin listened indistinctly from the sidelines. When he first enrolled in school yesterday, the husband gave Zhang Luan a jade pendant. It is said that with this water governor's order, one can go to the Water Governor Academy's past sacred book depository. that stored the handwritten books of the predecessors of Confucianism and Taoism. For Confucian cultivators, it is a great opportunity. Wang Lin listened with a leathery smile and stared at Zhang Luan for a while, then indifferently said, "Don't want silver can also, if you are willing to give me the water governor's order, this son of the world can protect a future for you." Ho! Zhang Luan let out a faint laugh as he listened. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I'd like to fight for my future on my own." Though polite, every word is a rejection. Swish! Wang Lin put away the folding fan in his hand, then nodded his head lightly and stopped speaking. "If you're so stubborn, then don't pass, let's go." Looking at Wang Lin's back, Zeng Anmin frowned and asked Zhang Luan, "What's this guy's story?" "The world son of the Jiang Wang house of Liangjiang County." Zhang Luan waved his hand carelessly. "It's just a person who looks up to his family's authority." "Prince Jiang?" Zeng Anmin slowly recalled. He came with his father to the Two Rivers County only 4 years, although he has not seen this Wang Lin, but heard his reputation. As a scholar of Confucianism and Taoism, less than 18, he was at the realm of the 8th grade of nourishing nature. It is also considered a person of outstanding natural talent. Such powerful people, I'm afraid it's not good to offend them, right? Zeng Anmin did not want to expose his identity, so he frowned at Zhang Luan. Hearing this, Zhang Luan frowned instead. He looked up at Zeng Anmin, his gaze turning slightly disappointed. "Brother Quan Fu, my generation of Confucianism, if we are afraid of the left and right at the beginning of our cultivation, we will be cocooned in our future path," he said, and his voice got serious. "Can I bend my back to the power? Thought shall not pass away, yeah?" When Zeng Anmin heard this, his heart subconsciously began to be groundless. How could he not expect that this water dude academy actually hid such a scholar of high character? "Brother Tony is mistaken, I am not afraid." Zeng Anmin smiled and shook his head. "It's just that the guy just said he could help you wrestle your way to a great future." Ha! Zhang Luan had since heard the joking words in Zeng Anmin's mouth, and he let out a light laugh as he faintly said, "No one helps me to reach the green clouds, but I will tread the snow to the top of the mountain." Luan, although a scholar, but the body of 7 feet, how not to rely on their own wrestle out a clear sky? Zeng Anmin looked at Zhang Luan in front of him in a trance, as if he was seeing a rising star. Shame, 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 I'm not as heartfelt as Brother Tony. What Anmin wants in this life is nothing more than half a pot of clear wine, a thin horse, 2 acres of bean field, and $300 million of idle silver. Ha ha! Zhang Luan couldn't help himself. Chapter 20, Bad News. Although the Two Rivers County is located in the south, but at this time the light is also stepping into the waxing moon. Cold snow enters Jiangnan, pear blossoms fall on both sides of the river. As the night passed, a thin layer of snow fell all over the Two Rivers County. Not bad, having already realized 160 Wen Qi, this sea of consciousness space is truly a sharp weapon. Zeng Anmin stepped out of the dormitory provided by the academy, a smile in the corner of his eye as his gaze fell on the light color of the snow. It was one of the few pieces of good news that had come out of the 2 days at the academy. One only needed to gather another 540 Wen Qi, and then he would be able to condense the Haoren Jingqi in the Sea of Consciousness and become a player of the 7th grade of the Confucian Tao, the Purple Mansion realm. In this side of the immortal world, it is also considered to have a foothold. And, to add to the joy, his progress in the martial realm was quite soothing. Only 1 night had passed, and he had the vague illusion of being able to open a dantian in his abdomen. For breakfast, I had 3 wheat cakes, 2 buns, and 2 bowls of soup. Zeng Anmin finally stretched his back and looked at Qi Dachuan, who was still eating and stuffing himself. "You eat first, young master is going to class." "Well, good." Qi Dachuan stuffed a large cake into his mouth and continued to bury his head in his mouth. Zeng Anmin stepped into the schoolhouse and sat on top of his seat, reading quietly. Just read for a while, but it was a delay in seeing Mr. Teacher come. Obviously it's past time for church. Zeng Anmin was immersed in his studies and didn't pay much attention. A moment later, however, the voice of Mr. Instructor was heard. "Mandarin, come here." Zeng Anmin looked up, and the one who was called up was Zhang Luan's deskmate. The weird thing at this point was that Zhang Luan wasn't on top of his seat either. Since both were walk-ins, they were seated together. Zeng Anmin frowned lightly, secretly thinking in his heart, the same language brother today is not something at home? He didn't think much of it, looking down and continuing to read. In a short while, he saw the scholar called Manhwa return with a pale face. Seeing this, Zeng Anmin asked in a suspicious voice, What's the matter? What did Mr. Fong call you for? The scholar shuddered violently, and after seeing Zeng Anmin, he slowly sighed in relief, then pursed his lips. Zhang Luan is dead. The body is outside the academy gates and is waiting for the hanging mirror division to come and scout it out. After saying this, Manhwa's face paled a little. This is to a companion who obviously went home together yesterday. Today, I was caught off guard and scared when I passed away without warning. When these words came out, there was a silence in the entire school hall. Zeng Anmin paused violently, his hand holding the book shaking with him. He stared at Manhwa dead in the face and asked word for word. Zhang Luan, dead? Although he and Zhang Luan had only known each other for 2 days, they had been talking for a long time and had long since considered him a friend. At that moment the news of his death came suddenly. It gave him a violent and extremely unreal sense of wrongness. He stared at the Mandarin and asked again, "Where's the body?" Mr. Instructor has brought men to watch the scene, not far from the entrance to the college. What are you doing? Before Wenhua's words fell, he saw Zeng Anmin's body suddenly stand up, already stepping to the entrance of the academy. The entrance to the Water Governor's Academy. Somewhere in the middle of a dense forest. Wang Daoyuan's face was gloomy as he took a deep breath, his thick 5 fingers gripping the saber at his waist. The way his fellow officers had looked at him over the past 2 days had deeply irritated every nerve in his body. A few days ago, he failed to stand up for himself and became the biggest joke amongst the entire yamen. Now it has been relegated to the position of ordinary red clothes guard patrol chief of the Hanging Mirror Division. The name sounds loud, but it's just a Mandarin that dogs can't even look at. However, the worst thing is that early this morning he just finished in the yamen, was about to go back to the line room to rest, was subordinates notified that the Water Governor Academy door out of the murder. Arriving quickly, his brow danced gently when he saw the naked body landing on top of the white snow. Scholars of the Water Governor's Academy. This is definitely a major case in the Two Rivers County. If you don't get it right, I'm afraid you'll be dismissed on the spot. It's just that the scene in front of me is too fishy. The scholar was killed and had to strip his clothes off to be so humiliated. How much hate is that? In an instant, the thoughts in his mind cleared up. Wang arresting guard, do you have any clues? On the side, the teaching teacher of the academy had a sad and solemn face and looked at Wang Daoyuan in a deep voice and asked. Wang Daoyuan's gaze lifted, and when he saw the instructor gentleman, he subconsciously sank his shoulders and murmured. It should be a vendetta. After killing someone you have to strip them of their clothes. If it's not a big vendetta, the thieves don't have to do more than that. Aha! The eyes of the instructor on the side flashed with essence as he raised his head and looked not far away and said. Right now, we should first find out who Zhang Luan has been in conflict with these days, or who he has been in contact with. Right. Wang Daoyuan nodded slowly. At that moment, an ear-piercing voice rang out abruptly. It's not a vendetta, and the killer is an idiot. Zeng Anmin's face was expressionless as he slowly walked towards the crowd from the entrance of the academy. At these words, everyone furrowed their brows and super looked towards the source of the voice. When he saw Zeng Anmin, Wang Daoyuan's entire body was shaken. He subconsciously wanted to call out young Master Zeng, but when he saw Zeng Anmin's extremely stern gaze, he immediately shut his mouth. Zeng Anmin? Mr. Instructor's gaze instantly clouded over. This son was just punished by himself yesterday, and today he is so anxious to be the leader? What are you doing here if you're not in the academy? His voice was extremely stern. Zeng Anmin ignored Mr. Teach's words. He looked at the body lying naked in the snow. Zhang Luan's body has been frozen. 2 familiar buns were still clutched in his hand in a death grip. Zeng Anmin's lips pursed together. Friends who were talking about life yesterday are today separated. He crouched down and scrutinized the body in front of him a little. Looking at the wide and resigned eyes on the corpse's face, he sighed deeply inwardly. Brother Tony, go in peace. Alman will definitely bring the murderer to justice. It's not a vendetta, so in your opinion, what is it? Wang Daoyuan's attitude was extremely respectful as he carefully looked at Zeng Anmin to inquire. Mr. Instructor's brow furrowed at the sight. Why is the attitude of this king's road guard so abnormal? Zeng Anmin glanced at Wang Daoyuan with a smirk. Then he slowly stood up, pointing to the barge of blood on the shallow snow on the ground. There's a lot of blood, consistent with a throat being cut. Therefore, this place is the first crime scene. After saying that, he slowly circled around the corpse, his eyes like a torch, staring at the corpse. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the victim was killed by a single blow. Zeng Anmin slowly raised his head, that is to say, the murderer is much higher than the deceased, no matter his strength or speed. And at the scene, apart from the footprints of the deceased, there was no second person treading snow. To be able to do all this, the murderer must be at least a ranked martial artist. It seems to be careful not to want to reveal footprints and other clues, but in fact it makes itself very clear to me. When Zeng Anmin said this, a flash of ruthlessness flashed between his face. Aha! At the sound of his voice, all of them looked up sharply. Their thoughts were instantly cleared by Zeng Anmin's words. These things, as easy as they seem, can hardly be analyzed so clearly without a careful survey of the scene. Let's not talk about when Zhang Luan was able to create hatred with a martial artist who had entered the rank. Without any nonsense, Zeng Anmin pointed at the traces on the ground. If it was a revenge killing, the murderer, being a martial artist, must have catfished and humiliated a defenseless scholar before killing him. This will inevitably leave traces, and look, last night just after a small snow, but the ground is not cluttered with traces. And the pupils on the face of the deceased were slightly shrunken and his eyes were wide open, so he must have been caught off guard by the blow. Zeng Anmin slowly got up and looked at Wang Daoyuan and Mr. Teach. So the stripping of clothes was just a cheap way for the killer to confuse the public. He did it to hide his true purpose. What purpose? Wang Daoyuan subconsciously asked. Zeng Anmin coldly said, Zhang Luan's belongings. The crowd was quiet for quite a while. Ridiculous. Mr. Instructor's voice suddenly rang out as he looked sternly at Zeng Anmin and pointed out the logical flaws in his words, saying, if it's as you say, a martial artist who has entered the rank, would respect not look at the commoner-born Zhang Luan's belongings? Zeng Anmin didn't panic and let out a faint smile. Chapter 21. Has the husbandman not forgotten the water governor's order? Zeng Anmin's face didn't change as his eyes locked with Mr. Teach. Water governor's order. When this was said, the husband's scalp instantly tingled. An electrifying sensation spread from his tailbone all the way to his mind. He looked at Zeng Anmin, unable to speak for a moment. Water governor's order. The man was silent for a long time, then looked up with a complicated face and said, if the murderer's target is the water governor's order. Logic does make sense. In order to prevent the theft of the Academy's past sacred books library, the high-level people of the Xian Formation Division in the capital were specially invited to set up a formation. If you want to pass through this formation unharmed, you can only use the water governor's order as a key. But precisely because of the limitations of the formation, do not be able to tailor the unique water governor order according to each person. So, theoretically, as long as one carries the water governor's order, it is possible to enter the past sacred vault at any time. But Zhang Luan is a student of the Water Dude Academy. Who would have guessed that someone would risk everything to have someone killed for a water governor's order? This was not unlike ruthlessly throwing a slap in the face of all the teachers and students of the Water Dude Academy. Even slathered a piece of Indine's face. Zeng Anmin looked at the body. He saw a detail. The body had a still unfinished drawing on its hand. It is only a few strokes, but it can be seen very clearly and unequivocally. That's the mark of the division of suspended mirrors. This logo. Zeng Anmin's brows furrowed together. He was able to follow the vein and deduce the murderer's portrait, but this was the only sign that he was a bit unable to see Zhang Luan's intention for the time being. Is the murderer a member of the Mirror Division? This thought was quickly denied by Zeng Anmin. The difference in status is too great to be relevant. Zhang Luan, character high and pure, has never committed crimes, died in vain in the hands of thieves, must be unwilling, before dying, to draw this sign. I think it is also to be heaven's justice, so that the hanging Mirror Division as soon as possible to solve the case, and return him to a clear sky. When the husband saw the sign, and Zhang Luan's dead eyes, there was no reason for a pain in his heart to move, and his voice hissed. That explanation makes sense. Zeng Anmin nodded thoughtfully. With a saddened look on his face, he bowed deeply to Wang Daoyuan, who was on the side. Inspector Wang, please also make sure to bring the thieves to justice. I'm flattered by your husband, I'll do my best. Wang Daoyuan was flattered to see the husband salute, and he hurriedly helped him up. This was followed by a slight bitterness in his heart. Originally, it was only thought to be a vendetta. Who would have thought that after such an analysis by Zeng Anmin, it would instantly rise to the face of the Water Dude Academy? He could foresee how much pressure the Water Dude Academy would put on the Yamen if this case could not be solved. What we need to do right now is to search the whole city. As long as we can find the water governor's order, we will be able to find the murderer along the way. Husbandman looked at Wang Daoyuan in a deep voice and continued, if there are any difficulties, I still have a few thin spots in the hanging mirror division, Wang Commander. Wang Daoyuan's eyes lit up. If he could have this layer of relationship with Commander Wang, it would also be convenient for himself and the others to act. Don't bother. Zeng Anmin spoke out faintly. Wang Daoyuan and Mr. Teaching and Learning both looked at Zeng Anmin at the same time. It's only been 2 days since Zhang Luan obtained the water governor's order, and apart from the academy's scholars, there's absolutely no way for it to spread to the outside world. Zeng Anmin's gaze fell on Wang Daoyuan and Mr. Teach. And Brother Tony is not of a flamboyant nature, he will not speak of this to anyone except those close to him. So all that needs to be done now is to line it up in both directions. Which 2 directions? Wang Daoyuan looked at Zeng Anmin, subconsciously asked out. First, from those close to Brother Tung, see if Brother Tung has spoken to them about this. Secondly, it is on the Academy's scholars. Zeng Anmin's light flashed within his gaze. The focus of the lineup is those scholars who are surrounded by martial guards. Pointing out the theme. In just a few words, Zeng Anmin had summarized this extremely tricky unsolved case into an ordinary case with a trail. When these words came out, Wang Daoyuan's eyes lit up. He himself was a lieutenant of the Hanging Mirror Division. Naturally, he also has a certain degree of skill in handling and investigating cases. He wouldn't be able to immediately summarize these clues so clearly like Zeng Anmin though. But it was only a matter of time, and after a few days he thought to himself that he could think of it. Afterward, Wang Daoyuan turned his head violently to look at Fu Zidao. So be it. Right now we still need the help of the husband. Husbandman's gaze narrowed slightly as he first looked deeply at Zeng Anmin, then nodded his head and said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'll personally ask the dean to come out and ask for a heart-to-heart. Thank you, master. Wang Daoyuan directly saluted. Confucianism and Taoism lineage, cultivation to the 3rd grade, there will be a similar head-to-drink effect. Activating the vast qi, he drank to the people. Those who are not familiar with the mind will reveal all the faults they have committed, like pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. The higher one's cultivation in Confucianism, the more profound this skill would be. If Dean Qin Shouqing can make a move, this case, too, has become much simpler. Good. Zeng Anmin nodded slowly. Nothing has been said about the water governor's order to anyone close to him. Among the residential houses of the academy. Zeng Anmin listened to Wang Daoyuan's report without speaking. He just tapped his index finger on the tabletop. Wang Daoyuan was a bit at a loss for words for a while. He rubbed his hands together and his eyes glanced around with his afterglow. The young master of the governor's family, studying incognito in the middle of the academy. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Aha! Zeng Anmin looked up slowly, then it will depend on the dean's inquiring mind there. Time passes quickly. A total of 136 scholars from the Waterdude Academy were gathered on top of a grassy field. Everyone looked up at the old man standing on top of the high platform. The old man was dressed in a long shirt with a gloomy gaze. He held a ruler in his withered hand, and his eyes glanced over the scholars one by one. It was none other than the dean of the Waterdude Academy, Air Force One of the immortal world, Qin Shouqing. Now basically all the scholars had received the news of Zhang Luan's death. All of them are whispering down there. Silence. Qin Shouqing didn't know what spell he was using, but when he opened his mouth, it was like a thunderous explosion. The room was instantly silent. I'm sure you all know what happened. Qin Shouqing's face was gloomy as he slowly stepped down from above the high platform. Yes. Everyone knows that. And there's already a kind of everyone is at risk situation going on right now. Zhang Luan's death also reflects a side issue. The Waterdude Academy, it seems, is not as safe as it is rumored to be. And that, in turn, is hitting the Academy's bottom line. Therefore, Qin Shouqing's heart was filled with an anger that had nowhere to be vented, and he continued expressionlessly. All of you, cooperate with the old man and uncover the murderer. If anyone resists, he is as guilty as the murderer. No one's talking. Such a nasty thing has also made the schoolchildren share the same hatred. Someone was even the first to stand out and face Qin Shouqing Dao aloud. Uncover the murderer and return a clear sky to Brother Tongi. Uncover the murderer. Everyone chimed out in a loud voice. It was great to see the passion of so many learners running high. Qin Shouqing's face cleared slightly. Chapter 22, Fury. Qin Shoucheng stepped to the center and said with a stern gaze. What happened today? If you dare to reveal half a word to outsiders, I will personally cancel your status as a scholar. Yes. All the scholars are full of confidence. Qin Shoucheng nodded slowly. It then proceeded to the first scholar. In an instant, Qin Shoucheng's aura seemed to have changed. It turned out that his was more like a withered old man, but at this time he had a thick and righteous aura. Tai. After the sound, that scholar trembled, his eyes dulled as he looked at Dean Qin in front of him listlessly. I ask you, Zhang Lu, in case you can participate? Tell me the truth. No. I've stolen clothes from my neighbor's widow. I've also stolen. Get out. Next. Tai. I'm asking you, did you participate in Zhang Luan's case? No. I've secretly drawn a portrait of the dean's wife and I've secretly looked at the portrait. Pop. Next. Asked around down the line. Qin Shoucheng's face darkened even more. Until he moves on to the next one. Before he could ask a question, the man stepped forward with a bland face. Dean Qin, do you remember the rules of the Great Sacred Dynasty? Jiang Wang's son, Wang Lin. Qin Shoucheng's face stuttered slightly. The Great and Holy Pilgrimage expressly states, the sons of the royal family, as well as serving officials, could not ask questions about their hearts. As for why? The extremely unpleasant scene just now is the most standard answer. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was expressionless and his voice carried a coldness. The Holy Family is the face of the royal family. When he finished speaking, he slowly retreated to the side and stopped speaking. Dean. The face of the husband who followed Qin Shoucheng grew somber. Qin Shoucheng did not move, he reached out and pressed the husband's hand, faintly said. Ask someone else first. On the scene, there was another person who looked at Wang Lin with a deadpan expression. It is Zeng Anmin. Wang Lin's words made his mind go boom. In an instant, all the veins became clear. It's him. Zeng Anmin's dainty eyes narrowed. He instantly remembered yesterday afternoon, when Wang Lin appeared. This man Wang Lin fits all the characteristics of a murderer. Wanted the water governor's order. Escorted by martial artists. Regardless of the time of the crime or the motive, he is definitely the most suspicious. The deadliest blow was this provision of the Great and Holy Pilgrimage. The sons and daughters of the clan, the officials in office, cannot be questioned about their hearts. Zeng Anmin's heart sank violently. If Wang Lin is the murderer, then the case is unsolved. And so on. Zeng Anmin seemed to remember something, and his gripped heart was released. Here, Wang Lin had another fatal weakness. That was the martial artist named Ah Tai who had changed into him. If we catch him and ask him, everything will come out. At this time, Dean Qin Shoucheng had already walked up to Zeng Anmin. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Zeng Anmin said with a gloomy face. Dean Qin, you seem to have revealed someone. There was absolutely no way he would allow Qin Shoucheng to cast questioning hard on him. Anything else would be fine, at best it would be humiliating, but if you were asked about your identity as a traveler, you might just lose your life. Looking at Zeng Anmin, Qin Shoucheng frowned. Zeng Anmin's true identity he knew. That's why he didn't want to cast a questioning mind on Zeng Anmin either. If it was the son of another official, it would be fine, but as the son of a bigwig of the Rudra-clutching salary realm. If he were to cast a questioning mind on Zeng Anmin today and ask for something, there is no guarantee that Zhang Shilin will not personally come over to ask him Qin Shoucheng's heart. Although he was not convinced of Zhang Shilin's talent, Qin Shoucheng had nothing against his Confucianism realm. Say. Qin Shoucheng said in a deep voice. I remember that beside Wang Lin Shizi, there seems to be another guard called Di. Zeng Anmin's voice was deliberately raised, and as he spoke, his gaze was directed towards Wang Lin. Wanted to see how Wang Lin reacted when he heard his words. To my surprise, Wang Lin's face did not change. He acted as if he hadn't heard it, and a wry smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this smile, Zeng Anmin's heart sank. Mr. Dean, the real culprit has been caught. Wang Daoyuan's loud shout came from not far away, interrupting everyone's thoughts. One moment. Everyone's eyes looked toward Wang Daoyuan. Zeng Anmin's body shook, and his Danfeng eyes instantly narrowed. He thought everything through. Surging his head up, he looked at Wang Lin with a deadpan expression. At this moment, Wang Lin had a smile in the corner of his eye and just happened to look over as well. 4 eyes. Zeng Anmin saw a hint of sarcasm in his gaze. What's going on? Qin Shouqing's face gently stagnated, then he frowned and looked at Wang Daoyuan, who had hurriedly arrived, in a deep voice. Wang Daoyuan stepped in front of Qin Shouqing and took a deep breath to salute. The murderer's name is De, claiming to be a guard of Jiang Wang's residence, and he came to give himself up just now. Jiang Wangfu Ada? Qin Shouqing's face instantly darkened when he heard this news. Don't even think about it, there is definitely something fishy in this matter. On the contrary, Wang Lin stood out at this time. Who? Da? At this time, an unbelievable look appeared on his face. Wang Lin looked at Wang Daoyuan and asked with a frown in front of him. This Seiji merely had some verbal altercations with Zhang Luan in the middle of his dealings with him. Then De killed Zhang Luan? Hearing this, Qin Shouqing sniffed a sensitive word as he frowned at Wang Lin. A deal? What deal? Wang Lin sighed. Zhang Luan is a man of high character, but suffers from a humble background, so I would like to promote him a little in the name of the Jiang Wangfu. When he said that, he had a bitter smile on his face. Kai expected that he would actually give the water governor's order to this world. As I thought about it, I felt that I just valued his talent too much to accept his gift. Yesterday afternoon personally went to find him, want to return the water governor order to him. Who knows, he was in a hurry and I had a few verbal altercations. That just came out. Then it dawned on a few of the scholars. I saw it. Yesterday Wang Shizi went to seek out Zhang Luan, and although I didn't hear it, I could sense that the two of them did have a verbal altercation. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. I didn't expect this guard to be so stupid. The discussion rang out. It was just that this voice, to Zeng Anmin's ears, was incomparably harsh. He was the only one in the entire room who knew all of Wang Lin's conversations with Zhang Luan yesterday. Wang Lin let out another sigh as he took out a jade pendant from his waist and said, "This is the water governor order that Zhang Luan gave me." After saying that, he put the jade pendant back into his pocket. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the retracted hand passed in front of Zeng Anmin. Zeng Anmin didn't say a word. The fists were clenched together in a death grip. Been taught a lesson. A real lesson was learned. This feudal society. The phrase, treating human life like grass, nakedly showed him the true meaning of it. The culprit has been caught. There was also a seamless reason as to why the water governor's order was in Wang Lin's possession. Zeng Anmin quickly stepped forward and looked at Qin Shouqing. Abbot Qin, the only time should be to ask the heart of that Ada. The only chance to expose Wang Lin's lies now was that Ada. Which, upon hearing this, Wang Daoyuan took a deep breath and said with a face full of gravity, "Day is afraid to commit suicide." Zeng Anmin paused, he was silent. By this point, it's already dead. He was able to tell the story of what happened yesterday. But who would dare to believe it? Even if some people dare to believe it, who dares to arrest Wang Lin on the basis of his own family's words? Even if he reveals himself as the son of the governor of the two rivers, it would just be adding to his father's troubles for nothing. After all, the killers have already been executed. Wang Daoyuan came to Zeng Anmin's body and pressed the bottom of his voice. Young Master Zhang, the Jiang Wangfu side ordered that the Hanging Mirror Division be made aware of this case as soon as possible, and not to tarnish the reputation of the Wangfu. This case is clean enough to be declared closed at this point. The tactics are so sophisticated that they are simply impeccable. As you can see, that Jiang Wangfu didn't do this kind of nasty thing too often. Zeng Anmin looked toward Wang Lin with an expressionless face. At this moment, Wang Lin gave him an innocent smile. Dean Qin, someone from the Jiang Wang Palace has come to collect 10,000 taels of silver for the academy. A butler slowly appeared and whispered softly in Qin Shouqing's ear. Chapter 23, Brother Tony is dead. I have no intention to distinguish between right and wrong. Wang Lin, the son of the Jiang Wangfu family, was lawless and sent his men to kill the innocent students of the Water Dude Academy and take away the students' treasures. After the crime, he shifted all the blame to the henchmen and remained at large. This is, of course, the version that is secretly discussed by the schoolchildren and circulated in the mouths of the people. The official answer given by the Hanging Mirror Division of Two Rivers County is all because of the simple-minded and impulsive martial artist named De who killed the students of the Water Dude Academy. The entrance to the Water Governor's Academy. A woman dressed in cloth hobbled up the forest path. A pale, wrinkled face with eyelids falling listlessly over blurry and gray eyes. Those eyes were still, lonely and empty. Leaning on the cane in his hand, he looked around at the miserable white snowflakes, his face numb. Splat. Hinged on a tragic heart. She didn't notice the stone in front of her, and in a moment of inadvertence, she stepped on it, and with a sharp turn of her foot, she fell straight to the ground. Ignoring the pain of her fall on the ground, she got up shakily and looked at the gate in front of her that read Waterdew Academy. Put. Kneeling on the ground, his jagged gray hair plastered to the top of the cold stone steps. Look to the academy and do my son justice. Her voice was hoarse and incomparable, and she could no longer squeeze out tears, so her eyes were extremely dark. She could no longer cry out, but could only squeeze out a few words with difficulty in her long-ago bitterly hoarse voice. My son Zhang Luan died tragically, the murderer is at large. Heavenly justice is unjust, heavenly justice is unjust. She knelt at the hanging glass division's courthouse. Only to be driven away by its ruthlessness. Desperate, he knelt in front of the college. She knelt long and hard. Soon, at the entrance of the academy, many scholars gathered. Ugh! Since someone had heard her. Finally, someone was too upset to come to the old man. Old man, the case has long been capped. Cannot be overturned. The old woman still looked numb and just repeated her murmur. Divine justice. The man who killed your son was my guard, and now that he has been brought to justice, old man, what is the point of being so unforgiving? A still gentle voice rang out. The woman stiffened and looked up. With a hint of compassion on his face, Wang Lin came to the old woman's side and gently put his hand on her. Go back quickly, don't catch the wind and cold. It is you. Who? Dean, this old woman had to slander me. When Wang Lin saw Dean Qin come out, an innocent expression surfaced on his face. Shut up. Qin Shoucheng looked at Wang Lin with a somber expression. Have you read the holy books in vain? Dean, do right by my son. Please Dean, do right by my son. Seeing the Dean, that old woman was like seeing a life-saving straw. I don't know where the strength came from, kowtowed to him one by one at breakneck speed, the blood on her forehead blinked and surfaced, but she didn't care. Old man. How would Qin Shoucheng dare to accept this salute? He rushed forward to help the old woman up. This matter has been examined by the 3 chambers and capped, there is no hidden agenda. Do not want to listen to the rumors of the outside trails. The old woman trembled at these words and looked up incredulously. Qin Shoucheng looked at the desperate, dull, numb eyes. The heart followed, and he turned his head aside. And go back, don't make any more trouble, Zhang Luan knows in his spring, he doesn't want you to be like this. The old woman trembled her lips, a miserable smile on her face. She was just about to open her mouth, but she couldn't help the grief in her heart and suddenly fainted. Elderly. Elderly. Quickly, bring in the physician. In the end, Brother Tony died because of me, so this medical money, let me pay for it. Wang Lin looked at the old woman who had fainted, and the corners of his mouth widened into a kind smile. Zeng Anmin stood in the middle of the crowd with an expressionless face. Wang Lin's hypocritical to the core performance was all in his eyes. Zeng Anmin was silent, closing his eyes and feeling the magnificent short sword suspended in the middle of the purple space. Above a long time, he opened his eyes, and the depths of his gaze were already morose. Since Confucian law can't sanction you, it just so happens that I know a little bit about swordsmanship as well. It's night. Above the official road of the Two Rivers County City. Although it was late in the day, there were a few carriages as well as a few pedestrians. A handsome horse snorted and did. The person on the horse was none other than Jiang Wangfu's son, Wang Lin. Cold winds rise and snowflakes fall. If I had known it was snowing, I would have taken the sedan chair back to the house. Wang Lin's face was extremely unhappy. He glanced faintly at Air, who was holding the horse for him. Air touched his bald head and immediately laughed nervously. In 2 more bends we will reach the mansion, so the world's sun will endure a little. Oh. Wang Lin's face was expressionless as he slowly raised his head. He looked at the dark alley ahead of him, and a sense of impatience somehow surfaced in his heart. Wang Lin took out a jade pendant from his waist, which was Zhang Luan's water governor order. Looking at the water governor's order in his hand, Wang Lin's snort of laughter rang out. That old lady, still wanting the surname Qin to do his bidding? Not to mention whether that surname Qin has the guts to do so, even if he is sued to the saint's royal court. What is the crime of this son of the world? His voice was thick with mockery. When Air heard this, he pursed his lips as he looked blankly at the jade pendant in Wang Lin's hand, not understanding in his heart. What's so great about this jade pendant? Because of this jade pendant, the life of the eldest brother was put at risk. There's no pain in this world, the most pain is death. Air pressed down the restlessness in his heart and said back in a mindless manner. He was just about to say something else. But then I noticed something unusual out of the corner of my eye. Suddenly, a silver light lit up. Separate the flakes of snow on a cold night by a thin line. Even the huffing breath that floated out of his mouth as he spoke from the cold scattered in both directions. Snort. A faintly indiscernible voice rang out. Air's face was bewildered, and before he realized what was happening, he heard Wang Lin looking at his neck in horror on top of his horse. Shoes? What shoes? Air was about to say something else, but he felt hot air emanating from the place of his neck. He looked down as countless bloodstains fell on top of his lapel. That's when he realized that it wasn't shoes that Seiji was talking about, but blood. Is this my blood? As the last thought came to mind, he lost consciousness. Put. The body hits the ground. In the darkness, a hooded figure slowly appeared. It was a black, yet pinched head covering of a cartoon cat. If there were any travelers around, they would not be able to help but spit out the fact that the iron-faced black cat sheriff was being worn on this guy's head. You. Who are you? Wang Lin looked at the unfamiliar headgear. The suddenness of it all caught him off guard, and his face was nothing but shock and deep breaths as he did his best to calm down. A short, incredibly sharp knife in the black cat's hooded hand. He didn't say a word and slowly, step by step, walked towards Wang Lin. Stop, don't you come any closer. Wang Lin also understood the other party's intentions, and he searched his stomach and tried his best to think of words to appease. Whether you want wealth or power, whatever you want, it's negotiable. Money? I can give it to you now. His body couldn't stop shaking about, and his fingers were extremely trembling as he took out a bunch of silver tickets from his chest. For a moment, he even forgot to urge his crotch horse. Pow! The voice came to an abrupt halt. The blade swept by, and silver threads plummeted. Blood sprayed above the black cat's eyes, adding a sharp color to them. Wang Lin desperately covered his throat, but he could not reduce the loss of life in his body. Put. The black cat hood crouched slowly. Taking a jade pendant from Wang Lin's waist, he did not say anything more and put it into his own bosom. It was at this time that the terrified screams of passers-by rang out from the road. Chapter 24 Masking, Breaking Through the 7th Grade of the Confucian Way. Wang Lin, the son of the Zhang Wang family, was assassinated not far from the entrance of the Zeng Mansion. Stripped naked. By the time it was found, it was already dead as a doornail. The same as Zhang Luan's death. The news quickly spread to the ears of all the higher-ups in the entire Two Rivers County. Inside Zeng Anmin's residence. To be 700 big acupuncture points when Qi full, can wait for the time. If you get an epiphany, you can be full of Wen Qi to open up the purple house. To be opened up the purple house, 700 strands of Wen Qi into the purple house, cohesion of a place, known as the vast and righteous Qi. At that time, it can be called the purple mansion realm. In his mind, Zhang Luan's gentle voice seemed to still be echoing in his ears. Zeng Anmin slowly opened his eyes and muttered. 720 Wen Qi converge in the violet mansion and condense into vast Qi. Brother Tun, I'm a done deal. Although because of the Ken-Long Tu for him first opened the purple house, took a shortcut to be so fast. But no matter what, he was now a cultivator of the 7th grade of Confucianism, the purple mansion realm. His gaze slowly traveled towards the panel of Goldfinger. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Silver, exquisite martial arts, weapons acquired through wordplay. Spirit weapons are not usable for 40 years, and are transformed into random auxiliary spiritual weapons after 40 years. Silver, martial construction, obtain a fragment of the martial spiritual weapon. After 70 years the fragment evolves into a complete spiritual weapon. Silver, martial reorganization, all martial spirit weapons obtained through the word are promoted to a random spirit weapon of a higher grade. Note, words not selected will be permanently lost. Countdown 30, 29, 28. Sure enough, it was just as I thought. This system wanted more than anything else to break through to the martial realm. Both Juju breakthroughs gave themselves very cockamamie silver words. The only one who colored himself was that martial arts breakthrough. Case solved, system discriminates against Rudolph. Zeng Anmin's gaze slowly swept over the three words. Exquisite Budo, and also, Budo construction, the roles look really tempting. But it takes time to wait, 140 years, 170. Straight pass. By then the yellow flowers will be cold, all the certain masters will be stronger, and all the teachers on the island will have changed their profession. So, there's only one to choose from. Martial arts reorganization. All martial arts spiritual weapons obtained through the word are promoted to a random spiritual weapon of a higher grade. Only this one. Zeng Anmin has just finished choosing. Then he felt a turbulence in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, he looked into the sea of consciousness. The original short blade that was hovering has now become a short-handled hand axe that has nothing to do with it. However, above that short-handled hand axe, streaks of colorful awnings flickered, and ancient and mysterious patterns flickered on the axe. Even if Zeng Anmin was prepared, his breath couldn't help but stutter at this point. God! Where? This is a fairy world, but it's not fancy when it comes to weapon classes. There are only 3 classes. One is an ordinary weapon, created by an ordinary blacksmith. The second is a weapon that has a formation engraved on it by the Xian Formation Division, also called a spirit weapon. The third is a weapon with a certain degree of consciousness, also known as a sacred weapon. Dean. The butler's face was grave as he looked at Qin Shoucheng, who was holding the fishing rod, and quickly stepped forward. Wang Lin died last night, on his way home. Qin Shoucheng's hand gave a slight lurch as consternation flashed above his countenance. Dead? Well, stabbed by a martial artist wearing a black cat hood. A passerby witnessed that the martial artist was using an ornate short sword. Now the Hanging Mirror Division's men have been chasing them all over the city. Qin Shoucheng was silent when he heard this, and after a long time, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. If you're dead, you've done it to yourself. He was about to turn his head to look at the water when he finished speaking, but he suddenly paused. Involuntarily, a face with dandelion eyes came to his mind. He took a deep breath and said, Zeng Anmin. Did he ever leave the academy last night? The butler's expression snapped, then he stared. I don't know, but can check it out. A thoughtful light flickered within Qin Shoucheng's face. At that moment, he gently picked at the fishing rod. Bounce. The fish float above the water moved gently. Hooked. Hooked. Ha ha ha. Qin Shoucheng faced fierce surprise, Air Force for many days, he saw the fish on the hook, rejoicing. At that moment, a faint aura suddenly appeared. Qin Shoucheng suddenly felt something as he jerked his head up and looked into the middle of the academy. The hand holding the fishing rod also paused. A scholar has made a breakthrough, opening the Violet Mansion and condensing the vastness. Only to have the distraction cause the fish to slip and leap back into the water. Ah, this is still really a double happiness. The butler was also full of smiles and was about to congratulate him. But because the fish suddenly stuttered as it fell heavily into the water, it was caught off guard and blurted out. I'm happy to have a chicken in the east, but I'm happy to have a chicken in the west. Qin Shoucheng's face also stiffened a bit. He huffed and glanced at the water, forcing a smile. It's good to have another mainstay among my academy. Just talking. A rush of footsteps came. Dean, the person who broke through the Purple Mansion realm just now is Zeng Anmin. A servant boy dressed as a boy ran fast, panting, and came in to report. Who? Qin Shoucheng's face suddenly froze. Anmin sang. Qin Shoucheng stood up so violently that the fishing rod in his hand slipped down into the water. But he asked as if he hadn't seen it, looking at the boy with a deadpan expression. Can you see it clearly? The boy put Tom directly kneeling on the ground, pointing to the sky and swearing. If any word is not true, tell God to take my soul away. 5 days. From entering the product, to opening the purple house? Qin Shoucheng's eyes didn't even blink. He just felt like the world had played a huge joke on him. Don't say you've seen it, you've never even heard of this kind of counterintuitive general speed. Successfully arriving at the Purple Mansion realm also proved from the side that his previous words of doubting Zeng Anmin were all bull. This Zeng Shilin. Why is he better than you? In addition to the literary talent is slightly worse than their own, but Confucianism and Taoist talent, the way of government, appearance, and even wrestle beauty smile. Now it's good, and the ability to have a son has been crushed by it. Qin Shoucheng was frozen in place for a full quarter of an hour. Dean? After all, the housekeeper is not a Confucian monk. The concept of speed in this is not very deep. The first to react, gently close to Qin Shoucheng, lowered his voice and asked, "Still checking?" "Check my ass." Qin Shoucheng suddenly reacted as he looked at the butler dead in the face and said, "No matter who comes, remember, no matter who it is, even if the emperor himself arrives, Zeng Anmin was in the dwelling house last night seeking a breakthrough, not leaving an inch." Snap. Zeng Anmin's room was pushed open. A bunch of older men looked at him with extreme shock. Zeng Anmin? It's really him. Just 5 days, jumping 3 grades in a row? Unheard of, unseen. I'm afraid the speed of the Confucian sage back then wasn't even as fast as him. When their gazes locked essence on Zeng Anmin's god, all of them lost their words in unison. Zeng Anmin looked at everyone and blinked. Steady. The governor's son broke through the Purple Mansion realm in 5 days. Can you not cover up the news of the death of the son of Zhang Wangfu? He grinned his white teeth and looked at Mr. Crowd Instructor with a smile. Quan Fu has met you gentlemen, I do not know you gentlemen. Before the words were finished, an old man violently pounced on him, trembling as he held his hand and said, Quan Fu, the master would like to accept you as a personal disciple, and teach you all that he has learned. I wonder if you are willing? Chapter 25. The moment those pale words came out, almost everyone reacted. Immediately, there were other old men who glared at him and verbally attacked him, spitting in his face. Shameless. Surname Lu, if you didn't put your mind on this kind of trickery, you would have broken through the Junzi realm and cultivated into a great Confucian. Quan Fu, don't trust the words of such a scornful and shameless person, you worship me as your teacher. Speaking of this, the old man came to Zeng Anmin and suddenly lowered his voice to seduce him. I have some friendship with Governor Zhang. If you can worship me as your teacher, I will be able to ask his old man to personally instruct you in your cultivation. You are no better. Still dare to pull the tiger skin, but some years ago when the governor lord with the same window for 2 days, Mr. Zhang still remembers you are to say, still have the nerve to take it out to show off? Immediately, someone stepped forward and spewed a fury at the old man who had just been there, before bending down and raising an eyebrow at Zeng Anmin. Quan Fu, the old lady's family has a daughter who has not yet gone out of the cabinet, but is similar to your age, if you are interested. Scram! That daughter of yours is shaped like an earth dragon, so don't bring it out to taint our ears. Yo! Where is your son good to? All day long he stays in the church department, and has disgraced your old face. Ha! How head of the pimp, pale bearded old thief, broken spine of the dog, today old me and you will not rest in death. Come on. The entire residence, a pandemonium. Zeng Anmin couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching as he looked at the crowd of husband and wife. Isn't it said that people of Confucianism and Taoism are all elegant people? How is it more vulgar than a vulgar martial artist? Shut up all of you. A high voice resounded through the doorway. There was silence in the room and everyone looked toward the door. Then he saw the dean's butler's face was incredibly gloomy as he slowly walked in. All of them are teachers, but they don't know what face skin is. The dean's housekeeper, many years at the academy. In the eyes of the crowd of husband and wife, also belongs to the leadership of the college, since one by one all bowed their heads. All out. The butler's face was cold as he raised his hand and pointed at the doorway. After leaving this door, I'll pretend I've never seen you before. If today's incident occurs again, I'll not forgive you lightly. This. All the husbandmen looked at each other. After a long time finally someone then gave a resigned sigh and headed out. With him leading the way, the rest of them could only pound their chests and fish out. When only 2 people were left in the middle of the room, Zeng Anmin got up and saluted the butler. Thank you, steward, for relieving me. Congratulations on young Master Zeng's breakthrough. If the Governor General knew this news, his heart would be delighted. That housekeeper knew the true identity of Zeng Anmin. Therefore, it has been treated with respect. Aha! Zeng Anmin, however, nodded with an expressionless face. Brother Tung's mother, was she sent home? The butler's face stiffened. He naturally knew what Zeng Anmin meant by this cold remark. Nothing but the word irony. It was sent back yesterday. After the housekeeper replied back, he seemed to remember something, and those eyes fell on Zeng Anmin's face and said, Does young Master Zeng know that Wang Lin, the son of Jiang Wangfu, was assassinated yesterday and died in the snow? When he finished speaking, he looked at Zeng Anmin dead in the face. Just hearing this, Zeng Anmin first froze, then jerked his head up. There was incomparable shock in his eyes. Are you serious? I dare not deceive the young master. The butler still stared at him. Ha 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 ha. Good good good. God has eyes. Zeng Anmin suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, and even couldn't help but high-five and sigh. Good death. After saying that, Zeng Anmin was extremely excited and reached over that steward's shoulder and asked, "Who did this? For such a righteous act, I must know the name of that hero." The butler stared. He couldn't see if Zeng Anmin was real or not, and just said, "I don't know. According to eyewitnesses, it was done by a martial artist with a cat-faced hood on his head." So Zeng Anmin heard, and then he looked up sharply and asked the butler, "Where did Wang Lin die? What s going on in front of Jiang Wanfu's door?" The butler was puzzled by this question. Zeng Anmin stood in awe. "I would like to call that martial artist the king's judge." The butler's mouth twitched. He could see that he couldn't get any words out of this kid's mouth, and asked with a twist of words, "What does young Master Zeng plan to do next?" Zeng Anmin raised his head in excitement. "Naturally, I will first take a leave of absence and go to Brother Tongyin's home to tell Mother Zhang about this exciting good news." Gotta. This kind of performance, how could it not be like someone who could send someone to assassinate Wang Lin? The butler slowly let his heart drop, and he offered his farewell. After his butler left, Zeng Anmin's eyebrows slowly raised. Could he not see the butler's intention in coming here to test the waters? It seems that someone has already suspected himself. Ha! Zeng Anmin let out a light laugh. Who would have thought of the true identity of the son of the Governor-General's son, who was a genius of Confucianism? Actually a practiced martial artist? They wouldn't have thought of it even if they had been given 800 heartbeats. Although breaking through the 7th grade of Confucianism would bring all eyes to himself. But it's just the perfect lampshade. Zeng Anmin sneered. Ji Dachuan looked at Bean with his extremely wise gaze and smiled. Haha, just a vassal prince's son. If the one who died was the young master, the old master would definitely be able to turn the county upside down. Zeng Anmin glanced at Di-chun. Daharu smiled nervously. Gotta. Zeng Anmin lazily ignored him and prepared to stride towards Zhang Luan's home. But at that moment, an extremely familiar voice was heard. "Young Master Zeng? Why are you here?" Zeng Anmin turned to look at the source of the voice. It was found that Wang Deli, the commander of the Hanging Mirror Division, was fully armed at the moment and was looking at himself with a curious face. He was dressed in military attire at the moment, and his typical northern face with its thick eyebrows and large eyes was impressive. He stood in front of a dozen or so Hanging Mirror Division Akatsuki Lang. Commander Wang? Zeng Anmin had an impression of this mangaka, the one who came out of prison that day and envied his old man for giving birth to a son who was better than him. Pops doesn't seem to be treating him very well yet. Chapter 26 Reasoning. Uncle Wang, I came here to visit the mother of a fellow student, and you? Zeng Anmin asked with a symbolic salute. Could it be because of the case of the assassination of the Jiang Wanfu's son? No. Wang Deli waved his hand and hurried towards Zeng Anmin in front of him with big strides. The bearded face was filled with a sense of depression and said, I have come today to seal the home of the servant who stole the Canlongtu. Oh. Zeng Anmin nodded indistinctly. Pops was imprisoned by Emperor Jinhong for the loss of the Canlongtu. But fortunately, he crossed over in time and came down valiantly to solve the case and pull Pops out of prison. It seems that the servant who stole the map's house is in Tongan Street. He asked with a raised eyebrow. Did you find out who he was working for? It was fine if he didn't say this, but once he said it, Wang Deli's face became even more bitter. That serviceman has no relatives at home, and he does not associate with his neighbors on weekdays, and there is nothing at home. At that, he shut his mouth and scratched his hair in a whiny mutter. The servant stealing pattern is still open. The Jiang Wangshur Z will pick a day to die, really ing giving people a hard time. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Zeng Anmin was able to hear it. The servant of the Hanging Mirror Division who cut himself to death, the trail is broken. Then I won't bother Uncle Wang with his official business. Alright, young Master Zeng will come back to the house. My boy is looking forward to you all day long. See you at. Zeng Anmin watched as Wang Deli led the men to the door of a small, dilapidated courtyard. 2 seals were put on it, and the men were led towards the street. Zeng Anmin led Ji Dachuan a few steps past a corner. This is the home of Brother Tony. Zeng Anmin looked at the wooden door in front of him that had withstood the erosion of time and was already a bit heavy and unbearable. His face was all sighing. Tongan Street is considered a slum in the middle of Two Rivers County. It's also the heart of Pop's ruling land. As far as I can remember, Pops hadn't worried much about solving the livelihood problems of the people here. Chill out. Zeng Anmin sighed, then felt that he was wrong to say that. Toward the door of the servant's house, which was not far away and sealed by the hanging mirror division, he slanted a glance and changed his tone. Except the one who stole the map. Stealing pictures be damned. Why does Brother Tony live so close to that map stealer? Bad luck. Zeng Anmin muttered and prepared to go up and knock on the door. Just before the hand even touched the battered wooden door, he froze abruptly. An electric current slammed through his tailbone straight to his soul. All those bits and pieces of the past are connecting at this point. The blast dispersed all the mists. But it looked like it in the eyes of Chi Dachuan. The Danfang eyes of his own young master opened round and his body stiffened. Motionless as a statue. Young master? Chi Dachuan looked at Zeng Anmin in bewilderment, and seeing that he did not move for a long time, he opened his mouth to ask tentatively. What's wrong with you? Zeng Anmin didn't pay attention to Chi Dachuan. He violently looked toward the seal that was affixed to the door of the house not far away. Then he abruptly turned his head back to look at the worn wooden door in front of Zhang Luan's house. Half a day later. His eyes simmered with an essence that one would not dare to meet with, and he murmured under his breath. So there. I know. How so? What do you know? Chi Dachuan's face was bewildered. He felt that at this moment, the young master was like a goddess who danced with a big god, and his mouth was chanting. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath as he looked toward Chi Dachuan and said in a deep voice. Dachun, do you think a water governor's order can really be a reason to kill someone? Or rather, Jiang Wanfu, is it really lacking this water governor order? Chi Dachuan's gaze was like arrows, frozen in place. Moreover, the one who has the water governor's order among the academy is not just Brother Tony Ah. Zeng Anmin seemed to mumble to himself. This suspicion was not expected by anyone. It was also something he had overlooked because his heart was blinded by hatred due to Zhang Luan's death. Brother Tony's death was not due to the water governor's order. Zeng Anmin's gaze was sharp. Chi Dachuan felt a little bit sleepy. He forced himself together and looked at Zeng Anmin seriously. Didn't get it. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched, and he simply stopped looking at Chi Dachuan, instead placing his gaze on the door of the hanging mirror division servant's house that was not far away from the seal that was affixed to it. He took a step toward the seal. Young master? Chi Dachuan did not dare to ask more questions, but could only follow Zeng Anmin together to that seal. Step to the door. Zeng Anmin looked at the seal in front of him. After the shallow snow in Two Rivers County, there is a bright sun. The sunlight at that moment was just above that seal. The standardized logo of the Division of Suspended Mirrors is so dazzling. Logo of the Division of Suspension of Mirrors. Zeng Anmin slowly closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, he flashed back to that day when Zhang Luan died, and the symbol of the hanging mirror division that was drawn between his hands. Brother Tony, the reason you left this sign turned out to be to tell the world. The truth of your death is that this neighbor of yours stole the map of the hanging mirror division miscellaneous servants. Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes snapped open. Ah. Chi Dachuan's eyes are still filled with wisdom. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched as he watched his bewilderment. That's all said and done. You're a dog and you should have reacted. He looked toward the logo of the hanging mirror division on that seal. There was a touch of unique flavor in the voice. Wang Lin used the water governor's order as a reason to kill Brother Tony in order to conceal his true purpose. His real purpose was to silence him. Brother Tony is so close to the home of that hanging mirror division magistrate that it's hard not to wonder if he saw something. The reason for this certainty is because of that hanging mirror division symbol that Brother Tony drew on his side when he died. He saw the scene when that handyman from the hanging mirror division was conspiring with someone. That's why you've invited yourself to be killed. After saying all this, Zeng Anmin's gaze was ghostly, looking deeply at the clear blue sky in the sky. This. Chi Dachuan was already jaw-dropped as he looked at Zeng Anmin in horror, muttering as if he was bewitched by fear. How did young master's brain grow? Why is it spinning faster than my father's somersaults? Zeng Anmin didn't bother to answer. His voice was indifferent after a long silence. From this, then, it can be deduced that the force that instructed this hanging mirror division attendant to steal the dragon survey map and frame my father for imprisonment came from. Zeng Anmin slowly looked up, revealing the knife-like face. With unrivaled coldness in his voice, he said word for word. Jiang, king, house. Boom. Shi Dachuan felt as if his brain was being stabbed through all the mists with a stick raw. Holy. Zeng Anmin had made his words so clear that even a real era, not to mention Shi Dachuan, could understand them. Zeng Anmin looked up slowly. At this time, the case of the loss of Canlonta completely completed the closed loop in his mind. Jiang Wangfu. Phew. Zeng Anmin let out a long breath of relief. A pair of Danfang eyes flashed with a regal essence. It's so much better to have the enemy in the light than the enemy in the dark. Slowly, he pressed the matter into his mind. He lifted his head back up and renewed his smile. The day is all quite clear today. With that, he re-entered the wooden door of Zhanluan's house and reached out to knock lightly. Ta-da! Ta-da! After waiting for a long time, there was not the slightest movement. Zeng Anmin frowned and reached out again. Ta-da! Ta-da! There was still no movement. Did. Zeng Anmin raised his head steeply and bellowed. Oh Haru! Break the door! Chapter 27, Aftermath. Boom! Shi Dachuan's 9-foot-tall body instantly smashed the small, already dilapidated wooden door open. Young master, please. After slamming the door, Okan nonchalantly patted the dust on his body. If it weren't for that slightly wise gaze, it would indeed be quite the master of the generation. Zeng Anmin didn't answer and walked towards the house. The cottage on the street was not large enough to even have a yard. Once inside, what met his eyes was the cookhouse of an ordinary family, with room for only 2 people to stand. Above the stove fire sits a black potpourri, emitting a lingering scent. Further in, there are 2 cabins. The hut on the left has an aroma of books and should be Zhanluan's residence. The right shed. Dai Chun. Zeng Anmin's eyes exactly once contacted that house. The heart is a sinking, gloomy face did not say a word. Only a pair of worn black cloth shoes were motionless and fixed in the air in the middle of that hut. The owner of the cloth shoes has been hanging above the beams for a long time. Yes. Naturally, Daharo saw the scene in the house. 3 steps into the mix. A single leap upward with the body in his arms separated the body from the cloth rope from which it was hanging. After examining the corpse, De Chun looked up and looked at Zeng Anmin. Young master, dead. Zeng Anmin's face was already extremely ugly. He pursed his lips and scrutinized the not-so-decent corpse. Hanged people usually have a purple face, slightly bulging eyes, and a tongue sticking out of their lips. Extremely heavy strangulation between the necks. After a long time, Zeng Anmin spat out 3 words. It's suicide. All the marks on the body, as well as the door that had been closed from the inside, indicated his authentication. Taking a deep breath, Zeng Anmin squatted down with an expressionless face. The old woman I met only the day before. I'll see you again today, having hanged yourself at home. A deep sense of powerlessness surfaced in his mind. His thoughts drifted away as he looked toward the old woman's corpse. It was as if the old woman's life came to mind. Her husband died early, and she was an old woman who brought up her son. Then he put all his hopes on his son. The son has lived up to his promise and has been a serious reader since his childhood, with a great talent. Just after turning 16, he was admitted to the world-famous Waterdoot Academy. The day he was accepted, my son rushed home in excitement. Say to yourself that you must honor yourself in the future. The old woman smiled that day. It was the first time she had smiled since her husband died. She hadn't studied for a few years, so she wasn't aware of the status of that Shuda Shuyuan in the hearts of the readers. But seeing the excited look on my son's face, she was happy and relieved. She did not feel tired, so she asked the owner for more work. She just thought that her son had entered the academy and needed more money. It's always worth it to work harder for yourself. That day, the lords of the Hanged Mirror Division came to the house with stony faces. They say their son was killed in the woods outside the college over a few words. The old woman was at a loss for words when the bad news came from heaven. But seeing her son's body with her own eyes, she actually subconsciously skimmed her head. He couldn't believe that what was happening in front of him was real. Sure enough, some say there is something else going on with the death of their son. She suddenly remembered that her son had said that the Academy's Lord President was the most highly respected. The dean, however. She looked at her son's empty room. I can't sleep thinking about my son's lonely grave. She wants to die. But thinking of the injustice of her son's death, she gritted her teeth. Luan, mother must beg someone to catch the real murderer. Suddenly, some people say that the real killer of the son is dead. Died one night. Killed by a Wookiee wearing a cat-shaped hood. The old woman sat helplessly on the floor. She cried, she laughed. She looked at her son's empty room and rose shakily. Luan, mother has come to see you. Zeng Anmin slowly got up as he looked around at the furnishings in the house. Splat. He took a few steps and saw the black pot on the stovetop. The lid of the pot still smells faintly of food. Taking a deep breath, he opened the lid of the pot. Seeing the scene in the pot, Zeng Anmin's body trembled slightly. Only one vaguely visible kitten-shaped bun was arranged extremely neatly. The wistful smile of the old woman, awkwardly kneading the dough in her hands, slowly came to his mind. Splat. After a long time, Zeng Anmin put the lid on the pot. He looked up slowly. Between those Danfang eyes, they were already covered in blood. Young master? Seeing the look in Zeng Anmin's eyes, Shi Dachuan was a bit at a loss for words. Dai-chun. Zeng Anmin felt his eyes glaze over a little. His voice was hoarse as two rusty iron swords clashing. Young master me, I'm not going back to the academy. Zeng Anmin buried the old woman with Zhang Luan's grave. He stood before the killer was not found. Zhang Shirlin's hand gave a slight lurch, then looked up with an expressionless face. If you can't find it, you can't find it. A royal son doesn't need to make such a fuss. Yes. Zeb's body lowered even more. Today the old man does not want to talk about official business. Zhang Shirlin looked at the pen and ink in front of his desktop, a touch of satisfaction on his face. Master, it's time to eat. A gentle voice rang out, and Aunt Lin, dressed in light green, stepped into the study with a flourish. She had Tiger in her arms and her face was one of care for her old man. Tiger's blinked his big, dopey eyes at Pops and held out his own little hand. Grandpa hug? Ha! Pop's face broke into a smile this time when he heard Tiger's voice, and he reached out to take him. Come on, let's eat together. Tiger twisted a few times in his old man's arms, his round little mouth pouting in discontent. Grandpa isn't as comfortable to hold as mother. Aunt Lin hung her head. Pops had long ago become immune to Tiger's garbled name-calling. Just smiling lightly, he reached up and gently scraped at Tiger's little arched nose. Brat! Well. Tiger's face, however, wasn't much happier and looked a little downcast, and after brewing for a long while he commiserated. I miss Daddy. Chapter 28 Pop's shock. Think of him for what? At the mention of his son, Pop's face couldn't stop smiling more and more. He also did not expect that his good oldest son would actually be able to realize when Qi within a moment. Nowadays, throughout the 3 counties of Fingqi Road, which official did not send congratulatory gifts to the residents in different ways after hearing the news? Your father, he'll have to come back someday. Zhang Shirlin also favored Tiger, and continued along with Tiger's address down the line. But with his talent, it shouldn't take long, it shouldn't be much of a problem within a year. Before Zeng Anmin enrolled in school, he had set a date that he could return home to his family when he was in the Zifu realm. With Zeng Anmin's qualifications for that moment of enlightenment of Wen Qi, opening up the purple mansion within a year would not be a big problem. How long is a year? Tiger blinked in confusion, then set his eyes on Aunt Lin. Mother, Grandpa says father can come back in a year. Aunt Lin's face was a little less natural. A blush flashed in the sassy eyes. Although she was a bit older, she was only in her early 30s, not much older than Zeng Anmin. Every time Tiger uttered what he understood to be an anticlimactic epithet, a faint embarrassment could not help but surface in Aunt Lin's heart. Well, a year isn't long. Aunt Lin's voice was filled with favor. She and married into the governor's house has been nearly 4 years, although there are some hidden feelings, but with the old man also has a husband and wife. It's just that Pops has been reluctant to add to the family, and there's nothing she can do about it. Just treating Tiger practically as his firstborn. Aha! Tiger nodded with satisfaction and said, when father comes back, I. The words were not finished. Then an extremely bold voice was heard. Tiger. Father's back. Where is it? Let Daddy hug you. The voice was extremely familiar. The few people in the familiar house all froze. Pops was the first to react, his face a little grim. This rebellious son, what is he doing back now? Hearing Pop's obviously emotionally charged words. Aunt Lin's heart was a little anxious when she saw Pop's mood. Master, Quan Fu has not been away from you half a step since childhood, perhaps it is not adapted. Miss the master, have this filial piety, come back to see the good. Pop's face cleared up a little, still not saying a word, carrying Tiger out of the study. Just got out of the bookstore. Then he saw that in the middle of the courtyard, Zeng Anmin had a smile on his face, followed by Dechun's extremely robust figure, walking towards him. Zeng Anmin pressed on, not caring about the gloom on his old man's face. His eyes all fell on Tiger. Daddy! Tiger saw that Zeng Anmin's cute little face was full of joy, and immediately struggled out of his old man's arms, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he trotted towards Zeng Anmin. Egu, haven't you seen Tiger for a few days and miss your father? How can this damn human cub be so cute? Zeng Anmin held the tiger in his arms and teased it. Thinking. Tiger met Zeng Anmin and behaved extremely well, nodding his head in a milky voice. Father doesn't believe it. Zeng Anmin deliberately made a stern face, purely trying to tease Tiger. You ask mother, I ask mother every day when father will be back. Tiger gamely pointed at Auntie Lin who was standing in the courtyard. When Aunt Lin in the courtyard heard this, she pursed her lips, and it was extremely unnatural above that gorgeous face. Bowing his head, he didn't dare to meet Zeng Anmin's eyes. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. It's not Auntie Lin. We both have a clear conscience. You're acting like you really have something on your face. He only looked down at the tiger in his arms and patiently said. Good Tiger, you can't call your mother, you have to call your grandmother. Aha! Tiger nodded his head with a serious face, then sneaked onto Zeng Anmin's shoulder and confessed. Grandpa is bad, Grandpa lied to me and said it would take a year for Daddy to come back. A child's words, a child's words. No one has put it in their mind. Just as soon as these words fell, Zeng Anmin heard the grim voice of his old man. What are you doing back here? Silver spent? Dechun. Didn't I tell you to keep the silver? Pops was 3 soul-crushing sentences on the spot. Although Emperor Jianhong had just left, so many drastic changes occurred in Liangjiang County immediately afterward. He still didn't really want Zeng Anmin to get involved. It's not spent, there's enough silver. Dachuan didn't know why, but every time he saw his lordship, he felt a lot of pressure in his heart. A streak of sweat broke out above his forehead and he said truthfully. Young master said he won't go to the academy from now on. The entire courtyard fell silent at those words. Aunt Lin, Uncle Chi, including the subordinates, all looked at Zeng Anmin incredulously. Looking at their eyes, the corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth pulled. And he understands. In their hearts, Pops was the star of literature. The son who is born will surely have a heart for Confucianism and Taoism. How can such words of not wanting to read come out of one's mouth? It's like one of those superb schoolboys in a previous life who had excellent character and scored perfect marks in all subjects. Suddenly one day stood up and said to everyone, I'm not going to school. I'm going into an electronics factory. Stupid. A sudden pop sounded in the courtyard. Uncle Chi glared at Chi Dachuan, his mid-air was so strong that the hand pointing at him was trembling a little. Young master is the one I've seen grow up, with the heart of a naked child, treating his lordship with respect. How could he say such treasonous words? I see, it must be you. Chibo's face was extremely unkind, and there was some hatred in his tone. Dechun tried his best to argue, it's really the young master. And you say. With that, Chibo had already dodged to the side of Dechun, the slap in his hand raised high. Pop. I'll let you slander the young master. Pop. ING stupid. Pop. Father, don't fight. I'm really not lying. Dachuan couldn't run all over the yard to avoid the slaps that were like a sudden rain. All right. Pops, his face expressionless, snapped out. Everyone stopped. Nervously, he looked over at Pops. Pop slowly walked down the steps and looked at Zeng Anmin faintly, his voice could not be heard to be happy or angry. Why? 2 simple words, but like a big mountain, they pressed on everyone's heart. Tiger was scared and buried his head on top of Zeng Anmin's shoulder. Daddy, I'm scared. Why so serious? Zeng Anmin hurriedly reached out and gently patted Tiger's back as he looked at his old man and chided. It's all scaring the kids. Pop's eyelids fluttered lightly. He tried his best to suppress the noise in his heart and spoke coldly. Say. Zeng Anmin looked up with a smile, revealing an innocent face. Wasn't it you who told me to come back? Everyone was confused. What? 3 big question marks showed on his face. Pop's brows directly furrowed, and a faint trace of disappointment surfaced above his face. The sages say that a man who is not trustworthy does not know what is possible. Obviously, he was disappointed in his own son's extremely poorly constructed lie. Zeng Anmin grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Gently, he held out a finger to Pops. Didn't you say that I would be able to return home once the Violet Mansion was opened? As he said that, an extremely dense milky white light was faintly revealed above his fingers. As soon as the light appeared, the entire courtyard felt that thick, ancient aura. As soon as the milky white light came out, Pop's face froze directly. Ho! Ho 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 ho? Chapter 29, The Xian Formation Division. How good is it to pretend? Or how great it is to play the big guy in front of the big guy? Zeng Anmin hugged Tiger, his face still extremely bright with a smile. Finally experienced the joy of a school bully solving a high school odyssey in front of the teacher. Pop's face was a little frozen at this point. Not to mention Pops, who in the entire courtyard, except for Chi Dachuan who had just been beaten up, was not dumbfounded? Zeng Anmin put away his fingers and blinked, his tone innocent. Why don't you say something? His voice broke the silence of the yard. Everyone looked at Zeng Anmin with a swish. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun just swept over the tip of his nose, that knife-like side face, as well as extremely eye-catching Danfeng eyes, giving people a kind of uniquely youthful vigor. Pops reacted, one hand behind his back, his face regaining its flatness as he cleared his throat of whatever was blocking it. Ahem, opening the Violet Mansion at this age does count as quite some talent. At that point, Pops turned the tables. Opening the Violet Mansion is only the first step into Confucian cultivation. The foundation of 10,000 feet begins with a single step, so in the future, you must not be impatient and practice patiently. It must be known that seriously sensing heaven and earth is the root of the path of Confucianism and Taoism. After this, you can practice Confucianism at home, and if you don't understand anything, you can come to me in the study. With that said, Pops took a small, obviously faster than usual step and walked briskly in the direction of the study. The old man suddenly remembered that he had official business to attend to, so he will not eat the evening meal. With that, he stepped into the study. Snap! The door to the room was closed behind him. Tisk! Zeng Anmin lowered his head and teased the tiger, then perfunctorily raised his eyelids down, skimming the closed doors and windows of the study. Then we'll leave Grandpa alone, shall we eat first, Tiger? Good. Tiger didn't seem to care about anything, but after Zeng Anmin mentioned the word dinner, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Yeah, he. The drool had left the mouth. Zeng Anmin lifted Tiger's shirt and wiped his mouth. Eyes glanced toward the study again, skimmed, and muttered. Suppression of trial education and all that is most annoying. In the middle of the study, Zeng Shilin looked out through the gap in the window. After Zeng Anmin took Tiger and Aunt Lin out of the hospital for dinner. The subordinates in the courtyard also left one after another. He waited a little longer until the whole yard was as quiet as a pin drop. Zeng Shilin finally couldn't hold back and loosened his hand that was already white from his grip. Ha 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 ha. Extremely cheerful laughter resounded throughout the study. Surname Chin. You like to compare yourself to old me and everything? What about the daughter who enters the nurturing realm in half a year? Ha ha ha. Just the thing to make a daughter-in-law for my old man's son. But the latter words were in Pop's mind. The Jiangwang Mansion was situated in the southward position of the Two Rivers County. After 2 turns, the official road is not far away. It's also the place where Wang Lin, the son of Jiang Wangfu, died. At this time, although it was already night, the Jiangwang Mansion was brightly lit. Main Hall. A burly, lanky figure sat expressionlessly in a chair in the very center. About 37 or 88 years old, with a magnificent figure, firmly covered by a purple coat. The neck and wrists show a bronze complexion. The features were well defined and deep, with dark, icy eyes. This person was none other than the current king of Jiang, who stared without a word at a slightly hunched old man diagonally across from him. Seiji did die under a spirit weapon. That hunchbacked old man face above the gullies, a blessed cloth dress extremely simple. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some old farmer's man. However, his seemingly cloudy eyes flickered from time to time, giving off a sense of inscrutability. The old man was a staff member of the Jiangwang Mansion. His name was Qi Lang, but he preferred others to call him Mr. Qi. Mr. Chi's voice was low and sure, with a slight hint of hoarseness. The spirit weapons made by the Xian Formation Division are all too familiar to my subordinates. Dying under the same spirit weapon as air, the murderer was at least a martial artist of the ascending realm. A single, clean hit is proof enough that black cat, Takeshi, is a repeat offender. That said, he sat there in silence with his eyes on the ground and his nose in the air. He was waiting for King Zhang to speak first. After a long time, Zhang Wang's deep eyes finally lifted, and a dangerous light that made people unable to stop trembling flickered in his eyes. In the entire Two Rivers County, there are only a handful of martial artists with Xian Formation Division spirit weapons. Spiritual weapons that are short swords, none of them. At that, he glanced up at the rice paper spread out on the table. The paper depicted a short turquoise-colored blade, and the owner holding it was a mysterious man with a black hood. It was drawn from eyewitness accounts. This would require Your Highness to send someone with this painting to the Xian Formation Division to ask for an explanation. The old man slowly shook his head, his gaze deep. When he said the words Xian Formation Division, he was slightly lost in thought for a moment. The Xian Formation Division's standardized spirit weapons all have prepared numbers, so we should be able to find out. When Zhang Wang heard this, he was thoughtful, and his fingertips tapped the desktop on his right-hand side with regularity. De. The voice is extremely rhythmic. After a few moments, Zhang Wang raised his head to reveal that slightly rugged face, and his voice was vicious. Then go and ask. This king would like to see who is so bold. Between the words, a dense killing intent surfaced. The entire main hall was plunged into a kind of deathly silence. Bugs don't dare to chirp, birds don't dare to chirp. The old man was silent for a moment and didn't pick up on it. However, the River King clearly had no intention of letting him go, but instead, he slowly placed his gaze on him. Mr. Chi, I heard that the Xian Formation Division in the capital has a spell called Ask the Sky, which can deduce information based on a person's appearance and other information. I wonder if... The words were half-spoken, but the meaning was clear. When the old man heard these words, he was slightly lost in thought for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This method is detrimental to Yan lifespan. And my Tao is not deep, so I may not necessarily deduce it. Zhang Wang didn't even blink his eyes, just slightly narrowed his eyes as he continued to stare at him. For a while, the main hall was plunged into a touch of eerie atmosphere. The old man sighed slightly in his heart, then forced a smile and slowly got up, bowing to the Zhang King. But Your Majesty's heart is grieving, my subordinates can understand and dare not follow orders. Good. Zhang Wang smiled joyfully and sighed as he stroked his palm. Lone meets Mr. Chi like a fish in water. Within a short time, the main hall of the royal residence was already filled with all kinds of materials. Zhang Wang expelled all his subordinates and stood beside the old man with one hand behind his back, quietly surveying everything. Mr. Chi's face was grave, a black and purple compass in his hand. Looking at the extremely complicated lines drawn in blood on the ground. Heaven is the law of the earth, and the earth is the law of the sky, and with the golden fleece, a ray of knowledge is obtained. The old man mouthed the words, then violently opened his eyes, and the compass in his hand suddenly began to rotate. Not long after, a faintly swirling wave fell against the ground pattern. Buzz. The voice rang out, and the arcane pattern on the ground gently flickered with a faintly undetectable light as it was surrounded by several stones. The old man immediately reclosed his eyes. Some image flashed in his mind's eye. And maybe some words too. Outsiders are not allowed to know. Zhang Wang just saw that the corners of the old man's mouth had slightly overflowed with a touch of blood after he opened his eyes again. Your Majesty, the identity of the black cat wolf has been fully grasped by my subordinates. Chapter 30. I'm going to be an official. Ha! The Zhang Wang's eyes immediately flashed with a flash of light, and he fiercely opened his mouth to ask. Who is it? The old man did not answer immediately, but instead endeavored to regulate the spiritual energy that was flowing through his body. After a long moment, he let out a long breath of relief. When he looked at him again, the pallor above his face had disappeared. His gaze was fixed, his voice weak and sure. After starting the formation, my subordinate had a sudden feeling in his heart. First, the clarified chi flashed through, so the person is not very old, 16 or so. Occasional purple chi, this is the chi of honor. It should be that someone in the family is in a high position, and their status is no worse than that of the king. It was followed by the passing of the green gas, proving that this person is extremely close to us, and should still be in the middle of Two Rivers County at this time. Mr. Chi's gaze was also a bit gloomy when he finished. In the entire Two Rivers County, there was only one person who could compare to the king's status. The Jiang King stared at the old man for a long time, then said word for word. Saying, "Sure, Lin. But there is only one person who fits the profile of 16 years old, and that is his only son. Zeng Anmin." Speaking of this, Jiang Wang's face was already filled with murderous intent as he sank to the ground. 16 years old, 8th grade of martial arts. Didn't Zhang Shilin despise martial artists like us? Why does he indulge his only son in vulgarity? Speaking of this, an extremely sarcastic sneer surfaced on Jiang Wang's face. In the entire Two Rivers County, only he, Zhang Shilin, is willing to spend such resources for his son to push into the Ascension realm at the age of 16. The world is a hard place. Mr. Qi only returned these 4 words. Jiang Wang was about to say something else when he heard someone from his subordinates report. "Your Majesty, Waterdew Academy, there is a secret message." Jiang Wang lightly raised his eyelids, took the secret letter from his subordinate, and waved his hand to send him away. Only, when his eyes came into contact with the top of the secret letter, the cold smile on his face froze abruptly. Not a word was spoken in the middle of the day. "What is the matter?" Doubt flashed in Mr. Qi's eyes. He rarely saw the River King lose his temper. Jiang Wang's face was extremely gloomy as he glanced at the remains of the spell formation on the ground without speaking. Passed the secret letter in his hand. Mr. Qi reached out to receive the letter. When read the contents of the whole person is a slight tremor, the old face swished snow white. Then unbelievably, he looked down to the compass on his waist, and then extremely quickly moved his gaze to the remains of the formation on the ground. This. His lips were trembling. "Mr. Qi, this harmful formation, it's better to use it sparingly in the future." Jiang Wang sneered, and then directly turned around and left. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but his foot touched the spirit stone supporting the formation and made a bang sound. Kicked that spirit stone extremely far away. After King Jiang left, Mr. Qi's face remained stagnant. Then the withered face began to turn twisted, and his voice nearly leached. "Old thief Su. You really didn't have good intentions when you passed on this formation back then. Wow." The secret letter fell out of Mr. Qi's hand and slowly floated on the ground with the wind. The candlelight was flickering and the words on the paper were vaguely visible. "Zheng Shilin's only son, Zeng Anmin Rudao, is of great celestial splendor, and will enter the 7th grade Zifu realm within 5 days. Governor's residence, in the middle of Pop's study." Zeng Anmin was playing with the jade plate finger on his old dad's desk in his hand. His face was permeated with a touch of gravity, and his pair of Danfeng eyes fell on his old dad across the room. On the other hand, Zheng Shilin, who was on the opposite side of the table, sat up straight abruptly and asked in a deep voice. "The Jiang Wang Mansion?" Zeng Anmin nodded slowly, his voice certain. "Why would I lie to you? It's definitely the Jiang Wang Mansion." Phew. The cold color on Zheng Shilin's face suddenly appeared, but did not hasten to speak, but only pondered without slanting his eyes. "Scholar Zhang Luan, servant of the Hanging Mirror Division, Jiang Wangfu, can long to." His voice lowered with each person's name. After a long time, Pop slowly raised his eyes. "This is a matter that no one must know about. I'll take care of the Jiang Wangfu side." "Understood." Zeng Anmin nodded his head in response, then looked back to his old man and smiled. "There's one more thing." "Say." Pop saw Zeng Anmin's face smiling like a small fox of strength, his eyebrows gently wrinkled. "I'm not going to the academy, I'm trying to get an official job." Zeng Anmin scratched his head and looked at his old dad, his face extremely serious, and said, "I don't even dare to think of a 1st and 2nd grade, the whole 3rd grade dang thing?" Pops nearly choked on his spit when that came out. "Being an official? And a 3rd grade?" Zhang Shilin crossed his eyes. "You bumped your head? Look at what this is saying. I'm a Confucian genius who entered the 7th grade in 5 days, what's wrong with being a 3rd grade official? Yesterday, Aunt Lin said that my son has the potential to be a chief minister." Zeng Anmin had a smug look on his face. "There is no way in hell this is going to happen." Pops didn't even bother with the stupid son, slowly getting up impatiently. "Have a good time reading at home." After saying that, he was about to get up and walk towards the outside. "Dad." Zeng Anmin naturally refused to let go of Zhang Shilin. He tugged at his old man's sleeve and calmly said on his face, "Not to joke with you, the child intends to enter the Hanging Mirror Division, you see, to give a few grades, whatever." Zeng Anmin had never been of a passive nature. Since we know that the current enemy is the Zheng Wanfu, then it is necessary to take the initiative. Entering the Hanging Mirror Division was the first step in his plan. Around is just an unpopular prince, wanna bring him down. Zeng Anmin has at least 10 ways. This is by no means his bragging, who led our father as the governor of Fingchi Road, the hands of the military power of the feudal officials? Why do you want to enter the service so badly? Pops could also see that his son was genuinely not joking about this. Trying to help you. In front of his own father, Zeng Anmin never told lies, and he frankly confronted him. The death of brother Tongyin made my son feel that there are too many dark and dirty things in this world. We can't control other places. If we still let that bunch of bastards mess up in Liangjiang County, won't it degrade my father's reputation? This was said with the utmost seriousness, and it was certainly said with great deliberation. According to the character of the old man, after hearing this, even if he didn't say it on his lips, his heart was absolutely relieved. Which I expected Pop's voice to be stern as hell. Can the dangers of officialdom be so childish? No matter what the official position is, no matter where you are, being an official is for the people, for the king. Not for the old man. Zeng Anmin didn't expect his old man's reaction to be this big. He was silent for a moment, then his eyes looked out the window, his voice heavy. This time, in the case of Zhang Luan, it is fortunate that the black cat wolf, otherwise, wouldn't we still be letting that murderer get away with it now? This was said with the intention of testing the waters, in addition to being said with sincerity. Ridiculous. Hearing this, Pops reached out and slammed his hand down on the table, making a bang sound. Chivalry is forbidden by martial arts. That black cat wufu is just a term of disregard for the king's law without authorization to lynch people, if everyone is like him. Wouldn't the world be in chaos? Pops became more and more stern. He looked straight at Zeng Anmin, his voice was extremely cold, and his face showed disappointment as he pointed at the door. Get out. Dad. Get out. Oh. Zeng Anmin skinned his lips and copied the jade wrench from his old man's desk into his arms. Leave it to Pops to have a rear end. Pa. The door to the study was closed, leaving Zhang Shilin alone. As Zeng Anmin left, Zhang Shilin sat silently in his chair. He was thinking hard about what he had just said to his own son. Ugh. After a long time, there was a long sigh. Pop stood up slowly with a bitter smile, muttering disgruntledly under his breath. A child is too big for his own good. Then there was the sound of rustling of pens. Chi Wei. Master. Outside the study door, Chi Bo respectfully entered. This posting was sent to the Hanging Glass Division. Yes. Sunlight shines through the window on a flickering post. Today, there is a scholar from the Water Dude Academy, Zeng Anmin, who has stepped into the 7th rank in Confucianism, so he is recorded as the left official of the Hanging Mirror Division in a broken record. Chapter 31, The Case of the Ant's Murder. After 2 days of idleness at home, Zeng Anmin stayed in his study except for teasing Tiger occasionally. This study was a house that Pops had made available in his yard in the last 2 days. After the snow, Two Rivers County has had great sunshine for the past 2 days. If you want to continue to advance after the opening of the Purple Mansion in Confucianism, you can only sink your heart into the book, relying on the accumulation of time and the perception of heaven and earth. Without a special opportunity, it is even possible that you may not get an inch closer in your life. In Zeng Anmin's hand was a copy of EZ, left to him by Zhang Luan. Quan Fu, the label is my brother's understanding of the meaning of the text. I hope it will be useful to you, so as not to live up to the trust that Mr. Luan has placed in him. Seeing the familiar notes, Zeng Anmin continued to read them carefully. Almost every passage that has a raw text, you can see Zhang Luan's tiny words. Keep turning to the last page. Zeng Anmin's gaze fell on a small poem, again in Zhang Luan's handwriting. I hope that brother Quan Fu will live up to his time. Encouragement to read, especially with poems. Time is like water that does not return. It is advisable to read books while you are young. The flower characters on the temple broke the title, and won the literary leader to repay the sunshine. Seeing this poem, the corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. Brother Tongyi, Brother Tongyi, your poem on persuasion is really not good. Although he could not write poetry, Zeng Anmin was after all considered a Confucian and Taoist person, and his tasting ability. The two looked at each other, neither one speaking first. Because of the unpleasantness in the study, Zeng Anmin was now in a cold war with his old man. Father! Why aren't you wearing your official clothes today? Zeng Anmin blinked. Since Pops had already helped himself to the job, he took the initiative to give in first. How can a son take on his father? Today is a day off from work, so I'm going to go trekking. When Pops heard his son speak first, his taut face relaxed slightly and his voice eased considerably. Zeng Anmin said, "It's good to embark on a youthful journey, it's time to pay attention to dispersal when you're older." Pop's newly eased face darkened again. With a cold snort, he headed out the door, walking as he did so. Today's entry: you should be more peaceful in the yamen, don't make trouble, and listen to your superior officer's advice more often. Got it. With a straightened body, Zeng Anmin led Dachuan out of the street. Hiya. He extremely valiantly rolled over onto his horse, and with a gentle strangle of the horse's reins, the BMW at his crotch sped away. The job of riding the horse was still thanks to his predecessor, who was not the least bit uncomfortable. Dachun followed suit and flipped onto another horse, following the young master and heading towards the entrance of the Hanging Mirror division. Zeng Anmin led his horse and looked at the extremely imposing gate in front of him. A look of sighing appeared on his face. I remember the last time I was here before the gate, I was still the one who wore the sin. Today, he is already an official of the 8th rank. The Hanging Glass division is huge. After entering through the front door, it was a long walk to the grounds of his office. As soon as he entered the courtyard, there was a middle-aged, green-clothed scribe waiting for him with a smile on his face. Middle-aged scribe in official clothes, thin face, eyes are not big, the nose is quite high, the corners of the mouth side of a mustache. Upon seeing him, the scribe let out a hearty laugh. My name is Su Yunfeng, the right canonical historian of the Hanging Mirror division. The left canonical official is new here. From now on you will be a colleague, I will guide you. Thank you. Zeng Anmin looked at the middle-aged scribe and saluted without moving. One could sense that the other party had come prepared and was familiar with his identity. Whether it's friend or foe is unclear at this point. The smile on Su Yunfeng's face remained unchanged as he slowly came to Zeng Anmin's side and reached out his hand. This way. Thanks a lot. Zeng Anmin followed Su Yunfeng into the courtyard, traveling to a not-so-small room. The whole house is bright and airy, with screens, tables, chairs, and china. Su Yunfeng pointed at the room. This is the traveling room of the left official, and all official business will be conducted here from now on. Zeng Anmin looked toward the house. I can see that the cleaning is very clean. The position of the left warden of the division is a special one and governs a variety of things. The main thing is the law and order along the Linjiang River in Liangjiang County. Zeng Anmin felt emotion in his heart after hearing this. Pops has treated me well. Can see that this is a position where you can make a lot of money. The area around Linjiang. It can contain many places such as wharves, canal markets, and so on. As the largest county in Fengchi Road, it can be imagined how much oil and water is contained in the wharf and canal transportation. Under Su Yunfeng's introduction, Zeng Anmin quickly familiarized himself with his business. We have 2 teams of red-clothed men at the lighthouse of our wardens, and with them in place, we can leave these tasks to them on weekdays. Su Yunfeng's voice was gentle. Zeng Anmin glanced at Su Yunfeng without moving and slowly nodded his head. The two of them walked and chatted towards the front, and as they walked towards a bookshelf, Su Yunfeng introduced himself. This is the dossier rack. Linjiang generation of cases are gathered here, many are through the hands of my brother. Quanfu virtuous brother has nothing to do, can also observe and learn. Just as Su Yunfeng's words fell, a voice rang out from outside the door. Dignitary Su, this is the dossier of your account. As the words fell, he saw a handyman come in with something shaped like a scroll in his hands. Well, put it on the table. Su Yunfeng's smile remained unchanged as he looked towards Zeng Anmin with his voice still gentle. Previously the left canonical official vacancy, so the Linjiang area of the case has been my brother in the office. Now since the virtuous brother to come, my brother naturally not good to overstep his role. As soon as these words came out, Zeng Anmin keenly sensed a touch of wrongness. He nodded without moving, then picked up the dossier on the table, his gaze slowly falling on top of it. On the first page of the case file, there are 7 clear words: the case of the murder of the aunt by the son of a ship merchant in Jinping. Kim Peace. The largest ship merchant in Two Rivers County. From son, it means nephew. The date on it is clearly labeled. A case from 3 months ago. Just from the dates alone, you can tell this is a tough case. If it was an ordinary case, how could there be a delay of 3 months? Oh, that's kind of funny. Zeng Anmin looked at the dossier in his hands with a smirk on his face. This Su Yunfeng. In front of me is an enemy and not a friend. The Department of Suspended Mirror was nominally established by the court to assist the governor. But in reality it is vaguely divided into 3 factions. The first is the first line that has been trained for the 4 years that my father has been in office. The second was the minions that the Jiang Wangfu had infiltrated over the years. The third is the neutral faction. From the contact just now, it could be seen that this Su Yunfeng knew that he was his father's son. If he was in his father's direct line, he would never have come up and made such a case for himself. Likewise, if you are a neutral party, you will give yourself 2 days to familiarize yourself with the business before trying to get rid of the hot potato. So there's only one possibility. This Su Yunfeng, he should be from the Jiang Wangfu side. Chapter 32, The Cloud of Suspicion. In that case there will be no more chatter. Su Yunfeng saw Zeng Anmin's undivided attention on the dossier, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He gently stroked the 2 beards at the corners of his mouth, and excused himself. Zeng Anmin looked thoughtfully at Su Yunfeng's back. Pops arranged himself to be the left official at Hanging Mirror Shi, and it was by no means an idle move. Jin Taiping, Shin family. Zeng Anmin looked faintly at the dossier, his heart faintly clear. This case is inextricably linked to the Jiang Wang family. There was a high probability that some untold secrets of the Jiang Wangfu were hidden inside. What could be the secret? Zeng Anmin's heart came to life. Slowly, he lowered his head to the dossier in his hands, his eyes flashing in contemplation, and he said nothing. The details of the entire case are on the dossier. The present head of the Shin family is named Shin Lu. Aged 41, he died of consumption 15 days before the crime. Volume of Shin Lu's record is very detailed. He was young and brave, and then took over the family business to honest down, with the family's fleet of ships traveled to the north and south to break into the name. The key point of the case is when the entire Shin family organized the funeral for this Shin Lu. Shin Lu's widow, Shin, was killed while keeping mourning for him in front of the hall. At a quarter of an hour past cinnabar, the follower, Shin Jun, drunkenly entered the hall wishing to observe filial piety with his uncle, and at 3 minutes past cinnabar came out in a hasty manner. From son, it means nephew. At a quarter past dawning, the slaves outside the door entered the hall. The last frost Shin Lu died of asphyxiation. The corpse had finger marks on the neck and held Shin Songjuan's jade pendant in her hand. The red-clothed Lang of the Hanging Mirror Division was captured from Zi Shinjun at the hour of the following day in the Department of Education. Into the imperial prison for 3 days, Shinjun firmly denied the case of killing the ant. The case is so delayed. At a glance, this is a clear and crisp volume. It not only details Shin Lu's state of death, but also listed each person's confession very clearly. But in Zeng Anmin's opinion, every word could not bear close scrutiny. He looked up, his gaze out the window, his voice murmuring. What was Shinjun's motive for killing his aunt? This is a very important issue. In the entire dossier, everything is clearly documented, but only this motive is not explicitly stated. And, beyond that, there is an extremely important point. Shinjun's first thought after killing his aunt wasn't to run away, but to go to the churchyard? What? Is it now fashionable to kill someone and then go whoring? Bull. Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes narrowed slightly. The Shin family ship merchants occupied a very important economic position in the Two Rivers County. And Shinjun was the sole heir of the Jin Taiping shipbroker after Shin Lu's death. If this case is not handled well. Zeng Anmin slowly looked up, his eyes deep and haunted. I'm afraid there's a lot more involved then. However, the corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the densely packed dossier of small letters. He already knew how to solve the case. In the middle of the imperial prison. Zeng Anmin looked in front of a pale face, lying in the haystack, do not know whether dead or alive prisoner, face sinking like water. The man was dressed in prison clothes, black, and his body emitted a strong stench. Lying motionless on top of the haystack. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest still indicated that he was not dead. This person was none other than Shinjun. You can tell it's not a lot of torture. The Hanging Mirror Division's imperial prison, where entering is equivalent to losing half your life, is by no means a false statement. Zeng Anmin just glanced lightly at the magistrate beside him. Although he is young, but the body contains the righteousness of the body, between the hands and feet has been quite authoritative. Put him out. Yes. The 2 red-clothed Langs opened the cell door with extreme respect and pulled the young man up from the ground as if they were throwing a dead body. Boo! The young man was thrown to the ground and allowed inertia to carry his body. His entire body was limp. It was only at this time that Zeng Anmin got a good look at his face. The eyes were lifeless, covered in blood and crow, and the face was numb. Shinjun. Zeng Anmin lowered his head and spoke to him faintly in a deep voice. This official is the new left official. You killed the ant case. This official intends to retrial. You have to be truthful. There is no half-tolerance for selfishness. The voice was full of air, rather like a big old man in the green sky. Hearing his words, Shinjun on the ground first gave a start, then with difficulty, he turned his eyes toward Zeng Anmin on the side. Zeng Anmin's face was stoic as he locked eyes with him. He saw very complicated emotions in Shinjun's eyes. Numb, tough, stubborn. I've said what I need to say, I've done the right thing, and I didn't kill my aunt. Shinjun had said this for I don't know how many times. But every officer who came to check on him routinely used the torture device on him again. And he had long since gotten used to it. Aha! Zeng Anmin's face was expressionless as he sat on the chair that the official had moved for him, gently turning the jade wrench on his thumb that he had taken from his old man, and after a long time, he asked in a deep voice. What I want to ask is whether your aunt was the only one in the funeral hall that night? Shinjun's heart sank when he heard this, and his face was filled with bitterness. Every officer who came to ask was the first to ask this. Yes. Shinjun answered smoothly. What all happened in the midst of the hearth? Why did your jade pendant fall into our hands? Zeng Anmin had only read the dossier once and didn't know the case thoroughly, and now he had to derive some more information from Shinjun's mouth. Of course, Shinjun, as a suspect, certainly couldn't believe everything that came out of his mouth. Shinjun pursed his lips. Uncle no queen, since Young treat me as if I were his own, I have very deep feelings with him, heard the news of his death pain for some days, that day hiding in the house alone drank some booze. Speaking of this, his face was extremely complicated. After entering the hearth, my aunt she even took advantage of my drunkenness to seduce me and do that illicit thing on top of the spiritual hall. Zeng Anmin could hear the intense hatred in this Shinjun's tone. This world actually have such a powerful thing? That's on the hearth. The island industry has gotten so advanced that there hasn't even been a title of this type yet. If there is hope to travel back, is it yourself? Ahem, off topic. Zeng Anmin continued to look at Shinjun with a serious face. My uncle has always treated her extremely well, who would have thought that her uncle's casket would still be there? Shinjun's face reddened with anger every time he thought about this. I left in anger, probably in too much haste. The jade pendant was yanked in her hands. After I came out of the funeral hall, I went to the Department of Education. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched a little. This one's a man, though. Just this good's tone of voice sounds, how to look like his aunt in the spiritual hall above the seduction of him, and then he was so angry that the wisdom of the dizzy, the aunt will be strangled to death. No wonder you have so much blood on you. Who wouldn't suspect you? But it's a good thing you met me. That means your aunt died after you left? Aha! When Shinjun saw Zeng Anmin's hook smile, he was a little unsure in his heart. Good. Zeng Anmin slowly got up, his eyes looking towards his face, smiling playfully. Then this officer asks you, after you came out of the spiritual hall and went to the churchyard, which girl did you seek? A timely flower girl. Shinjun answered the question fluently. An opportune time too. The richest and most famous flower girl of the Two Rivers County Education Department. Zeng Anmin was thoughtful, then slowly got up. Dichan. Young master. Let's go, follow young master to the Department of Education. Yeah. Chapter 33, Encounter. Within these few sentences of conversation, Zeng Anmin had a basic knowledge of the young man in front of him called Shinjun. Follow the logical thinking of a normal person. His dead uncle, Shenlu, had no children. That meant that Shinjun was the only legitimate heir in the ship merchant Shin's house. He didn't have to do anything but follow the steps, and he could take over Jin Taiping and become the richest man in Liangjiang County. Sentiently and rationally, he didn't have to do something like killing his aunt in front of the spiritual hall. He went to the churchwardens after being seduced by his aunt. This is a bloodthirsty teenager. And between conversations with him, the man spoke clearly and talked smoothly. If it hadn't been carefully planned in his mind, it would have proved that he wasn't lying. If it's well planned, how could someone with that kind of IQ run to the churchyard after killing someone? If he had that kind of intelligence, he wouldn't have killed anyone at all. All that was needed was to step in and set things right after successfully taking over the Golden Peace Fleet. So now there are two possibilities. First, someone in the Shin family didn't want him to take over the fleet and deliberately planned this case, sending someone to report the case directly after he left the hearth. Secondly, the murderer is indeed Shinjun, he is a big stupid coin and does things out of the ordinary. Of these two possibilities, Zeng Anmin felt that the former was a bit more logical. After all, in a merchant's house like this one, it is easy for such underhanded things as hooking up to each other to occur. What Zeng Anmin had to do now was to go to the education department to find that flower girl, and Shichi, and ask her about it. Let's see if this Shinjun is a big dumb coin or not. Of all the people involved in this case, 90% of them are from the Shin family. But now the Shin family's people also belong to the suspected felons in Zeng Anmin's mind, and he didn't trust them. The Department of Corrections. It is a government-run brothel. In successive dynasties of the church department are only the dignitaries can come in to enjoy. Because here, just to play a tea roundup once, it costs a full 30 taels of silver. It's not always possible to get a hooker. It depends on whether the girl is happy or not. In order to handle the case smoothly, Zeng Anmin then brought 2 teams of red-clothed Lang out directly from the Hanging Mirror Division. The Hanging Mirror Division is on the case, idlers take cover. As the horse's hooves rang out, the voice of the red-clothed Lang who was running at the very front was rough and extremely intimidating. When these words came out, all the people turned into birds and beasts and dispersed. Instantly, the door to the Department of Education was closed. Zeng Anmin slowly dismounted from his horse, and Di Chun followed behind him with extreme respect. Looking at the fear in the eyes of those little ladies at the door as well as the turtle subordinates, Zeng Anmin's face was expressionless. Master, what we do in the Department of Education is a legitimate business. Young Master Zeng? The pimp hurriedly greeted him, and the moment he looked up and saw Zeng Anmin, his face was stunned. The moment he saw this pimp, Zeng Anmin couldn't help but freeze a little. Extreme microfat. The flavor is still there. Looking away, Zeng Anmin looked back. The TV show really is all a lie. This enchanting and voluptuous pimp was played like that by the TV series. The memory came. The predecessor seems to have had some other encounters with this pimp called Yun Yang. The old rule. Zeng Anmin hurriedly stopped the words in his mouth, his face serious. Yun Yang, this day this official is here to handle a case. Quickly call the timely flower girl here, there are a few words to ask her. As he spoke, Zeng Anmin led Di Chun toward the door. Yun Yang followed behind, with a difficult situation on her charming and pretty face. Miss Timely is physically ill today and is not very convenient. Despite the fact that there are more girls around, Zeng Anmin still didn't look away. Hearing Yun Yang's words, his brows frowned lightly. Finding a random chair and sitting down, he said lightly. This official said he's here today to handle a case and ask a few questions, so he won't get in the way. The embarrassment on Yun Yang's face worsened as she looked around. Biting his lower lip lightly, he then slowly came to Zeng Anmin and slowly got down. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it accidentally brushed against his head. SS. Nice brainwave. Zeng Anmin lamented in his heart that all butchers are so knowledgeable nowadays. This body was, after all, a 16-year-old and bloodthirsty teenager. But it was good that he remembered who he was. Just as he suppressed the restlessness in his heart, he heard Yun Yang's fragrant exhale. Young Master Zeng, truth be told, there is actually an honored guest at the moment there. Is not very convenient right now. Oh, yeah. Zeng Anmin raised his eyebrows lightly, understanding Yun Yang's meaning in seconds. But today was his first day on the job, and he wasn't about to give anyone face. An expensive guest? What kind of guest? In the whole of Liangjiang County, how can my father be more expensive? Besides, this officer is here on a case. Zeng Anmin sneered and said. This young master will give you one last chance. If you are sensible, let her come to me. If not, it is this official who will go to her. Young master, can't you be a little more accommodating today? Yun Yang was on the verge of crying. She blinked her big aggravated eyes. Next time young master comes, slave will definitely serve young master comfortably. The look is really pitiful. But Zeng Anmin was determined to do the case today, and his face suddenly turned cold. Pow! Reaching out violently, he slapped his hand on the table next to him. Seeing this action of his, the 2 rows of red-clothed Langs, Zeng Anmin looked deeper into the house. What comes into view is a shapely. Zeng Anmin's eyes instantly widened and his face turned brilliant. The air was silent. After a long time, Zeng Anmin squeezed a word out of his throat with great difficulty. Dad? In the room, Zeng Shilin stood as straight as a bamboo pole, and at this time, his face sank like water, not saying a word. Those rather imposing eyes were not angry. Didn't you go trekking? Zeng Anmin thought about what his old man said in the morning before he left, and remembered the serious tone when he spoke. It's just a tatami. Pops looked at Zeng Anmin in a deep voice and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 34. After a few words of conversation between Zeng Anmin and Pops, everything was cleared up. Misunderstanding cleared. Since we're on a case, come in, Angie is in there. Pops glanced aside to the window. Apparently, you run into your son in a place like this. Even the thickest skin can't stand it. Good. Zeng Anmin actually wanted to ask Pops what he was doing here. Again, feeling a bit redundant, he didn't say anything. Miss Timely? Coming beyond the screen, Zeng Anmin straightened his clothes and his face became straight. There was an official flavor in his hands and feet. Wow. The vertical curtain next to him shook, and a figure slowly walked out. Precisely as soon as he appeared, he immediately felt the inexplicable fragrance of flowers coming from him, fragrant and rich, so that people could not help but be intoxicated by the scent. Then look at her body: white jasmine smoke luo soft veil, curved white trailing ground smoke cage plum blossom 100 water skirt, the body of the soft smoke luo, beautiful, as if the fairy descended to earth. That face is full of pure, like the first love, and subconsciously let a person cannot raise a trace of desire. As expected of a purser, she really knows how to package herself. The ones downstairs hate to be dressed more revealingly than one another, afraid that people won't know that they're selling meat. Greetings, officer. And Ji-Wei pursed her lips, her demeanor extremely dignified. Zeng Anmin nodded bashfully. Do not be nervous, this officer will ask a few questions and then leave. Zeng Anmin's voice was steady, his movements were extremely methodical, and his gaze remained serious after seeing Anjichi. Angie blinked and looked at Zeng Anmin extremely seriously. Officer, please. The voice was soothing, like the trickling of a stream. Let me ask you, before March, that is, August 17th, did that Jean Taiping's son, Shinjun, ever come to seek you out? Zeng Anmin's face was serious. Jean Taiping is known as the first ship merchant in Jiangnan. Shinjun was also extremely famous as a big spender in this skin and meat business world. Shinjun. And Shichi's eyebrow knitted gently, her eyes falling into memories. After a moment, Angie slowly looked up and nodded his head in certainty. It was here, and if I remember correctly, he should have come at the end of the dawning hour, in extreme haste. Zeng Anmin's eyes gently flickered with a refined light, staring straight at Anjichi for a moment as he asked. Why do you remember it so well? It was extremely suspicious to remember even the hours so clearly from 3 months ago. Kind of like collusion. Anjichi hung his head, knew was still in a dream, and was hurriedly called up by Yun Yang, and Mr. Shin was a little impatient. Speaking here, she pursed her lips, her voice like a mosquito, so remember more clearly. Zeng Anmin, who had heard the entire passage, revealed a look of dawning realization. Oh. That's all right. Impatient, because it had just been molested. Shinjun is but 17. Plus it's normal to be bloodthirsty when you're drunk again. Then this pairs up. Zeng Anmin's old face reddened as he coughed clearly, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask again, his eyes froze. After a long time, he looked serious. Before this official came here, did anyone ask you about Shinjun? No. Angie looked up blankly and spoke more. But what crime has Mr. Shin committed? Zeng Anmin did not answer, but squinted his eyes, his mind recalling the face of Su Yunfeng, the right official of the Hanging Mirror Division. This Su Yunfeng, there's a problem. It's obvious that Su Yunfeng hasn't looked into this case. If he had checked, how could he not come to the education department to find Shichi to inquire? Zeng Anmin's brows curled into a ball. Officer? Angie looked up and peeked at Zeng Anmin through the gap in the hair on his forehead. Zeng Anmin glanced over just in time to meet his eyes. As if she had been frightened, and Shichi hurriedly hung her head, like a girl who had done something wrong. Well, I already knew that. Zeng Anmin nodded slowly, there was no need to ask so many questions anymore. Now he had almost ruled out the suspicion that Shinjun had killed his aunt. Shifting more of his attention to that right warden Su Yunfeng. Just as he turned back around, he saw Pop's already somewhat impatient face next to him. Then I won't disturb your pleasure. Zeng Anmin raised an eyebrow at his old man. Pops. You have fun and enjoy yourself. Zeng Anmin bared his big teeth and smiled in an extremely ambiguous manner. After leaving the house, he even helped Pops close the door with his own hands. After the door closed, it became extremely quiet in the middle of the room. Pops was expressionless. The gaze that looked at Inshichi flickered with a faint essence. "Is there anything else Your Honor would like to ask?" And Jiwei's face was incredibly respectful. Pop's voice made it impossible to hear joy or anger faintly said. After exiting the door, Zeng Anmin turned around and he looked at Di-chun who had been frozen for a long time. "Go." Zeng Anmin frowned and pushed Dachuan, then led the way down the road. "Thinking about what?" Daharo asked, still looking wise and naive. "Young master, old master. What are you doing inside with that?" "This." "What?" How could Zeng Anmin not expect Dachuan's brainchild to be so outrageous? In the next moment, his face flushed red, and he even jumped up and slapped Di-chun hard on the door of his head. "Pop. SS. This kid's head is quite hard." Zeng Anmin suppressed the eyelids that couldn't stop jumping and said. "Don't be ridiculous, where is my father?" "Not the one in there." "Oh." Oken blinked, then went to push the door open, muttering, "Am I wrong?" "Hurry up." Zeng Anmin pulled Di-chun's sleeve toward the stairs. Division of suspended mirrors. Zeng Anmin dismounted from his horse and walked slowly towards the middle of the courthouse. He drooped his eyelids, and in his Danfang eyes, he seemed to be pondering something. Chirp! An air-breaking sound steeply sounded not far away. Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked up and saw a sharp arrow, flying at an extremely fast speed towards the target range beside him. Pow! The sharp arrow hit the bull's eye, and the feather was still quivering frequently. Good archery. Before Zeng Anmin could say anything, he saw that target shatter with a bang. Lean. It's a ING gun, right? Zeng Anmin had been a bit dumbfounded. In his previous life he had only seen this kind of power on Barrett. Is this a human arrow? Commander, good archery. Not far away, Wang Deli, the commanding officer of the Hanging Mirror Division, was hemming and hawing with a smug expression as he beat his chest to a banging sound. This is nothing. If I use my full power, this arrow will blow up the wall behind the target, not to mention the target. Tay mother. What are you laughing at? I'll shoot you in the ass. Zeng Anmin couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching when he heard this. No wonder Pops doesn't like such crude martial artists. Ha! Young Master Zeng? Back from the case? Wang Deli spotted Zeng Anmin and jogged all the way over, grinning and getting close to him. Zeng Anmin didn't have any ill feelings towards it either, and just revealed a smile and said, "There's a case, went to the churchyard to ask the timely flower girl for some clues." A timely flower girl? When Wang Deli heard this, his eyes lit up and his grin was extremely exaggerated. I had the pleasure of messing with her once 2 years ago, gee, that tender. It's true that it's a martial artist, and it's amazing that the focus isn't even on the case. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. Then you and my dad are kind of in the same boat. Chapter 35 to the Zeng Mansion. Linjiang Street, Two Rivers County. At this time the Linjiang Street peddlers come and go. Zeng Anmin rode on top of his high horse, his gaze sharp as he looked at the incoming crowd. He was followed by Di-chun, whose horse was obviously not too small, but was as comical as an adult riding a small wooden horse on his hips. Behind Dachuan is Shinjun, the suspected killer of his aunt, who has just recovered from his injuries. At this moment, Shinjun saw, these days, it's never good for an official to knock on the door of a businessman. After that red-clothed Lang negotiated with that person, and did not care whether he agreed or not, they directly came up two people, pushing that gate open. The door of the Zeng Mansion, squarely open in front of Zeng Anmin. Go! Zeng Anmin rolled over and dismounted, striding towards the mansion. Daharo followed closely behind him. Seeing his somewhat hurried pace, Su Yunfeng's face was one of pleasure as he slowly descended from his horse. With Shinjun showing the way, it didn't take long to arrive at the scene of the crime. The purpose of today's visit to the crime scene is simple. The first is to ask for some more statements. Secondly, it is to search whether there are any secret passages or organs in the spiritual hall on that day. Young master! A green-clothed girl suddenly spoke out in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked over and saw a small family girl full of surprise running over and looking at Shinjun's face. It's really young master, you're back from prison. Facing Zeng Anmin's gaze. Shinjun's face was a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose and said with a rather respectful face. This is my personal handmaiden, named Pearl. Seeing the pearl, Zeng Anmin's heart sank a little. Look, people's personal maidservant this posture, not to say to reach the top, but at least have 80% or more. And look at it wasn't long before a group of people came running. There are old and young. When they saw that Shinjun had returned, some people cried with joy, some people were silent, and naturally, some people had a gloomy face. The end of the world. There is no need for Zeng Anmin to open his mouth. There are already red-clothed men who have come out to negotiate with the people of the Shin family. The people of the Shin family soon also agreed to temporarily hand over the main hall of the mansion to the Lord of the Hanging Mirror Division for investigation. Soon, 2 teams of red-clothed men entered the levee hall and rummaged around. Anyone who can become an Akatsukiro of the Hanging Mirror Division has gone through the most basic training. They were extremely skillful in rummaging through things, leaving every corner untouched. Zeng Anmin wrapped his arms around himself and took this time to take a closer look at his surroundings. Not long after, his gaze fell within the martial arts arena in the courtyard in front of the true hall. Swords, guns, swords and halberds of 18 kinds of weapons are all on the rack. Someone in the Shun residence practices martial arts? Zeng Anmin raised his eyebrows at Shinjun and asked. Well, leading a fleet of ships, in itself, involves many dangers, and acquiring martial arts for the side is basic to our line of work. You practice martial arts too? Zeng Anmin asked, pointing at the weapon rack. No, it was used by my uncle, but unfortunately he was not gifted, and after barely making it into the grade he never got an inch closer. Shinjun mentioned his uncle and sighed, his face lowered. Oh. Zeng Anmin nodded thoughtfully. He then set his eyes on the 2 roughly clad slaves. You are the 2 slaves who stood guard outside the hearth at the time of the murder? Zeng Anmin entered the Hanging Mirror Division for 2 days, and the official frame was inherited quite well. His face was sullen, his voice stern, and he had quite a sense of oppression in it. Back to the officials, it's the 2 of us. The 2 slaves first looked at each other and came to him warily, kneeling down and kowtowing first. This official and ask you too, at the time of the crime, you 2 can hear what movement? Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes, one hand behind his back, his face serious. The 2 of them hurriedly kneeled on the ground and said. The 2 of us will guard the door to the hall. In addition to the young master, no one has come to the spirit hall. To say the voice, the front cannot be heard, the young master came out before raising his voice to say 2 sentences also did not hear. The 2 of them dryly glanced at Shinjun next to them, and when they saw that Shinjun didn't have any reaction, they placed their eyes on Zeng Anmin again. It's not too far off from the answers given by the duo on top of the dossier. Zeng Anmin then averted his gaze from the duo. These 2 also had no motive to commit the crime. Shen Lu died without having been violated. On top of that, these 2 have other witnesses as well. Shin Fu's slaves are quite a lot, one after another. People also did see these 2 people leaning on the doorpost of the main hall doorway napping. Sir Warden, no hidden organs were found. Not long after, 2 teams of red-clothed Lang came out, and the one in the lead saluted and reported to Zeng Anmin. No? Zeng Anmin's heart slowly sank. No. That red-clothed man nodded his head with certainty, and there are no signs of recent repairs. The meaning is clear, the murderer cannot come back and block up the original secret passage again. Backroom doing. Zeng Anmin's gaze slowly fell into that main hall, silently calculating. He set his eyes on Shinjun again. Shinjun topped his slightly thick eyebrows and looked at him nervously, his fists clenched tightly. Zeng Anmin slowly closed his eyes and began to slowly recall all the clues, murmuring softly under his breath. Shinjun has no motive and little suspicion, and the 2 slaves have no time to commit the crime and an alibi. Ha! A soft laugh rang out, interrupting Zeng Anmin's murmur. Zeng Anmin opened his eyes and found Su Yunfeng looking at himself with a smile on his face at that moment. Xian Di is wrong. How is it that Shinjun's suspicion is not considered great? And how can one so conclude that he has no motive? It is important to know that when judging a case, the position needs to be neutral and not to take sides, otherwise it would be irresponsible to the deceased and a blasphemy to one's own ability. The words were barbed, the voice was gentle, but the words were extremely harsh. What does Right Honorable Su think? Zeng Anmin raised his eyebrows, his face calm as he looked at him. Chapter 36. Su Yunfeng gently stroked the arched beard around his lips in a slightly smug manner. It's simple, Shen Lu's death. Shan Liu? Zeng Anmin was silent as he continued to look at Su Yunfeng. As a person practicing martial arts, a martial artist who has entered the grade, a good living person, coughing up blood due to an illness in just a few days, and shortly after that, he passed away, I'm afraid this is a bit fishy, isn't it? If Shinlu's death was tampered with, who is the first suspect? Su Yunfeng's face was leisurely as he slowly looked towards Shinjun. I'm sure, it must be Shinjun who wants to take over the merchant fleet in a hurry. A load of crap. Shinjun's face instantly reddened in the face of Su Yunfeng's words. He couldn't wait to rush up and bite this lewd hanging mirror priest Shangguan to death right then and there. Uncle treats me like my own, how could I possibly do that thing? Not to mention taking over the fleet, even if I could return my family's wealth to my uncle, I would not be a human being if I hesitated. Obviously, being slandered like this had touched his bottom line. It leads to talking a little out of turn now. How dare you want to die for committing the following offense? A red-clothed Lang's face suddenly turned cold, and he instantly drew the sword at his waist. The Hanging Mirror Division doesn't care which major merchant's young master you are. Zeng Anmin smiled faintly as he looked towards Su Yunfeng. The Right Warden has woken me up with this statement. Oh? Su Yunfeng gently raised his eyebrows, a pleased smile on his face. Sage brother also agrees with my deduction? Hearing this, everyone's faces changed slightly. Shinjun's body trembled, then looked at Zeng Anmin incredulously. Those who were close to Shinjun also had bleak faces. Of course, there is also a small set of people subconsciously clenched their fists, their faces turned nervous and excited. No, this statement of yours on the contrary makes me even more determined that Shinjun is not under suspicion. Shinlu has no descendant, and Shinjun is the only remaining firstborn of the Shin family. He just needs to live the life of a broad young man step by step, and smoothly take over the fleet after Shinlu's 100 years. Why bother with more than that? He's rich, not sick. And more importantly, Zeng Anmin slowly looked over towards Shinjun. Su Yunfeng's hand that was stroking his beard gave a start as he looked at Zeng Anmin in astonishment. Zeng Anmin gently curled his lips as he slowly came in front of Shinjun and said softly. No martial arts training? Shinjun's face was a bit dazed as he subconsciously nodded his head. No, I've been weak since I was young, and forcing me to practice martial arts would break my life. Are you sure? Zeng Anmin's eyes were stern. Sure. Shinjun became more and more confused as to what Zeng Anmin meant. There were also quite a few slaves around to testify on Shinjun's behalf. Young master indeed did not practice martial arts. Yeah, that's something we all know. The young master is the one I grew up seeing. Hearing this, Zeng Anmin nodded his head smilingly as he looked at Pearl beside Shinjun and said softly. Trying to strangle a woman in her early 30s without alerting anyone. Can an ordinary man do that? His voice was soft, but everyone in the room heard him clearly. One sentence to smooth out all the thoughts. These two can hear Shinjun chiding Shinlu's voice. If Shinjun wants to strangle Shinlu's, the commotion is definitely much bigger than chiding two voices. There was a seriousness in Zeng Anmin's face, and his voice slowly reached the ears of the crowd. Let alone him, even a physically strong man would never be able to do that. Therefore, the identity of the murderer must be at least an entry-level martial artist. Zeng Anmin's eyes swept over one by one. The impact of those Danfang eyes was too great, and many people lowered their heads and didn't dare to look up. So your presumption is that the escorts of the fleet did it? The Shin family is based on the fleet of ships and is in charge of transportation, and it is natural for the family to have a base of guards. A cold smile flickered on Su Yunfeng's face. Let's not talk about whether those guards had a motive or not. If that guard did it, these two slaves wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Zeng Anmin's gaze was calm beyond compare. And it's impossible for the murderer to enter the spirit hall in front of the two slaves unknowingly, unless it's a martial artist of the middle third grade who personally takes action. But, it's impossible for a mere merchant's wife to involve a middle third-ranked martial artist. Zeng Anmin slowly turned his head and placed his gaze above the main hall, as if a flash of animation appeared in his eyes. It's the animation of that day's hearth murder. This case is strictly a closet murder. The crime was committed in a secret room and the murderer was a martial artist. There also needs to be a motive for the killing. There is only one person who meets those criteria. Zeng Anmin slowly looked toward the middle of the crowd. At this point in the case, the mystery is solved. Who? Su Yunfeng subconsciously asked out loud. Everyone all looked nervously at Zeng Anmin. Shin Liu in the middle of the coffin. Zeng Anmin slowly said a name that gave everyone goosebumps. In an instant, the entire yard became deafening. When all impossibilities are ruled out, the one that remains is the truth, even if it's unbelievable. Zeng Anmin had carefully scrutinized all the details on the dossier after reading it that day. In fact, before coming to the Zeng Mansion, Zeng Anmin hadn't even set his eyes on the other dead man. It wasn't until that Su Yunfeng's words were uttered that he was given a new line of thought. How could he not see that this Su Yunfeng seemed to be helping himself to solve the case, but in fact, he was as to why he faked his death. Zeng Anmin glanced at Su Yunfeng without a trace and sighed softly. I think they have offended the wrong person and are afraid to involve the family. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. Su Yunfeng was laughing at this moment. He even felt that Zeng Anmin had lost some of his mind and was laughing extremely loudly. According to this official, Zeng Zwisher might as well resign from his post at the Hanging Mirror Division and go to a tea house to become a storyteller. The stories he tells will surely earn him a lot of money. Who can't hear the explicit sarcasm in the words? Zeng Anmin just sneered. Only need to go to the tomb, open the coffin, attest, what I said is true or false, not poor moment to reveal. Ridiculous. Su Yunfeng suddenly stopped his smile and lifted his chin, his two mustaches. This one detail already proves with great strength the reasoning of this official. Open casket. Zeng Anmin's gaze inadvertently swept Su Yunfeng. It was a glimpse, but he looked closely. That Su Yunfeng didn't have an unexpected look on his face after seeing that the nails on the coffin were gone. It was reasonable to say that normal people would have some surprise on their faces when they saw the scene, more or less. Su Yunfeng, however, was indifferent. In a flash, the excitement vanished. Although the young master was cleared of suspicion, the old master killed his wife. Putting on such a big show just to fake your own death. This official would like to see what tricks the Shenlu was playing. With a sneer, Zeng Anmin headed straight out. Dai Chun. Close ranks. Yes. Zeng Zuolian, please stay. Shinjun's voice suddenly rang out. Zeng Anmin's figure gave a slight lurch, his face unchanged as he turned back to look at Shinjun. If you are pleading for your uncle, then you are excused. Jun, thank you Lord Zeng for clearing his name. Shinjun's face was extremely serious, and he bowed deeply to the tips of his toes at Zeng Anmin. As he passed through this salute, he raised his head and solemnly said, It's just that uncle treated me like his own son, and Jun has nothing to show for it, so he's willing to wait for uncle to recognize his punishment. As his words fell, all of them were shaken and looked at Shinjun with extremely complicated gazes. After being cleared of all wrongdoing, you're in a hurry to enter the imperial prison of the Department of Suspended Mirror? This. Shinjun didn't care about these looks and looked frankly at Zeng Anmin as he continued. Uncle both faked his death in order to get away, although I do not know exactly why, but there must be his suffering. Humph. Boy, warm scenes, that's not how it works. Zeng Anmin interrupted him with a fierce cold snort, looking at Shinjun with a grimace. There are state laws and family rules. If everyone did what you did, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Zeng Anmin rode on his horse with a calm gaze. He looked to Su Yunfeng, who was flanking him at his side. Now the case of Shinjun killing his aunt has somewhat dramatized into the case of Shenlu killing his wife and disappearing. The facts are right in front of us. He also got a few clues through this case. First, the reason why the case of Shinjun's aunt's murder was not closed for 3 months. It was because Su Yunfeng didn't want to kill Shinjun. If he did, then it would not have been 3 whole months without even Shinjun's statement to go to the education department to find Inshichi to confirm. So there's a paradox here. Today in the Zeng Mansion, Su Yunfeng's purpose of those words was to lead himself to confirm Shinjun's guilt. He wanted to kill Shinjun by his own hand. Zeng Anmin's eyes narrowed gently as he thought of this. That is to say, he wants Shinjun to die, but doesn't want Shinjun to die in his hands. He has concern. Your Highness, the secret message will come from the Hanging Mirror Division. Show off. Jiang Chao looked toward that slave. Yes. The slave respectfully entered the hall and presented the letter with both hands. Jiang Wang took it and unwrapped it for inspection. Stupid. After reading the secret letter, Jiang Wang slapped the secret letter hard on the table and let out a fierce paw. The face was incomparably ugly and hateful. It's not enough to make it. It's not enough to make it. Mr. Chi's face had already recovered at this time, although the last time he made the array had consumed a lot of his vitality, but fortunately, there were quite a lot of elixirs in the Jiang Wang mansion, which helped him to make up for it. What happened? Jiang Wang handed over the secret letter. Read it yourself. Receiving the paper, Mr. Chi's pale face appeared extremely gloomy under the swaying candlelight. Your Majesty, the Su Yunfeng good intentions have done bad things. Now Zeng Anmin must have noticed that something is wrong. Do not want to be bad things, must be. Speaking here, Mr. Chi's voice was tinged with viciousness. When it's time to break, it's time to break. Jiang Wang's hand gave a gentle lurch, then he lifted his head expressionlessly, his eyes drifting above the tabletop. Above the tabletop, the figure of Takeshi the Black Cat held up his short sword. His eyes flashed with precision. Well, make it pretty. Chapter 38, Assassination. Linjiang Street, under the rule of Zeng Anmin. At this time the sun is shining, although it is the beginning of winter, but there are still countless fiberglass workers shouting the horn, exhausting their efforts to drag the boat into the water. Forgotten Immortal Building, a restaurant specializing in incoming and outgoing caravans, was bursting at the seams with business every day. In one of the boxes in the building, Zeng Anmin looked at Shinjun in front of him with a calm gaze. So there was no sign at all of your uncle's disappearance? Well, my uncle has been leading a fleet of ships on the water for many years, and has come into contact with too many forces as for what he would have offended. I really can't think of anyone. Shinjun heard Zeng Anmin's words and nodded with a grave gaze. Yesterday, after returning to the Hanging Mirror Division, Zeng Anmin viewed a number of files, all did not find clues about Shinlu. So he came to the building today to find Shinjunyi to ask. Where do you think your uncle would be hiding? Zeng Anmin wrapped his arms around himself and looked into Shinjun's eyes. Shinjun didn't dare to slack off, he pondered for a long time, then smiled bitterly. My uncle at the age of 10 with the family business east and west, all the terrain along the river are almost familiar with the river is full of nameless miscellaneous mountains. If he wants to hide, everywhere looking for a nameless mountain, the gods are also difficult to find. Have you ever traveled with him in a caravan? Shinjun froze and nodded. Naturally, it was out. Is there any place that sticks out to you? Or could your uncle have been more attached to a certain place? Zeng Anmin's voice carried an oppressive force. When these words came out, Shinjun's face turned hesitant. What? Don't want to talk? Zeng Anmin's face went cold. Shinjun long sighed. There is an island, from the Two Rivers County is very close. When my uncle led the team out of the river, encountered water thieves. After the fight the whole team was killed, only my uncle a person to escape, and the river drifted for 2 days, up to that barren mountain. When he said this, he said as if resigned to his fate. There are water sources and trees on the barren mountains, as well as a lot of wildlife, so if a regular person really fell into trouble there, they could survive, and I'm afraid that if my uncle had purely wanted to hide, he would have been there. When Zeng Anmin heard this, he raised his eyebrows lightly. Who all knows about this place? Uncle only spoke to me in passing. You go back and pack up, and tomorrow you will take this official to the barren mountain you mentioned. Zeng Anmin slowly got up and walked towards the stairs. If we can find your uncle, this official can forget about him killing his wife. In feudal society, if a wife has an affair with an outsider, if the husband reports it to the police, the woman is also dead. Shinlu was guilty of nothing more than lynching, which can be a big deal. Yes. When Shinjun heard this, a bright light flashed violently across his face. After descending the stairs, the corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth curled into a smile. If this Shin family case is handled well, he may be able to help his father get a good strength under the force. The Shin family of Liangjiang County, the largest ship merchant head of the entire Fingxi Road. It's one step closer to being a paperweight yourself. Crossing over has not yet been a day broad young man, his heart always has some obsession. Mounting his horse, he looked toward the docks above. At the pier at this time, a large ship slowly approached. Zeng Anmin's gaze deepened as he looked at the words Zhong Wang floating on the large ship, a smile flashing across his face. What a boat for the River King's family. That's something to look into. Make them stop and be inspected. Zeng Anmin looked to one of his men and pointed to the large ship that was about to dock. The left official of the Hanging Mirror Division, who already had the power to inspect the ship's supplies. Yes. Without any hesitation, that henchman called out a dozen or so red-clothed men and headed towards that pier. When the boat docked, a few greetings came down, and a middle-aged man with a big belly came out of the boat. After the middle-aged man had dealt with those red-clothed Lang, a fawning smile appeared on his face as he walked towards Zeng Anmin. Heretic Wang Fu, meet this lord. When he said that, he took out a silver ticket from his own sleeve without a trace and handed it to Zeng Anmin. Zeng Anmin raised an eyebrow. TSK. The feudal society of all evils. Zeng Anmin looked at him coldly. Don't talk so much nonsense, accept the interrogation. After saying that, he boarded towards that big ship first. When he came above deck, he was greeted by a few boatmen who had come out to let off steam, and a few guards. After these people saw the official clothes they were wearing, they subconsciously hung their heads and bowed their bodies. The one who called himself Wang Fu had a bitter face and followed behind Zeng Anmin with a smile. "What's all the cargo on this ship?" Zeng Anmin walked towards the middle of the ship's barn while looking towards that Wang Fu's face. "It's all everyday contraptions, there's soap horn, cloth, and hemp silk. These goods are all from the Zeng Mansion. Wang Fu Silver did not send out, thought that this adult is too little, and he did not want to give more, can only move his own backer, see if you can shock this kid." Zeng Anmin sneered, "Jiang Wang Fu? This official doesn't care whose goods it is, he only cares if there's something fishy about it." With that, he walked towards the rows of boxes and reached out to pat the road. "Open up." Yes. The two red-clothed men came up, drew their belted swords, and gently pried at the slit in the lid of the box. Ka-ching! The lid opens and an aroma hits your nose. Smelling the familiar smell, Zeng Anmin looked towards the box. Soap? Well, Zeng Anmin, who still wants to make a fortune from soap making, has also quashed this idea. People in this world are not stupid, plus the officials do not deliberately suppress merchants. So, some of the rarities are better developed than in the feudal society of the previous world. Nope. Zeng Anmin casually picked up a bar of soap and put it in front of his nose. He smelled a different flavor. "Is this sulfur soap?" Zeng Anmin looked up at that Wang Fu. Wang Fu froze for a moment. "Sulfur? Just yellow teeth." Zeng Anmin explained. Sulfur is known in this world as yellow teeth, and is still used most prominently in folklore for medicinal purposes. Your Honor also knows the art of soapberry manufacturing? Wang Fu looked at Zeng Anmin in surprise. A little bit. Zeng Anmin ordered a few more boxes to be opened, and there were sulfur yellow stones which were materials for refining sulfur yellow. After a cursory glance, he looked toward another place. This is the warehouse where the cloth is kept. Wang Fu positively introduced Zeng Anmin. After a general glance, Zeng Anmin headed out toward the ship. He hadn't found anything wrong, and the boat check was impromptu. "Good day, my lord." After Wang Fu sent Zeng Anmin away smilingly, he gently wiped the sweat on his head. "Soap has been made, so isn't distilled spirits?" After Zeng Anmin got off the boat, his eyes were on the river. "What about glass? The glass won't be there too, right?" Zeng Anmin was a bit depressed. I just waved my hand before I could say the word close the line. Suddenly, I heard a chirp sound. Put. The nearest Akabiko then had a dart between his throat. The blood stays straight. Murder. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in a voice of horror. Zeng Anmin stared at it with a frown. A figure masked with a black cat's head, carrying a short knife, slowly approached towards himself. Assassin. It was at least an assassin of the 8th grade realm nurturing breath realm. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched a little. He looked at the black cat-faced hood on the head of the assassin who had taken a step toward him. Even the short knife in his hand is identical to his own. And seeing that sharpness coming from the knife, it seems to be a spiritual weapon as well. You're Black Cat Takeshi. Who am I then? However, he also knew. What we are considering now is how to get through this crisis without revealing our identity in full view of everyone. Chapter 39, Underwater Fighting. Above the river, the waves were sparkling, reflecting a silent, solemn figure on the shore. The figure was dressed in black, with a black cat hood over its head and only 1 or 2 sharp eyes showing all over its body. Like butterflies fluttering, in just a few shots, the team of red-clothed men around Zeng Anmin fell into the cold light. Put. As the last Akatsuki Lang fell, Zeng Anmin watched the black cat-hooded assassin get closer and closer to him. Someone from the Jiang Wang family? Zeng Anmin tried. The assassin just didn't say a word, and the cold knife in his hand pressed forward. De. The assassin's footsteps were getting closer. Almost all eyes near the docks looked here. They were hiding in the shadows or slumped behind cover, showing their eyes, excited or curious or pitying. The official robe on Zeng Anmin was a symbol of evil to them. And the assassin with the cold knife was the black cat martial artist who punished evil and specialized in standing up for the people. Right now, what's the breakthrough? No waves rose in Zeng Anmin's heart. He wasn't scared, just a little apprehensive. If he would fight this assassin in public, then his identity as a black cat martial artist would definitely be exposed on the spot. So there is only one way. Miso. The assassin's hand was steady, the short blade in his hand quick. When that one silver line lit up, it seemed to cut through time. All held their breath at the sight of this slash. The young man in the official uniform is going to die. No one grieved for him, no one even felt sorry for him, just eyes wide open, looking at the raised tip of the knife. It seemed like the next moment it would slice through the teenager's throat. Put! An entry sound rang out, splashing waves above the river. It turns out that at this time of extreme danger, Zeng Anmin chose to jump into the river to survive. Miso. The assassin's knife skimmed the air with a whistling sound as it fell short. As the slash fell short, the assassin looked at Jiang Shui in shock. As Zeng Anmin went into the water, the river only responded to the assassin with a rippling wave. Put! Almost without any hesitation, the assassin also immediately jumped down into the river and chased towards Zeng Anmin. The water gradually regained its calm. At this time there are a few boulder cloth-clad slender men, slowly moving towards the river. They looked down toward the river and could no longer see anything but the ripples from the launch. Growling. After Zeng Anmin entered the water, the martial arts aura in his body began to run wildly. Colored high-end force, your martial combat power is one level higher than the martial realm. Although he himself was only a 9th rank, because of the bonus of the golden finger martial Dao phrase, the martial aura swirling within his body was unusually active. The real battle power is the 8th rank. And hold your breath for a quarter of an hour. Floating in the deep water, Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes were incomparably sharp. At that exact moment, a short-handled hand axe was silently added to his hand. Stripes of colorful awnings flashed, and ancient and mysterious patterns flickered on the axe. Once that hand axe appeared, even the surrounding water turned boiling. Zeng Anmin tilted his head back and looked out over the water. At this moment, he was like a hunter who was patiently waiting for his prey. Tom Tom. The assassin leapt into the deep water, searching for Zeng Anmin. Finally, he saw a blurry figure. Gulp! Relieved in his mind, the assassin swam off at breakneck speed, holding his sharp blade. At the same time a thought bubbled up in his mind. Why isn't he running away? But the thought dissipated for just a moment. The water is chilly this early winter. Ordinary people will be extremely uncomfortable when they suddenly enter the water. The assassin ruffled the water around him as he drew closer and closer to the blurry figure. 3 feet, 2 feet. Finally, the distance between the two was less than a foot. Zeng Anmin was still waiting with extreme patience. The hand axe hidden behind his back had been secretly storing up power. The martial aura in his body was running wild. He knew that what he lacked over those martial artists who practiced martial arts for years was not only combat experience, but also gongfu. Or technique. At this moment, the axe was no different from an ordinary wood-chopping axe in his hands. Even if it wasn't an axe, even if it was a knife, a sword, a club, it made no difference. He's only got one shot at it. Finally, the assassin was less than a foot away from Zeng Anmin. Those two eyes above the assassin's face had also burst into a sardonic grin as he felt he was about to score. However, buzz! An axe light cut through. It was an extremely brilliant light. It was like a rainbow in the sky after a rainstorm. Again, class extremely clear sky, that blue sky. The river fled in both directions as if frightened. Having built up his strength for a long time, Zeng Anmin was waiting for this moment. Just ding! The assassin raised his short sword to block in a hurry. The axe chopped on top of his cold sword, as if cutting tofu, like cutting through. The momentum is still unabated. What a sharp axe! The assassin looked at the axe, and a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. The axe in his hand, wouldn't it be a divine weapon? This governor's son in front of me, or a martial artist? Isn't he a genius of Confucianism and Taoism? A close call. The countless combat instincts of the assassin's training had him straining his legs and deflecting his body. Gulp! Blood instantly swooned in the middle of the river. Half of that assassin's shoulder was missing, the left arm holding the knife separated from his body. The drilling pain reminded the assassin that this young master of the Zeng family in front of him was definitely not a Confucian cultivator. Zeng Anmin's heart sank. The blow didn't kill the assassin. Just as he was about to raise his axe to cut again. Instead, the assassin's body dodged like a loach and fought his way upstream. He's going to run. He was going to go out and tell his master the news that Zeng Anmin was a martial artist. Seeing this scene, Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes stormed violently. Can't let the assassin leave the water alive. Without any hesitation, the tightly stored martial Dao breath in his body crazily impacted the meridians. Zeng Anmin boosted his speed extremely fast, and with both arms sound, he was much faster than the assassin who had already lost one arm. Finally, the moment the assassin was about to show his head from the river, a strong hand tugged at his ankle. Get down! Zeng Anmin didn't dare to slow down, staring fiercely at the assassin, and with a ruthless heart, pulled him back into the water. Trying to make little master expose his identity, play with your balls. The axe flashed and split the mist. It also slit the assassin's throat. Zeng Anmin's usual half-squinted Dan eyes had completely stormed open and glared round the next moment. Chirp! Snort! Gulp! The assassin desperately covered the windpipe between his throats in disbelief. But couldn't manage to cover the loss of blood. Finally, he gradually stopped struggling, his eyes opened unwillingly, but his life was lost. The blood and water grew and gradually floated up to the surface. Above the river, a wisp of red first floated on the green water, then more and more red, until a piece of the space was completely haloed. The people looking down into the water began to leap for joy. Dead! Black Cat Takeshi got it. There is one less corrupt official in this world who fishes for the people. God shows up. Under the water, Zeng Anmin's head began to drift. Lungs vented their frustration at him as if they had exploded. Desperately restraining his desire to swim toward the water, he swung his arms desperately toward the front. At this point, if you show your head in the water, you will be exposed. Chapter 40 Breaking through the 8th rank of the martial Dao, unyielding martial god. Zeng Anmin swam desperately, he wanted to get away from the river before venturing out again. But the burning sensation in his lungs reminded him that if he didn't change his breath he would most likely become the first cultivator in history to suffocate himself. Wow! He's slowing down on his dive. Consciousness also gradually became trance-like. A bitter smile stained the corners of his mouth. I can't. Exposure is exposure. You can't be suffocated. Zeng Anmin sighed in his heart and began to fight his way up towards the river. Just as suddenly, he paused. The martial aura in his body flowed crazily, washing over every corner. In the belly, the breath that condensed into a vortex gathered more and more. At this moment, a huge change was happening inside his body. Zeng Anmin was thoughtful. The words the plugin gave him the battle power of an 8th rank despite being a 9th rank. Where did this 8th grade battle power come from? It's not given out of thin air. It's a vortex of martial energy in his body, forming a wudon similar to that of an 8th grade martial artist. The accumulation over these days, coupled with the battle that had just taken place and the crisis of the lack of oxygen in his body now, caused the martial arts breath in his body to rush on its own in accordance with the way an 8th grade martial artist operated. Bo! Finally, with an imperceptible sound. Zeng Anmin felt that the martial aura in his body had solidified a lot, and the chi whirlpool in his abdomen seemed to be pressed extremely tightly. If the original breath was a small stream, it is now a river of waves. The martial dantian coalesced, the 8th grade had become a reality. With the wudon running, the burning oppression in the lungs was instantly alleviated. At the same time, high-end force is also coming into play. The martial Dan in his body shunted out a martial aura to run for a week and went straight to the sea of consciousness space. He felt that his mind was clear, and he could even feel the frequency of the water flowing around him. Beginning to enter the 8th grade, one already possesses the awareness of the 7th grade of the realm of contemplation only. And, a hint from the system surfaced. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Special, Wu Fujinshi, increases the rate of progress in martial arts by 10 times every 200 years. Auxiliary, Indomitable Vulcan, immune to all divine spirit type attacks. Color, Wrath of the Martial God, consume all of your lifespan to infuse yourself, and your realm rises to the martial god realm for a quarter of an hour. Note, words not selected will be permanently lost, countdown 30, 29, 28. With just a brief hesitation, Zeng Anmin directly chose the second one. The first one takes too long. Does the third? Old man look that short-lived? Indomitable martial god, immune to all divine energy, spiritual attacks. Martial artists, naturally physically strong. But the only weakness was the means of defense on the divine spirit. This is important. Other than that, the Rudraksh inquiring mind in the past has left a big stigma in his heart. After the breakthrough, the martial Dan in his body slowly rotated in his dantian, slowly easing the pressure on his lungs for him. It didn't create an internal circulation, but it was enough to keep his breath closed for a long time longer. So Zeng Anmin wasn't in a hurry, he slowly swam forward to get away from the river as soon as possible. That's... Zeng Anmin diving between, suddenly saw a front a boulder blocked in front. The boulder was like a peak, growing out from under the water. To his surprise, there were a few huge scales on top of the boulder. He swam slowly closer, scrutinizing the scales on the boulder in front of him. Like a mirror, it reflected his own sky-high handsome face. What a big fish scale! Curious, Zeng Anmin reached out, touched the scales, and with a gentle pull, the scales were uncovered by him from the boulder. A dark, ghostly hole appeared in front of them. A few small fish swam out from the hole, and after seeing Zeng Anmin, a few small fish swam towards the hole in panic. Zeng Anmin looked toward the middle of the cave. The hole was not large, but it was big enough for a person to get into. Curious, he reached out and pulled it out. It didn't take long to touch the stone wall inside. Such a shallow hole. The curiosity in Zeng Anmin's heart was all of a sudden gone, and after a bored glance, he swam towards the front without looking back. Thought it was some kind of treasure cave. Phew. Zeng Anmin peeked his head out from above the river, sucking in air greedily. At this time he glanced over and could see the peasant women washing their clothes above the riverbank in the distance. And the fields and villages lining the back of the bank. Swam this far? With his current eyesight, he could only barely see the outline of the Two Rivers County city in the distance. Zeng Anmin decided that he would go ashore from here. The governor's office, in the middle of Zhang Shirlin's traveling room. A body with no arms lay quietly on the ground. The black, cat-shaped hood was wetly removed to reveal an unfamiliar face. All the surrounding officials hung their heads, like old dogs with their tails between their legs, not daring to breathe a word. Pow! The table shook hard. Go find it. Go find out. Pops withdrew his palms, his face was like a lion that had gone mad, his face flushed red, and those Danfeng eyes revealed a thick murderous aura. The voice held the terror of a mountain of corpses. Tell the prefectural government to dig up the ground and find it for me. Yes. Even if Wang Deli is naive on weekdays, at this time he did not dare to say anything, Grayly picked up the knife on the ground and walked towards the door. The rest of the officials all shuddered, pursing their lips in death and staring at the ground. And there was a sinister note in Pop's voice. Order all of the Akatsuki Langs of the Suspended Mirror Division to stop all of the estates under their jurisdiction regarding the Jiangwang Mansion. Mother grin. Wang Deli stiffened for a moment, a little dull above his face. The rest of the officials were also dumbfounded, and some even stood out trembling and said, My lord, the assassin is a black cat martial artist, and it has little to do with the Jiang Wangfu. It's not like we're tearing each other's faces off. But the second half of the sentence that officer didn't say. Zhang Shirlin looked at him coldly. The man saw murderous intent in Pop's eyes. Immediately shut up and stood back as if frightened. In addition, let Lin Rong transfer 3,000 soldiers from the southern compartment, and make every effort to fish the river, live to see. Pops paused and took a deep, expressionless breath. Death wants to see the body. Yes. Wang Deli was like a child at this time, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, and hurriedly walked out toward the outside. All of you get out. Pops looked at all the rest of them without a single expression on his face. Yes. A dozen or so officials were like amnesties and hurriedly moved outward from this room as if they were fleeing. Pop sat in his chair, both eyes looking out the window with a dazed look on top of his face. Fengchi Road Governor, the second-ranked officer of the Holy Dynasty, Zheng Shirlin, who could be called a vassal and claimed to be a hegemon, had an expression that looked more like an ordinary old man at this time. A clueless farmer who lost his son. Ooh. Is this hemp? Zeng Anmin stepped to the street, look at the countless body table armor people, face anxious towards the river to run. The uninformed thought they were going to war. In addition to the soldiers in armor, Zeng Anmin also saw a group of red-clothed Lang shouting and running around towards the ships that were going to and from the ship. The ordinary people on the street were scared silly, each face was full of trepidation. When Jiang Wangfu's son Wang Lin died when the battle compared to this is really a small witch to see a big witch. Even the county's garrison, the South Boxers, were out in force. Zeng Anmin at this time on the body is still that a hanging mirror division left official robe, but it is already soaked. It looked a bit of a mess anyway. That one who has a horse, let me ride. Zeng Anmin saw a group of red-clothed Lang passing in front of him, and there was a familiar figure in the group. He opened his mouth to call out. The man's body jolted, and he turned stiffly and incredulously. Chapter 41, Returning to the House. Sang. Young master? After Wang Daoyuan saw Zeng Anmin, his entire body was dumbfounded, and then a look of surprise steeply appeared on his face. You're not dead. Cut the crap and give me the horse, I want to use it. Zeng Anmin slanted a glance at him. The clothes on his body were too wet. He wanted to go home and hurry to change his clothes. When I read martial arts novels in my previous life, people, that martial artist, with a turn of their internal energy, vaporized the wetness on their body. He mobilized his body's martial arts breath in a shock, and as a result, his sleeve exploded. Wang Daoyuan didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly dismounted, handing his crotch to Zeng Anmin. Turn around and ask for it at the warden's house. Zeng Anmin only left one sentence and then shot his horse towards the governor's residence. The governor's mansion. The courtyard in front of the main hall. Weather early winter. Although in the south, but the cold air is like a viper into the neck, so that people cannot help but shrink neck. Dahara was naked on the upper half of his body, kneeling on the ground, with bloodstains all over his body. His normally extremely wise eyes, at this time, were already a piece of aggrieved, gritting his teeth in death, not saying a word. Shibo had a long whip in his hand, his face was full of ruthlessness, and his right hand went up and rubbed against the air to make a whistling sound. Pow! A whip landed on Dechun's body, leaving a gash of blood dripping away. Why aren't you following the young master? Shibo's voice had a touch of hatred in it, as if the one kneeling in front of him was not his son. Dechun pursed his lips in death, not daring to speak. Pow! If the young master can't come back. Shibo said, the long whip in his hand paused, his eyes had flashed a faint wetness, his voice clogged in the middle of his throat, unable to speak. Pop! Another whip. Okay. A mellow voice rang out. Zhang Shirlin's face was expressionless as he slowly stepped into the courtyard. Master! After Chibo saw Zhang Shirlin, he hurriedly threw away the whip in his hand. Boo! He fell to his knees and kowtowed violently to Zhang Shirlin. The head slammed down on top of the lapis lazuli floor one by one, smashing a piece of the floor in no time. Then the face looked up expectantly and cautiously. Young master, he has not yet been found? Zhang Shirlin's face was grim. He didn't open his mouth, just slowly walked towards the middle of the main hall. Find it or not, Daharu doesn't deserve to be beaten alive by you. With that, he entered the main hall, found a chair, and slowly sat down with his eyes closed. He was a little tired. Seeing his lordship's forlorn back, Chibo's heart was clogged. He looked to the kneeling figure of Oken, and then to the silence of his lordship in the main hall. Drops of pea-sized water overflowed from his cloudy eyes. Trembling hands, holding the whip, stood at a loss for words. Pop! A jade bowl fell to the ground and shattered. Aunt Lin looked at the maid in front of her incredulously. You said that Gonzo he? Tiger looked down at the jade bowl that had shattered into several pieces on the floor, as well as the thick soup that had spilled onto the floor in a crystalline mess, and looked up at Aunt Lin in bewilderment. Mother, I'm not full yet. Aunt Lin at this time but did not have the time to care about him, a pair of phoenix eyes staring dead at the maid in front of her. The maid's eyes contained sadness, that's what outsiders say. The master transferred all the box soldiers to fish the river. Boom! Aunt Lin felt a wave of dizziness, and sat down in her chair without power. Mother-in-chief. The two maids rushed forward to assist Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin's eyes were blank, and her voice was haggard with a mournful color above her pretty face. Didn't that black cat wolf say he was doing the people a favor? Gonzo, he is peaceful and never messes around. Tiger looked up with a curious face, and when he saw that Aunt Lin was ignoring him, he slowly plopped down on the ground and reached out to lick the thick soup on the floor. Yummy! A layer of somberness enveloped the entirety of the governor's mansion. Zhang Shirlin sat in his chair, his gaze sometimes sharp, sometimes sighing. Master, that broken knife is a spirit weapon, and with the general description of the eyewitnesses to Wang Lin's assassination, it can be concluded that the identity of the assassin is none other than that black cat martial artist. Zeb stood respectfully in the doorway. Black cat Takeshi? Zhang Shirlin slowly looked up, a flash of color in his gaze. If you want to chop off a spirit weapon, then the opponent's hand must be at least a spirit weapon of the same quality. And the realm has to be higher than this assassin, it has to be at least the martial Dao observation realm. If not, unless the other party's hand is a divine weapon. Just as he said that, Pop shook his head. Nonetheless, the idea is ridiculous. The entire sacred and Zhang dynasties combined had no more than a handful of divine artifacts. The owner of each divine weapon was a powerful person who carried the party. Thoughts are a bit frazzled. No news has come from the river yet. Shibo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Aha! No joy or anger could be heard in Pop's voice. Your lordship. Aunt Lin's voice rang out. She was sitting right across from Zeng Shilin. At this moment, her face was haggard, and those peach blossom eyes contained tears. Quan Suk Hee. It'll be fine. Pops looked up slowly, his eyes looking out the window, a touch of plausible rhyme in his voice. If something happens to Minner, the Jiang Wangfu or the Shin family will all have to be buried with him. He was already a suspicious person, and the only reason why he still acted according to common sense was because he hadn't been touched by the scales. And this time, the enemy had hit his bottom. So it doesn't matter who it really is. The voice was not loud, like it was saying something rare. But the murderous intent contained therein pierced straight through the heart and lungs. As for whether or not the assassin was a black cat wolf, it doesn't matter. Dad! A familiar voice rang out. All three people in the hall were stunned. Pops frowned out the window, thinking he was thinking of his son and his ears were going out. I'm back. The familiar voice sounded again. That one who is there, go find a garment for the young master. The rhyme in the voice was still so familiar. Wow! Zeng Shilin stood up violently, his eyes looking straight through the window, towards the outside. Shibo was also filled with consternation. Aunt Lin, on the other hand, was already full of joy and wanted to take a step toward the outside, only Pops didn't move, and she hesitated for a moment and didn't move either. Young master? You're not dead? Shi Dachuan's voice was naive. Die what? Young master, I was saved. Who saved it? Pop's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he stepped to the door without a care in the world, his gaze expectant. 4 eyes. It was the familiar figure. Pop's hanging heart finally dropped back into his stomach. Zeng Anmin's image at this point was too debonair. Not to mention that he was soaked to the skin, his arms were even exposed, and he looked extremely wretched. But none of that matters. What matters is that he came back alive? Hearing the familiar voice of his old man, Zeng Anmin hemmed and hawed and uttered a name that caused a touch of eccentricity to surface on everyone's faces. Black Cat Wolf. Who? Zeb stared. Isn't Black Cat Takeshi an assassin? Only Pops erupted with an appalling glint in his gaze. Chapter 42 Preparing to close the net. Governor's residence, in the middle of the study. After chatting for nearly an hour, Zeng Anmin and Pops completed the replacement of all the information. When Zeng Anmin finished the whole process of his rescue, silence fell in the middle of the room. After a long time, Pops slowly looked up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then it is now certain that the assassins were sent by someone from the Jiang Wang family. Well, and that Jin Taiping Shenlu's disappearance is 80% related to the Jiang Wangfu as well. Zeng Anmin actually knew that the assassin was from the Jiang Wang family early on. Hey, you don't say. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the Black Cat Takeshi. This time, he was really blindsided by the Jiang Wangfu side. Who would have thought that his own son had just died at the hands of that assassin, and he backhandedly impersonated a wave of that assassin to assassinate the son of his political enemy? I have to say, whoever came up with this is a ing genius. Shun Lu. Pops was silent for a moment, then his eyes flicked to Zeng Anmin. You see what my father is trying to do? Who couldn't have guessed that? I said I wanted to be an official, you backhanded me to the Hanging Mirror Division, and then directly out of this case, there must be something wrong with this case. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched a bit as he said, Say, father, what exactly did you find wrong? He absently picked up the jade toadstool on the table and played with it while looking at Zeng Shilin. I didn't think about whether the case was right or not. Pops shook his head slowly, his gaze turning grave as he said. Shenlu is both dead, Shenjun took over the Chamber of Commerce as a foregone conclusion, and it was rumored that his case of killing the ant. The one called Su Yunfeng has detained Shenjun in prison for 3 months. In order to prevent the Jiang Wangfu from trying to take advantage of the opportunity to support a puppet to annex Jin Taiping, my father placed you in the lighthouse of a mandarin to protect one hand, Shinjun. Shinjun can't die. Although according to the laws of our great sacred dynasty, the crime of committing adultery in the female room of the house and lynching without authorization is not punishable by death. But the living sin is not to be escaped, and my father is afraid that he will be killed in prison. Speaking of which, Pop's face changed to one of relief. Rather unthinkingly, you actually solved the case. Shinjun is innocent from start to finish. The kid's pretty nice. Zeng Anmin sighed in his heart. As he was talking, Zhang Shilin took out a small object from the drawer under the table and handed it to Zeng Anmin. Take this. Zeng Anmin's face turned a little odd as he looked at the thing that was handed over. A gun? No, it's a cannon. This world even has a cannon? The Xian Formation Division's contraption, within 100 paces, martial artists below the 6th grade cave mirror won't be able to block a single shot of its ammunition. A look of pride appeared on Pop's face. When my father broke through the salary-clutching realm, it was given by Heavenly Master Su himself, and it was inscribed with the Xian Formation Division's spirit-gathering formation. Much more powerful than ordinary cannons, and need not be loaded. TSK. It's natural to have something good. Zeng Anmin took the tiny cannon and scrutinized it. This small cannon is the size of the palm of your hand, and after observing it for half a day, Zeng Anmin did not find the fuse. Is it possible that it's Suifa? Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up gently. That's a lot easier. Thanks, Dad. Being polite to your own father would be a waste of time. Aha! Pop's face turned serious. Where did that black cat, wolf, go? The son only said that he was saved by the black cat wolf, and did not mention the whereabouts of the guy. Now Pops has some mixed feelings about that black cat wolf. But still trying to catch this restless Wookiee in the act. Zeng Anmin's hand gave a slight lurch. Here we go. But he wanted to try a wave from the side, so he looked up. That black cat wolf saved my life anyhow, and is by no means a vicious person. Humph, Pops grunted coldly. He looked at Zeng Anmin seriously. If he saves the lives of thousands of people, he can get credit for his work, but only my Zhang Shilin's son will be saved. It can't outweigh the crime of him stabbing the prince's son in the street. When he finished speaking, he looked deeply at Zeng Anmin, his gaze looking straight into his eyes. Zeng Anmin Herculeanly saw a flash of green air from within his old man's gaze. There was something eerie about that green gas floating in Zhang Shilin's eyes. Ask the heart. Where the hell did that black cat wolf go? Pop's ghostly voice. Zeng Anmin's heart was a little speechless. No, me. I'm your own son, and you're using Rudra's method on your own son? Thankfully. He glanced at his gold finger without a trace. Indomitable martial god, immune to all divine energy, spiritual attacks. Top. Black cat Takeshi. Zeng Anmin's eyes became dull. He muddled his way toward the huge maps of public opinion in the middle of the study. The entire map maps all the locations inside and outside of Two Rivers County. This, Li. Zeng Anmin casually pointed a finger, and could not bear to fainted. Put. Straight down on the ground. Pops looked at Zeng Anmin with a blank stare, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Then he looked deeply at the Makashi. The next day. Zeng Anmin sat in the middle of the lighthouse and crossed his legs, holding a dossier in his hands and reading it with great interest. Shidachuan's wise eyes had been placed dead center on Zeng Anmin, not moving a muscle. You've been looking at me like that all morning, what? I got a girl on my face? Zeng Anmin was really a bit uncomfortable and looked at Shidachuan with a displeased face. My father said that I should keep an eye on the young master at all times and not move an inch. Shidachuan didn't care, with a touch of seriousness on his face. And what do you do if an assassin does come? Zeng Anmin placed the dossier on the desk and looked at Shidachuan with his arms wrapped around him with raised eyebrows. Naturally, I killed him. Shidachuan pounded his chest. And what if the assassin can't beat you and runs away? Humph. Shidachuan raised his head arrogantly. Parents are here, not far away. His parents are still around, he can't run far. Gotta. The guy can still learn now. Then what if the assassin's parents are from the Jiang Wang family? Anyway, there was no one around, so Zeng Anmin had the intention of teasing Shidachuan. De Chun glared, he dares. Unless he's trying to rebel. Ha! Zeng Anmin let out a light laugh, with an inexplicable look on his face. Those Danfang eyes slowly narrowed, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was slowly creepy. You're right. Ga? Daharo stiffened, his wise eyes blank and confused. What? Zeng Anmin didn't pay any attention to him, those Danfang eyes slowly lifted up, his eyes were ghostly. His hand slowly toyed with the delicate and compact cannon. The Jiang Wang family is going to revolt. The reason is this cannon. This Xian formation division in the capital, although I don't know how many secrets there are in it. But he can make a cannon. There are people from the Xian formation division in the Zeng Mansion. The reason is simple, the black cat Takashi who assassinated him yesterday. In his hand was a short knife that was extremely similar in appearance to the one he used when he killed Wang Lin. That short sword was rewarded by the system. It was impossible for the Jiang Wangfu to have a system as well, right? Spirit weapons, only people from the Xian formation division can build them. Zeng Anmin looked up slowly and murmured. The assassins they sent were disguised as Black Cat Takashi in order to confuse the public. I have to say it was a good move. But in all their calculations, they had failed to realize that they were the real Black Cat Takashi. The move backfired and exposed him. Zeng Anmin had a wry smile on his lips, exposing the fact that there were people from the Xian formation division hidden within the Jiang Mansion. And the reason why Zeng Anmin was certain that the Jiang Wangfu wanted to rebel. Because sulfur soap. When we checked the ship yesterday, there was sulfur on the Jiang Wangfu's ship. If others don't know what sulfur yellow can do, can Zeng Anmin not? Sulfur is an important material in the manufacture of gunpowder. Now it's just a matter of finding out where they're shipping this material. Then we will be able to thoroughly grasp the evidence of Jiang Wangfu's rebellion. Even if he does not want to rebel, but only to protect himself, there are ways to make him rebel. So where would the sulfur yellow be transported by them? Zeng Anmin grinned. This is why Jean Taiping Shenlu disappeared. As the leader of the number 1 ship merchant of Two Rivers County, Shenlu had been running around in the river since he was young, and he definitely knew where there were deserted mountains and deserted islands. Jiang Wangfu needs such a person to assist them to find a deserted place to hide the evidence of rebellion in their hands. But what they could not have imagined was that Shenlu's daughter-in-law would seduce her nephew in his own funeral hall. Shenlu is a martial artist, and his own nature is bratty. If Shenjun dies in their hands, Shenlu is bound to be unwilling to join them. So they wanted to take advantage of their own hands to kill Shenjun, but they just couldn't imagine that they had helped Shenjun to clear the suspicion. As a precautionary measure, young Master sang, "What about the horse?" This burly man was none other than Wang Daoyuan, who had been loaned a horse by Zeng Anmin yesterday. Zeng Anmin looked at Wang Daoyuan, and a smirk appeared on his face. The horse is in the backyard, but there's no hurry. First, accompany this official on a case first. He did not have any suitable henchmen at this time, and he was afraid that he would temporarily ask for people from his old father to leak the wind. That's why Wang Daoyuan is a more suitable candidate. Ha! Wang Daoyuan's face was bewildered. He had only come to ask for a horse, and could not have imagined that he would be pulled in temporarily as a strong man. After contemplating for a while, Wang Daoyuan said with a difficult expression on his face, "I wonder where the case is going." Zeng Anmin didn't answer directly, but swept aside Shenjun. Shenjun understood and coughed, turning to Wang Daoyuan. "A barren mountain not far from the city of Two Rivers County, that may have traces of my uncle. Go now and return in the evening." The case of Shenjun killing his aunt was solved by Zeng Anmin, turning into the matter of Shenlu's disappearance. It was already circulated among the Hanging Mirror division of Liangjiang County yesterday. Wang Daoyuan had naturally heard about it. He had seen Zeng Anmin solving Zhang Luan's case on the spot and naturally marveled at his ability to solve the case. This subordinate officer needs to go back to report 1 or 2, if caught handle AWOL, I am afraid it is a big disaster. Wang Daoyuan carefully glanced at Zeng Anmin. Aha! Zeng Anmin nodded lightly. We'll meet you at the dock. Yes. Docks. A small boat has long been waiting at the riverside for a long time, with food and wine on board, quite a pleasant manner. You do have a heart. Seeing the small boat by the river, Zeng Anmin looked at Shenjun with a raised eyebrow. My family is in this line of work, so I naturally know what I need to prepare for traveling. Shenjun smiled modestly and reached out his hand. Please. Young master, be careful. Shi Dachuan looked around with extreme vigilance on his face, carefully assisting Zeng Anmin onto the boat. At this time out, Zeng Anmin did not wear official clothes, just in idle green clothes. He would have been quite his father's appearance, although the clothes do not show, but also has a style. Shinjun, on the other hand, has been pampered at home since childhood, and has a rich and noble air about him. As for Chi Dachuan, who was tall, and Wang Daoyuan, who was dressed in cloth, they were less conspicuous than the two of them. Once all four were seated on the boat, Chi Dachuan froze. After looking around he asked, "Where's the boatman?" Zeng Anmin didn't answer, but only slanted a glance at Wang Daoyuan. Wang Daoyuan immediately woke up and hurriedly said, "I'll do it. I'll do it." After saying that, he stood up, propped up the boat's oar, and drove the boat slowly toward the rippling river far away. Zeng Anmin and Shinjun chatted on the boat, talking about everything. But what impressed Zeng Anmin was that there was something in this Shinjun's stomach. Earlier in his life, he had also read books and had once been a student at the Water Governor's Academy. I just didn't continue to read it later because of family business matters. It's a pity. If Shin Xiandi is willing to continue studying, he may not be able to step into the blue clouds. Zeng Anmin sked, his face slightly regretful. Oh, there are 1,000 roads in the world, which one can be chosen independently? Shinjun shook his head and laughed, so he no longer mentioned this matter. Wang Daoyuan was sweating profusely at this time. He gasped for breath and interjected a question by pointing to a green-tipped barren mountain that was slightly outlined in front of him. "Is it there?" Shinjun turned his head and looked extremely hard for a long while. Then the face affirmed. "It is this little barren mountain. The water here is extremely broad. If not deliberately, it is difficult to be found. If my uncle has the intention to hide, this must be an excellent choice of site." Zeng Anmin's gaze was faint as he looked towards the small mountain above. The hill is surrounded by water on all sides. Even though it was only a cursory glance, you could feel the life on that mountain. It is really a good place to build up strength for rebellion. Zeng Anmin marveled in his heart, but his face was devoid of expression. "Lean over." "Yes." Wang Daoyuan's face was incredibly respectful, and he propped up the ship at will. It didn't take long for the hill to be close at hand. The sparrow is small. After approaching the hill, Zeng Anmin raised an eyebrow and stepped on the bank with Dichun's assistance. He tilted his head and took a general look at the mountain, which had green trees and flowing water, and he could still see some scurrying hares leisurely eating weeds. Shinjun got off the boat with Wang Daoyuan and looked at the environment in the small mountains with memories in his voice. This mountain was named Water Cloud Island by my uncle, and although I only came here. Seeing this, Zeng Anmin's gaze sharpened and there was a touch of coldness in his voice. "Jiang Wang, what you're trying to do is very big. What should we do right now?" Shinjun saw this, his nervous palms sweating a little as he looked sheepishly at Zeng Anmin. He thought his uncle was in cahoots with this man down here. "Go first, don't spook the snakes." Zeng Anmin's eyes flashed as he quietly retreated towards the bottom of the hill. The crowd didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly descended the mountain along with Zeng Anmin. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded above the river. "Oh, since you're here, why don't you stay as a guest? What's the hurry to leave?" All four of them subconsciously looked towards the river. A small boat was seen lazily moving forward, with an old man on board showing a kind smile. That old man's back is slightly hunched, face above the gullies, a cloth dress extremely simple. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was some old farmer's man. However, his seemingly cloudy eyes flickered from time to time, giving off a sense of inscrutability. With a black feather fan in his hand, he leisurely sat on top of the small stool at the bow of the boat, teasingly looking at the four people of Zeng Anmin. Chapter 44 Causes and Consequences, Zeng Anmin's Calculations. The old man's voice was lilting and cozy, as if he was swimming in the mountains. Seeing that old man appear, Shinjun, Chi Dachuan, and Wang Daoyuan's faces were stunned, and they all looked at him as if they were on guard. Only Zeng Anmin, without the slightest expression on his face, instead looked at the old man with interest and asked, "Is Your Excellency the hidden person of the Xian Formation Division in the Zeng Mansion?" At this point, the four of them were not too far from the water's edge, and Zeng Anmin's voice happened to be heard. Worthy of being the son of a great scholar, to be able to guess the identity of the old man, he is indeed extremely intelligent. By this time, the boat was on the shore. That old man leisurely swayed the feather fan in his hand, slowly stood up, gently saluted Zeng Anmin, and lightly laughed. Abandoned disciple of the Xian Formation Division, 7th grade formation Master Qi Linxian, today, he specially invites Mr. Zeng to his death. When these words came out, apart from Zeng Anmin, the remaining three people all changed their faces. Only at this time did they manage to think that they seemed to be caught in a jar by this old thing. Shi Dachuan, however, didn't care and yelled directly. You old bird, netting some bull, there are 4 of us and you're alone, who gave you such guts? Ha! The old man turned a deaf ear to Dachuan's words and just looked at Zeng Anmin with a faint smile. The case of the lost Can Longtu, the Zhang Luan case, and the case of Xin Jun's aunt's murder. 3 cases in a row, all seen through by Mr. Zeng. I have to say, Mr. Zeng is truly a man of God. I just don't know that today, this death, but the prince does not seem to expect? Everyone went quiet for a moment at those words. Zeng Anmin slowly looked up, his eyes straight with that Qi Linxian for a long time. A grin followed. Who dies today is still unknown. When these words came out, not only Qi Dachuan and Xinjun froze. Even the Qi Linxian on the boat was gently stunned, and then he smiled in the sun. Ha ha ha. Since young Master Zeng knows me, he can naturally anticipate that if I didn't have the will to win, wouldn't he have said something that would make people laugh? Zeng Anmin nodded slowly, his face expressionless. Not bad, killing Zhang Luan for cover. Letting Shen Lu fake his death and deliberately letting Su Yunfeng induce me to kill Shen Jun. In order to confuse the public, even at the risk of being chastised by the king of Jiang, he sent assassins disguised as black cat wolves to kill me. Zeng Anmin said this and slowly breathed a sigh of relief, raising an eyebrow at the old man and laughing. The young master would like to call you the poisoner. Ha! Qi Linxian on the boat smiled modestly, his face seemed quite flattered, raising his eyebrows. Then Mr. Zeng might as well guess why the old man is so emboldened that he dares to come alone to besiege you? LOL. Zeng Anmin sighed in his heart. It's a good point that villains die from talking too much. Since you have such an interest, my lord can also nag you a bit. Zeng Anmin let out a light laugh, then slowly found a grassy area and half lay on it, with his back against the hill, yet just enough to be able to lock eyes with the old man. It was as if there was nothing in this room that could pose a threat to him. May I hear it? Shi Xianlin was victorious, and the smile on his face remained. He sat on top of the bow and slowly poured himself a cup of tea. The way he looked at Zeng Anmin was as if he was looking at a playwright. Click. Zeng Anmin reached out and gently folded a long leaf of grass and held it in the corner of his mouth. The voice was unhurried as he crossed his legs leisurely. Shen Lu was arranged by you, and Shen Jun was caught and imprisoned by you, in order to make Shen Lu throw in the towel. But you still want to go one step further and annex Jin Taiping for the sake of Jiang Wang's great cause, so you let that Su Yunfeng leave this case to me. If I kill Shen Jun, not only will Shen Lu return to you, Jin Taiping can also be swallowed by you logically. As a result, what you didn't expect was that not only did I clear Shen Jun's suspicion, but I even set my sights on Shen Lu. Zeng Anmin said this and looked towards the old man surnamed Shi on the boat. Shi Linxian's face did not change, smiling and nodding slightly, he looked at Zeng Anmin, signaling him to continue. Zeng Anmin met his eyes straight on, a smile spreading across his face. So you wanted to hurry up and kill me to plant the black cat wolf, but you didn't realize that the black cat wolf saved my life. And this move has instead made me even more suspicious, to the point where I've already determined that the Jiang Wangfu wants to rebel. Mr. Qi's face sank gently. After a long while, he sighed and let out a low, muffled, soft laugh, and even put down the feathered fan in his hand and gently high-fived. Wonderful, wonderful. After a long time, Qi Linxian was slightly lost in thought and muttered. If it weren't for the opposing situations, old me might have been able to become an ungrateful friend with Mr. Zeng. Zeng Anmin, however, waved his hand repeatedly, but don't. Young master can't afford it. You want to die, but this young master wants to live a few more days. Unfortunately, after 1,000 calculations, you still missed a step. The old man's face showed regret as he looked at Zeng Anmin and sighed. Today, Mr. Zeng is still going to die. Zeng Anmin, however, laughed out loud, a long, long laugh that even carried endless mockery. This sudden laughter caused a bit of confusion on the faces of everyone on the scene. De Chun was even more confused as he asked, Young master, what are you laughing at? On the contrary, Qi Linxian on the boat was gently stunned, and then lost his smile. Is this young master Zeng's epileptic laugh knowing that death is near? Zeng Anmin stopped laughing and looked at the old man with a touch of sarcasm in his eyes. You don't think that's really all I know, do you? After he finished speaking, his Danfang eyes gently narrowed and his voice was low and powerful. If you want a fish, you have to have Jasper. You want to kill me so badly, so why don't I use my body as bait? Zeng Anmin raised his eyebrows and looked towards Wang Daoyuan, who was standing not too far away from him, with a smile on his face. That's why I asked Wang Daoyuan to come with me, not to give you the message that I'm going to throw myself into the net? Wang Daoyuan's face lightly changed. Qi Lingxian's hand on the ship shook lightly, and his cloudy pupils contracted violently. He suddenly looked over toward Zeng Anmin. You see? There was a touch of disbelief in his voice. Zeng Anmin sneered. Back in the case of Zhang Luan at the academy, the guard under Wang Lin who was called Ada had not yet asked for his heart, and he cut himself and died. It should be called Ada, but a martial artist who can barely enter the grade. With Wang Daoyuan, this guy is a full 2 realms away. Moreover, Wang Daoyuan is right beside him. How can he not be able to stop Ada from committing suicide? Since that time, I have suspected that Wang Daoyuan has secretly defected to the Jiang Wangfu. Speaking of this, everyone on the scene all changed color in unison. Even the old man on that boat paused violently, his face filled with consternation. Wang Daoyuan's face was even more cloudy, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Zeng Anmin dead in the face. Shi Dachuan and Shinjun, however, stealthily blocked in front of Zeng Anmin and looked at Wang Daoyuan warily. Zeng Anmin was sighing at this time, looking towards the ship with some disappointment. Calculating for half a day, the young master can be said to have gone through a lot of trouble with the aim of catching a big fish, but I didn't expect it to be you who came. Shi Lingshan felt Zeng Anmin's gaze that was like a knife, and his face was a bit spicy. He grimaced, a murderous intent in his voice. Good mind, but no matter how much you count, you're still going to die. Do it! The words just fell from his lips. The Wang Daoyuan in the field then steeply erupted a burst of extremely strong might, fiercely bullying his way towards Zeng Anmin. The strength of that 7th grade martial artist was extremely oppressive, and the hearts of the few people on the shore sank. Like a boulder pressing. Young master, be careful. Under this aura, Shi Dachun's movements were a bit difficult, and bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his face. However, he was still determined to pounce towards that Wang Daoyuan. Although he knew that he was not the enemy of this Wang Daoyuan, but things have come to this moment, even if he dies, he must go. Oh, don't struggle, you will surely die. Qi Lingxian's voice resumed its lightness. However, his words had just fallen. Chirp! An extremely bizarre voice rang out from above the river. Ka Ching! Is towards Zeng Anmin pouncing Wang Daoyuan, body shape fixed, faces all bewildered. An arrowhead entered straight through the back of his neck and poked out from his throat. Seeing this highly reversed scene, everyone was stunned. Unbelievably, he looked at Wang Daoyuan, who had suddenly collapsed. A martial artist of the observational realm died so inexplicably? Shi Dachuan all froze. Only Zeng Anmin looked into the middle of the river with a smile on his face. So, my father is in your reckoning? Above the river, another small boat slowly appeared, and Zhang Shirlin's complicated voice slowly sounded. Wang Deli, the commanding officer of the Hanging Mirror Division, was standing behind him collecting the longbow in his hand. Chapter 45, The Xian Formation Division comes. A smile grinned on Wang Deli's face after he retracted his bow. He was followed by dozens of soldiers with armor, obviously prepared. Above the deck, Zheng Shirlin stood with his arms folded, looking towards the crowd on the shore of Shuiyan Island. When his gaze met Zeng Anmin's across the room, his brows furrowed deeply. Ha! Zeng Anmin was a bit vain. Can you call that a reckoning between your own masters? Just cast his eyes on Qi Linxian, who was on that small boat on the shore at that moment, and reminded loudly. Don't let him get away. At this time, Qi Linxian's face was gloomy to the extreme, obviously did not expect Zeng Anmin to calculate all this to so. The atmosphere grew heavy. Humph. Within moments, he had made the situation today clear. That Qi Linxian hummed lightly, his eyes looking towards Wang Deli on the ship's branch. A vulgar martial artist, who also presumes to stop me? Only to see him gently shake the feather fan in his hand. The small boat under the seat suddenly flickered with ripples, and in just a split second of effort, a circle of green lines wrapped around Qi Linxian in a circle. Instantaneous traveling formation. Wang Deli, the commander of the Hanging Mirror Division, was furious and wild when he saw the scene. The fox of the Xian Formation Division. Besides being able to run, what else can you do? Fight if you can. With that, he was about to leap up and raise the longbow in his hand. Chirp! The second arrow came to that Qi Xianlin's body in an instant. Mirage! Qi Lingxian's feathered fan shook again, and green lines suddenly flickered, wrapping his entire body. Bow! The feathered arrow passed through Qi Xianlin's body without causing any damage. Young Master Zhang, see you later. In the midst of Qi Lingxian's laughable cry, his body began to flicker, and even his voice had turned fuzzy, and the next moment he was about to disappear. At that exact moment, a cold humming sound rang out. It's been a long time since we've been in a battle, and the world has forgotten the power of my Rufa, sadly. At this moment, Zeng Shirlin's gaze was bland, turning a blind eye to the soon-to-be disappearing Qi Lingxian, standing on top of the ship's board with one hand behind his back. The river wind slightly attacked, swinging the corner of his clothes with a touch of overwhelming splendor, as well as the vast green Qi that passed through the sky. The sages say not to speak of their strange powers. A vast and infinite voice resounded in the ears of the crowd. Zeng Anmin only saw the countless green Qi that went straight up to the sky, as voluminous as clouds and smoke, and as thick as mountain mist. In the midst of this curling green gas, his father's figure was like a great mountain, surrounded by the righteousness of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it was in the midst of the greenish, ghostly light on Qi Lingxian's body. That green light at first contact with the green gas, like a drop of water to see the sun in general, within a few moments will be dissolved and dissipated. Boom! Qi Lingxian's figure resurfaced. The wolf fell back on top of the boat. He frantically urged the spiritual energy in his body, but it was of no use. Then he jerked his head up to look at Zeng Shirlin, horrified. All the spiritual power of my Xian formation division can. Ignorant child. Zeng Shirlin just smiled faintly, not bothering to talk much nonsense with him. Just glanced at Wang Deli. Take it down. Yes, sir. Wang Deli was like a rock spreading its wings at this time, jumping fiercely above the water surface, his toes tapping up a few ripples. Tap tap. In just 2 steps, that athletic stance had already arrived in front of that Qi Lingxian. Qi Lingxian is only a 7th grade formation warrior. How can he be the enemy of that hanging mirror division's commanding envoy if he has lost his spiritual power? But in a few moments, it had been taken down and captured alive. Ignoring Qi Lingxian's deathly pale face, Zeng Shirlin looked towards Zeng Anmin on the shore. Father and son stare at each other. Where's Black Cat Wolf? Zeng Shirlin asked as he looked at his son with a smirk. What Black Cat Wolf? Zeng Anmin blinked with a puzzled expression. Zeng Shirlin's face stuttered lightly. He can't say I used my questioning mind on you and you point to the opinion map and say Black Cat Wolf is here, can he? Here, the great ship at his feet had docked. Zeng Shirlin slowly disembarked from the boat and came to Zeng Anmin. He first glanced down at Wang Daoyuan's dead body on the ground, his face expressionless. Not completely liquidating him in the first place was just an idle move for my father, trying to see if the Jiang Wangfu side would take the bait. Rather unthinkingly, this idle move has become the bottom card in your hand. Zeng Anmin's gaze was stunned, then he looked at his old man incredulously. I thought you left him alive because he was on an errand for His Majesty. At the time, mindful of His Majesty's face. Pop sneered, would His Majesty care about the life and death of such a mole? Zeng Anmin was suddenly stunned, then he looked at his old dad with admiration in his eyes and his voice was respectful. If your lordship hadn't left him alive at that time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to catch this big fish today. His Excellency the Governor is truly calculating and wiser than the heavens. My humble servant admires. I'm impressed. Zeng Shirlin nodded slowly, his face showing a faint smile, his right hand unconsciously stroking his beard. While the two were talking, Wang Deli arrived with the bundled Qi Lingxian stepping on the river. Put. He casually threw Qi Lingxian to the ground and asked Zeng Shirlin for orders. Your Excellency, this son of a has been taken down, what should be done? Take them back and torture them. Zeng Shirlin faintly swept a glance at Qi Lingxian's old face, without the slightest emotion in his voice. It was then that he turned to look at Zeng Anmin. This barren mountain has evidence of a rebellion by the Jiang Wangfu. Zeng Anmin's face was serious as he bowed to Zeng Shirlin. Your Excellency the Governor, the evidence is in the canyon behind this hill, only there are some guards in the canyon. Aha! Zeng Shirlin nodded slowly, then turned around and looked at Wang Deli, as well as the dozens of men with armor on the deck. Move faster. Wang Deli's face was serious as he led the order. Yes. When he finished speaking, he looked at the dozens of guards above the deck and shouted. Formation. Go to the mountain. Swish. A formation was set up in the blink of an eye, and dozens of soldiers descended from above the deck in an extremely orderly manner, taking neat steps and following Wang Deli. It was night, and Wang Deli led the men to clear the entire mountain island of Jiang Wangfu's personnel. Zeng Anmin followed Zeng Shirlin and his group entered the canyon. Hundreds of forceful men knelt on the ground in fear and trembling. A dozen armored corpses lay next to them. Wang Deli stared at them with a stern gaze. The dozens of soldiers with armor had not lost a single person, and the weapons in their hands emitted a cold aura as they defended themselves against each and every one of them. Zeng Shilin sat in his chair and watched it all. On the floor, a freshly baked cannon was laid out in a neat and tidy manner. The Jiang Wangfu really is a wolf. There must be at least 200 or 300 of those cannons. This alone is enough to confirm the charge of rebellion against the Jiang Wangfu. Zhang Shilin's voice chilled. Tie them all up and take them back. Yes. However, just then, a strange, gentle, somewhat gulping voice suddenly sounded. That Qi Lin Xian. I have to take away. The voice appeared extremely abruptly. It caught everyone's attention. Who? When Wang Deli's face sank, he looked toward the source of the sound. Chapter 46, Saihatsu. Following the source of the sound, all eyes looked towards a tree. Only to see that above the tree trunk, Ying stood a young girl whose face could not be seen. Put. That young girl gently pointed the branches of the tree under her feet and slowly landed on the ground, then came to the front of the crowd. Coming closer, Zeng Anmin could see clearly. This young girl was dressed in a black robe, above the robe flowing gold ribbon from shoulder to waist, a reflective belt around her waist strangled her thin waist that could be held in her hands. The loose pants were covered by a pair of straight leather boots, which were imprinted with extremely mysterious patterns, somewhat flashing people's eyes as the young girl took one step at a time. A turquoise-colored jade pendant hung at her waist, swinging along with every step the young girl took. And then look at the young girl's face, agar nose high, cheeks through the redness, lips are not thick nor thin, extremely red, if the autumn of the cherry general. Excellent. Although it was nighttime, it did not affect Zeng Anmin's ability to appreciate his posture at all. This young girl was in uniform, but she still couldn't hide the charm of her face. Another 90-point beauty. But Zeng Anmin wasn't the kind of man whose 3 views followed his 5 senses, and he frowned at the young girl who was slowly walking towards him and asked, "Who are you?" That young girl raised her head, revealing her white and flawless face. Those eyes quickly dodged away after glancing at Zeng Anmin. She didn't have a big voice, like she was squeezing it out of her agitated nose. "I'm from the Xian Formation Division, and I've been ordered by my division to bring him back." Seeing her behavior, Zeng Anmin laughed in his heart. The woman looked like a recent college graduate, clear, stupid, and with some social fear. Facing the sociopathic girls. Be sure to keep your eyes on her at all times while you're talking, it's a good trick. Zeng Anmin looked towards the young girl with a serious face. This man is a major criminal we've apprehended, you can't take him away. When the young girl heard Zeng Anmin's words, she subconsciously had to turn her head to speak. But when her gaze saw Zeng Anmin's straight eyes, she subconsciously avoided his gaze and looked away, her face pretending to be calm. The voice, however, lowered. My master said he had to have him back. That won't work. Zeng Anmin looked at the sociopathic young girl and was secretly happy. The face was serious. This man is a felon of the Jiang Wang family. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zeng Shilin's mellow voice came from behind him. You can take it away. What's going on? Zeng Anmin had a question mark on his face as he turned his head to look at his old man. I almost exposed myself as a black cat Wookiee to catch this fish, dad. Zeng Shilin sat in his chair, his face flat. He looked at the young girl in front of Zeng Anmin and slowly said, Sai Chushue, Celestial Master Su's 7th disciple, 6th grade Seal Formation Master. After the young girl heard Zeng Shilin's words, she jerked her head up, a flash of bewilderment appearing in her gaze. You know me? Each of Tianshi Su's 8 disciples is a divine figure, how can this official not know that? Zeng Shilin nodded gently, his face showing a touch of gentleness. This one's for you. Thanks. Thanks. Sai Chushua's eyes gently lit up before she looked at Qi Linxian, who was being held down on the ground. She took out a compass from within the cloth bag on her waist and flicked it at that Qi Linxian. Pardon. The next moment, the compass emitted a bright light, but saw that Qi Linxian body gently shook, instantly fainted to death, not long to be included in that compass. Legendary storage space. Still holds live animals? Zeng Anmin's eyes glistened as he stared straight at the compass in the young girl's hand. When it's really good, baby. After Sai Chushue collected Qi Linxian, the eyes of the crowd all looked at her with a touch of shock. Obviously, the means she used just now had caused a great shock in the hearts of the crowd. Such divine tactics, worthy of being a high-ranking person from the Xian Formation Division in the capital. Being watched by so many people, Sai Chushue was extremely uncomfortable. Pursing her lips, she was about to head out. Slow down. Zeng Anmin suddenly spoke out. How? What happened? The young girl fixed her stance and blankly turned back to look at Zeng Anmin. I caught this guy for you anyways, right? Don't you have anything to show for it? Zeng An stared unblinkingly into the young girl's eyes. It took so many days and so much effort on their own. It was hard to choose today to close the net. It turned out to be a temporary peach. It's impossible to say that you don't have some anger in your heart. Saihatsu thought for a while after hearing this. She nodded rather approvingly afterward. You're right, I do have to give you something, but I don't really have any objects on me right now. When he said this, he suddenly remembered something and took a jade pendant from his own waist. Take this jade pendant. If you arrive at the capital in the future, take it and come to the Xian Formation Division to find me. I will thank you properly. Only then did Zeng Anmin's face clear up a little, and he took the jade pendant and scrutinized it for a while. The jade pendant didn't know what material it was made of. It was crystal clear and extremely good looking, and it also carried a touch of warmth in his hand. Then, Zeng Anmin turned his gaze to Pops. Zhang Shilin's face was expressionless as he slowly rose from his chair. Go. Father, without the Qi Linxian, the Jiang Wangfu side. In the cabin, there was only father and son. Zeng Anmin pressed on, looking at his old man with a serious face. Zhang Shilin gently raised his eyelids, then let out a faint laugh. You're underestimating the Xian Formation Division's influence in my great sacred dynasty. How? Zeng Anmin asked for advice with an open mind. At the end of the day, he hadn't crossed over long ago, and he knew very little about the transcendent powers of this world. He had thought that the Hao Ran Zhang Qi cultivated by the people of Confucianism and Taoism was too chickenish. After all, he is now the 7th grade of Confucianism, but for the time being, he cannot see what is the use of the vast righteousness in the sea of consciousness. It was the same martial arts that was used to kill Wang Lin. But he was on top of that river today, and he saw that Pops just flicked his finger. The formation that the fleeing Qi Linxian had gathered instantly disappeared, and fire surfaced in his heart. The Xian Formation Division was created by Tianshi Su, who was the first strategist who followed the great ancestor back then. Zhang Shilin's gaze slowly looked in the direction of the capital, his voice carrying a tinge of reminiscence. Although the Xian Formation Division does not care about political affairs, none of all those who are officials dare to underestimate it. Boy! Zeng Anmin's head snapped up. If you do this math, then Su Tianshi has lived for at least 600 years? Isn't that divine? Taking a deep breath, Zeng Anmin's heart was inexplicably stirred. He had an inexplicable thirst for the transcendent powers of this world in this moment. It is better for the Xian Formation Division to say that the Jiang King has rebelled than for my father to say it. Got it. Zeng Anmin put that excitement back into his heart, his face composed. Now we have witnesses and material evidence in our hands. After we go back, we will send soldiers to surround the Zhangwang mansion, control the Zhangwang, and be quiet and thick with holy sound. Aha! Pops nodded in relief. Those eyes then rippled as they looked towards Zeng Anmin, his voice ghostly. Now it's time to tell us why you can remain unaffected by my father's questioning mind. Sang on Man. Chapter 47, wanting to buy laurel flowers and carry wine together, but ultimately not like a young man's journey. The sudden question caught Zeng Anmin off guard. But it was a good thing he had been prepared for this. It was also anticipated that Pops might be suspicious of himself. Ask the heart? Only to see Zeng Anmin's face change, his eyes widening as he looked at Zhang Shilin incredulously. Father, you have asked your heart to me? When did this happen? You don't believe me like that? Okay, tonight I'll go burn paper for mother and tell her about this, so she can come to you for questioning tonight. Zeng Anmin said, his eyes even a little red. After finishing, he was even still not relieved to say. Last time I went to the churchyard. I'll tell mother too. When these words came out, Zhang Shilin's face directly stagnated. Zeng Anmin's words made his scalp tingle. He looked hard at Zeng Anmin's pained gaze, his heart a little weak. Especially when Zeng Anmin mentioned the word mother, he felt a blockage in his heart. Meeting his son's slightly questioning gaze, Zhang Shilin coughed lightly. Ahem, let's leave this matter aside for now. How has the Confucian path progressed recently? Pops stopped dwelling on it since he chose to change the subject. Zeng Anmin naturally knew to take what he could get. Speaking of the Rudao realm, Zeng Anmin was somewhat helpless as he rubbed his aching brain and said, "Since I entered the Purple Mansion there has been no further progress. These days I have also tried to read more books and communicate with people more often and walk around more, but there is still no new realization." After saying this, he muttered, "I still want to hurry up and step into the 6th grade, being able to ask people questions about their hearts. I'll be able to handle cases better." Zeng Anmin's words made Zhang Shirlin's face a bit gloomy. Hurrying to enter the 6th grade? Being so overambitious, it's hard to enter the 6th grade in this life with this kind of mentality. After he finished speaking, he felt that he might have been a bit too harsh and slowed his tone to a bitter tone. After Confucianism enters the Zifu realm, there is no more process of accumulation, but only a sense of the great learning of the past sages, a sense of all things between heaven and earth, and a planning of what one is doing. At this point, Pops paused for a moment, then laughed. "But there's no rush. My father was also stuck in this realm for more than nearly 3 years in the first place. Isn't there any other way than sensing?" Zeng Anmin played with the jade pendant in his hand that the girl from the Xin Formation Division had left for himself, and asked with doubt on his face, "Can't it be faster?" Seeing his son in such a hurry, Pops just relaxed his face and darkened a little. He said unkindly, "Above the state of mind things are enlightened is enlightened, not enlightened others say 1,000 times 10,000 times still not enlightened." Zhang Shirlin also came from that time, naturally knew how anxious his son was at this time. He stared at his eyebrows seriously with a hint of warning. "Never rush things, understand?" "Okay." Zeng Anmin skimmed his lips and answered somewhat absent-mindedly. Pop's face cleared up a little, and he spoke at length. "Go back to the Water Governor's school sometime and read more from the Book of the Sacred Hand of the Past in the Holy Temple. Confucianism is like life, the truth of life since childhood you have learned, but these truths really realize the time to delay for a long time, perhaps 5 years, perhaps 10 years, perhaps a lifetime cannot be realized. When you are acting, you will be able to testify to the truths you have learned in the past, and suddenly have an epiphany in your heart, which will lead to new insights and deeper understanding, and you will have a sense of this meaning. And the phrase with feeling is your realization, yours alone. Even if the words of the past saints that you used to speak those words out are uniquely yours to comprehend. Even though there are the same words in this world, there will not be the same realization. Everyone's realization is different. These words are the opportunity for you to be able to step out of the Violet Mansion and step into the Junzi realm. Everything you say and do at that time will have an impact on those around you. Even the vast and righteous energy in the Violet Mansion no longer only has an effect on evil spirits and ghosts," Zhang Shirlin said, and continued by word and example. "Just like the instantaneous lineage formation that blocked the Qi Linxian for my father, the vast and righteous Qi has a certain amount of restraint against all transcendent powers of heaven and earth. The wonders of the way of the Confucian way will only be slowly revealed after the gentleman's realm." Hearing his old father's words that almost made him want to chew the rice and feed it to his mouth, Zeng Anmin was thoughtful, his gaze caught in his memories. He could naturally hear and understand his old man's good intentions. He told himself about the promotion in almost the simplest and clearest language of the age. To put it bluntly, it's the truth that you learn in books when you're young and you don't understand it when you're young. When you grow up, something happens that makes you suddenly think of something your teacher said in class when you were young, and a sharp shudder goes through your mind before this truth sinks in. I don't know the meaning of the book when I first read it, but when I read it again, I'm already in the book. Zeng Anmin suddenly remembered a saying from his previous life. It's a phrase he really feels deeply about. There was an article called "The Lilac Knot" on top of a textbook from a previous life. Everyone has a lot of bad things in his life, one after another, so there are lilac knots every year. Knot is not finished, life and the problem is also not finished, otherwise will not it be too bland and tasteless? When he first learned, he was only 6 years old in elementary school, so how could he know about this fine chaff? Only ignorantly memorized it. Later, double a decade later, he had the fortuitous opportunity to open that textbook again. With just one glance, he froze in place for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Recalling this in his mind, Zeng Anmin's state of mind slowly changed. "What are you waiting for? Listen well to your father." Zeng Shirlin was speaking when he suddenly realized that his son was staring at the same spot, and his face frowned with some displeasure. He was about to condemn it harshly when his pupils contracted violently. Then the face became dull. "If you want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine with you, you will not be like a young man traveling." Zeng Anmin slowly returned to his senses, his face complex and emotional. Boom! After one sentence, he suddenly felt a thunderous flash in his sea of consciousness. Zeng Anmin froze, then his face changed and he hurriedly immersed himself into the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the shadow of the Can-dragon diagram still stood in the very center. And the massive vast and righteous chi on the right side of the shadow of the Canlong too was at this time rolling over and over. Like a cloud, there are amazing changes taking place. Finally, the voluminous righteousness slowly changed color. One wisp of green, two wisps of green. Boom! Wisps of green air floated around, and in the end, they actually formed a sentence. We are only waiting for the saint to issue an order to see exactly how to deal with the Jiang Wang. For a while, all the officials of the Two Rivers County who had any dealings with the King of the River all went into a collective hiatus. The entire officialdom of the Two Rivers County is in danger from everyone. The Jiang Wang Mansion is under control. Naturally, some of the small shrimps of the Hanging Mirror Division cannot escape liquidation. Among them was Su Yunfeng, the right official, who tried to resist when he was arrested by the red-clothed Lang. But after Zeng Anmin gave him a punch, he was much more honest. After the thorn in the side of Jiang Wangfu was contained, the entire Fingqi Road had been completely devoid of a second voice. The days were uneventful. Phew! Zeng Anmin looked at the particles that were gradually forming in the fireplace in front of him. A strong scent showed up from the pellet. Good, good, good. The light in his eyes was so bright that he hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and put all the pellets in that furnace in it. Today is a day off from work, and I was invited by Shinjun to go to dinner. De-chun, prepare the horses. Great. Jin Taiping is the largest ship merchant in the entire Two Rivers County. It was impossible to say that Zeng Anmin didn't have a little thought in his mind. But he didn't expect to pocket this Jin Taiping directly. Eating too ugly is not good for his father's reputation. My father was an extremely loving man. So take the center to reconcile. If you can take a line of cooperation with Jin Taiping in your own name, then naturally there will be no lack of silver in the future. Of course the most important thing is him. He is short of money. After he returned from the Ruto Academy, he thought Pops would loosen up his resources a bit financially. However, things did not go as planned, since the last time to investigate the case of Shinjun went to the Department of Education and met the old man. His money was completely cut off. The reason was that his breakthrough in Confucianism and Taoism was in a hurry, so he should emphasize his studies. Okay, what about after I break through the 6th grade in front of you? Pop's answer was that he needed to stabilize the realm and talk about it later. Oh. It's just faded. Again, Zeng Anmin was unwilling to accept bribes from others. That's why this financial crunch on hand right now has always been seen as a top priority for him. There is a very real problem here though. Although this world was also a feudal dynasty, the industrial development was much better than those feudal dynasties in the previous world. Glass, soap, and distilled spirits. The 3 major paths to travelers' wealth have been invented. So last night, he spent the night at home exhaustively thinking about the web novels he had read. I have to say, it's better to read more web novels. At the very least, he'd be able to know a few more good things than other travelers in the midst of the crossing. Just like this secret weapon that he just put into the porcelain bottle in his arms. Forgetting the immortal tower. Today, Zeng Anmin was here as the governor's youngest son. Jin Taiping's present-day big proprietor, Shinjun, treats the guests. The last time he came here, Shinjun had given him an important clue, and he had followed the trail to find evidence of Jiang Wangfu's guilt. There was no resistance to this place, Zeng Anmin. Lord Zeng. As soon as they met, Shinjun was a dignified and incomparable salute. Regardless of official business today, just call me your son. Zeng Anmin smiled and helped Shinjun up, heading towards the building. Speaking less bureaucratic atmosphere in office, as much as possible to show the amicable and warm. Yes. Shinjun was not a pedantic person, and his slightly thick eyebrows gently loosened as he smiled and got up, reaching out his hand. Please. Aha! Along with Shinjun, he came to the box in the middle of the pavilion. As soon as he sat down, he saw Shinjun raise his cup to himself with a look of respect. Many thanks to Mr. Zeng, the grace of life, to help my brother clear the suspicion, although my uncle has not been found, but the danger of Jin Taiping has been solved. Great kindness is not to be repaid, Jun dry. When he said that, he tilted his head back and drank the wine in his cup. Oh, it's just part of the job. Zeng Anmin didn't really care. He also noticed a detail in Shinjun's words and asked with a gently raised eyebrow. Your uncle didn't find it? Yesterday that will be the island within the King of the River. After all the evidence of guilt collected, he followed his father on the boat. Shinlu does not care much. No. Shinjun's face was a bit bitter, but he didn't have much psychological burden, but said smilingly. But after the king of Jiang has been executed and accounted for his crimes, we will naturally know where my uncle is. Aha! Zeng Anmin nodded slowly. This is a good point. Now the imperial decree has not yet arrived. Even the governor of the two rivers cannot hastily arrest the king of Jiang as a criminal, but only send troops to control him first. It's a royal face after all. In fact, today I came here because my lord has a cooperation he wants to talk to you about. Zeng Anmin cleared his throat and his gaze turned serious. Here we go. When these words came out, Shen Jun's face turned serious. As a businessman, he had actually been prepared to be exploited by Zeng Anmin. And after Lord Xiaozeng helped him clear his suspicions and helped him find clues to his uncle, he even thought of taking out 30% of Gene Taiping's profit as a thank you gift. But he felt that if he opened his mouth rashly, he was afraid that he would be despised and disdained by Lord Xiaozeng, and would misunderstand himself as a flatterer. Just ask, young Lord Zeng. Shen Jun took a deep breath. No need to be nervous, it's just a small thing. Zeng Anmin could see Shen Jun's gravity and gave a light laugh to ease the atmosphere. Only before he could speak, he was interrupted by a loud exclamation from outside the box. The voice was sharp and brief. Really? The voice outside the box was like muffled thunder. Zeng Anmin frowned towards the door. Shen Jun immediately understood and sought out Xiao Erdao. Keep the noise down next door. Yes. As Junior opened the door, the voices outside the box became clearer. How would I lie to you? Zhang Gui even claimed that this one poem alone could overwhelm all the great scholars of my great sage dynasty. That Princess Wencheng really has such poetic talent? There is no need to raise the prestige of others, that Princess Wencheng is the only full sister of the female emperor of the Jiang kingdom. The crowd naturally hold its feet. You and the poem she made read, I would like to see, she has a few points of color. Just listen. The man cleared his throat and spoke. The sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. With just this sentence, it seemed like the entire forgotten immortal building was quiet. The atmosphere turned pin-sharp. If the East Mountain can rise again in the day, the rock will spread its wings and hate the sky for being low. The man's voice sounded again. Silence. Deadly silence. Hiss. Everyone was silent, except for the sound of a cool breath being sucked in. The entire forgotten immortal building. Only Zeng Anmin's face was odd. Princess Wencheng of Jianghua? Net bull. Isn't this a poem for Nan herself? Wait. The photo? The royal family of Jiang? Princess Wencheng? Nan's identity is? Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up gently. The corner of his mouth slowly pulled out a bizarre arc. I haven't even become a copyist yet, but you've become one first? Good. See if I don't blackmail you for $1 million. Chapter 49, okay, 60% of 60%. Zeng Anmin's eyebrows raised gently as he gently rubbed his chin. Apparently, Minami's identity had almost been revealed to him. Princess Wencheng of Jianghua? I didn't realize Minami was actually a girl. Interesting. Young Master Sang? Shen Jun carefully called out, his voice extremely soft, pulling Zeng Anmin back from his disorientation. Aha! Zeng Anmin returned to his senses and looked squarely at Shen Jun. He gently ruffled his shirt, picked up his chopsticks and casually took a bite, eating as he spoke with Shen Jun. This collaboration is actually me working with Gene Taiping on a personal basis. I know. Shen Jun nodded his head seriously, followed by a rather respectful tone. I'm willing to put up 30% of Gene Taiping's proceeds to work with Mr. Zhang. Zeng Anmin's hand that was clamping the food gave a slight lurch as he looked at Shen Jun. There was candor in Shen Jun's gaze. You're mistaken. Zeng Anmin could see that Shen Jun was thinking out of the box. He said with a serious face. I did not come here for the sake of Gene Taiping, and this cooperation was attracted by for the virtuous brother's character alone. Shen Xiandi can carry March torture in prison. After solving the case, he was willing to treat his uncle with himself to be punished. Encountered that Su Yunfeng's slander dared to stand up and argue with him. This kind of resilience, licking the calf as well as the character of not fearing power impressed me. My brother also really want to make friends with you, so I put the candidate on your body. In the piece of buying people's hearts, Zheng Shilin, an official veteran, is not necessarily Zeng Anmin's opponent. Shen Jun's face reddened with each of these three sentences. For a moment he looked at Zeng Anmin in a daze, not knowing how to express the thousands of words in his heart. As the son of a merchant, he naturally had an inferiority complex in front of Zeng Anmin. Therefore, he had never thought of being friends with Zeng Anmin, and only thought that it would be a blessing from God if he could be a follower of young Master Zeng and be at his disposal. I could not have expected that young Master Zeng would. Brother Zeng. Shinjun felt as if his throat was clogged with something and was somewhat unable to speak. My humble brother's name is Quan Fu, from now on, just call me Brother Quan Fu. Zeng Anmin smiled and chucked up the dishes in the bowl, and after taking a sip of tea, he took out a porcelain bottle from his own bosom. Brother Gonzo. Shinjun said little, but his fists clenched dead tight, looking at Zeng Anmin's gaze, and a few points less fear, overflowed a few points of real emotion. Gotta, teenagers are just easily compelled by some of the flowery words of others. Zeng Anmin let out a light smile on top of his face, then took out a porcelain bottle from his own bosom and placed it on the table. This thing is the medium through which my brother has come to work with you. Oh? Shinjun's gaze looked toward the porcelain vase, and a thick bewilderment flickered between his brows. What is this? Good question. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth gently rose. He picked up the porcelain bottle carefully, and after pulling the cork, he pointed to Shinjun at the pot of fresh soup still steaming on the table and said, "You take a sip first." Shinjun was unsure, but did as he was told, picking up a spoon and taking a bowl, followed by a sip. How does it taste? The soup from the Forgotten Immortal building has always been like this. Shinjun looked over blankly. Zeng Anmin smiled mysteriously. The mouth of that porcelain vase was then gently shaken against the soup pot, and some of the particles were poured into the hot soup. The pellet melted when it met water, and Zeng Anmin even picked up chopsticks to stir it around. Once this seasoning is added by my humble brother, you can taste it again. Shinjun didn't know what the pellets that had just been poured in were though. But just for those words of eunuch Zeng, he would recognize it even if it was poison. He carefully picked up the spoon and replaced it with a new bowl. As a token of appreciation, it was deliberately filled to the brim, and in the midst of Zeng Anmin's shocked gaze, he tilted his head back and drank all of the soup in one gulp. Not. Zeng Anmin has speechless. Are you drinking soup or medicine? What kind of expression? Aha! After Shinjun finished drinking, he was about to speak, but he fiercely noticed the rich fresh fragrance within his mouth and teeth. He boarded up his eyes and stared at them. This. He looked fiercely at the pot of soup, then as if remembering something, he suddenly looked at the porcelain bottle in Zeng Anmin's hand. What kind of seasoning is this? It's actually so fresh? Shinjun was incoherent for a moment. Being from a family of great wealth, Shinjun has had no shortage of food to accompany him since childhood. But he assured him that this was the first time he had ever seen such a superb seasoning, and that putting some of it on would be able to directly. Seeing his expression, Zeng Anmin knew that this wave was stable. The impact that chicken essence would have had on the feudal age would have been epoch-making in general. Although when I read novels in my previous life, this kind of cockamamie plot had already been written badly by that group of puffball authors. But there's no denying, really wait until you cross over, the chicken essence thing was an absolute windfall in feudal times. It's also the surest way for a traveler to get rich. A low status can open a vegetable restaurant. Noble status can sell spices directly. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth gently curled up as he recapped that porcelain bottle and pushed toward Shinjun with a smile on his face. This ingredient is called flavor extreme freshness, and it can be put in any dish, and its biggest effect is that it can make the flavor of the food a few points fresher. What kind of dish can you put in it? That's the point. Shinjun instantly smelled the business opportunity in it. The saying that food is the god of the people was never a joke in feudal times. It's safe to say that anything that has anything to do with food is extremely profitable. Yeah, you can try with it. Zeng Anmin's heart gently eased, smiled, and pushed the porcelain bottle into Shinjun's face. Talking to smart people is such a labor saver. Shinjun looked at the porcelain vase, his face a little dazed, obviously not yet digested properly. He carefully pulled open the porcelain bottle and poured a bit of chicken essence on top of the broiled fish that had just been served. In just a few moments, the already flavorful fish condensed even more intensely. The scent alone made Shinjun subconsciously gulp. First, we will make a restaurant and open branches in all the 11 roads and 43 counties of my great sage dynasty, and after we have thoroughly made a name for ourselves, then we will sell this ingredient and enter the homes of the common people. I'll take an equity stake in the formula and get 30% of the profits exclusively. Zeng Anmin's face was bland as he began to fight for his own profit while painting a beautiful blueprint to Shinjun. After all, building a restaurant to recruit manpower, these all need to spend money. He wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper, naturally want to let out some profit. 30%? Shinjun looked up at Zeng Anmin incredulously, a tremor in his voice. How does this work? Zeng Anmin frowned. 30% isn't much, is it? You're not looking at the wrong person, are you? This kid looks good on the surface, but he's actually a trader? Gene typing is not a big business, Rich, but I have learned from childhood, but still understand the business to secret into and seek profit, such secret formula 30% too little. Shinjun stood up and saluted Zeng Anmin with a serious face. At least 60%, if Brother Quan Fu doesn't agree, Jun won't have the face to talk about words of cooperation. Zeng Anmin's brow stretched. Good boy. Who can have you rode wide? Good. Zeng Anmin laughed. 60% is 60%, my brother agrees. The first step of Zeng Anmin's big plan to get rich was so happily decided. This forgetting the immortal building shopkeeper, how can not imagine, later lead to their own door to the source, actually from their own restaurant to talk about. Chapter 50, The Nine Sons of the Phoenix. The money plan has been settled. Zeng Anmin's mood is naturally much better. I can continue to dream of being an eagle and a dog in the future. Da-chun. Go back to the house. Great. Before leaving, Zeng Anmin could still faintly hear the heated discussion in the next box. The mountain climbs to the top and I am the peak. Alas, this poem climbs to the top with determination and confidence, exuding a bold and uninhibited bosom. Sigh. My Two Rivers County is known as the top of Confucianism and literature in Jiangnan, and in the last 5 years there has been no masterpiece to match it. Words to the point of simplicity, but the meaning of the poem is truly admirable. Princess Wensheng of Jianghua, awesome. Zeng Anmin didn't make much of a stop and took Dachuan all the way towards home. The governor's mansion. Pops hasn't come back yet, and in the past 2 days, because of the Jiang Wangfu, Pops has a bunch of things to deal with. It was also getting dark at this time. Daddy! Tiger ran over for a hug with a seizure, and whenever he saw Zeng Anmin, Tiger always had the most innocent smile on his face. Good Dale! Zeng Anmin laughed and picked Tiger up, stretching out his hand to scratch lightly on his little nose. Have you eaten? Not yet, Mother said to wait for you to come back to eat. Tiger grinned, a neat row of baby teeth showing. Despite having adapted to it for a long time, Zeng Anmin was still offended by the strange title. Not far away, Aunt Lin was standing with a smile on her face in the middle of the courtyard. Her face was playful and beautiful, her eyes flowing like water waves. Her voice softly said, His lordship is busy with his official duties and is dining at the Yamen this evening, so we won't wait for him. I just ate out. You take Tiger. No, Tiger wants to eat with his parents. Without waiting for Aunt Lin to open her mouth, Tiger was not happy. He looked at Zeng Anmin accusingly, tears in his eyes ready, his lips trembling lightly, his voice extremely small. Everyone else has a father and mother to eat with. And I don't. Said, skimming over the tender little face, holding back the tears without wiping them, and bearing the pain in his heart all by himself. Gotta. The corners of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. Okay, Daddy will eat with you. Long live Daddy. Tiger waved his hands, his face instantly became excited, looked at Zeng Anmin bark on his face and kissed. This kid is so small that he can coax people, and when he grows up, it will be better? For the first time, Zeng Anmin found a different kind of goodness in Tiger. Ha! Seeing Zeng Anmin and Tiger getting along so well, an extremely pleased smile appeared on Aunt Lin's face. Just when the evening breeze brushed Aunt Lin's long, high-coiled hair, the flowing strands swirled with her absolute charm. Ahem! Zeng Anmin turned his head away, gave a dry cough, and led the Tiger into the hall to eat. Eat some too, you've been on duty at the courthouse all day, and I've heard that the food at the courthouse isn't even very tasty. Aunt Lin tried her best to be a motherly figure. With a look of heartache on her face, she extended her chopsticks to give Zeng Anmin and Tiger a chicken leg in each of their bowls. I've lost a lot of weight in recent days compared to before. Okay, that's enough, Auntie Lin. Zeng Anmin hurried to stop it. He was thin because of the martial arts entry. The martial arts breath consumed an excessive amount of essence and blood, and although the overall weight was thinner than before, all of the real ones had turned into tight muscles. He had eaten quite a lot with Shinjun at the forgotten immortal building today, and now it was hard to fit anything in his stomach. Try to eat as little as possible out there, it's not as clean as homemade. Aunt Lin's eyes fell on Zeng Anmin's face, her eyebrows gently furrowed, and her words carried a careful reproach, then her words quietly turned. Speak more of this word with your lordship as well. Okay, that's a good one. A smile also appeared on Zeng Anmin's face. Dad, do you eat chicken legs? Tiger picked up the chicken leg in his own bowl and grinned at Zeng Anmin. To the right of the Kenlong Tu's virtual shadow was a short-handled hand axe that flowed with a mysterious aura. The handle of the axe was about 2 feet long, and the blade of the axe was 1 foot long, with densely packed inscriptions forming lines that wrapped the body of the axe all the way around. Zeng Anmin's figure appeared in the sea of consciousness exactly once. The axe then flickered with light, as if to greet its owner. Zeng Anmin could feel the affection coming from the axe. One of this world's determinations for divine weapons was that they had a spiritual nature. However, this time when he entered the sea of consciousness, Zeng Anmin had another purpose. He slowly came to the back of the Kanlongtu void. Without hesitation, Zeng Anmin reached out and wrote on the chart. North, oh, I haven't spoken for many days, are you all still well? He waited quietly for a moment. It wasn't long before the group was gradually coming online as well. The first to speak was Iraq. Desert, not good, the barbarian mystery realm is around the corner, and I've been beaten by my father every day. Zeng Anmin also didn't expect the first one to speak to actually be Iraq. North, oh? What did your father hit you for? Era, he said it was to help me improve my combat experience. A father's love is like a mountain. Crumbling. Zeng Anmin was speechless, and after hesitating for half a day, he sighed. Kita, this is also counted as your father's different kind of fatherly love. Desolate, I'm also used to it, now he's the one beating me, when I build up my strength and become powerful later, I'll definitely beat him up hard. Well. A big filial piety in the hall. Finally, chatting away, Nan came online. Nan, that North, I'm really sorry, I exposed that poem of yours for some reason. As soon as he came up, Nan began a self-examination. She looks like a sincere girl. Why does her speech smell like tea? Zeng Anmin bristled. If you're going to use it to look good, you're going to use it to look good, and you're going to expose it? That's why Zeng Anmin thought he had to try his hand again. Bae, I can't imagine that your highness is also quite a lover of poetry. Nan was silent for a moment, then sent a message. Nan, as an apology, just say what you want, and I'll help you if I can. There was no denial of his identity. That seems right. Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up gently. Princess Wenchang, the most favored princess of the Dajiang dynasty, definitely has some good stuff. The smile at the corner of his mouth curled up as he wrote slowly. Bae, I have a friend who has recently encountered a small bottleneck above the martial arts path. If your highness can take out the Jiang Kingdom's royal mastery, the Phoenix 9 songs, I believe he will be very happy. South. Chapter 51, The Three Choppers of Eternal Night. When Zeng Anmin said this, the entire chat interface was silent. The Jiang Kingdom's imperial family's mastery, the Phoenix 9 sounding. It is known as the #1 martial art in the world. It is a mastery that is not passed on. It is famous for the fact that the great ancestor of Ganguk used this technique to severely injure the head of the contemporary Dao with a single slash. After a long time, Nan's words came from the shadow of the Kanlong Tu. I'm sorry, but Phoenix 9 sounding really doesn't work. She even forgot to put a note in front of her words. It was enough to see that Nan was a little disoriented by the shock of Zeng Anmin's appetite. Zeng Anmin rubbed his chin. It wasn't so much that he really wanted to ask for the Phoenix 9 songs, and he had just said that as a joke. However, martial arts that were too low level would not improve much for him. How about playing a handful of lustful tricks? Zeng Anmin smiled and reached out to write on the dragon survey chart. Bae, the Heavenly Dao Alliance is what I advocate for unity, so naturally I won't jeopardize our original intention, so you can take that poem as me helping you, it doesn't matter. As soon as those words came out, everyone sensed the lack of interest in his tone. Of course, this was a very shoddy provocation made by Zeng Anmin. As for whether or not to take the bait, it depends on the character of this princess. Deserted atmosphere. Are all the people of the Northern Sacred Dynasty so temperamental? Taoist, there are very few Taoist martial arts, sorry. Obviously, the two buddies, Desolate and Dao, didn't want the fledgling Heavenly Dao Alliance to be caught in a dilemma of mutual defense just because of this issue. So the words were somewhat biased in favor of Zeng Anmin. Bae, whatever the reason, I still hope that the four of us from the Heavenly Dao Alliance are united. Deserted, with your words, I will treat you to a drink when I have a chance to go to the Northern Sacred Dynasty. Word, good. Nan didn't say a word. She was silent for a long time. Finally, when the three of them were almost there, the font of Nan emerged. Nan, although I can't give you the Phoenix 9 songs, I have another martial art here named the 3 Cuts of Eternal Night, which is not inferior to the Phoenix 9 songs in terms of power. At these words, there was a brief pause in the chat community. As a princess of a country, Nan naturally wouldn't blow her awesome just because of this. Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up. Yes. Princess Wenchang, you are also a good face. And it didn't disappoint. But Zeng Anmin knew that he could not behave too hastily, and he smiled and wrote down the T-words. "Bei, princess does not have to be like this. This important martial arts skill is thought to be an untold secret, and I am not willing to make things difficult for you. Nan, this technique has only 3 styles, but each style contains great power, some defects. After practicing it may have some impact on the divine psyche, and if the mind is not strong it is very likely that the temperament will change greatly. Nan, as for the other martial arts, they are less powerful than the Phoenix 9 songs. I can also give you others if you are interested." I could tell she was a little short of breath when she made that statement. But instead, Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up when he saw it. In other words, this skill was so powerful that it was not even inferior to the number 1 martial skill in the world today, the Phoenix 9 sound? And have no effect on themselves. He didn't rush to give a reply, but first glanced at his gold finger. Indomitable martial god, immune to all divine energy, spiritual attacks. The side effects of this blade technique were completely negligible to himself. However, this time someone else spoke up. "Desolate, Nan, you are also too stingy to give martial arts or with defects. If you do not want to give it, then do not give it." Dao, on the other hand, did not speak. Nan's answer, on the other hand, had been humbled to the dust. "Nan, I'm sorry, I really have a hard time with this." Zeng Anmin saw that it was almost time. He coughed lightly and wrote with a big smile. "Bei, no harm done, flaws are flaws. What I actually want is not a martial art, but just an attitude from Nan. It is the world's great fortune to have you all in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Can you block this one sentence of 10 years of Pua power?" The words came out. The group was all silent. After a long time. "Road, North is so high-minded, it is the fortune of the poor Taoist to be able to make friends with you. Desolate, heck. Brother North, if you were born in the savage Holy Land, you could definitely be the most trusted commander of our savage people. North, you are all flattered, I'm ashamed." After a long time, Nan sent a message. "South, North, if you have any doubts about the martial arts in the future, just ask, and I will do my best to help." This statement also shows her attitude. Seeing this, Zeng Anmin grinned. "Take the pinch. The human heart piece is still up to you." He naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity, and with a straight face, he then reached out and wrote. "Bait then, I'll be as respectful as I can be. My friend did encounter a lot of problems in martial arts, I'll tell you one by one." Nan, yes. Since this was the case, Zeng Anmin was not polite, and he reached down to write. "Bei, how should I advance to the 7th grade contemplation realm at the 8th grade of martial arts, or the Wudang realm?" This question had been on Zeng Anmin's mind since his underwater breakthrough. However, in the Great Sacred Dynasty, his identity was a bit special and he couldn't ask too blatantly. And De Chun was only at the beginning of the 9th rank, so he couldn't ask him anything. Right now this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nan's answer did not disappoint him. "Nan, the biggest difference between an 8th grade Wudang and a 7th grade kanji lies in the fact that the 2 main veins in the body are not opened. These 2 main veins are the main bridges connecting the martial breath to open up the sea of consciousness, the 2 bridges of heaven and earth as they are often referred to, and the process of opening the 2 bridges of heaven and earth is also known as opening the gate of heaven. One of the most difficult ways to open the heavenly gate is to constantly compress and condense the energy of the Wudang in one's own body, and after compressing it to the extreme, attempt to impact the 2nd bridge of heaven and earth with the breath of the Wudao. But this method is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful you will not be able to control your martial arts breath, and you will die in a cranial explosion." This. Zeng Anmin's mind flashed a scene of his head being burst open like a watermelon. He patiently continued to read on. "The second is to swallow fresh demon blood. Demons, because of their talent, have blood that is very helpful to people of the martial arts, but the blood must be fresh. Because of the Inwu demon extermination battle 10 years ago, the demon race of Jiang and North Shang Kingdom have almost become extinct. Jiang actually still has some remnants, but the North Qing dynasty because of the prevalence of Confucianism, not to mention the demon race, even unusual ghosts will be the Confucian cultivators will be competing to exterminate with the vainglorious and righteousness of the spirit. And if you use this method to open the door to the sky, you will also get the power of the talent of the owner of that essence blood. So since ancient times, people who use this method are often more powerful, but there is also a flaw, that is, if you want to improve the realm in the future, you can only rely on the essence blood of the demon race. And the demon race can only hunker down in the 10,000 demon mountain nowadays, and the essence blood of unusual demonic creatures has no effect. For you to be in the northern sacred dynasty, this item is difficult. Aha! Zeng Anmin remembered the first day he went to the academy, that the teacher carefully released a black gas from that vessel on top of the classroom. I guess he searched for that black aura for a long time before finding it, right? As for the third, it is to find the heaven and earth exotic grass swallowed, to grass and wood essence to help open the door to heaven. This method is also the mainstream of today's way. If your friend needs me, I can provide you with some information on exotic herbs. Nan has actually been somewhat skeptical of the identity of North Confucianism. But she had the good sense to continue to answer with that friend of yours and not poke at it. Zeng Anmin, on the other hand, was brightening up and reaching down to write. North, what exotic grass? South, North Sacred Dynasty and Zhang Country. 2 countries in the royal family have a book strange grass record. This record only 2 countries of the royal family lineage can be read, recorded the whole of the central state of all the exotic grass is located in the place. And as I am in the Zhang kingdom, the exotic herbs and spiritual roots of the northern sacred dynasty are naturally useless to me, so I can tell you the exact location, and you can go and pick them for your friend to take and use to open the heavenly gate. Bae, in that case, thank you very much. Oh yeah, after stepping into the contemplation realm, is it any different from the Wudang realm? That's what Zeng Anmin really wanted to ask. Chapter 52: The Opportunity to Breakthrough. Zeng Anmin with the help of Goldfinger. Self is an 8th grade martial artist. However, it already possessed the battle power of the 7th rank. What are the specific war powers? It's still a matter of figuring it out for yourself. That's too slow. He didn't really want to wait, which is why he asked. Nan didn't keep him waiting too long either, explaining with him in detail. Nan, the biggest difference between the contemplation realm and the Wudang realm is the existence of intent. After breaking through the 2 bridges of heaven and earth with the martial arts breath and opening up the sea of consciousness, you can use the sea of consciousness to visualize the catalog so as to comprehend the true meaning of the picture to enhance the strength of your martial arts breath, and the different catalogs bring different meanings to the martial artist. What I am visualizing is the Sefong diagram of the Zhang dynasty's imperial family, and since I am the one who awakened the true meaning of the Sefong diagram, the meaning that the Sefong diagram feeds back to me is much more intense and lethal, and I am a few points stronger than an ordinary martial artist in terms of combat power. And you, as the owner of Shi Huang too, are naturally able to be with the general. But the words, Nan had the good sense not to say. After hearing this, Zeng Anmin's brows furrowed as he took a deep breath and asked. North, only intentional? And is it necessary to reach the realm of observance to have it? Are you sure? Nan, okay. Wake up the heavenly roadmap. Zeng Anmin murmured softly, the word keenly apparent to him from so many of Nan's words. Wake up. He slowly lowered his head and stretched out his own hand, and with a single movement of his mind, martial aura flowed around him. The white hand slowly surfaced a piece of bizarre scales, that scales above contains a great, ancient, barren, murderous atmosphere. His entire arm, which had suddenly turned into a dragon's claw similar to the front of the Canlong II, that giant dragon. Zeng Anmin squinted his eyes, staring dead center at that Canlong II virtual shadow in the sea of consciousness space, and said softly. The dragon survey map, what secrets does it contain? And I don't suppose this is a wake-up call? The next day, Zeng Anmin woke up from his bed. Last night Nan had given him 5 exotic grass points that had the effect of opening the heavenly gate. After screening, he set his sights on Stone Mountain, which is very close to Liangjiang County. Of course there was no hurry, what he had to do at the moment was to first learn the martial arts solidly. The 3 choppers of eternal night. The power is not inferior to the Zhang dynasty's imperial Jedi, the Phoenix 9 songs. In addition to the location of the exotic herb spirit root, Nan also gave this martial art. Zeng Anmin's eyes glanced at the Goldfinger panel. Silver dexterity mind, your enlightenment is permanently increased by 10%. This was the word that the outcast had given himself after he had broken through the 6th grade of Confucianism on the ship the last time. The other 2 were complete chicken ribs, so he simply ignored them and chose this one. Because he had tasted the sweetness of rapid epiphany, Zeng Anmin was extremely interested in these words and phrases that the system used to enhance epiphany and intelligence. I just don't know how much worse this level of enlightenment is than the time-limited, rapid epiphany? Young Master, Dean Sheen of the Waterdude Academy is here. The Master wants you to seek him out in the main hall. A maid's respectful voice sounded outside the door. Oh? Dean Chin? What's he doing in the governor's mansion? Zeng Anmin's crane-haired face of Dean Sheen appeared in his mind. Think it's got something to do with Pops? If not the director of the Water Governor's Academy, the place to visit the governor of Fingxi Road should be at the Yamen, not at home. I know. He gently lifted the curtains of the bed and stepped off the floor, lifting his shoes and heading for the door. After opening the door, the first rays of the morning sun passed through him, spreading bright light through the house. As soon as I opened the door, I heard the chirping of a magpie bird. Zeng Anmin didn't care much and casually greeted Di Chun, who was practicing, and walked in the direction of the main hall. Father, Dean Sheen. Zeng Anmin arrived at the main hall and found his old man and Qin Shoucheng both smiling and chatting about something. Just after the greeting, his eyes made contact with an unfamiliar woman. He looked sideways at the girl standing behind Qin Shoucheng and asked after a moment of hesitation. This is? There was an indescribable smell about this girl. Her first impression is one of quietness, with a smile at the corners of her mouth from time to time. Her eyes were not large, but they shone with a charm like the first snow. Her green silk was like a waterfall, with a strand pinned behind her ear, only to pop back a few mischievous strands. The sunlight poured through the window onto her fine, limp hair. A quiet breath against 1,000 noises. Seeing this girl, Zeng Anmin's slightly irritated heart also followed her quiet aura to calm down. Serene, gentle, and aromatic. It is a kind of quietness that cannot be described, hidden deep in the soul, and which radiates the fragrance of life unobtrusively. It was actually able to create a pleasurable attraction without moving. Dean Sheen's only daughter. Pop's eyes fell on Zeng Anmin, gently sipped his tea, and replied with an expressionless face. The first time they met, they pried into the girl's news, and those who didn't know naturally thought that Zeng Anmin's character was impure. But it was in his own home, and the people knew his character. It was not an abrupt place. Qin Shoucheng, who was sitting on another piece of the chair, did not open his mouth, a strange smile permeating his face as he sized up Zeng Anmin. Concubine Qin Wanyu. That girl's voice was extremely thin, yet not too generous. Her crescent moon-like eyes looked towards Zeng Anmin and gently saluted. Oh, little lady Qin, Zeng Anmin, character Chuanfu, nice to meet you. Zeng Anmin also subconsciously returned the salute. The presence of outsiders made him much less cozy and relaxed than when he was alone with his old man, and the whole thing was much more dignified. Qin Wanyu revealed a smile and gently nodded her head, a serene aura coming over her. Sit down first. Pops cast his gaze on Qin Wanyu, his face much softer, and smiled softly. This girl, Wanyu, hasn't been seen for more than a decade and has grown so big. Showy, not bad for a bookish family. Qin Wanyu was just about to salute, but was interrupted by Qin Shoucheng, who stepped aside. That's true what you say, the old girl does have some wisdom. A touch of self-satisfaction appeared above Qin Shoucheng's countenance. He didn't speak to Pops as politely as he thought he would. This also confirms Anmin Sang's speculation. This old Deng and his dad used to know each other. And Pops wasn't the least bit surprised by his expression, just gently looking up with a smirk between his eyes. How wise. Qin Shoucheng first swept a glance at Zeng Anmin, then looked at Qin Wanyu, his chin gently raised and his right hand stroked the piece of goatee. Yesterday, Wanyu suddenly felt something and broke through the Purple Mansion realm, although it was a little later than Quan Fu, but there was the realization of the words of the past saints. Speaking here, the smile on Qin Shoucheng's face became even more intense. Already searching for the words of wisdom and clarifying the direction, at most half a year later, entering the 6th grade gentleman realm is just a matter of time. After saying this, he had stroked his beard and closed his eyes and smiled, ready to receive the amazement of Zhang Shilin and Zeng Anmin. Zeng Anmin blinked. So this guy came to the governor's mansion to show off? When Confucianism enters the Violet Mansion and wants to break through the gentleman's realm, it needs to understand the words of the past saints, or to imprint on a truth. Simply put, someone breaking through is instant. Others, on the other hand, recognize a phrase with a clear and good direction, and keep referring to it in detail. Of course, recognizing the phrase is only possible because of a certain appreciation of it. Zeng Anmin belongs to the former. This Qin Wanyu in front of her appeared to be the latter. There was a difference between being in the same My Two Rivers County's Mount Lushan Yunwu Mingfu was full of flavor and worthy of its people. He thought Pops was cheering up his daughter's talent. So he spoke with some intention. Tea as a metaphor. Don't just laugh. It's time to compliment the girl. Make me laugh too. After finishing his tea, Qin Shoucheng just looked at Zhang Shilin so expectantly, patiently waiting for him to finish laughing. Gradually, Zhang Shilin eased his breath, the smile on his face still unstoppable. The corners of his eyes were squeezed into a few creases by his smile. Not bad, even though it's a daughter's body. After the words were out of her mouth, she rather than lowered her head and her voice even lower. Why should uncle know the past from the past, and why should he care about the high or low tea flavor? Zeng Anmin subconsciously turned to that low-browed Qin Wanyu. This girl deserves to be from a family of books, and speaks in such a dignified and proper manner. Let's leave the tea ceremony for now. Qin Shoucheng spoke out at this time. He looked toward his old man and took a deep breath. I don't know if the promise of every past is still valid? Every appointment? Zeng Anmin gazed blankly toward his old man. What appointment? It's not a marriage contract, is it? He subconsciously looked up at Qin Wanyu with her eyebrows lowered. Excellent face and playful figure. Serene, gentle, and aromatic. It is a kind of quietness that cannot be described, which is hidden deep in the soul and radiates the aroma of life unobtrusively. Ahem. This feudal era is sickening. Oh yeah? Naturally I remember, isn't it just comparing offspring talent? Back then, the old man was young and ignorant, and was coaxed by you to lure the one who said he'd lose to learn how to bray like a donkey. Zhang Shilin's face was expressionless. Ha! Zeng Anmin was stunned at first. Then he slowly looked at Qin Shoucheng. A touch of intriguing compassion appeared in those Danfeng eyes. It was a good thing the look didn't go unnoticed. Qin Shoucheng's face smile relaxed, resumed the color of triumph. Rarely do you remember. Ah! However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by that Qin Wanyu at breakneck speed. Qin Wanjiao's small mouth opened, her pretty face filled with dismay. This matter. Wanyu does not know, Uncle Zhang must not take it seriously. She violently turned her head again to look at Qin Shoucheng's face urgently. Father, how can this be? Now that the two of you are the leaders of Confucianism in my great sage dynasty, how can you still mention such reckless things? Ha! Zhang Shilin, however, smiled gently. He waved his hand to stop Qin Wanjiao's eagerness, a touch of vicissitude of memories permeating his voice. There's no harm in it, I was like a brother to your father back in the day. Now that I think about it, it's all a bit frivolous, but it's a tea time to savor. Speaking of this, a few sighs emerged on Zhang Shilin's face. At my age now, I can't bring up the flair I had back then. Qin Shoucheng also smiled inexplicably. Ugh! Pop sighed softly. He looked at the crowd, his gaze revealing a touch of vicissitude and reminiscence. The voice, however, articulates a strong sense of tracing the past to the present. Slowly drifting to the ears of all. Want to buy osmanthus flowers with carrying wine. Finally, not like a young man traveling. The main hall was quiet for an instant. Great line! Qin Shoucheng deeply subconsciously exclaimed. The more cultured you are, the more you can resonate with such beautiful sentences. His face was as vicissitudinous and maudlin as Zhang Shilin's. Indeed, he could have slammed Chang's character, he could have slammed his style. But after living for nearly 60 years, he had never denigrated Zhang Shilin's talent in a single sentence. The gaze of Qin Wanyu on the side was extremely stunning. She lightly opened her red lips, only the word admiration on her face. Her voice was soft, solidly savoring the words, heartfelt. Uncle Sang is so full of knowledge and erudition that a casual remark can bring out the heart. If he realizes the way of the sage someday, it will be just a matter of time before there is another Confucian saint in my great dynasty. Ha! Pop's face was bland as he shook his head. This sentence is not mine to say. When he finished speaking, he pointed to Zeng Anmin in the corner, his voice calm. It was a feeling that came to me when my canine son realized the supreme principle when he broke through the 6th grade. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on the faces of Qin Shoucheng and Qin Wanyu as father and daughter both stiffened at the same time. Such a calm sentence was extremely explosive in the information it conveyed. Break through the 6th grade? Swish! The two looked up in unison, their eyes landing on Zeng Anmin's slightly innocent face. The whole house was silent to a fault. Only faint breaths rose and fell. Ahem! Zeng Anmin, who had been silent for a long time, coughed. He knew that it was time for him to come out. Mostly, it was Pop's wordless stare that made him feel like a man. Zeng Anmin held out his finger in embarrassment. Just a fluke. After the words, a cloud of pale green breath between his fingers instantly lit up. Fuzzy as smoke. It was not as voluminous and thick as when Zhang Shilin bound Qi Xianlin's formation that day, but it was no less condensed and powerful. That was the sign of breaking through the 6th grade and the condensation of the Hao Ranzheng Qi. The fluke in Qin Shouqing's heart was completely shattered, and his face froze. Qin Huanyue, on the other hand, was bewildered, her small white hands clenched tightly together. Then the small hands suddenly relaxed. She looked at Zeng Anmin with a hard-to-conceal color in her eyes. Auxiliary brother Quan. But the throat was somehow, astringently, unable to speak. Splat, an extremely harsh sound. Catch everyone's eye. It turned out to be that Pops was leisurely flicking the lid of the tea on the table. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on the bubbling heat. After slowly sipping a mouthful, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face and his voice was long. That's what makes tea fragrant. No one spoke, all silence filled the hall. Chapter 54. What? Pop certainly didn't let Qin Shouqing learn to bray like a donkey. That's all just the rantings of youthful ignorance. I just wanted to keep his father and daughter for a casual dinner, but I was refused. Leaving the two of them, Zeng Shilin and Zeng Anmin, with a forlorn back. But this time, Qin Shouqing's door-to-door visit, Zeng Anmin did not put it in his heart. He had been holding a grudge against Qin Shouqing. Zhang Luan's death, full of people in the academy can guess that there is something fishy in it. He, Qin Shouqing, being the dean and a great scholar of the Holy Dynasty, would not know? After he dismissed Auntie Zhang with a few words, Zeng Anmin then knew that he was not on the same page as everyone else among the Water Governor Academy. Dachuan, go back to the government office. Zeng Anmin shouted. Let's go. When Zeng Anmin had solved the case of Jiang Wang's rebellion, his name was already known to everyone in the entire Hanging Mirror division. Even the entire officialdom of Fengqi Road nowadays had heard a little about him. When he walked through the door of the Hanging Mirror division with Oaken in tow, everyone was unusually respectful when they saw him. He used to be treated with deference because he was the governor's son. Respectful to him now, mixed with something else. Enter the Rose. In the name of his own investigation of the case, Zeng Anmin sent away Dachuan and all the magistrates underground. He himself was sitting quietly in a chair, eyes closed in meditation. The sword technique Nan had given him came to mind. The 3 choppers of eternal night. The blade techniques were 3 patterns that he had drawn on the back of the Canlong 2 void in the Violet Mansion. These 3 diagrams are the visualization atlases of the 3 chopping charts of the eternal night. Canlong 2 has a private chat feature. This feature was still something he didn't know about until after Nan had drawn the 3 diagrams. If it wasn't for this blade, he probably never would have thought to try to see if there was such a thing as a private chat. But Zeng Anmin felt that even if he didn't chat privately, with the pride of Dao and Desolate and the two of them, they wouldn't care about this martial art that only martial artists could cultivate. The one who cuts 1 is Ohio. Chopping the 2 is a sun. Chopping 3 is called ugly. There is only so much matching text in a pattern. It is also the word that describes this triple chop. Only 3 cuts? In the sea of consciousness, Zeng Anmin's gaze was completely immersed in these 3 diagrams. The pattern is simple, a little man holding a knife. The first panel is a downward slashing stance. The second panel is a horizontal split. In the third, the vertical splits were resumed, but very different from the first. The eyes of the little man in the third picture were scarlet. Knife skills. Zeng Anmin reached out gently. The short axe above the Violet Mansion that hangs down the strip of color as if hearing the call issued a buzz sound. Slowly, it floated into his hand. As soon as the short axe square entered his hand, an illusion of blood connection came to life. The knife and the short axe are different in shape, but the usage is probably the same. Moreover, each of these 3 chops of eternal night was a chopping motion, which fit extremely well with the axe. It also greatly reduced the risk of exposing his true identity in Nana. Phew. He breathed a soft sigh of relief, no more distractions in his mind. Dan's eyes fell on the first picture. His soft murmur echoed in the violet space. The one who cuts 1 is Ohio. Ohio, the night before, the time between 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. It was just getting dark for a while at this point. But by now, the streets were deserted at night. There were only the occasional barks of dogs and the chirping of unknown insects. At this point, the knife will be silent. Sudden gain. Zeng Anmin's eyes snapped open. That martial true chi in his body was like boiling as it traveled through the various meridians. Under the high-end force, enchantment. This axe that he chopped out carried a touch of majestic, ancient, and massive aura. That was the oppression of the ancestral dragon descending. And this smudge of oppression was collected by the weird traces of the axe's sharpness. The axe seemed to transcend time, not moving fast, but arriving silently in the blink of an eye. One axe to chop it all up. The cold light cut through the sky. The ancestral dragon's might that had just been collected could no longer be concealed and suddenly erupted. On. Far away from the end of time, it was as if a dragon's roar had come. Boom. Zeng Anmin's single phoenix eye glared round. There was an even more bizarre glow in his eyes. It was a murderous, tyrannical color. Awesome. Zeng Anmin snapped his eyes open and looked at the table in front of him. He breathed heavily. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. At this moment, the martial true chi in his body had been completely drained. Couldn't even lift a finger to move it again. However, his face was marked with a touch of celebration. Fortunately, just now, he didn't practice secretly in the house, but chose to be in the Violet Mansion space. If not, the rattling and destruction caused would surely reveal his identity. Phew. He rose slowly and made his way to the wash basin, reaching up and gently stroking the cool water from the basin over his face. The cool water stimulated his skin, removing some of the tiredness. This. He looked above the bronze mirror in front of the rack. In the bronze mirror was his handsome face that looked like a knife cut. However, those Danfang eyes were crimson, containing tyranny, and blood setting off his handsome face as extremely demonic. The three blades of eternal night. Is this the side effect Minami was talking about? Zeng Anmin was thoughtful as he slowly looked at his gold finger panel. Indomitable martial god, immune to all divine energy, spiritual attacks. His face dawned on him. The power of this blade is indeed extremely strong. I think if I don't have this phrase in the words, I am afraid that I cannot escape the knife intention to affect the mental state. He was grateful beyond words. Luckily, I'm a wall hanging. The night slowly closed in. The two of them, Zeng Anmin and Dachuan, rode their horses and skipped idly through the streets. By now the people in the streets were returning home. There's hardly anyone left. Ta-da-da-day. Suddenly, a sharp sound of horses' hooves rang out. At this hour of the night, there will be no commoner of the cloth who dares to gallop wildly on a horse. Anyone who dares to do that is either a thief or an official. Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked up. Only to see the hanging mirror division commander Wang Deli sweating profusely, with a red face swinging the horse whip in his hand. All idlers get out of the way. Wang Deli's voice was filled with a thunderous shock. The fast horse was like a gust of wind, going away from Zeng Anmin's front at breakneck speed. Zeng Anmin's eyebrows plummeted. He heard urgency in Wang Deli's voice, and a touch of unease. A sense of foreboding flickered in his mind. Wang Deli, the chief commander of the Two Rivers County Hanging Watch Division, his body was a martial artist of the Convergence realm. He is known as the first martial artist of the Two Rivers. What was it that made him so anxious? Uncle Wang, what's the hurry? He instantly raised his horse's speed, caught up with Wang Deli, and opened his mouth to ask. Wang Deli, who was fully concentrating on riding his horse, heard the familiar voice and turned his head to look at Zeng Anmin, revealing his original rugged face. Bean-sized sweat left from above his forehead, without his usual naive demeanor. Only tension and gravity remained. King Jiang, it's gone. His voice wasn't too loud, but the clattering hooves of the horses running wildly on the ground couldn't hide it. 5 short words, but like thunder. What? Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes snapped round and hissed violently. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him throughout the day? How come he disappeared right under your nose? I don't know. I'm just watching him the whole time, and the hanging mirror division guards will surround the entire Jiangwang mansion so that no bird can fly out. When Wang Deli said this, he was as hand-wringing as a child, and his lips were trembling. He was bewildered, and he was still a little afraid. Although his name was Wang Deli, he was guilty of unfavorable guarding this time. If something really happened because of this, he could not absolve himself of the blame. When Zeng Anmin heard this, his mind instantly turned in 100 directions. Dog River King, playing escape room for me? Interesting. Zeng Anmin's eyes flashed with an extremely cold color. Chapter 55 Entering the Zhang Mansion. Seeing Wang Deli leave, Zeng Anmin twisted his head to look at the Zhang Mansion. Young master, are we still going home? De Chun drove his horse to the party at that moment, and looked at him cautiously. Go to the Zhang Mansion. Zeng Anmin didn't hesitate, his face was expressionless, his white hand gently pulled the horse's reins, and his legs exerted force. Hiss. With a long neigh, the warhorse under his crotch turned around and ran wildly on all fours. De Chun also hurriedly clapped his horse to follow. The Hanging Mirror Division was at least half an hour's horse ride away from the Zhang Mansion, and Zeng Anmin had sufficiently shortened the time to 3/4 of an hour. Phew! Zeng Anmin tightened the reins of his horse and it slowly fell. He stepped into the stirrups solidly and rolled off his horse, looking up at the massive mansion before him. Jiang Fu. 3 big letters shine. Outside the mansion is nearly 2,000 soldiers with armor, their hands lance forest, a meticulous stand straight, the entire mansion surrounded, a murderous aura comes to the face. He didn't talk nonsense, and after De Chun arrived, he led the way towards the gate of the mansion. Halfway through the trip, a thick voice rang out. Stop the comer! Raising his eyes, a soldier with armor looked at him coldly. The man was in military attire, his face was serious, his square face was extremely eye-catching, he just stood there, just like an iron tower. 2 Rivers County Guard Seneschal, Lin Rong. Pop's immediate subordinate. Zeng Anmin's face did not change as he approached towards Lin Rong and took out the token at his waist. The left official of the Hanging Mirror Division, Zeng Anmin. Young Master Zeng? Upon hearing his name, Lin Rong Ben's solemn face was gently startled, then he pressed the hilt of his sword at his waist and took a step to greet him. What is Gonzo doing here? Such a great thing has happened under the rule, how could my nephew not come? Zeng Anmin's face was grave, his voice carried a touch of coldness. I met Wang Deli just now, and I already know the important things here. I hope Uncle Lin will make it easy for my little nephew to go in and explore. Please. Lin honored without any hesitation, and a touch of joy even appeared on his face. Zeng Anmin, son of the governor, solved the case of the loss of the Canlongtu, the case of Zhang Luan, the case of Shinjun, and the case of the rebellion of the king of Jiang. The ins and outs of each case were put together into a dossier by the Hanging Mirror Division and sent to the major county capitals to observe and learn. Zeng Anmin's reputation for solving cases like a god had spread throughout the official circles of Fengchi Road. Thanks a lot. Zeng Anmin's gaze was sharp, and with De Chun in tow, he headed towards the gate of the mansion. Open the door. Lin Rong issued orders to the soldiers manning the entrance from behind. The 2 pawns pushed the gate open very nimbly. Only then did Zeng Anmin get a good look at the mansion behind the gate. In the courtyard of the mansion, there was almost 1 post for every 5 paces and 1 post for every 10 paces. Every soldier had a serious face and stood with a gun, standing as straight as a pine tree. The post continues into the inner courtyard. Every place where a man could be hidden was within range of a guard post. Pops took the case of the Jiang Wangfu rebellion very seriously. That's why almost all of the elites of the entire 2 Rivers County were arranged within the Zhang Mansion. The densely packed guard post was at least 2,000 strong. There was even no shortage of people patrolling back and forth among them. Commander Wang said that King John's disappearance didn't cause any disturbance? Zeng Anmin recalled the scene after Fong met Wang Deli on the street, and his gaze slowly lifted and landed on Lin Rong's face in front of him. Lin Rong sighed, and the hand stroking the hilt of his sword tightened gently. Zhang Wang because it is a felon, so it is being held separately to guard, but because of its special status, the royal order did not come down before dare not be too harsh on it. Just confine him in his room, double the guards around the entire house, and Commander Wang even guards the door day and night. Speaking here, Lin Rong's face penetrated a touch of bewilderment. Even every hour the king's brother will personally enter the house to check. Before Shin time, Zhang Wang has been in the house. To the time of Yu time, the king's brother went into the house. There is no one in the room. Hearing this, Zeng Anmin frowned and asked. Is there a secret passage in the Zhang Wang residence? Yes, the first day the guards came they had already searched the entire royal residence, and the tunnels led to a secret room, in which there was nothing more than some money. Lin Rong replied in a deep voice, that's why we purposely chose the longest house that is extremely far from that secret passage to imprison Zhang Wang. There is no secret passage. Hard to fly away? Zeng Anmin pondered for a long time. This statement of the case was not the slightest bit bright, nor did it give him much to think about. Go to the holding point first. He looked at Lin Rong with an expressionless face. Okay, come with me. Zeng Anmin followed Lin Rong and continued walking deeper towards the mansion. In a few moments, he stepped to a courtyard, at least 200 guards with swords before and after the courtyard, all of them are the red-clothed Lang of the Hanging Mirror Division. Greetings to Zeng Zuolan. Seeing Zeng Anmin appear, the group of red-clothed Lang looked extremely respectful and saluted him. Be excused. Zeng Anmin casually pressed his hand down, not caring about it, and his gaze fell on the door of this house. Akatsukiro had the entire perimeter of the house watched extremely closely. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to the room, followed by a foul odor. The smell was pungent and vaguely fishy. After his eyes landed on the toilets in the house, his face turned relieved. It's not going to be a torture device on him, but it's not likely to make his life too easy either. After so many days of eating and drinking in the same house, it's not hard to understand the smell. Zeng Anmin looked around. There were not many furnishings in the room. There was only a bed, a table, a bookshelf, and a couple of pots. But at this time it was already in a mess, obviously messed up by the armorers when they came in to search after Jiang Wang disappeared. Even the books on the bookshelf and the vase were all thrown into a pile on the floor at this point, leaving only a bare bookshelf. Everything else is barely even a hair. The roof was sealed tight and surrounded by soldiers. Trying to disappear out of thin air from here is hard, totally impossible to do. Chamber of Secrets. Zeng Anmin stroked his chin and muttered. Could it be the instantaneous array? In his mind, he suddenly recalled the Xian formation division technique that Qi Xianlin had used the last time he caught him on Water Cloud Island. Although it was cracked by Pops with a wave of his hand. But don't forget, there are only two martial artists here, Lin Rong and Wang Deli. It wasn't impossible to not notice the array activation. Zeng Anmin was thoughtful. But he knew nothing about the formations of the Xian formation division. How to cast it, whether there were any aids, what means were needed, and so on and so forth, all of which he did not know. Uncle Lin, do you know anything about the Xian formation division's instantaneous walking formation? Zeng Anmin suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Lin Rong. Lin Rong was standing in the doorway at that moment. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This idea I had when Jiang Wang disappeared into thin air, just to perform the formation needs to set the formation spirit stone, also need to sync formation pattern, these rooms are not in the room, can only be excluded. Then there is nothing that can be performed without these? Zeng Anmin instantly caught the loophole in this statement. There is, but that requires the strength of a 4th grade pulse gathering master from the Xian formation division. A familiar voice came from where the doorway was. Lord Governor. Hearing this voice, Lin Rong immediately bowed respectfully to the outside world. Not long after, with the sound of light steps, Zeng Shilin stepped to the house with a serious face. Chapter 56, First Use of the Confucian Technique, Asking the Heart. Pop's face was sullen at this time, with one hand in the air, and a compacted agitation emanated up and down his body. Obviously, the sudden news of Jiang Wang's disappearance had brought him no small amount of pressure. And there's no spiritual energy residue here, it won't be an instantaneous traveling formation. Even though Pops was sulking in his heart, there was not the slightest ripple in his mouth. It's not a formation. Zeng Anmin's eyes flickered for a moment as he murmured. It's a little tricky. For a possibility now surfaced in his mind. Wang Deli, Lin Rong, there is a suspicion of mutiny. People, absolutely, do not disappear into thin air. The whole house is again a very confined environment. That only leaves this one possibility. His glittering eyes met Dad's. The two glanced towards Lin Rong at the same time. Apparently, father and son thought of the same thing. It's just that at this point it's definitely not possible to ask directly. Separate and interrogate all the Chibiros guarding this house. Pop's mind was not slow to turn, he looked faintly at Lin Rong and gave orders. Yes. Lin Rong respectfully led the order. Zeng Anmin took the opportunity to scrutinize Lin Rong's face. There was not the slightest change, nothing other than deference. Either he was an old thief with a heart of gold, or he really wasn't conspiring against the king of the river. Actually, it's also true that defecting to the king of Jiang at this time is similar in nature to defecting to Li Jiancheng after Zuanwoman. In his time, only father and son were left in the room. What do you think? Pops looked faintly at Zeng Anmin. 2. Zeng Anmin's hand gently rubbed his chin before speaking. First, Wang Deli and Lin Rong rebelled and fornicated with the king of Jiang. Secondly, I'm afraid this house has other secrets. Zeng Anmin's gaze slowly swept over every corner of the house. Sharp as a falcon searching for prey. The first one is too unlikely. Pops was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Lin Rong and Wang Deli are both innocent, their families are in harmony, and the Jiang King's bestowal of death is a foregone conclusion, and the two of them would never fail to see the situation at this time. Speaking of this, he slowly walked towards the front, a thick green aura surfaced in those vicissitudes of the eyes scanning around, a touch of gravity permeating his voice. And there is not the slightest transcendental fluctuation produced here. Then there's only one possibility. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath. This room, and the secret passage. That's the only possibility at the moment. After this voice rang out, Pops frowned as he looked at Zeng Anmin and asked. If there were secret passages, why didn't King Jiang leave on the first day of his imprisonment, but suffered for several days before fleeing? It's a loophole. For cover. A dangerous thought surfaced in Zeng Anmin's mind as he looked straight at his old man. Father, do you think that a prince who is plotting a rebellion would only seek that one water cloud island as a secret place? How can a mere 300 cannons support a rebellion? You mean? Pop's eyes erupted with a brilliant light, looking straight at Zeng Anmin. I suspect that the reason why Jiang Wang chose to escape today, one is to cover people's ears, deliberately let us think that there is no mystery in this house to confuse and interfere with our thinking, and the second is that after escaping, looking to the privately raised counter-army to prepare for the fish death net break. Zeng Anmin's voice was grave. Because other than that, there can be no other reason for a large living person to disappear out of nowhere. But this house has almost been dug up. Pop's eyes looked at the messy house with a hint of hesitation in his voice. This is simple. Zeng Anmin's eyes gently hardened. We just need to find out exactly which whoever it was that advocated for this room to be arranged for Jiang Wang, and then ask him about his heart. Follow the trail and don't worry about finding traces in this house. In a few words, the whole situation was instantly rationalized. An extremely clear idea with a very workable approach. It was just settled by Zeng Anmin in less than a moment. Pop's face was stunned at first, then steeped in essence. Yes. Put. A puddle of slime like Senator Lieutenant was thrown to the ground. The lieutenant's name was Cheng Li, his face was rough, and he was a martial artist who had entered the grade. At this point he was tied up all over and had cotton cloth stuffed in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. Covered in blood, his arms and legs were twitching. And already flooded with white eyes. Zeng Anmin slowly crossed over from the stool in front of this Cheng Li's, those pair of Danfang eyes looking him up and down. Slowly squatting down, he looked at the dying Lieutenant Cheng Li on the ground and slowly asked. Say what you really are. With that, he shoved the cotton cloth out of Cheng Li's mouth. At that moment, Zeng Shilin was right behind him. Lin Rong stared dead on at Cheng Li on the ground. If he dared to make the slightest movement, he would be able to suppress him with a thunderous force. How could he not expect such a spy to appear under his command? That Cheng Li didn't dare to open his mouth and opened it, panting heavily. If you can look closely through the mouth, all of his teeth were all broken off hard. To prevent him from killing himself. Instead, as if he had resigned himself to his fate, he died without speaking. After touching eyes with Zeng Anmin, he moved away. Ha! Have a backbone. Zeng Anmin gently raised his eyebrows, his face showing a cold color. A flash of green air slowly surfaced in his eyes. A touch of majesty erupted from him as well, filling the room. Tai! Zeng Anmin let out a steep bellow. Then on the ground Cheng Li subconsciously looked up. After his gaze came into contact with Zeng Anmin, his entire body turned into an extreme trance. Say, who instructed you to imprison Jiang Wang for choosing this room? The only Confucian method that could be performed after the 6th grade realm of Confucianism, ask the heart. This is the first time Zeng Anmin has used it. It certainly works well. Jiang Wang. The steward of Jiang Wang's house. Cheng Li stared blankly at Zeng Anmin and unconsciously opened his mouth. I snatched my daughter-in-law. I also had an affair with my stepmother. I didn't let go of the daughter my stepmother brought. I also cheated on her with Senator Lin's. I also had an affair with Senator Lin's concubine named Ling Yang. Bull. Zeng Anmin gave the kid a thumbs up, then turned his head to look at Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face was already ironic at this point. This pawn is his direct line. He was obviously very surprised by what the soldier said. You. Lin Rong couldn't help but go up and slap that Cheng Li. Click. Cheng Li's jawbone was hardened by this slap. Pops, on the other hand, was expressionless, his voice ghostly cold. Call the steward of the Zeng Mansion and ask his heart. Yes. After Lin Rong took a hard look at the lieutenant on the ground who was alive or dead, he led the order and left. Not long after, another voice rang out. Boom! An old man with a mouth full of blood was thrown directly onto the ground by Lin Rong. This old man was tied up and writhing on the ground like a maggot punch. Your Excellency the Governor, this person is Li Fu, the steward of the Zeng Mansion. Aha! Tai! Zeng Anmin did not hesitate and instantly shouted at that Li Fu. Li Fu slowly looked up at Zeng Anmin. Say! What the hell is going on in this house? Li Fu froze. Slowly, he lowered his head again and kept his mouth shut. Aha! Zeng Anmin turned his head to his old man in bewilderment. He didn't understand how his questioning mind was still ineffective. Meh. Only to see Pop sneer, his gaze falling on that Li Fu. Or a Confucian monk. Oh, that's how it is. And I ask you, how do I find the dark passageway to this house? Pop's voice was hushed, ringing in the crowd's ears. The green chi floated around Pop's, flowing like a vast river. The sound was too much stronger than Zeng Anmin's earlier. That Li Fu looked up blankly, his face extremely dull, and unconsciously opened his mouth. Move. Open. Book. Boom. The next moment, his head suddenly exploded. It splashed red and white everywhere on Zeng Anmin's body. Chapter 57, Heavyweight News. For the puffs of fishy red in tofu like white pulp. Zeng Anmin, as an 8th grade martial artist with 7th grade strength, was able to dodge it. To avoid exposure, he stiffly controlled his body's conditioned reflex to be splattered by it. What's going on? Ignoring the filth on his body, Zeng Anmin went forward to examine the old man's corpse. The neck beeped blood outward. Lying motionless on the ground. Brains, blood, hair, splattered in a puddle. Peep blocking locks. Pop slowly came to Zeng Anmin's side, narrowed his eyes toward the corpse on the ground, and said in a deep voice. 6th grade of Confucianism, moving the vast green chi to lock down the Violet Mansion. If it is suppressed by someone with the power of the divine prana, it will explode in the Violet Mansion, in order to prevent the heart from being asked. But in doing so, the ability of the Confucian way to ask the heart is likewise lost. A small room became a classroom where Pops lectured his son. Zeng Anmin nodded slowly as he thought about it, then his eyes slowly looked towards the bookshelves in the room. Fong, he said 3 words, move the book. If I'm not mistaken, should I move the bookshelf? His voice came out. Everyone drove toward the thin, tall bookshelf that was less than the thickness of a man's waist. The bookshelf was narrow, less than half a foot wide when viewed from the side. At this width, even if there was a hidden tunnel underneath, it would be impossible for an adult male to burrow into it. Therefore, every person who came in was shoddily rummaging through the bookshelves and did not think deeply about it. Pops looked at the short bookshelf with a sullen face, then looked towards Lin Rong with an expressionless face. Move over. He was the only martial artist on the scene, so naturally this job had to fall to him. No. Lin Rong didn't have any nonsense, respectfully receiving the order he headed towards that bookshelf. The two of them, Zeng Anmin and Pops, moved in amazing unison. Both of them moved a few steps backward without moving, hidden behind Lin Rong. With bated breath, he looked at Lin Rong. This small action Lin Rong naturally didn't notice. His rough hands had already supported the bookshelf at that moment, and then lifted it with force. The bookshelf was moved out of its way very easily. The brand new ground was revealed without the slightest abnormality. No anomalies. Lin Rong looked up at Zeng Anmin and Pops in bewilderment. What about the floor? Knock on it if it's hollow or solid. Zeng An did not utter a word of caution. Lin Rong hastened to do so, crouched down, and then reached out to knock on the ground, index finger in the floor to make a thud tight dull sound. Solid. Lin was honored to look up and lock eyes with Zeng Anmin. Nope. Zeng Anmin saw a touch of calmness in his voice here. If you need to move the bookshelf, there's no way to move it back to the bookshelf if he burrows into the ground and then closes the floor, so you should tap the ground around it. Details. Lin Rong's eyes lit up and he instantly reacted. This is not that he is stupid, just think about the problem according to normal thinking logic, not as jumpy as Zeng Anmin. Immediately, Lin Rong reached out and tapped on the brick floor in all directions around him. Knock, 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 no. He changes places again. Knock, knock, it's not right yet. Change again. Boom. As soon as the finger hit the ground exactly, the sound became extremely hollow and high. Lin Rong's eyes made a great deal of essence. Boom boom boom. The sound of fingers landing on the bricks was very clear. Knock it off. Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes were dead towards that hollow floor as his voice raised. Lin Rong instantly worked up the martial arts aura in his body, clenched his palm into a fist, crouched on the ground, and raised it high. Boom. The fist made an extremely dry collision with the floor. Click. The floor shattered, a few pieces of debris falling downward. A small, modest hole appeared in front of several people. Sure is something fishy. Zeng Anmin took 3 steps and came behind Lin Rong, narrowing his eyes and staring dead on at the black hole that was less than the size of a baby's head. Just this hole. It's too small. There is no way a normal adult could have drilled into it. Pop's voice sounded ghostly. It could be the bone shrinking pill. Or it could be a special martial art. Both of which can do the job of shrinking the body. After them. Zeng Anmin snapped out, his gaze falling dead center on his old man. Don't care why, what we have to do now is to stop Jiang Wang from getting out of the secret passage. He can't run fast with the narrowness of the secret passage. We must catch up with him before he gets out of the secret passage. If he escapes, there will be big trouble. That hit the nail on the head. Come on, man. Dig. Without any hesitation, Pops turned his head toward the red-clad Lang outside and bellowed. There is no better way to shrink the body now. A normal person would have to widen the hole to get through it. Yes. In a few moments, 20 or so red-clothed men came in from outside, holding shovels and digging at the small hole. The little hole is slowly... Lord Zhang. Commander Wang. He died in prison. A sharp voice ran in from outside. The man panicked like a frightened bird, his speech a little sloppy. What? Old Dad was shocked and furious when he heard this, and he looked dead at the boy who came in to report. Wang Deli? Dead? Boom. This news is a bombshell. Zeng Anmin was dumbfounded. Two Rivers County Hanging Mirror Division Commanding Officer Wang Deli, Two Rivers County First Martial Artist, Hall Convergence Realm Player. Dead? Just the one who's in the same boat as Pops, Derek Wong. He himself had just seen his King Deli. How did it die? Pops asked, staring word for word at the clerk in front of him. I don't know, I just heard a loud bang in the prison, and after we rushed over again, Commander Wang had already died of gas. The man looked at Pops warily, his lips trembling a little. Chaotong Hall, a 4th-ranking military official, died just like this. Zeng Anmin felt like his brain was a little short. Wang Deli was imprisoned, supposedly for failing to guard the King of the River, and was ordered by Pops in a fit of rage to put him there. From the time Pops came from the Hanging Glass Division to the present. But it was just under half an hour. What man could have killed him? I'm going back to the Hanging Mirror Division, I'll leave this place to you. Pops looked at Zeng Anmin in a deep voice and said, if Jiang Wang escapes, the consequences will be unimaginable. I understand. Zeng Anmin nodded gruffly and watched his old man walk away. Chapter 58 Intercepting Jiang Wang. After Pops left, Zeng Anmin took a deep breath, his gaze resting in the entrance of the secret passage before him. He didn't hesitate, and along with the team of red-clothed Lang led by Lin Rong, they walked together towards the depths of the secret passage. It was just that the secret passage was so narrow that the speed couldn't be raised at all. After traveling for a while, Zeng Anmin's mind grew restless. Look at the direction of the secret passage towards the outskirts of the city. Jiang Wangfu was not a long distance from the city. According to this speed, the secret passage is in a straight line digging words. Jiang Wang was definitely not far from walking out of the secret passage at this time. Where could the exit of the secret passage be? Zeng Anmin's eyes flickered with a fine light in them. The city is full of Pop's men at this time. And King Jiang dug this secret passage, should be prepared for the day he was caught. As long as he wasn't stupid, he would never locate this exit inside. Locating inside the city was no different from throwing himself into the net. Outside the city is a strong possibility. But if it's outside the city, follow this direction. It's the direction to the marina. The pier is close to pedestrians. If this secret exit is located at the pier, it will definitely be noticed by people and cannot be hidden at all. Where would that be? Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and closed his eyes in silent contemplation. Out of town. Two Rivers County. Jian? His eyes snapped open. It is definitely the most stealthy thing to do to hide the exit that leads diagonally down into the river. At the thought, he suddenly shuddered. An image instantly came to mind. Water, boulders, caves. That day, he encountered an assassination, and he killed the assassin of the Jiang Wang family underwater. The hole that was encountered. At that time, he deliberately reached out and probed the hole, and it was shallow, so he didn't put it in his mind. But what if the hole is up? Zeng Anmin's heart pounded indisputably. When he thought of this, he instantly became elated. Go back. Go land. Out of the city and into the water. Intercept the River King. Without any hesitation, Zeng Anmin immediately turned around and headed out. Young master, what are you doing? Dachuan stood guard at the door and saw Zeng Anmin walking away from the house, and asked with a bewildered look on his face. You continue to keep watch. Young master has to go to the church office to listen to the music, so it's not convenient to take you with him. Zeng Anmin didn't even return his head, sought out a horse and rolled onto it, and within a short time, he was patting his horse and galloping. Hiya. Ha? Ohara blinked, a little puzzled. On top of the avenue in the city, Zeng Anmin ran wildly with his horse. Quick, without any hesitation, he leapt down towards the river. Put. The river was chilly in winter. However, after the martial arts Dan in his body separated a breath to divert the flow throughout his body, this feeling instantly disappeared. That direction. Zeng Anmin's mind conjured up the direction he left that day after killing the assassin, so he spread his arms and swam forward with all his might. Phew. The martial aura in his body began to flow slowly as he swam, continuing to add time to his closed breath. Half a quarter of an hour flashed by. Zeng Anmin was stopping his body, his eyes narrowed as he stared dead ahead. That's it. Directly in front of him, a boulder stood in the way. The boulder was like a peak, growing out from under the water. There were also a few huge scales on top of this boulder. Exactly the same scene as that day. Without hesitation, Zeng Anmin swam forward. A hole appeared in front of him. He floated in the water and reached out to slowly probe into the hole. After touching the bottom of the hole, the wrist flipped upwards. The sense of touch disappeared and his hands felt empty. Sure enough, it leads to the top. Zeng Anmin's eyes instantly shone with essence. Suddenly, his ears flicked. Someone's coming. Zeng Anmin's silent right hand gently tightened and a short axe appeared in his hand. He held his breath, the short axe in his hand was clutched in a death grip. Gulp. There are fluctuations in the water. Without any hesitation, Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes violently glared violently, his body's martial aura suddenly accelerated, and an axe light was then slashed towards the front. Put. A snow-white fish was instantly chopped up. Grass. Zeng Anmin cursed that he was a bit sketchy. However, before any further movement could be made, a fluctuation of water was seen. Wow. A head then poked out of the hole, followed by shoulders, then the whole body. Since Zeng Anmin was on the side of the boulder at the moment, he didn't notice the man at first after he appeared. It also gave Zeng Anmin a chance to see his face. The man was stout. The face was about 37 or 88 years old. The neck and wrists show a bronze complexion. The most striking thing about him was his well-defined and deep features and dark, icy eyes. However, he was in a bit of a mess, and his clothes were extremely dirty despite the material used. River King. With just a glance, Zeng Anmin was able to determine that the person in front of him must be the king of Jiang without a doubt. His heart was racing. The king of the river didn't notice him. There is hope for a sneak attack. Zeng Anmin's heart was vicious, and his Danfang eyes narrowed. The short axe in his hand was raised again, and the cold light reflected on his face to add a bit of murderous aura. Just as soon as he raised his short axe, his face was stunned. It caused him to forget to even sneak up on him. Because the image in front of him was just too bizarre. That River King didn't even look around after he went down from the secret passage. Just a flash of blood. The body then underwent an extremely strange change. His shoulders slowly shrunk, and his two thighs came together in one place, transforming into a fishtail. The arms narrowed slowly rising out of the scales. Chirp! With a gentle swing of the fishtail underneath Jiang Wang's feet, his body leaped forward at an extremely fast speed. The River King is a demon? Or a fish demon? Subconsciously, Zeng Anmin's heart turned over in shock. Can't be bothered to hesitate. He hurriedly put his short axe away and chased after him towards the back of Jiang Wang. Fortunately, although Jiang Wang was fast, Zeng Anmin had excellent eyesight. With a high-end force boost, he was able to utilize the strength of the realm of observations. Therefore, it is barely able to keep up. Finally, Jiang Wang's speed slowed down. The body also began to change. Recover from the weird half-fish state to human form. Jiang Chao then swam towards the top, before leaping out of the water. Go after him. Can't let him get away. Zeng Anmin slowly showed his head from the water, and with the slight moonlight, he could feel that at this time, he was a bit far away from the county of Two Rivers, the villages around the county. Chapter 59 Eternal Night, Dragon's Breath. Wow. Zeng Anmin disembarked from the water droplets on his clothes falling into threads and dripping to the ground. He didn't deliberately control it. The sound of the ground rustling underfoot. Who? The majestic body of the Jiang Wang in front turned back violently. Those ice-like eyes were hawkish under the moonlight. His voice was extremely thick, penetrating a leaf in this dense forest and swirling with a half-dozen winds. Zeng Anmin didn't say anything. He walked step by step, the short axe in his hand connected into a line of cold awnings as he came. The upright figure was rendered by the moonlight like a ghostly messenger coming to claim his life. Day. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, he traveled less than 2 feet to the River King. When Jiang Wang saw the extremely conspicuous hood on his head, a gleam of cold light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Zeng Anmin dead in the face, his voice extremely cold, one word at a time. Black, cat, wu, fu? Nice. Zeng Anmin's raspy voice rang out, his attention locked on Jiang Wang in case he scurried away at any time. I have come here today to take your dog's life. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. With the cold wind of the night, it sounded like Hades. The king of the river could not escape from himself alive. An 8th grade martial artist taking my king's life? Jiang Wang was like hearing a joke, and a cold smile appeared on his frosty face. He looked up and down at the gradually approaching Zeng Anmin, not caring in the slightest. Now that he was out of control, he wasn't the least bit nervous, and those cold eyes looked like he was watching a dog snarling and barking. Jiang Wang practiced martial arts. The people in the official circles of the entire Two Rivers County knew it. It's not a hard inquiry to make. It's just that his talent for practicing martial arts is poor, and he has never reached the 7th grade contemplation realm. Listen to his tone. Under the black cat's hood, Zeng Anmin frowned lightly. Could it be that he wasn't one of the rumored 8th grade Wudon? It's okay, you'll believe it when you die. Zeng Anmin knew he didn't have much combat experience, so he wanted to strike first. He was preparing to sneak up on the Jiang King right after he spoke. However, without realizing it, an extremely harsh whistling sound had already emanated from the air. Chirp! Jiang Wang's left leg fiercely stomped the ground and had taken the lead in bullying towards Zeng Anmin. In the midst of the night, his body was like a beast, stepping with maniacal steps. The sandbag-sized fist set off a harsh wind sound and came straight towards Zeng Anmin's face. Despicable. Shameless. This person actually thinks like me. Zeng Anmin cursed as he was naturally able to see Jiang Wang's line of attack clearly. But he didn't have much real-world combat experience, and the first reaction he could think of was to duck. In the next moment, the martial arts aura poured into the bottom of his face. He flexed his legs and flicked his body to retreat violently. Ha! Jiang Wang landed a punch and sneered at the sight. An extremely beautiful turn, that gnarled, powerful left leg, methodically followed. Phew! The long kick wrapped in a long wind and sped extremely fast. His attack was extremely fast, and his hands into fists followed after the kick. Phew! Phew! Between punches and kicks, Zeng Anmin was not given a chance to react. Zeng Anmin ducked a little to avoid it. Jiang Wang's wave after wave of attacks simply did not stop. He could only desperately dodge, not even taking a breath. Finally, his body was forced to the shore. Behind us is the long, running river. You're not Black Cat Takeshi. Jiang Wang attacked quickly while frowning. The impressionable Black Cat Takeshi kills with a single blow, and his technique is crisp and clean. The man in front of him was, however, fumbling with his attacks, obviously having little combat experience. And the spiritual weapon in his hand is a short turquoise-colored knife. Dogs! A fierce color flashed in Zeng Anmin's eyes. At this time, his has been unable to retreat, and then retreat can only fall into the river. The eyes under the hood stared at the River King in front of him in death. When his next blow whistled out, Zeng Anmin steeply met it. Die! The Wudon within his body operated crazily, and the berserk martial Dao breath filled the meridians within his entire torso like a long river. The short axe in his hand broke through the sky like dawn. Buzz! Under the flow of martial aura, the short axe actually bubbled with 7 colors. Such a splendid light, which contained but boundless killing opportunities. Seeing this, Jiang Wang cursed. If he were to go down with this strike, even though it would hit the cheek of this masked man in front of him. But at the same time he absolutely could not escape the ravages of that short axe. Drink! He let out a low growl and tried desperately to close his fist, facing the blow to avoid it by a hair's breadth. Boom! Jiang Wang stomped his foot and pulled away from Zeng Anmin. Hiss! The light of the axe flashed, and this strike chopped down the several strands of black hair that floated in the air. The wind whistled. The southern weather mixed with the chill of the river gave a stinging pain. But at this time, the two opposing people on the shore were oblivious to this. Each other's eyes were dead on. Zeng Anmin struggled to adjust his breathing. The battle in the square was incomparably thrilling, and he couldn't even utilize his original realm strength under Jiang Wang's attack. Hula! The leaves falling from the ground gave no time to anyone. After being swept up by the cold wind, it slowly drifted towards the two of them. The Jiang King's gaze steeply erupted with a refined aura. In the next moment, a piece of scale began to flash out from his body. The scales spread all the way from between the waist and belly to the face. Piece by piece, stack by stack, they glowed brightly in the moonlight. At the same time, a slight fine line of watery intent emerged from between those scales. Wrapped in the fishy smell of water and a weird wave. Water intentions. This was a meaning that belonged uniquely to the martial Dao's 7th grade. With this action made, the short axe in his hand mixed with the blackness of the night. The martial aura running through the Wudon in his body flowed towards the place of the Sea of Consciousness. Jin. In the Sea of Consciousness, the dragon above the shadow of the Qianlong Tu seemed to come over and emit an extremely fierce sense of oppression. In the meantime, Zeng Anmin's right arm, which was holding the short axe, changed with this dragon's roar that only he could hear. Chapter 60 Dragon Survey Map. Shocking Mysteries. A piece of scale glowing with colorful light emerged from Zeng Anmin's hands. And a gnarled, powerful nail like an eagle's claw slowly grew between his fingers. The dragon intent of the Qianlong Tu that should have arisen because of this change was unexpectedly absorbed and hidden by the axe in his hand that was fused. At the same time, the fluctuating water ripples on the fist arrived before the fist even reached it. Just. Chop 1. Zeng Anmin looked at Jiang Wang with an expressionless face. At this moment his eyes hidden under the hood turned scarlet. If the headgear lifts off at this point, his hideous, bloodthirsty face alone could scare people out of their wits. The trajectory of the axes run chopped through the night. From the top of Zeng Anmin's head towards Jiang Wang's torso. Jing. The moment the short axe slashed down, the dragon's roar that carried an extremely oppressive feeling erupted out. The fluctuations of watery intent emanating between Jiang Wang's fists were instantly washed away by this even more powerful might. The axe went with undiminished force, as if it were a sharp arrow heading straight for Jiang Wang. It was only at this moment that the Jiang Wang Fong felt this intention. That will was a limit that he could hardly pursue in this life. His pupils shook violently and he wanted to burst back. However, the intention of the attack had already appeared, so how could he allow him to hesitate? Even though he had already tried his best to change his attack, he could not stop the axe blade from landing. Snort! Zeng Anmin switched places with Jiang Wang. The fallen leaves swept up by the cold wind slowly drifted down because there was no more force from the wind. Splat! Follow the falling leaves to the ground. And the River King's arm. Wow! It was only at this time that blood spurted out from within the Jiang Wang's torso. Ho, ho! That extremely violent martial arts aura was wrapped in the intent that Qianlong Tu had brought to Zeng Anmin. It was raging madly in the middle of Jiang Wang's body. Tom tom! Jiang Wang didn't have the slightest bit of strength left and lay on the ground, panting heavily. He's not dead. But he couldn't even move his fingers. Zeng Anmin's martial arts aura brought intense pain to his internal organs. Bean-sized beads of sweat crashed out from his forehead in drops. He could only desperately mobilize the martial aura in his body to suppress it and reduce the flow of his life. Who the hell are you? Jiang Wang knew that he was going to die, and his eyes looked towards Zeng Anmin with extreme unwillingness. Ha! Zeng Anmin's martial arts aura within his body was depleted at this time. He didn't answer, he just turned around and put the short axe away in his hand. Eyes darted over the River King's body as he gently lifted his hood. Ah. The bandana lifted off, and Jiang Wang's mouth violently opened wide after seeing it, his eyes flashing with unbelief. Tai! Zeng Anmin's Danfang eyes widened as he steeply shouted, and a wave of green chi came out vastly. The sixth piece of Confucianism and Taoism, ask the heart. Jiang Wang's body suddenly stiffened. After his eyes came into contact with that green aura, he turned extremely bewildered. Who told you that Emperor Jianhong came to Jiangnan for a private visit? Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes and asked extremely quickly. The emperor is traveling from the palace. It has to be kept secret. This secret is not for anyone to know. But the king of the river can know ahead of time Jianhong emperor microvisit, and sent to make a survey of the case of the loss of the dragon map. The hidden secret behind this is naturally intriguing. At least it proves that there are people in the palace who want to screw pops too. And most likely someone Emperor Jianhong trusts. Microdosing. I don't know. Jiang Wang's dumbfounded expression spat out a sentence. Don't know? The words gave Zeng Anmin the creeps. A cold breath leapt from his tailbone to his head. The mastermind behind the case of the lost Canrio map, it's not you? Zeng Anmin's pupils shook as he subconsciously asked these words. However, boom! Jiang Wang could no longer suppress Zeng Anmin's martial aura within his body because he had lost his subjective consciousness. The body suddenly exploded. The blood gave off a slight heat in this cold night, splattering on Zeng Anmin's body. Zeng Anmin, however, couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. He looked at Jiang Wang's already exploded body. The heart was already cold. I don't know that Emperor Jianhong's microcosmic visit. It also meant that Jiang Wang could not be the mastermind behind the case of the missing Canlongtu. Because I do not know that the emperor came to the Two Rivers County, Canlongtu, even if it is lost, will not pose any threat to his father, the governor of the Two Rivers. Calm down. Zeng Anmin struggled to take a deep breath. The more things come up, the calmer you have to be. Keep a clear head. Let's start with the River King. Jiang Wang is rumored to be an 8th grade martial artist. Became a martial artist who used demonic essence blood to break through the 7th grade. And so on. Demon essence blood. Zeng Anmin's head snapped up. One clue slowly merged in his mind. Jiang Wang's words at the time of the battle also made it clear that his promotion to the 7th grade relied on the path of demon essence blood. Nan's words came to him in his mind. Swallow fresh demonic essence blood. Demons, because of their talent, have essence blood that helps people of the martial arts greatly, but the essence blood must be fresh. Because of the Yinwu demon extermination battle 10 years ago, the demon race of Jiang and Northsheng Kingdom have almost become extinct. Jiang actually still has some remnants, but the Northsheng dynasty, because of the prevalence of Confucianism, not to mention the demon race, even unusual ghosts will be the Confucian cultivators will be competing to exterminate with the vainglorious and righteousness of the spirit. And demon blood should be fresh. Zeng Anmin sharply recalled what Nan had once said and grasped the point. In that case, there are people of the demon race around the Jiang Wang. The demon race's 10,000 demon mountain range is so far away from the great sacred dynasty's Two Rivers County that even if it was sent over, it couldn't possibly be fresh again. Thinking about this, Zeng Anmin's body slowly sank into silence. A clue was frantically pieced together in his mind. First of all, how did that demon race come to Two Rivers County? The 10,000 demon mountain range is so far away from the Holy Dynasty. There are many major counties and cities between the major counties along the way. There were just as many Confucian monks, and many of them had high cultivation levels. It was simply impossible for the demon race to come over smoothly without being exposed. Wait a minute. Giant scales? Zeng Anmin fiercely remembered the scales on the Jiang Wang's body, and the huge fish scales on a huge piece of the boulder under the river. He looked toward the river. This river connects a multitude of waters. If it is a fish demon coming down the river, explaining it that way makes it much smoother. Who is that mysterious fish demon? Zeng Anmin muttered words. The demon race is cooperating with the River King? Jiang Wang's purpose is to cultivate the essence blood used for martial arts, as well as a strong battle power after the future incident. And what is the purpose of the demon race? Sending a demon race all the way over. To say it's for tourism, is that possible? Zeng Anmin frowned tightly as he paced slowly, reaching out to rub his chin with his fingers. This question is so hard. He looked up breathlessly and reached out to press at his temples. The next moment, his entire body froze. Hands? Zeng Anmin violently stretched out his hand, his white arm exposed to the moonlight. With a thought, the only remaining martial arts breath in his body flowed towards his arm. In an instant, the entire right hand transformed into a dragon's claw. The pieces of dragon scales were extremely demonic. A power that seemed like it could crush heaven and earth filled his right arm. This was the secret that Kanryo had brought to him. A secret everyone doesn't know. Zeng Anmin slowly tilted his head and spat out 3 words in one expressionless sentence. Dragon, figure. The dragon survey map contains a great secret. This is something that Zeng Anmin knows. Then, is it possible that the purpose of the demon race is to survey the dragon diagram? A momentary tingling spread throughout his body. From just crossing the first day to today. All the things that had happened, in this moment, he had it all figured out. Chapter 61. The context. Request for follow-up reading. If the case of the lost Kanlongtu was plotted by the demon race. Zeng Anmin's mind spread out more and more. The cold wind blew across his cheeks, swirling a strand of long hair in front of his forehead, and the moonlight reflected those grave Danfeng eyes. He took one step forward. Suddenly, he paused. The eyes went straight to the shimmering, rippling water. The people of the demon race are aiming for the dragon survey map, so that proves that they know the secrets of the dragon survey map. But it's not like they want this secret to be known by anyone in the great sacred pilgrimage. Because the dragon survey diagram is not only useful to the demon race, but also to the human race. Zeng Anmin's thoughts stroked to this point, and his gaze gradually calmed down. So the demon race is not going to tell this secret out. That also means that Zhang Wang doesn't know that the true purpose of the people of the demon race is to steal the dragon survey map. The death of Brother Tony, it was the demon clan that made the Jiang Wangfu do it. His voice held a chill in it. At that moment, his figure had already arrived at the riverbank, his gaze deep and haunted. With this speculation, it's highly likely that what Brother Tony was silenced and saw was a conspiracy between that hanging mirror division magistrate and the people of the demon race. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath. He felt he was infinitely closer to the truth. So who could it be that Brother Tung saw? The night was thick at this time. A cold wind came up, lifting the gush of blood above his clothes. Zeng Anmin frowned. He was covered in water stains before he caught up with the battle with the River King. Zhang Wang's body was blown apart by his martial aura as he died. In addition to the blood on the body, there are also hanging minced meat, awful pieces. It's just too disgusting. He looked up and could vaguely see the outline of the Two Rivers County city. Going back now, definitely not. Zeng Anmin knew that he couldn't even explain this bloodshed. But he couldn't change his clothes in the middle of the night. Can only first take off the outer clothes, find a bank anywhere, the clothes muddy river water to wash. After wringing his clothes out, he put them on against the tide. The line was half full. Zeng Anmin finally came along the river bank to a place not far from the city gate of Liangjiang County. We won't be able to get into the city tonight, let's wait for tomorrow morning to blend in. He found a dense forest, crossed his arms behind his head, and lay down on top of a grassy area. Open your eyes to a night full of stars pressing overhead. Living in the steel jungle in my previous life, it was hard to see such a beautiful night sky. The starry sky is like a vast ocean. It struck that stirring in Zeng Anmin's heart. At this moment, it is tempting to recite a poem. He opened his mouth, then stifled a laugh. These 2 brushes of mine aren't as good as Brother Tony's poetry playing skills, so I'd better forget it. After that, he closed his eyes and rested. Just. The next moment, his eyes snapped open. Poetry? He still remembered a limerick of exhortation among the book of Yeatsi left to him by his brother in the same language. Time is like water. It's good to read books while you're young. The flower characters on the temple break the title. To win the Wen Kuei in return. Zeng Anmin read the limerick word for word. In the darkness, however, his eyes were as if they were lit with candlelight. Toki, Hana, Kai. Zeng Anmin sat up violently from the floor. Could it be that Brother Tony had something with the timely flower girl? That was his first thought. The love-hate relationship between a poor scholar and a prostitute in the feudal era was not rare in his previous life. No way. With Brother Tongyi's family situation, it's hard to get entangled with the timely flower girl. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. What Brother Tongyi saw was a joint between the timely flower leader and the Hanging Mirror Division's magistrates. The timely flower girl is a demon? He sucked in a sharp breath at the thought. His face became extremely odd. Pops. And at the right time the flower in the salt's so fragrant. Afraid not to hide their own that fishy smell. Pops, King Deli. Ugh. It was light. A gleam. Zeng An did not run straight to Pop's row. There was no one to stop him, and he came in fine. Pops was in the middle of the row room at the moment, taking care of business. Squeak. After the door to the traveling room was closed, Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and set his eyes on his old man. Father, what I'm about to say has the potential to shock you, so be prepared. Zhang Shirlin's hand paused gently. Looking up at his son, he sat upright and nodded with a bland face. Say it. Zeng Anmin brooded for a moment and said seriously. Do you remember my fellow students at Waterdew Academy, Zhang Luan, Zhang Tongyi? Pops frowned lightly and nodded. Remember, why? Zeng Anmin then said a little bit of his speculation. He didn't say anything about the River King, though. Just pontificating about this as a second possibility. It didn't even mention that he guessed that Njiji was a demon. Zeng Anmin paid attention to his old man's expression, his face serious. So, most likely, that timely flower girl has a close relationship with the Zeng Mansion. An opportune moment. Pops grimaced, then glanced faintly to one corner. You mean her? What? Zeng Anmin subconsciously looked up towards the middle of the corner. Then he saw that the flower girl of the education department, Njiji, was pale and huddled there. She was trembling all over, and fear filled those beautiful eyes. Ah. This. Now it was Zeng Anmin's turn to be confused. He blinked blankly and looked toward Pops. Wang Deli is dead, at the hands of the demon race. Pops met his son's blank stare and spoke in a hushed voice. How can my father not feel the demonic aura that remains in that prison? Follow this demonic aura all the way to the Department of Education. After he finished speaking, he glanced towards the huddled Njiji in the corner. I also don't know how it hides that demonic aura of its own on a regular basis. You suspected her early on? Zeng Anmin instantly caught the tone of his old man's voice. Suspected it, but didn't think she was a demon. Pop slowly looked at Zeng Anmin. There are secret stakes for my father in the Zhang Mansion, and it was found that the Cross River King had dealings with him a few years earlier. So the last time you went to the churchyard, you were testing the waters? It was at this time that dawning realization flashed across Zeng Anmin's face. Only Pops didn't answer, just looked into Zeng Anmin's eyes with a deep and haunting gaze. I heard from Dichun that you were at the churchyard last night as well. This. Chapter 62, Horrified. Beg for ketchup reading, if not I'm really cold, cry. Zeng Anmin's face stiffened, then he nodded with a dry smile. Ahem, yes, the shock of your demon ambush last night is fresh in my mind. Oof. Pops was non-committal. Zeng Anmin moved away from this topic and his eyes were on this Njiji in front of him. At this time, Njiji is pitiful, and the surrounding aroma is not weaker than the one seen on that day. It was just that she was huddled in the middle of a corner at the moment, not even daring to raise her head. Today is the first time I've seen a demon race. Zeng Anmin's voice was very curious as he slowly came to Njiji's side. A strange scent was faintly detected between his nostrils. The scent wasn't bad, it just somehow just made his heart skip a beat. Zeng Anmin asked with a frown as he twitched his nose. What's that smell? It has a forbidden spell placed on it, and its demonic power may not be used, so it can hide the demonic aura on its body. But last night she fought with that Wang Deli and broke the forbidden spell, so the demonic aura on her body was naturally exposed. Pop's voice of confusion always comes at the right time. Oh, so it's a demonic aura. It dawned on Zeng Anmin. Thinking of that journey to the west that I watched in my previous life, Monkey often said the 3 words of having a demonic aura. Turns out it's the smell. He was just about to open his mouth to ask again when a familiar voice came from outside. Lord Governor, Lin Rong seeks an audience. Come in. Old Dad's face returned to indifference, his waist straightened up, and his unruffled authority emanated from his body. Outside, Lin Rong led the order and came towards the middle of the traveling room. With a respectful face, he saluted with Pops. My lord, last night followed the road, chased for an hour, and finally found the exit of the secret passage. In a dense forest 50 miles outside of the city, the corpse of King Jiang was found. He gave a general account of his journey last night. 50 miles away, the corpse of the River King was found? Pops frowned and didn't say anything, those eyes just lingering on Lin Rong. Lin Rong's body crouched lower. Jiang Wang died in the hands of martial artists. Look at the means should be the peak of the realm of observation of the strong, just the entire Two Rivers County on the register of martial artists all check, no can match the. Pops looked up slowly and glanced toward Zeng Anmin. This glance made Zeng Anmin uncomfortable. He touched his nose and asked in mock confusion. What are you looking at me for? Pops ignored him and looked at Lin Rong, his voice light. Who is the martial artist who has gained notoriety in the entire Two Rivers County today, but is not on the books? Lin Rong froze, then jerked his head up. You mean Black Cat? Pops nodded indifferently. It's possible, but we still have to check. Yes. Right. Pops called out to Lin Rong and set his eyes on Zeng Anmin, who was off to the side. The left warden has some skill in detecting cases, so if you can't decide, you can ask him for advice. That's great. Lin Rong's face showed a look of exhilaration. He hastily turned his eyes to look at Zeng Anmin with a smile on his face. This case is in the hands of a virtuous nephew. Zeng Anmin pursed his lips slightly. I check myself. Well. You go ahead, I'll find you when I'm done with the official business of the warden's house. Good. Lin Rong chose to take his leave. No sooner had he left than a voice sounded in the doorway behind him. Young master. Daharo came in through the outer door in a cloud of dust. After seeing Pops, he respectfully bowed to him, Master. Aha! Pops hung his head and continued to look at the dossier in his hands. Oh Haru. Zeng Anmin was about to speak to De-chun, but he saw De-chun giving himself a wink. Young master, you're finally back, has Jiang Wang been found? The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. Don't pretend. Pops told me all about it. You tell him I'm going to the rectory. Sang Sherlin looked up slowly, his gaze like a thorn. Feeling the gaze behind him like a sharp sword. Zeng Anmin stiffened his head and snorted. Well, sort of. With that, he pulled De-chun by the hand and walked towards Njichi's place, pointing at Njichi. See? That's the demon race. Dachuan looked over, curiosity flashing across his face as he curiously reached out his finger to nod at Njichi's face. Njichi was scared and hurriedly shrunk her body, her face pearly. It doesn't look any different than a human. Daharo was ready to reach out and touch it again. Alright, I still have use for this clam essence. Pop's voice rang out, the expulsion order in his words had been given. Oh. De-chun hurriedly got up respectfully and followed Zeng Anmin. Wait until they are out of the middle of the row. Zeng Sherlin slowly looked up, looking at his son's back, he murmured in deep humor. Black Cat Takeshi. Looking again at his hand, it was none other than yesterday's record of the city gates. The very small line on it was circled by him and marking red. Zhang Zuolian of the Hanging Mirror Department, last night at midnight, left the city on horseback. Lord Governor, there is a request for an audience. Zeng Sherlin had just put down the records of the city gates in his hands when someone respectfully reported. Who? Young Master Tiger. And Mrs. Bring you your food. Master. Outside the door. Aunt Lin carried her lunchbox and held Tiger's little hand in her other soft razor as she came through the door of the traveling room. Her face was as gentle as it could be, her eyes were like water, and she was not slow. Zipper followed her respectfully. What are you doing here? Pops looked over at her, his brow furrowed. His lordship did not return home last night and ate out, and the concubine is worried. Aunt Lin smiled, not caring about the frown on her old man's face, but carried the lunchbox in her hand on the table in a self-conscious manner, her voice soft and gentle. Quan Fu didn't return home last night either, so I guess he ate out too. Then bring some rice to your father and son. Speaking here, Aunt Lin's eyes looked towards Njichi who was curled up in the corner, then slowly turned her head, her eyes flashing with faint resentment. Home cooking is always cleaner than outside cooking. Pop's face stiffened slightly when he heard this. The implication is obvious to anyone who hears it. He glanced faintly at Chi Bo behind Aunt Lin. It's time to clear out the underlings of the house. Zipper stiffened, yes. This is the lotus seed kanji that New made with her own hands, as well as your lordship's favorite weekday eats. Aunt Lin just stretched out her white hand and served a plate outwards, her voice extremely gentle. The aroma bubbled up, the eyes of the tiger on the side turned extremely bright, salivation stayed to the corner of his mouth, he stretched out his small hand and said urgently. Grandpa. Hugs. A lighthouse. Zeng Anmin glanced askance at Di-chun. Who told you to find me at the rectory? Dahara raised his wise eyes and showed a big smart face and said. The master said to let you look after the secret passage. I am afraid that the master came back to see you blame, so I went to the Department of Education to look for you. Who would have expected just happened to run into the master voodoo demon? But don't worry, I didn't say anything, I just said I was looking for someone. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth twitched. He sat bolt upright in his chair, his eyes blank. There was also a clear perception of the big smart in front of him. O'Hara's voice continued to be exuberant. You don't know, last night the master was capturing that demonic spirit in the churchyard, and he's very capable. He said, and mimicked it, pinning his hands on his hips and staring wide-eyed. Tiny clam spirit, don't show your true form yet. Zeng Anmin lazily ignored him and sat up to look at the case file. His hand had just touched on the dossier when his whole body froze gently. Muscle spirit? Not true. Isn't it a fish spirit? Zeng Anmin looked up in horror. Chapter 63 Mutation. What? Dachuan looked at Zeng Anmin's startled appearance and was taken aback. Zeng Anmin pressed on, not having the time to care about him, took a deep breath and got up violently. Go get my dad. With that, he took a direct step towards the outside. At this time, Zeng Anmin's face was extremely solemn. Angie is a clam. Who doesn't know what a clam looks like? Jiang Langguan cultivated the demon essence blood martial Dao, and the fish scales all over his body were close to telling people that he was a fish spirit. And Nan made it very clear. And if you open the heavenly gate with this method, you will also gain the power of that essence blood master's gift. That is to say, there is another fish spirit in the city. Today. Zeng Anmin, who had come to this conclusion, had his scalp follow a bit of numbness. His feet traveled faster as his thoughts changed. Young master, wait for me. Dachuan saw the hurried form of Zeng Anmin and hurriedly chased after him. Outside of Two Rivers County. The vastness of the river. 3 merchant ships stood side by side. Each ship was a dozen feet long. Above the deck of the leading merchant ship, 2 silhouettes looked out at the river, their gazes rippling. His Majesty is still in the city, how can he be so reckless? The man on the right was dressed in a scribe's clothes and table, his face was calm and his voice was steady, he was frowning at this time and looking at the man on the left. Speaking of this, a touch of worry appeared on his face as he looked behind him at those remaining 2 huge ships. In all things, there is no hurry. The man on the left has a rugged brow, each eyebrow is like a steel needle, a huge beard circling his face, a lion's nose and a broad mouth, and a formidable end. The burly man gazed at the scribe expressionlessly, his large, broad hand gently stroking his own belt sword, and looked indifferently toward the Two Rivers County city, the outline of which was faintly visible not far away. On the 20th day of the 11th month, if the king has no news, he will attack the city at once. This is a military order. As he said this, his gaze turned dark. That Zhang Shilin should have expected this day when he was able to force his majesty to this point. The scribe sighed, then gazed at the burly man with a frown. On the side of the court. The burly man glanced at him faintly, and a hint of coldness flickered above his face. Zhang Shilin colluded with the demon race to rebel, was discovered by the king in advance, early planning, buried me equal to the city as an ambush, until today the evidence has been sufficient to execute him. As he said this, he slowly looked up towards the city, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. As the county governor, Qi Xianda will help us testify. Zissou? The scribe was suddenly stunned at his words, then his eyes lit up and he looked at the burly man. Sheriff Qi is also one of His Majesty's men? The burly man nodded gently, his face smooth. Zhang Shilin relies on Wang Deli. The most, but not surprisingly, that guy should have died. Who is there in the city at this time that can hold us back? And... Speaking of which, he looked into the middle of the great river. A flash of inexplicable meaning passed through his eyes. Just in time. A wave suddenly lifted the sky. Tom! A huge fish head poked out of that deep river. The head of the fish was extremely oppressive, and just one fish eye was the size of a lantern, indifferently gazing at the people on the boat, bizarre to the extreme. "My lord Sutong, meet the Demon King." The burly man saw the fish all surface and took a deep breath, saluting them. His voice was not loud, but the eerily huge fish head above the water heard him. "Ho ho!" The fish's mouth arched up in an arc, appearing extremely lurid in this landscape. It didn't answer the strong man Sutong's words, slowly turning its head above the river. The lantern-like fish eyes looked towards the Two Rivers County town not far away. A flash of greed flashed in his eyes. Pft, pft, pft. Behind that huge fish head, 5 fish-headed monsters emerged one after another. The 5 fish-headed monsters respectfully followed behind that huge fish head, moving towards the Two Rivers County city. The 3 huge merchant ships followed behind the huge fish heads, looking extremely bizarre. The lighthouse was not too far from Zeng Shirlin's house. Zeng Anmin had arrived outside the door of the traveling room in no time, and he did not hesitate to open the door directly. "Dad! I have something else to tell you." As soon as he entered the house, Zeng Anmin saw that his old man was looking at himself with a gloomy face. "Aunt Lin is here too?" He placed his gaze on Aunt Lin, who had a worried look on her face. Shibo's face was also extremely ugly. Tiger was the only one who was eating the pastries among the dishes on the table at breakneck speed. The traveling room had a very depressing air about it. What happened? Seeing that no one spoke up, Zeng Anmin winked at the muscle on the ground. He realized that at that moment, Angie had disappeared. In its place was the pile of muscles on the ground like a millstone. The huge black armor was open, revealing the tender flesh of the bizarre slime. Can't it be that Pops beat this clam back to its original form and took the pearl? Pop sat up in his chair, his face a little hard to see, and said, "The clam clan among demons has the talent to sacrifice itself to seize the spiritual content of heaven and earth. This demon is a 4th grade demon king with moderate cultivation. Sacrificing cultivation life actually managed to confine my father's Rudao Qingqi for half a pillar of incense." Pop said this out loud. Zeng Anmin suddenly felt his scalp tingle as he jerked his head up to look at his old man. "Are you saying that your Haoran Qi is now imprisoned? Well, half a pillar of incense won't move the Haoran Qi." Pop's eyes glittered. Muscle clan, all the essence of the pearl inside the abdomen above, even if the body is dead, can also rely on the pearl nirvana, the other day for the day cannot be reincarnated. But if the pearl's inner Dan is brought as a sacrifice, there is absolutely no possibility of transmigration. And this demon is still in the realm of the 4th grade demon king. When he said this, Pop's gaze fell on Zeng Anmin, his voice ghostly. "You say, what exactly is the purpose of the demon clan that makes a demon king of the demon king realm willing to sacrifice everything he is just to confine my father's cultivation for a column of incense?" This. Zeng Anmin looked hesitant. In his heart, however, waves had already been set off. A feeling surfaced in his mind at that moment. It was the feeling of being seen from head to toe and even in your underwear. The Jiang King surely doesn't have the vigor to be able to make the demon race submit so willingly. Pop's eyes had shifted from Zeng Anmin's at this point and went outside. The voice was ghostly to the core. Zeng Anmin subconsciously clenched his fists. Of all the people in the room, he was the only one who knew. Pops is now infinitely closer to the truth of his own guess. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard a sharp voice ring out. "Report! Lord Governor! There are rebels attacking the city." Then, there were several extremely disorganized footsteps sounding at the door. Zeng Anmin raised his eyes to the door. A clerk panting toward the room in the line came Pu Tam and kneeled on the ground. "My lord, 3,000 soldiers with armor outside the city have joined forces with the demon race to attack the city. County Guard Chi has already led people to the city gate to set up defense." Chapter 64. My father is an old coin. With these words from this clerk, everyone in the entire row room changed color in unison. "Your lordship." Shibo's face was shocked and suspicious. The remaining members of the Jiang King actually dared to. He was a little speechless. Zeng Anmin looked toward his old man. However, he saw that there was not a single change of color on Zeng Shirlin's face, and he was still as steady as an old dog. He even took Tiger from Aunt Lin's hands without slowing down, picking up the pastries on the table and feeding them towards Tiger's mouth. "This officer knows." The entire line of rooms followed in silence for a moment. Everyone looked toward Pops, their eyes all confused. Zeng Shirlin didn't even lift his head, continuing to tease the tiger in his hands, shaking his head lightly. Just wait. After saying that, he continued to feed the pastries in his hand towards the tiger's mouth and stopped talking. Aha! Zeng Anmin frowned lightly. Look at the old man, this performance. Does not seem to be surprised? Then suddenly he heard another rush of footsteps outside. My lord, the county guard Qi Xianda has mutinied and opened the city gates. The rebels have entered the city. The clerk who came into the house directly knelt on the ground, shivering and kowtowing. Instantly, everyone panicked. Zeng Anmin was the only one who was shaken, looking at his old dad with horror in his eyes. Aha! Pops felt Zeng Anmin's horrified gaze and the corner of his mouth gently curled up. It was only then that Pei slowly placed the tiger on the floor and picked up his own cloak from the chair, his face calm as he headed towards the door of the traveling room. Let's go, the rebellion of Jiang Wang is at an end. With that, he just headed out the door. Shibo hurriedly followed behind Pops, looking towards the outside with a respectful face. This. Zeng Anmin's face was uncertain as he looked up at Aunt Lin. Trust the Lord. Aunt Lin just smiled faintly, her eyes turning to the doorway above the old man's back, revealing an extremely gentle trust. With that, he took Tiger's hand and headed for the door. The rebels entered the city and moved smoothly toward it with little obstruction. General Su, there may be fraud. The scribe followed behind the strong man Su Tong on horseback, looking at the people on the street who had turned into birds and beasts and dispersed. A touch of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Qi Xianda, the county governor of Liangjian, also followed the two of them. Su Tong gently lifted the lance in his hand and glanced lightly at the scribe, redundant. With that, he walked forward with an unchanged face. Only, after leading the team around the corner, Su Tong's face gently changed. By order of Governor Sang, I have been waiting here for a long time. Hanging Mirror Division, a courtyard just a wall away from the Hanging Mirror Division's gate. The sun is nice today. Zhang Shilin sat in front of the courtyard hall with a touch of coziness in his countenance. Warm sunlight poured through the clouds and sprinkled throughout the yard. The best thing about winter is the unparalleled warmth of a full stomach sitting by the window in the sun. Zeng Anmin and the crowd all stood behind Pops. Everyone wondered what was in Pop's gourd. Zhang Shilin was sitting on a chair, holding Tiger in his arms, sitting under the sunlight with an extremely cozy face. His gaze was unchanged as he looked towards the door, a kind smile on his face. Coming. The words just fell. There was a bang on the street. An enormous pair of long, muscular legs stuttered at the door of the Hanging Glass Division. Boom! The nearly half-foot thick gate of the Hanging Mirror Division was like tofu, and was crushed by that oddly shaped thigh. Goo goo! Creepy voices rang out. The huge monster with a fish head and a human body entered the middle of the Hanging Mirror Division and locked eyes with the entire courtyard. With that 3 feet tall body, even De Chun standing in front of it was like a small child. Coo coo coo! Then there were 5 fish-headed figures that followed the monster in. The sense of oppression was like a tidal wave, coming towards the bodies of the people in the courtyard. Hiss! Shibo sucked in a breath of cool air as he looked at the huge fish monster in front of him in disbelief. And 1. There were only 2 people in the yard whose faces didn't change. One is Pops. One is Zeng Anmin. At this moment, a cold light flashed above Zeng Anmin's face, his Danfang eyes gently narrowed as he stared at the giant fish monster. Sure enough, within the Two Rivers County, there was another fish spirit. There was an eerie quiet in the courtyard. Pop's hand patted lightly on Tiger's back, unconcerned about the fish monster in front of him, gently lulling him to sleep. The fish monster paused just a little. Then he set his sights on Sang Zilam. 2 huge lantern-like fish eyes flashed a humanized tease. You won't live. The fish's mouth opened slightly, revealing horrifyingly sharp teeth, as well as a hoarse voice. He was making a pronouncement on Zhang Shilin. Zhang Shilin seemed not to have heard this, and continued to gently pat Tiger's back with a gentle voice. Sleep, sleep, wake up to good food. Ignore. Apparently, Pops didn't give a damn about the fish monster. The fish monster's eyes flashed gloomily at the sight. Looking extremely coldly at Zhang Shilin, the hand that manifested above the fish body swung violently. Go! Coo coo coo! Those 5 figures behind it received the order. Without any hesitation, he took up the sharp point in his hand and charged boldly towards the side. In less than a breath only, the 5 figures had already arrived close by. As they swung the blades in their hands, the air was filled with the unpleasant odor of fish. Go! A cold light appeared. The blade was only half a foot away from Pop's eyes. Zeng Anmin could no longer hold back at this point, and the vast green chi in the violet mansion suddenly revolved. The next moment, however, a more urgent voice interrupted him. The sages said that the demon, the people's scourge, we Confucians should get rid of the scourge for the people. As this sound fell, the bodies of the 5 small demons in front of them were all imprisoned, unable to move. The coldness of that blade was so cold that it was hard to get in one more inch. This voice was majestic, as if the gods of heaven had descended. Just. Nice familiar voice. Zeng Anmin looked up toward the door. Dean of Waterdew Academy, Qin Shoucheng's face was relaxed as he slowly stepped into the doorway. Behind him, there was also his only daughter, Qin Wanyu. Old thing, why don't you hide it this time? After Qin Shoucheng stepped into the courtyard. Looking at the blades that were tightly less than a foot away from Pop's, and the calm countenance on Zhang Shirlin's face, he was a little offended. With it? Pops grunted softly and slowly looked up towards the huge fish monster in the courtyard. The face was full of mocking words. Another 1,000 years of cultivation would be a chance. When he finished speaking, Pops gently rose and picked up Tiger and turned toward the hall to enter it, his bland voice drifting into the ears of the crowd. Don't put the baby to bed. Old thing. Watching Pop's back. I don't know how. Qin Shoucheng's face in the courtyard became even more unpleasant. Chapter 65, The Power to Subdue 10,000 Devils for the Peace of 10,000 People. The Courtyard of the Hanging of the Mirrors. Zeng Anmin watched as Qin Shoucheng confronted the huge fish monster in front of him. A dry, thin old man who looked weak. Probably tripped over a brick a few steps down the road and accidentally fell to his death. A very oppressive gargoyle, its arms alone looked as thick as buckets. The eyes of the fish above the grimy fish face were the size of lanterns. The fish's eyes stood with vertical pupils, giving off an air of sinister and cunning danger. The two stood in the yard. But why does that fish monster look as if he has some heart? The 4th grade scholar. The fish monster slowly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat like a bell, with a somber tone in his muzzle. Aren't you at the Waterdew Academy? Qin Shoucheng smiled lightly as he heard this. He had one hand behind his back, and his small quadrilateral steps were extremely steady. Step by step, he walked slowly towards the fish monster, his posture cozy and his voice leisurely. This house has been fishing for more than a dozen years and has never missed a beat with a full load every time. Today, finally, I caught a big one. Qin Wanyu, who was on the side, heard these words and her cheeks gently stagnated. Then he hurriedly hung his head and pursed his lips desperately. Of course this detail had not been noticed by Zeng Anmin. For his part, his attention at the moment was all focused on the confrontation between Qin Shoucheng and this fish monster in front of him. As a 6th grade Confucian cultivator, he would only be able to ask for the heart of the Confucian way. Zeng Anmin was a little ashamed. He wanted to observe up close how a Confucian cultivator at the level of a great Confucian fought. Goo goo. A stern look flashed in the fish monster's lantern-sized eyes. It didn't move. The huge fish's kiss snapped open. Po! A huge blister popped out of the fish's kiss. The blister was a foot large and emitted a fishy odor. Move slowly towards Qin Shoucheng. The closer that blister got, the more dangerous it felt. In the middle of the field, the two of them, Zeng Anmin and Qin Wanyu, stood side by side, both pairs of eyes staring at the huge fish bubble. The two of them were covered in chills at this point. Even instinctively trying to turn and run. You two watch carefully, this court will only cast it once. Qin Shoucheng's leisurely voice resounded in this courtyard. It was as if this fish monster in front of him was not even in his eyes. Finally, the fish bubble was only a few feet away from Qin Shoucheng. Goo! The fish monster even had a wry smile on his face. Looking at Qin Shoucheng was like looking at a dead man. Just. The Holy Spirit says, a gentleman, do not stand in danger. Qin Shoucheng's voice rang out voluminously. The voice was majestic and thick, deafening and extremely smooth. Ringing in one's ears as if it could cleanse one's soul. Boom! It was as if a huge thunderclap had rung out of thin air. An extremely dense vast green chi flickered from his eyes. Vast green chi visible to the naked eye spread into clouds in this courtyard. Firmly blocking in front of Qin Shoucheng. Bzzz, a piercing sound rang out. The water bubbles that slowly pressed in like a giant wall instantly dissipated after touching that green gas. It just dissipated into the air so easily. Ha! At the same time, Qin Shouqing's voice sounded again. The sages say, the world's fae, those who brutalize our people, shall die. Buzz. With that bang. The majestic and volatile-looking green chi was like boiling hot water, emitting a strong ringing sound. In the next moment, the green chi rearranged and reorganized, and a shadow formed by the green chi stood indifferently in the courtyard. That virtual shadow actually resembled that Qin Shouqing by 7 points based on its appearance alone. This. Zeng Anmin's face revealed a flash of bewilderment when he saw that majestic and extremely powerful green chi shadow. No, such a decent vain shadow. He Qin Shouqing is also worthy? Rudraksh. Qin Huanyue's eyes flowed with water waves, looking at the majesty that stood in the courtyard as if it were a god, her cherry mouth gently opened, her voice extremely fine and quite patient. After entering the 5th grade of Confucianism can be condensed, to cut down the demons and remove the devil can be used. With this phantom, the same realm under the demons and devils and evil spirits and so on are not a match. Tiny fish demon, die and come. Qin Shouqing gently waved his hand. The cohesive vast void in front of him slowly raised his hand along with his movements. Boom! Looking at Qin Shouqing alone, he was as normal as an ordinary person, without the slightest change. However, an extremely dazzling milky white light suddenly emerged from the hands of that huge phantom in the air. The light was as blinding as the white sun. Shun. The white light formed a huge Shin character and headed towards that fish monster at extreme speed. Boom! The fish monster hadn't even reacted yet. The majestic word Zhen had already been pressed into his body. Next moment. Bzzz. An extremely harsh and unpleasant sound rang out. Zeng Anmin looked sideways. The fish monster's body was being slowly eroded by that white light. Black aura emerged from that fish monster towards the sky. Hiss hiss hiss. The fish monster screamed desperately, its gnarled limbs flailing desperately. And it couldn't even move. Can only watch, his own body, by the white town word a little bit of wear, into black gas dissipated in the world. Demons have a terrible voice. The fish monster's scream sounded like a cat scratching at Zeng Anmin's heart. It's like the sound of fingernails scratching on a chalkboard, and it makes you prickly and scratchy. A mere 4th grade fish demon, how dare you make a demon in my sacred dynasty? At this moment, the shadow in the sky disappeared. Qin Shouqing walked in the direction of that fish monster with a bland face. At this time, the body of the fish monster, by the huge town word pressure, cannot move. Watch helplessly as your body dissipates. Zeng Anmin was a world away. Just now that. It was Qin Shouqing who did it. He looked at Qin Shouqing in a daze. How many grades is your father? Zeng Anmin felt his throat go a little hoarse as he said this. Qin Huanyu pursed her lips and laughed. A 4th ranked great scholar. 4th grade? Not. This fish monster is also a 4th grade. Why is there such a huge difference in strength? It was almost a second. In this situation, he even felt that it was not unusual for a 4th grade Confucian cultivator to behead a 3rd grade great demon. Zeng Anmin was a bit puzzled. For the first time, he developed an extremely strong belief in the might of the Confucian way. The sage of Confucianism once said, "Where I am a Confucian monk. Swear to subdue all demons, for the peace of all people." Qin Shouqing's back was turned to the crowd, his leisurely voice slowly ringing in their ears. This sentence is extremely profound. There was a thoughtful glint in Zeng Anmin's gaze. To put it simply, the path of Confucianism sacrifices the strength of one's body itself, but in exchange. Zeng Anmin looked at the demon king on the ground who had barely even put up a fight before he was already lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. He buried the deep shock in his heart, and an extremely eager look appeared above his face. Ruto. I want it. That's what Confucianism is. Not to seek immortality, but to subdue evil, and only to pacify the people. In the house, came the sleepy voice of Tiger. Hungry. Hungry. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath as he looked sullenly toward the house and coughed. Father, my child has something to discuss with you. Chapter 66, A Father's Love is Like a Mountain. Tiger was held outside the room by Aunt Lin. Qin Shouqing sat in the hall with Qin Huanyue, talking and laughing with Aunt Lin. The two of them, Zeb and Qide, were waiting. At the doorway, a foot-long goldfish was quietly lying motionless on the ground, obviously dead for a long time. In the inner room, Zhang Shilin faintly looked up at Zeng Anmin in front of him. The father and son sipped the strong tea in their mouths, both of them not saying a word. The atmosphere was somewhat eerily quiet. Dad. Finally, Zeng Anmin couldn't help but look up at Zeng Shilin first. Aha! Zeng Shilin raised his eyelids and looked blandly towards Zeng Anmin, his eyes calm. Say it. Zeng Anmin paused after opening his mouth. I'm Takeshi the Black Cat? That's really a bit scary. Or maybe I've got the secret of the dragon map? Or maybe I have a hang-up? It's hard to talk about just anything. He hesitated in his mind, hesitated for a long time, and with a clench of his teeth he hardened his heart. Before he could finish his words, he heard Zeng Shilin's thick voice ring out. You do know that Angie is a demon, right? When Zeng Anmin heard Zeng Shilin's words, he was first gently stunned, then hurriedly nodded his head. We won't know until the hour of the day. Pops nodded, slowly closed his eyes, fingers slowly rubbing between the teacups, and after a long time his voice rang out. My father also made the night to know, but the Jiang Wang wants to rebel, but it was already known 4 years ago. Ha! Zeng Anmin's head snapped up, his eyes blank. But didn't you only leave for office 4 years ago? Zeng Shilin slowly opened his eyes, and there was no turbidity in his eyes, only essence. If he does not rebel, how can my father govern with all his might on Fengchi Road? Hiss. Zeng Anmin sucked in a breath of cold air. He had excellent reflexes and understood in an instant what his father meant. You mean you forced him to rebel? If he was willing to be an idle prince without power, naturally he wouldn't have gotten to this point. Pops grunted softly, his eyes flashing gloomily. I just can't imagine that he deceived the lower and concealed the upper, and Qin Xianda was in league with him, and he also wanted to secretly accumulate a backhanded rake. Desperate, daring to collude with the demon race, this matter was known to my father a little late. When he said this, there was, moreover, what do you think makes Xin Lu, a mere one-term merchant, appear in King Zhang's line of sight? This. Zeng Anmin snapped his head up, he almost lost his voice. Xin Lu He had a sudden feeling of unreality. That feeling comes from the father's understated language. Before himself sat one of the most cunning old silver coins under the sun. Not bad, gene typing Xin Lu is a hidden stake for his father. That's why you were asked to become a left warden to preserve Xinjun. Pop slowly stood up and walked towards the window, his back to Zeng Anmin. The voice was long and clear. Of course, it doesn't matter if you keep it or not, by then the king of Jiang was already on the verge of an arrow. Gulp. Zeng Anmin swallowed hard. He felt extremely insecure in his mind at this point. He almost all want to open his mouth. My identity card number is 118. I surrendered to surrender, Dad. But then again. Pop's voice suddenly became soft. The pressure in the entire room loosened with it. Zeng Anmin also took a momentary breather. And the purpose of the people of the demon race's cooperation with the Jiang King is the dragon survey map. What? Zeng Anmin's body tightened violently, and his pupils contracted extremely. You? Actually. No? Zeng Anmin's throat was a little dry. He had the feeling that he had nothing to hide from Pops though early on. But being said to his face, he still couldn't help but be violently shaken in his heart. The secrets of Kanryu. He had always thought he was the only one who knew. Zeng Shilin looked at his son's wide eyes. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up slowly. He had always liked that feeling. Actually, in the beginning, for father was not aware of it. Sang Zilin was very pleased with the shock on the good oldest child's face. He picked up the strong tea on the table and gently sipped it and continued. Until that day, when Qin Shoqing came to the mansion with his daughter and brought the book of the Sacred Hand of the Confucians, which had been handed down by the Qin family for nearly 3,000 years, to my father. Ha! Zeng Anmin froze. He thought that Qin Shoqing came to the governor's mansion that day just to pretend, and as a result, he failed to pretend and was counterplayed by his old man. The book of the hand of the Confucian sage has been in the hands of that Qin Shoqing for nearly 40 years, and he has not been able to see through the hidden secrets of it, but it was I who saw it when I brought it to my father. A laugh suddenly came from Pop's back, and there was some smugness in his voice. Although see through the hidden secrets, but also by the father left a heart and mind, froze to him that did not see through. Zeng Anmin blinked. My dad's character is a lot like mine. If you're not family, you really can't get in. Zeng Shilin still stood by the window, his back to Zeng Anmin, voice long. Ever since the Ru sage beheaded Emperor Qin Demon Emperor, the world only knows that there are 4 heavenly Dao maps in the world. Speaking here, Zeng Shilin slowly turned around, his eyes looked straight at Zeng Anmin, his eyes slightly narrowed, voice cold. But I never thought that this Canlong diagram would be the 5th heavenly Dao diagram, the heavenly Dao diagram from the demon race. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the top of Zeng Anmin's head. He was a little dizzy for a moment. At this point his expression carried a jaw-dropping look. The 5th great heavenly Dao diagram? A huge wave surged inside Zeng Anmin's heart. Until this time, he counted on truly knowing the secrets of the heavenly Dao diagram. So it is. So it is. This world is actually 5 heavenly roadmaps. He was just about to open his mouth. But he was stopped by Zeng Shilin with a look. Only to see Pop's eyes dead on himself, his voice deep but unmistakably powerful. Don't ask. All you need to know is that my father is prepared to help you with all his might next, to awaken the Canlong diagram and become the 5th heavenly Dao diagram to be awakened. Zeng Anmin blinked. Awaken the Canryo? Become an awakener? There was something odd about his face. Right. Zeng Shilin gazed in the essence of the aura of the great. He slowly came to the road in front of Zeng Anmin, his expression with a solemn. It has been recorded since ancient times that if the 4 great heavenly Dao diagrams are awakened, the awakened person will possess a more unique talent than others. The Dragon Survey diagram is the 5th great heavenly Dao diagram, so it naturally has this effect as well. Then you haven't thought of awakening it yourself? Zeng Anmin couldn't help but ask. Zeng Shilin's expression was stunned, then he was dumbfounded. What is for my father is naturally all yours. Dad. Chapter 67 touched. Zeng Anmin felt his eyes get a little hot. This old dad in front of himself, whose hair was a bit gray, seemed to have a 10,000-foot light shining on him at this moment. He felt a gentleness as thick as a mountain standing in his way. Ahem. Coughing through his inexplicably blocked throat, Zeng Anmin nodded heavily. Father, I'll do whatever you want. Zeng Shilin's gaze remained on Zeng Anmin, his gaze deep. If you get a chance, take a message to Black Cat Wolf for my father. Ha! Zeng Anmin subconsciously wanted to retort, but after seeing his old man's dark gaze, he opened his mouth and didn't speak. He beheaded the head of the rebels and has done the people a favor. My father will not take the blame for his past deeds, but if he dares to violate the prohibition and deal with private affairs again, he will not be spared. Pop said this forcefully, with a great deal of pressure in his voice. The grandeur of the world came to the forefront. Zeng Anmin shaboiled his lips and stiffly met his old man's gaze, his heart a little bit unfavorable. I know. It was obvious that Pops had decided that he had a great relationship with Black Cat Wolf. Boom! At the same time, a loud and unusual noise suddenly rang out from outside the door. At the same time, it attracted the attention of the father and son duo of Zeng Anmin and Zeng Shilin. What's the situation? The two raised their heads at the same time and looked toward the door. Windows. The door to the hanging mirror division had been smashed by the fish monster just now. Through the crumbling gate, a group of bloodied armorers could be seen standing there. That team of armorers each has a pendant on their body, someone's arm, broken flesh. Blood dripping. Extremely harsh under the sun's light. At this moment, a tall, burly man with a twisted face had a sinister smile on his face. He just stood there in the doorway of the hanging glass division. Put. The burly man casually threw his hand, and an extremely conspicuous human head fell to the ground. If you look closely, that head is exactly the head of Lin Rong, the general of the Two Rivers County. This general, Su Tong, will only behead the leader of the thieves, Zeng Shilin. The burly man's voice was grand and harsh. His voice fell into the entire hanging mirror division. At the same time, a familiar silhouette stood up beside him, the man's face solemn and his voice extremely decent. Zeng Shilin colluded with the demon race to plot a rebellion. All of you colleagues, don't make a mistake. This man is none other than the governor of Liangjiang County, Shi Xianda. With this voice, the large hanging mirror division was silent. All the officials who were on official business all raised their heads in horror and looked in the direction of the hanging mirror gate. In the room, the faces of the father and son who saw this through the window were both stagnant. Lin Rong didn't block him? Pops looked to the scene in the doorway, his eyes wide with wonder. Under his calculation, Lin Rong, as a general of Liangjiang County, himself has the strength of the 7th grade of the realm of contemplation, leading 5,000 soldiers and horses, blocking the district of an 8th grade of Su Tong. But the extremely blinding head of Lin Rong on the ground made him speechless. Zeng Anmin fiercely looked toward that Su Tong. Although it was only a glimpse through the window, Zeng Anmin saw it very clearly. That Su Tong walks the same way as Jiang Wang. Demon Blood Martial Arts has entered the 7th grade. No wonder Lin Rong was not his opponent. Wow! A group of people walked out from the depths of the Hanging Mirror Division's yamen towards the outside, and they arrived in the main courtyard. Chi Sheriff? An old man with a goatee who looked to be in his 60s had a horrified face, and he looked at the blades under the sun at the doorway that shone brightly in the hands of the armorers with a tremor in his voice. What the hell is going on here? Shi Xianda beside Su Tong had a solemn face as he said in a deep voice. Zeng Shilin colluded with the demon race and mutilated Jiang Wang. Now the evidence is clear, you quickly tie him up, or else he will be guilty of the same crime as him. This. The goatee old man's face was stunned as he hissed. I'm sure there's some kind of misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Shi Xianda's face flickered with a brilliant light as he fiercely burst out. Think about it. The Hanging Mirror Division is full of formations, so how did Wang Deli die? And why did the demon race enter the prison so smoothly to kill him? Without Zeng Shilin's authorization, how could the demon race enter the Hanging Mirror Division? In fact, this is quite a big crack. After all, the Hanging Mirror Division in the middle of the formation is not only Zhang Shi no, he Qi Xianda as Two Rivers County Governor also know. But now that the incident had occurred suddenly, coupled with Qi Xianda's preemptive strike, everyone's thoughts were led astray by it. This. The officials in the courtyard were all startled, then looked at each other. House. Zeng Shilin took it all in stride. No wonder we want that in to get rid of Wang Deli. At that moment, Pops took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and sounded morose. For this very moment. At this time, if the first expert of Two Rivers County, Wang Deli, is here, that team of armor at the door, and that anti-river Su Tong is not even the slightest threat. Zeng Anmin pursed his lips. Indeed, you have your reckoning. Other people naturally have other people's calculations. In this world, there is not a single person whose brain is descended from wisdom. This is the dean of the Waterdude Academy, Xin Shoucheng. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the courtyard. Xin Shoucheng stepped out of the house expressionlessly, looking towards Qi Xianda outside the door with a touch of anger in his voice. You, Qi Xianda, are quite capable of turning black and white upside down and confusing right and wrong. It was clearly him who colluded with the Jiang King with the demon race, and now you're trying to turn the tables on them? How can such an unfaithful person be worthy of practicing my Confucian teachings? It seems that Dean Qin has also been hoodwinked by the Zeng thieves. We'll know once General Su catches the Zeng thieves on trial. Qi Xianda did not change his color in the face of Qin Shoucheng's questioning and coldly gazed at the people in the courtyard. If you do not hand over the Zeng thief, all will be treated as accomplices. When the angels come to investigate in the future, it will be a crime of executing all 9 clans, so all of you colleagues should think clearly. What's the point of wasting words with them? Su Tong stood out at this moment, looking disdainfully at everyone in the courtyard, his voice containing a touch of gloom. Execute the Zeng thief first. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand, his voice thick. Kill in and execute the Zeng traitors. Execute the Zeng traitors. The armorers shouted in unison, extremely loud, oppressing everyone in the courtyard who couldn't catch their breath. They moved extremely fast, and without waiting for the rest of the people to react, they had already entered the courtyard in a row. The color of blood was reflected on the face of every armored soldier, and their sharp swords carried a blinding light. The aura of blood made those clerks change color in unison. Filthy rotten thing, how dare you bark? An old voice rang out, and then he saw Chi Bo suddenly walk out of the house and enter the courtyard. He was followed by Oken. An old man and a young man stood at the gate of the Hanging Mirror Division as if they were door gods. Kill! Without the slightest hesitation, the armorers raised the sharp points in their hands and killed towards the duo in unison. Boom! An armorer's chest collapsed and he fell backwards, spitting blood from his mouth. Chi Bo coldly withdrew his feet and faintly said, De-chan, together, are you afraid? 30 and counting. Ohara's voice was firm. It took 30 men to deserve me to stand up and fight. This is what the young master has taught you. Chapter 68, Half K. Have to say. Father and son teaming up does have some skills. Those armored soldiers could not advance an inch under the blockage of Chi Bo and Di Chun. Humph. Su Tong's cold snort sounded. The armored soldiers at the back immediately made way. He took a step towards the courtyard. Waste. He walked closer and glanced faintly at the armorers around him, then looked up at the duo of Chi Bo and De Chun. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, the belt knife in his hand was drawn by him. Acid. The voice was extremely dry. If the two of you are lost at this time, you may be spared from death. Su Tong carried his belt knife upside down, his voice indifferent. The smell of blood from his armor drifted into the courtyard, while at the same time a faint scale slowly emerged above his wrist. Cut the crap! The two of them, Chi Bo and De Chun, leapt out almost simultaneously. At this moment, his father and son's gazes spewed anger, seemingly desiring to devour the Su Tong in front of them. Pow! Acid! A whip and a knife attacked towards Su Tong at the same time. Boom! The strike was electric. No one in the crowd could see how the Su Tong in front of them made a sword strike. Then he saw the two of them, Chi Bo and De Chun, spurting blood, lying dead or alive on the ground. Instantly, the entire courtyard fell silent. Gulp. I don't know who gulped. Everyone stopped talking. Wherever Su passed through his eyes, they all bowed their heads and dared not speak. Qi Xianda slowly entered the courtyard at this time. He looked at those officials and said in a serious tone. This official with a credibility guarantee, there is that Zeng thief exact evidence of rebellion, all colleagues, must not harbor awe. With that, he threw the sharp knife in his hand to the ground. Pa! He narrowed his eyes and looked towards Chi Bo and Chi Dachuan who were on the ground in a state of life and death. Please also take up this blade and kill the rebels to prove your innocence. As soon as he spoke, the group of armor behind him made an acid sound and drew their blades in unison. Reflected on everyone's faces. This. The officials in the courtyard all trembled and raised their heads to look at Qi Xianda incredulously. Qi Xianda's face was expressionless. 3 breaths of time, whoever hasn't made a move will be treated as an accomplice. Su Tong, on the other hand, nonchalantly wiped the blood from his palms and looked at all of this blandly. Dogs! Qin Shoucheng stood in the courtyard and shouted curses. At this time his face was extremely ugly. If you repent at this time, there is salvation for you. Noisy! Qi Xianda just glanced at Qin Shoucheng with contempt. I'll clean you up in a while. When he finished speaking, he set his eyes on the dumbfounded officials in the courtyard. A breath away. Ta-da! At this time, an official stood out trembling. He looked at Qi Xianda and took a deep breath, pointing to the house. Counselor Qi, there are still the family members of the Zeng thief in that house. Oh? Qi Xianda's face flashed with a smile when he heard this, and he gently patted the official's shoulder and nodded. This official feels that you are definitely not a rebel. House. Pop's face had been ugly as hell. When he heard the word family, he couldn't hold back any longer and was about to head out. Suddenly, his body paused. Zeng Shilin turned to look at Zeng Anmin, his eyes already a little red as he spoke sharply. Go through the back door, quick. Go and delay some time for father. With that, he pulled out a few silver tickets from his chest and without any further ado, he shoved them into Zeng Anmin's hands. Go back to your old home in Feng County, and today, if you die for your father, travel to the Zheng Kingdom incognito. Zeng Anmin suddenly paused. He was a little afraid to look Pops in the eye. A few light silver tickets in his hand, but they weighed like 1,000,000 pounds. Dad! He reached out his white hand to gently clutch Zeng Shilin's arm. Don't be stupid. Move. Pops urged. Zeng Anmin looked up slowly, pursing his lips and brewing for a moment. Realized I really can't say anything touching. So he laughed softly. Actually, there's one thing the child hasn't said. Pops asked with a startled look on his face, what is it? The Dragon Surveyor's map, which was awakened by me as early as that day when I sought it out. Zeng Anmin's words caused Pop's face to be gently stunned. It helped me to directly penetrate the Purple Mansion when I had no cultivation, turning me into an alternative that has been unique since ancient times. Zeng Anmin pulled Zeng Shilin and eased him into the chair. Pops instinctively resisted, but found that the force coming from his son's white arm was too much for him to resist. I can practice Confucianism and martial arts together without fear. Pop's face froze up. So, I am the one who has gained fame in Liangjiang County today. At this time, Zeng Anmin had already marched to the door, and his voice drifted into Pop's ears. Black Cat Takeshi. Pop's mouth was slightly open, and he just stared blankly at Zeng Anmin's body as it traveled farther and farther away. Out of nowhere, he heard Zeng Anmin's gentle lament. "Father, you always think of me in every way, so leave it to me today." Squeak! Zeng Anmin opened the wooden door of the house. Just after opening the door, he saw Aunt Lin with a miserable face, holding Tiger tightly, curled up in the corner of the doorway. Xin Wanyue on the side also pursed her lips in death, her pretty face whitening, her white hands clenched together in death. He didn't open his mouth to comfort Aunt Lin. Nor could he care about the pretty pale Xin Wanyue. Just looking at Tiger in Aunt Lin's arms. "Dad." When he saw Zeng Anmin, Tiger's face was smiling. He babbled and held out his hand, pouting, "Daddy, hold." "Ha!" A natural smile appeared on Zeng Anmin's face as he softly said, "Tiger, be good, in a little while if Daddy can come back, he will hug you again." Tiger blinked. Obviously didn't understand what Zeng Anmin said. "Gonsuk, no." Aunt Lin's complexion shook, naturally understanding the words that came out of Zeng Anmin's mouth. She looked fiercely at Zeng Anmin, her gaze full of supplication. "You go, run if you can." Zeng Anmin didn't answer, he just turned around faintly. Looking towards the group of armored soldiers outside the house, if the king's division determines the day of the Central Plains. Family rituals are not forgotten. Everyone was silent. Whole piece of hanging mirror division. The only sound was the clatter of his feet on the ground. Chapter 69, The Capital. The first 2 chapters have been tweaked a bit to make the clues a bit clearer. Refresh and you'll be able to read them. The white-clothed youth stood on top of the courtyard wall, and he looked down at the bottom in a bland manner. He didn't care about the dead Su Tong on the ground. It just rested its gaze on Xin Shoucheng, who was not looking very good. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zeng Anmin saw a smirk of gloating on the face of this white-clothed youth. "Dean Xin, how is it that a mere 7th-grade mole cricket has made you so furious?" His voice was laid back. Xin Shoucheng was already not looking too good, and when he heard these words from the white-clothed youth, his gaze was extremely unkind. This is why the Confucian and Taoist priests hate martial artists. He was about to open his mouth when he heard a thick voice behind him. "Bai Ziqing." When the voice came out, everyone looked towards the room in unison. Pop slowly walked out of the house with one hand behind his back, staring expressionlessly at the white-clothed youth. "You're 3 days late." The words came out. Bai Ziqing's originally bland face gently stagnated. Then he blushed and scratched his head as the crowd watched. "Encountered some conditions on the road." Said here, he smiled awkwardly and pointed to the Su channel on the ground. "It's a good thing it wasn't a catastrophe." "Humph." Pops grunted lightly and glanced at Zeng Anmin without a trace. Looking at Zeng Anmin was a bit of a head-scratcher. It was a glance that he read with many meanings. This included a warning that he did not want to expose himself as Black Cat Takashi. Under the gaze of the crowd, Pops first came to Qishienda. After Su Tong died, Qishienda said nothing, staring blankly at Zhang Shilin, who was walking step by step. Pow! An extremely loud slap rang out. Qishienda was directly confused by this slap from his old man. Everyone didn't expect Pops to come out so clean. Pops came to another man. This person is the official who flattered Qishienda by saying the word family. Pow! Another resounding slap in the face. The unmistakable slap mark on his face expressed the anger in Pop's heart. Put them all in the imperial prison and interrogate them properly. Pop's voice rang indifferently in everyone's ears. SS. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Qishienda and that official. The hanging of the mirror's imperial prison, interrogation. These two are dead for sure for the time being. But, it's better to just die. After saying that, Pops took a regular quadrilateral step and walked towards the depths of the hanging mirror division without looking back. The case of Jiang Wang's rebellion came to a complete end. Qishienda, the governor of the two rivers, and the king of the rivers colluded with the demon race and conspired to rebel became an ironclad case. In just 3 days, at least a dozen officials in Two Rivers County have fallen. Truly pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. For a while, the people of the entire Two Rivers County were enthusiastic. Everyone was reciting about it. Zeng Anmin also only realized later that, as early as the time when troops were sent to surround the Jiang Wangfu, Pops had already appealed to the court to let that Bai Ziqing come to help with a fast horse, and also gave him a deadline. But he froze and managed to come in 3 days late, which was the only thing Pops didn't see coming. Capital City, Xi'an Formation Division. A green donkey traveled slowly all the way from outside the city to here. On top of the green donkey sat a young girl upside down. This young girl was dressed in a black robe, above the robe flowing gold ribbon from shoulder to waist, a reflective belt around her waist strangled her thin waist that could be held in her hands. The loose pants were covered by a pair of straight leather boots, which were emblazoned with extremely metaphysical patterns that somewhat flickered people's eyes. She was none other than Sai Chushue, who had been ordered by her master to go to the Two Rivers County to catch the abandoned disciple. Arrived. Sai Chushue looked up at the Xian Formation Division's plaque and yawned with her cherry-like mouth. She got off the top of the green donkey. Ta-da-da-day. The cute little leather boots made an extremely rhythmic sound against the verdant stone floor. Master, I'm back. Sai Chushue looked at the closed door of the Xian Formation Division, beamed with dissatisfaction, and shouted at the door. Waiting for a few moments, the vermilion door issued a creak sound, slowly opened. Only then did Sai Chushue put away the dissatisfaction on her pretty face, and with a hee-hee smile, she picked up the rope of the green donkey and approached the division. Hello, sister. Sister Sai is back? Is it fun out there? Sai Chushue responded to the Xian Formation Division disciples who greeted her one by one and walked to a courtyard. Above the plaque in front of the courtyard 3 large characters were written in Dragon's Flight. The Heavenly Master's Mansion. She muttered under her breath as she slipped the reins of the green donkey in her hand over the stump. Xing, aggrieved you, with me out on a mission for so long, come back to the master's door, actually not even a radish for you to eat. As she said that, she entered inside the Heavenly Master's mansion. Master. Within a short time, Sai Chushue had already walked into the main hall of the mansion. In the main hall, an old man with white hair sat on top of a futon, holding a snow-white duster in his hand. He was dressed in green, his face was peaceful, and he sat quietly with his eyes closed. This man is Tiancher Su, who is known to the people as the Old Goddess. He slowly opened his eyes after hearing Sai Chushue's voice. Those eyes seemed to glow with a light of wisdom that saw through the world. An out-of-this-world aura came over me. I'm back. Sai Chushue smiled cheekily and came into the middle of the main hall. She stood in front of Tiancher Su, Ing. Sit down. Tiancher Su's face was amiable, and with a wave of his hand, a futon slowly floated in front of Sai Chushue. I've accomplished what you asked me to do. Sai Hatsu held up her bag in her hand as if showing off. He. Tiancher Su let out a light laugh, and with a gentle wave of his white hand, the hitching bag entered his hand. Pardon. His pale voice bellowed softly. That hitchhiking bag actually expanded slowly against the wind. Put. An unconscious figure then fell out of the hitching bag. Wake up quickly, wake up quickly. After a voice like a drunken mumble rang out, Xian slowly opened his eyes from his stupor. After he saw this old man in front of him, his body first shook, and then he bowed his head and his voice was hoarse. Master. Tiancher Su asked as if he hadn't heard, just looking at him with a smile on his face. Is there anything to be gained from this escape? Xian pursed his lips, resigning himself to slowly telling all the things he had experienced. After escaping from the capital, I headed south, and after entering the Two Rivers County, I coincidentally encountered the Jiang King. Little by little, all of his words came out. After a long time. A strange color flashed in Tiancher Su's eyes as he interrupted Xian to ask. You said that the person you counted out after casting the questioning heaven formation was that Zhang Shirlin's son, Zeng Anmin? Xian remembered this as could not help but gnash his teeth. He fiercely raised his head to look at Su Tiancher. The formation you taught me is completely incorrect. That heavenly questioning formation is even more bull. How can there be a person in this world who is a Confucian and a martial artist? It's just a matter of Confucians and martial arts practitioners being the same, but a mere child with a yellow mouth who is a 7th grade Confucian practitioner can also take care of at least an 8th grade physical practitioner at the same time? Chapter 70 Temptation. Xian said while getting even more annoyed. And that instantaneous walking formation, I learned it for more than half a year at first, and the first time I used it, I was bound by that Zhang Shirlin. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly realized that he couldn't open his mouth and could only make sounds through his throat, without his raucous voice. Su Tiancher slowly closed his eyes, his voice long. Zeng Anmin asked the heavenly array. Within the main hall, there was silence. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed towards Sai Chushue. The master must disturb you about one more thing. Sai Chushue was a little dissatisfied and muttered, "Going down to Jiangnan to catch the rebels didn't even give me any benefits. Go to the palace and tell Emperor Jianhong that Qi Xianlin colluded with Jiang Wang to rebel, and that this rebel should be cleaned up by my Xian Formation Division. Capital, Imperial Palace, Imperial Study Room." Jianhong Emperor sitting blandly in the Imperial Study, looking at the hand from the Two Rivers County fast horsewhip sent folding. The folders are in two parts. The first folding, since the investigation of the case of the loss of the dragon map, to the final ambush of the King of the River, as well as the Two Rivers County Guard Qi Shenda led the troops to attack the Hanging Mirror Division. At a minimum, nearly 2,000 words were spilled out. The first 500 characters are the greetings of Zhang Shilin, governor of Fengqi Road, to Emperor Jianhong. The last 1,500 words are from the case of the loss of Canlongtu, to the case of Zhang Luan, a student of the Water Supervisory College, to the assassination of Zeng Anmin, a left official of the suspended Mirror Division, followed by Zeng Anmin through the clues to detect the revolt of the King of the River and to obtain evidence of the revolt, and then finally as the Demon Clan attacked the suspended Mirror Division. Among them is Zeng Anmin who, through these clues, connects all the evidence together to detect the rebellion of Jiang Wang. A discerning person can tell at a glance that Zeng Anmin deserves the most credit, with Zhang Shilin coming in second. Then Wang Deli, the commander of Liangjiang County, and Lin Rong, the general of Liangjiang County, were killed in battle. The king of Jiang has rebelled. In the middle of the empty imperial study, Emperor Jianhong's voice could not hear the meaning of it. After a long time, he slowly looked up, his voice seeming to ask the air. Is it the Jiang king who wants to rebel, or is it Zhang Shilin who wants to monopolize power and not give a living? No one could answer him. The entire imperial study was still dead silent. After a long time Emperor Jianhong narrowed his eyes. Since you wish to monopolize the power. He slowly stood up and took hold of the wolf hole on the table, ready to approve on the folders. In a short time, nearly 100 words were spilled out by Emperor Jianhong. The previous writing was on merit. But he didn't mention a word about the Jiang Wang's rebellion. The last sentence, Dragonfly, was written by him. Zeng Anmin, having been meritorious in solving the case, has been promoted to the rank of Imperial Inspector of Jingzhou Prefecture and ordered to enter the capital within 10 days. After writing, Emperor Jianhong slowly put aside his pen, a cold smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a footstep sounded. Your Majesty, Xian Formation Division Sai Chushue seeks an audience. Jianhong frowned lightly, then nodded lightly, aha. Sai Chushue entered the imperial study with a big grin and looked around rather curiously. It was her first time here and she was extremely curious about everything. Finally, she saw Emperor Jianhong under the eunuch's guidance. My master sent me. After she saw Emperor Jianhong, she made her intentions known. There was no curtsy or the slightest bit of deference. But Jianhong Rare did not have the slightest displeasure, but instead revealed a kind smile and asked. I wonder what Heavenly Master Su has to do. Saihatsu blinked curiously when she saw Jianhong's amiable face. This old man, he doesn't seem to be as scary as the rumors. My master told me to say that my Xian Formation Division's outcast disciple Qi Linxian, who colluded with the Jiang King in an attempt to conspire against him, has already been caught by us, and that our Xian Formation Division will take care of it ourselves. Saihatsu spoke with a sense of entitlement. Not noticing Emperor Jianhong's suddenly clenched fist in the slightest. Why don't you say something? Sai Chushue looked at Emperor Jianhong curiously. Emperor Jianhong took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. I know. Oh, then I'll leave first. Sai Chushue was about to walk towards the outside when she suddenly stopped, her watery eyes looking at Jianhong with a pure smile on her face. You're actually kinda nice. After saying that, she spat her tongue at Jianhong and left the imperial study. Jianhong was first stunned, then looked at Sai Chushue's back as she left. After a long time, Jianhong raised his eyelids and stretched out those somewhat blackened hands. The approval on the table, which he had just written, was taken in his hands and clenched into a ball, which he then threw into the burning fire pit at one side. Bzzz. As if it had never existed, it turned into a wisp of black smoke. The governor's mansion of Two Rivers County. Well. Zeng Anmin put away the somewhat hot jade rod in his hand. Looking at Bai Zicheng, who was sitting in a chair with his back to himself in front of him, he raised an eyebrow. A man-high mirror stood in front of Bai Zicheng. In the mirror, his long, flowing hair was now permed into small curls as if it were waves. Even the hair color has turned yellow. This. Bai Zicheng's eyes widened as he looked at himself in the mirror, hesitating for a long time before looking up and asking. Is this right? Extremely satisfied, Zeng Anmin nodded his head affirmatively and said, "The pack is right." The table next to the duo held a thick liquid as green as glutinous rice. The thick liquid was Zeng Anmin's homemade all-natural hair dye. Stirred with cinnamon leaves, aloe vera liquid, and thick, thin rice. You see, the white hair dye you make is not only unstable, but it also loses paint. Zeng Anmin patiently explained to him. But not only does my all-natural hairspray last a long time, but it doesn't shed paint after blow-drying, causing it to go everywhere on my body. With that, Zeng Anmin ran his hand through his yellow hair, showing it to him. Sure enough, Bai Ziqing's eyes turned extremely bright when he saw Zeng Anmin's smooth hands, and he murmured, "So that I don't have to move my martial aura at all times to isolate my hair from my clothes. And you believe me, when you walk down the street like this, you're definitely the brightest boy on the whole street. Everyone is eclipsed when you're on the scene." Zeng Anmin swore and patted his chest. Especially this unique perm process, not to mention the great sacred dynasty, even the entire Kyushu, there is no one else but this one. Just tell me if it looks good or not. Zeng Anmin lifted a strand of Bai Ziqing's waterfall-like curls and raised an eyebrow at him in the mirror. Good looking. The more Bai Ziqing looked, the more he felt joy in his heart. Think about it, every time you go out on a mission and your men can't defeat the thieves, you land in the middle of... Zeng Anmin's voice was like a demonic whisper. Said that Bai Ziqing's face reddened at this time, his eyes are with incomparable eagerness and expectation, his speech is somewhat incoherent. Good. 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 Wonderful, wonderful. Ahem. Zeng Anmin asked with a slight raise of his eyebrows as he spoke. I've heard from my father that you're good at archery, and a good hand at concealed weapons? Bai Ziqing looked up blankly, not knowing what Zeng Anmin meant by this statement. Chapter 71. Docs. The corner of Zeng Anmin's mouth lifted into a strange smile as he looked at Bai Ziqing and asked. Well, did all eyes fall on you? Bai Ziqing's face was unbelievably bland, observing all the passing pedestrians with his afterimage. Each one was dropping eyes on him with a look he had never seen before. Indeed. Bai Ziqing's lips moved slightly as he sent a message to Zeng Anmin. This was what Zeng Anmin had taught him, that an expert like him must be silent, and even if he was forced to open his mouth, in order to maintain his demeanor, he must not open his mouth. It coincided with his thoughts, and for a time he drew Zeng Anmin as a confidant. Told you so. Zeng Anmin smilingly sent Bai Ziqing onto the longboat. Brother Bai, I don't know when we'll see each other after this parting. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go up to the capital to pay a visit. With that, Zeng Anmin gently bowed to him. Bai Ziqing's face was bland, and he nodded slightly as he privately transmitted his voice. Don't worry Quan Fu, I will definitely return to Liangjiang County to look for you when I have the chance. If you run into trouble in the capital someday, you must not forget to mention the name of my capital's first sword, Bai Ziqing. The 6 arts of Confucianism and Taoism, and the one thing I can help you with is this shooting skill. This skill is an untransmitted skill of my White House in the capital, it must not be revealed to the outside world. It is the law of martial arts, Xian Di Shou Ru, can only learn from, cannot be hard to learn, otherwise I am afraid that there will be the power of the explosion. When he finished speaking, he gently pulled out an atlas from his pocket, and with a flick of his fingertips, the atlas slowly floated up and fell into Zeng Anmin's hands. Bai Ziqing was no cutie pie either. He knew that Zeng Anmin was a Confucian cultivator and couldn't cultivate martial arts. That's why he was so relieved and bold to give him this skill. This hand startled several people around him who let out gasps of surprise. This man is so powerful. See how a booklet that thick can fly with a flick. Like that? This man must be a man of God. Hearing that explicit voice, Bai Ziqing felt that the corners of his mouth were just a little hard to suppress. He hurriedly turned around, bringing up his permed curls of flowing yellow hair with him, and entered the middle of the ship's barn at a slow pace. Good big brother, have a safe trip. Zeng Anmin was really a bit touched. This Bai Ziqing had followed beside himself every day for the past few days in the Two Rivers County just to learn that skill of dyeing and perming hair. During this period, not only waving money to buy a lot of things to himself, but also told himself a lot of hidden secrets in the capital. Even promised that if they enter the capital in the future, they will be in the capital of the Bai family, known as the world's first beauty sister, to introduce themselves. What a great big brother! And on his way out, he gave himself such a precious reward. He looked at the fading ship until it was no longer visible to his eyesight before he slowly bowed his head. Looking at this archery atlas in his hand. The 3 extremely rich scripts of falling jade plate fell into the eyes. Very poetic name. Zeng Anmin's eyes held a touch of thought in them. This arrow technique is divided into 9 styles, corresponding to each of the 9 realms of the martial Tao. Though I don't know what grade of martial arts it is. But by family ancestor Bai Wuhu is known as the world's unrivaled archery skills. Shouldn't be too bad. But Zeng Anmin put it in his arms to keep it close. I'll work on it more slowly when I get home. Dai Chun. Zeng Anmin turned and shouted. Young master. Shi Dachuan was covered in bandages, and only one of those wise eyes was exposed under the wrap of bandages. Limping, he brought his horse and respectfully came to Zeng Anmin's side. Back to the house. With a wave of his hand, Zeng Anmin led Dai Chun towards the governor's mansion. In today's Two Rivers County, Pops has one hand in the sky. Since King Zhang's ambush, the daily guests in the house have become significantly more numerous. However, Pops did not see any of them and stayed in the government office every day to deal with affairs. Young master, a guest is coming. Zeng Anmin had just stepped into the mansion when an underling respectfully came to report. Didn't my father say that all guests who come are not to be seen? Zeng Anmin frowned as he swept toward the subordinate's face. Since he entered the Hanging Mirror Division as a left official to this point, there has been a period of time, his body has its own burst of majesty. That subordinate felt the oppression on the young master's body and his heart sank, his face was bitter as he panicked and explained. This guest, he has come to seek you out. Me? Zeng Anmin blinked, who is it? Auxiliary brother Quan, it's me. An extremely gentle voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Zeng Anmin looked up and saw Qin Wanyu standing not far away with a smile on her face. Her eyes were not large, but they shone with a charm like the first snow. A quiet breath against 1,000 noises. Serene, gentle, and aromatic. It is a kind of quietness that cannot be described, which is hidden deep in the soul and radiates the aroma of life unobtrusively. How could Zeng Anmin not have imagined that the one who came to find himself was actually Qin Shouqing's only daughter? What's she doing here? It was originally Miss Wanyu. Zeng Anmin was a little confused for a moment as he gave him a distant salute. I don't know what I'm doing here. Qin Wanyu's face was still smiling. She took an elegant step, brought the green maid behind her towards this room, and said to Zeng Anmin with a graceful salute. I have some homework I can't understand, and I'd like to ask auxiliary brother Quan if it's okay? Since it is possible, let's enter the main hall first? Zeng Anmin at this time became courteous, if the elegant gentleman general, face with a natural smile, and even walk up the steps or with the rules and regulations. Qin Wanyu, the only daughter of Qin Shouqing. And so long has come, Zeng Anmin can naturally feel his father's importance to Qin Shouqing. The head of the Water Governor's Academy did count as one of his father's more important political resources. You should know that the Donglin party in the late Ming dynasty in the previous life were all from Jiangnan. And if my father can enter the court and worship the minister, I don't know how many officials come out of the Water Dude Academy in the capital. If you can grasp it well, it can definitely become a strategic weapon in the courtroom of your father. Looking aside, Dahara was a bit bewildered. It's not. Young master is not usually like this? Qin Wanyu naturally felt the spring-like feeling on Zeng Anmin. Her smile was extremely pure, and with a gentle nod, she followed Zeng Anmin towards the main hall. Wait for the two to take their seats. Make tea. Zeng Anmin gave an order to his subordinate, specifically instructing, top-quality Mount Lu Yunwu. A few moments later, the tea sets were set out one by one for the subordinates. Zeng Anmin's gaze was pure as he sized up Qin Wanyu, his voice extremely soft. If Miss Qin has any questions, she can ask me, and if I don't understand them either, I will ask my father for advice and then listen to them with you. On the side, Dachuan's face became even more bewildered when he heard this, and he blinked his wise eyes as he raised his head. Not. How familiar is that? Where on earth have I heard that before? When Qin Wanyu heard this, her eyes that were like autumn water flashed with a flattered look. She felt respect in Zeng Anmin's words. Not to mention, Zeng Anmin was the governor's only son, and even possessed a 6th-grade monarch realm cultivation. For a moment, she seemed to see her own father's shadow in Zeng Anmin's body. A strange feeling rose in the back of her mind. Chapter 72 Grape Wine and Night Glasses. In the middle of the main hall of the governor's mansion, Qin Wanyu's voice slowly sounded. The 6 arts of a gentleman are rights, music, archery, the royal court, calligraphy, and mathematics. If auxiliary brother Quan wants to break through to the 5th rank, these 6 arts of the gentleman cannot be left behind. Although Qin Huanyue was the only daughter of Dean Qin, she never spoke with an educational tone, but rather nourished little by little as if it were a spring breeze that melted the rain. I don't know when. The party asking for advice on the issue then became Zeng Anmin. In a trance, Zeng Anmin seemed to see Zhang Luan's shadow in Qin Huanyue. The 6th grade gentleman realm, the main cultivation is these 6 arts, and if any one of the 6 arts reaches an epiphany, one can naturally break through to the 5th grade. But the remaining 5 arts cannot be left behind. Qin Huanyue's eyes were never without a smile, and she would sometimes play a joke on Zeng Anmin between speeches. Just like a human being, if one leg is too long and the other is shorter, won't he walk with a limp? Ha ha. Zeng Anmin found it amusing and replied subconsciously. And sometimes an extra leg. Qin Huanyue's face was bewildered. Had no idea what Zeng Anmin was talking about. She asked, blinking softly in confusion. The 3rd leg? Aha! Zeng Anmin's face stiffened a bit. Mainly Qin Huanyue felt too much like Zhang Luan's brother to him. He subconsciously thought of Qin Huanyue as a friend. This. Zeng Anmin strangled dry to change the subject, doubtfully looked at Qin Huanyue and asked. I wonder if Miss Qin's 6 arts major is. Qin Huanyue pursed her lips. She is extremely intelligent since she can feel that Zeng Anmin is changing the topic, but her nature is indisputable, never forced, seriously back. Of the 2 disciplines of ritual and music, I majored in the way of music. Earlier in life, I studied the instrument of the guzheng quite deeply, only later did I happen to meet a pipa master, and was deeply enamored of its sound, so I studied pipa on the side. When she said this, Qin Huanyue's face was very natural, and she did not feel any embarrassment at all because of the vulgarity of this instrument, the pipa. Pipa? Zeng Anmin was a bit bewildered, he didn't understand it, but Qin Huanyue could feel the sincerity in it. Her eyes grew brighter. She had a wonderful feeling. The teenager in front of him seemed like another self. Young master, Shinjun has sent you some thank you gifts. A voice rang out, it was the underling, respectfully holding a fine wooden box. Shinjun? Zeng Anmin then remembered that it had been a long time since he had met with Jean Taiping's present-day shopkeeper. What's he doing giving gifts when it's not New Year's Eve? Zeng Anmin subconsciously glanced at Qin Huanyue. Would it be bad to take bribes? In front of people? Qin Huanyue's mind was skillful, instantly reading this gaze of Zeng Anmin, she let out a light laugh and said. Shinjun killed Anke some days ago in the Two Rivers County is making a lot of noise, Quan auxiliary disciple to help him clear the suspicion, but also his innocence, he sends some gifts to the should-be, accept good. If not, will he not have the reputation of being ungrateful for nothing? Speaking of this, the brightness in Qin Huanyue's eyes became heavier. The more I learn about Zeng Anmin, the more I am amazed by his talent. He investigated the case of the Lost Dragon map and saved his father from being imprisoned. The Zhang Luan case quickly locked up the killer. The case of Shinjun's aunt's murder was so perfectly solved by following the clues. Even all the clues in the case of Jiang Wang's rebellion were pieced together by him little by little. Especially that day Jiang Wang's subordinate Su Tong killed into the Hanging Mirror Division, he was able to come forward in a time of great crisis, just this courage is this young man's spirit. Oh, then open it and see. Zeng Anmin did not say anything more, just smilingly took the wooden box, reached out click sound, the wooden box that the exquisite lid will be opened. Then he saw a porcelain vase lying peacefully in the middle of the box. Next to the porcelain vase lay 4 extremely fine emerald cups. What is it? Zeng Anmin curiously picked up the porcelain bottle and gently shook it, then felt the liquid in it. West Stream wine. When Qin Huanyue saw this bottle at first glance, her eyes flashed with amazement. She patiently explained to Zeng Anmin. The domain of the Western Stream, in the west of the Holy Dynasty, where the grapes grow extremely well, and the local people make good use of grapes to make wine, and it is said that the process of the first-class fine wine is extremely complicated, and the output is very small, and it is more expensive than gold. Even today's saints have an annual offering of only 10 bottles. This Shinjun has a heart. Oh. Zeng Anmin placed the vase on the table and waved his hand carelessly. It is indeed the first time I have heard of it. It was only when he came into contact with Qin Huanyue's bright, glowing eyes that he stroked his forehead in a daze. Since we're here, Miss Qin might as well savor some together? This. Qin Huanyue's face hesitated, blushing and bowing her head. Not quite. What kind of a person meets only a few times and then drinks together? No harm, no foul, just wine tasting. With that, Zeng Anmin opened the porcelain vase and placed the cup in the box on the table. Thin leech. The sound of beautiful wine in a glass. Smells good. The bottle was just poured into the glass, and the rich, fragrant aroma of the wine hit my nose. Please. Zeng Anmin didn't hesitate in the slightest. It wasn't like he paid for it himself, so naturally he didn't feel any pain at all. Under the curiosity in her heart as well as the overwhelming hospitality, Qin Huanyue hung her head and softly mumbled, her white fingers pinching the extremely exquisite turquoise-colored cup. Rumor has it that when this wine goes into the stomach, even the residual fragrance in the cup can remain for 3 days. Qin Huanyue picked up her cup while giving a detailed explanation. Zeng Anmin felt that he had indeed gained insight. He gently lifted his glass and took a sip. It's not bad, I guess. It's kind of like the right bank. As an outstanding young man in his previous life, Zeng Anmin naturally did not drink a lot of red wine. Tisk. Zeng Anmin closed his eyes. It was as if he felt like he was returning to his previous life, the feeling of traveling freely amongst commerce. He opened his eyes and looked at Qin Huanyue with a smile. Smooth and richly flavored with a hint of red plum and plum. Qin Huanyue had only taken a small sip at that time, and after hearing Zeng Anmin's words, her eyes became more and more sparkling. It was only at this point that she took the opportunity of her drink to explain the purpose of her visit. That day in front of the hanging mirror division, auxiliary brother Quan casually recited a half-poem that Huanyue kept in mind. Every day in the boudoir study, it is difficult to endure the heart of the expectations, so this time to come is to ask. Her eyes were incredibly eager. Is there any half-queen left? Poetry? It dawned on Zeng Anmin that he remembered it well. At that time, he himself wanted to expose the identity of the Black Cat Wolf and fight Su Tong to the death. I just didn't know at the time if I would die after that battle. Then he had the feeling to make a sentence, the drunken gentleman in the sandfield does not laugh, how many people have returned from the ancient conquests? It's not appropriate, but it does kind of speak to what it meant at the time for one's life and death. Zeng Anmin blinked, looking at the turquoise cup in his hand and the fine wine in it. An oddity appeared on his face. Isn't just a coincidence? Chapter 73 Wanting to drink from the pipa. Looking at Qin Huanyue's extremely expectant eyes, a touch of drunkenness also surfaced in Zeng Anmin's heart. He poured himself a glass of wine without slowing down and slowly stood up. I've been trying to fill in that half poem, too, but I haven't been able to do so until Fong. As these words were uttered, Qin Huanyue's eyes darkened with the loss of those expectations that had fallen through. She smiled forcibly and said, the article cannot be forced, it is good that it can be made up in another day. When he finished, he hung his head. Zeng Anmin laughed lightly at the sight. He gently drained his glass of wine, then raised his head, revealing that knife-like chin. But now have felt it in their hearts. Oh. The moment these words came out, Qin Huanyue looked up violently, her eyes filled with surprise. It's just that I don't know if Miss Qin is willing to play a song on her pipa to help me with some inspiration? Zeng Anmin smiled and looked frankly at Qin Huanyue. Haven't listened to a tune since crossing over. Qin Huanyue's face gently blushed. Soga is very busy. The officialdom of Fengqi rode in the past few days with the fall of Jiang Wang, coupled with the arrest of Jiang Wang's party members. A number of official positions in the Two Rivers County are now vacant. Almost all the major and minor chores piled up on his desk. Busy all day long. Finally, he placed the last of the paperwork at hand aside and let out a long sigh of relief. Chi Wei. It was not until then that he noticed that the sky was already vaguely dark. Master. Chibo, his body wrapped in bandages, his head full of bandages showing only one eye, limped into the middle of the traveling room and greeted him respectfully. Prepare the car and return to the house. Zhang Shilin let out a breath, his face unchanged, slowly stood up and walked towards the front with a steady 4-square step. Yes. The governor's carriage was extremely ornate since 6 fast horses waited at the roadside in unison. The car lines appear, walking extremely stable, obviously there is a Xianfengshi high people engraved on the formation. With the governor's old man getting in the car and sitting down. A voice rang out, the governor walks the streets, idle hands take cover. Not long after, the carriage steadily stopped in front of the governor's residence. After getting off the carriage, Pops was about to go back to his study, but he happened to hear a pipa sound resonating in the direction of the main hall. The aftermath of the sound curls, accompanied by a sound of jingoism. But although the Yingqi is obvious, there is a secret breath of softness. As a Confucian scholar, Pops has the ability to appreciate music. Woman? Zeng Shilin richly looked towards the direction of the main hall, looking at the servant not far away and asked. Who came to the house today? Your lordship, Dean Qin's only daughter has come to visit young master. Oh. Pops nodded slightly, a rare smile appearing on his face. It was a smile that Zeb hadn't even seen before. Go back to the study. Pops laughed and shook his head, so he continued onward without bothering with the matter. Just the next moment. He paused in his tracks. He heard a refined but not overpowering voice ring out along with the peep a sound that was like a sob. The voice was familiar, it was his own son. Grapes and wine by night. The main hall was not too far from where Zeng Shilin was standing at this moment. The voice had reached here with some force. But Pops was just in time to hear it clearly. A flash of consternation appeared on his face. At first listen to this sentence does not reveal much of its meaning, but Zeng Shilin was able to immediately taste the flavor of this sentence. A grand feast of colors, variety and wine unfolds in the mind's eye. In one sentence, the scene is summarized. Pops turned and looked up in the direction of the main hall in front of him, moving slowly to a tree and stopping to stand still. Master? Shibo spoke up suspiciously, and his voice was soft. Pops didn't answer him back, just continued to listen with his ear to the side. Shibo had been following Zeng Shilin for many years, so he naturally knew that he should shut up at this point, and he tried to put away all the fluctuations in his body, trying not to disturb his lordship. Want to drink Piper's horse? Rush. Zeng Anmin's speed of speech changed, and he turned extremely upward. With his last hyped word ending, Pop's body shuddered slightly. The orchestra played the lute, and the banquet began, the sharp and cheerful melody, as if urging the generals to raise their cups and drink, making the already warm atmosphere boil over. The word urge in this line instantly raises the mood of the first half of the song to the top. A sense of urgency that the enemy was coming and the generals had to go to the battlefield to meet them was a bit suffocating in the mind. Zeng Shilin snapped his head up, his gaze containing impatient flames. He so wanted to know the following half K. Immediately, the sound of the lute in the courtyard also turned sharply up, making people unconsciously heart bang bang beat violently. Finally, after the lute sound had risen to the top, a hoarse, relieved voice rang out loudly. Drunk in the sand. How many people have come back from ancient conquests? Ding. The sound of the lute came to an abrupt end. There was no other sound in the yard but the wind. Hiss. Pops took a hard breath and pushed down the feeling of loss in his heart that had plummeted because the poem was over. He jerked his head up and looked straight into the courtyard of the main hall. This poem. There is not a single mention of the word sad in the entire text. But a sense of sadness just subconsciously rose in his heart. Heirloom masterpiece. Pops could no longer control his footsteps and walked quickly toward the main hall courtyard. Only he had just traveled to the place. Then saw Qin Wanhua slowly put down the pipa in her hands, by the side of the maid to hand over the handkerchief, slowly wiped the corner of the eyes that wiped the crystals. Listened to the sound of her desire to sob coming from her. So, Mr. Quan, when he came out of the house that day and walked towards the rebels, he had already made up his mind that he would surely die? It was evident that she was not only infected by the poem already. Also subconsciously recalled that day Zeng Anmin with the body of Confucianism, wanted hard to defend the body of the rebel martial artist. It was followed by Zeng Anmin's voice. There is a death in man, either heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. My father, Aunt Lin, and Tiger. My family were behind me that day, so how could I not stand up for myself? Hearing these words, a flash of fire that he couldn't even hold in subconsciously surfaced in Zeng Shilin's heart. He cursed in a loud voice to Zeng Anmin in the main hall. Stupid. Zeng Anmin and Qin Wanhua both looked stunned and looked up at the same time. Then he saw Pop's clouded face. Dad? When did you get back? Zeng Anmin had the feeling of being caught by his parents for early love. Subconsciously a little weak in his heart, he held his head against his old man's expressionless face and said stiffly. Miss Qin has come today to ask some questions. But Pops pressed on, ignoring the reply. Just staring dead on Zeng Anmin with that gaze that could be described as a death stare, his voice said word for the Xian Formation Division's contraption. Within 100 paces, martial artists below the 6th grade cave mirror won't be able to block a single round of ammunition from it. The voice of his old dad that day traveled through time, faintly ringing in Zeng Anmin's ears. Humph. Zeng Sherlin snorted coldly and looked up faintly at his good oldest son, his voice not salty. Why didn't you use it when you had it that day? Zeng Anmin immediately shook his head and replied in a serious and incomparable manner. In fact, the child on that day also thought of this thing, just that the traitor's men are many eagles and dogs. Even if you kill Su Tong, those generals under his men to come forward, this cannon and how many rounds of ammunition? There are formations to replenish, but that will take time, they swarmed. The child is still spared from revealing his identity. After saying this, Zeng Anmin pursed his lips and looked toward his old man. Then it shouldn't be exposed here. Pop's hand slammed down on the table with a loud pop. He narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Zeng Anmin, his voice incomparably grave. Make sure you remember that in the future. The bottom card, until the time of certain death, must never be exposed to anyone. Even if that person is for father. Zeng Anmin naturally heard that his old man's words did not seem to be false. He opened his mouth to ask why. Pop's hushed voice had then rung out. Confucianism has the questioning heart, Zhanghua Orientalism has the entering dreams, the Shenfeng division has the questioning sky formation, and the Taoist sect has the divination and deduction. There are so many things in this world that can survey the heart. You are not afraid to ask for a heart, where are the others? After Pops finished saying this, his gaze looked at Zeng Anmin with great depth. The child will keep this in mind. Zeng An was subconsciously a bit vain, he skimmed his head and nodded earnestly. Father, that's all I can tell you. I'm sure I won't reveal a word about Goldfinger and crossing over. Aha! The words came out, but Pop's face slowed down. Not long afterward, a warm smile appeared from his face. You have some poetic talent in your belly. Zeng Anmin could clearly see the relief on his old man's face. For Pop's leaping mind. Zeng Anmin had been with him for over a month, so naturally he was used to it. The truth is that Miss Wan Yu's music skills are excellent, and I am also feeling it. It's an explanation that can speak for itself. Plus he went out of the house that day and held off the rebels alone. It does count as a personal experience. Grapes and wine by night. Pops closed his eyes and slowly pondered the scene of that day. The aftermath of the chanting of the poem by the good oldest child echoed in his heart. After a long time, he slowly looked up with a complicated gaze. This poem is indeed good, even if it is a shade better than what my father did back then. What you did back then? Zeng Anmin's mind was overwhelmed with curiosity. It is important to realize that this Liangzhou lyrics is one of the masterpieces of Wang Han in the Tang dynasty. It's also one of those songs that will endure for thousands of years. It is enough to see the profound meaning of this poem. And Pops can actually make one that's only a hair's breadth worse than this poem? That will definitely go down through the ages as well. I wonder if it would be possible for my child to pay his respects. Zeng Anmin looked at his old man expectantly. Zeng Sherlin's eyelids flickered. He skimmed his head and changed the subject directly. Has this poem ever been given a name? Not ever. Zeng Anmin answered honestly. Since it was given in Two Rivers County, it might as well be called Two Rivers Fugue. Water Governor's Bookstore. The case of Jiang Wang's rebellion became the talk of all the scholars at tea and dinner. Scholars, in addition to studying, the rest of the time is idle cricket others. Qin Wanyueying followed behind Qin Shouqing and walked in style through the middle of the academy. Whenever her form passed a place, it caused a brief silence there. The students of the Water Dude Academy all dream of being able to marry Qin Wanyu. The father and daughter were talking about Confucianism and Taoism at this time. It was basically Qin Wanyu asking and Qin Shouqing answering. The two of them passed by a place, when they suddenly heard a loud shout. Deceitful! That Princess Wenchang is not worthy of her name. It's just a poem that goes by the way of the tongue, and you dare to call it a lone poem that presses down on the south of the river? Shoo, keep your voice down. Dean is right over there. Someone next to him immediately warned. It's just too late. Qin Shoucheng was already frowning as he walked towards this side. Why do you gather here if you don't study? His face was a bit grim. Qin Wanyue also only raised her head slightly, her watery eyes looking over curiously. Greetings, Lord Dean. The scholars saluted in unison. What's the party floating about? The Lord Dean's face didn't look very good. Apparently, being interrupted from giving his daughter a lecture on the subject made him a little sulky in his mind. This. A scholar clenched his teeth and said as he gently saluted Qin Shoucheng. Dean Qin, you don't know, but a few days ago, it was rumored over in the Jiang kingdom that Princess Wencheng had made a poem. Then someone claimed that with just this one song, he could press my entire Jiangnan scholars to raise their heads. We're chiming in here. When he finished, he dropped his head and waited for the criticism. Qin Shoucheng raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a cold smile. The Great Saint Dynasty Confucianism is rampant, with the article together to suppress the river country for hundreds of years, has never heard of Saint River country people can in one of the road of literature than the Saint Dynasty. How dare he sure have such courage? The sneer on Dean Qin's face became more and more obvious. Only, when that scholar read out the whole poem. Dean Qin was silent. The sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. When the sun rises again, the rock spreads its wings and hates the sky. For short sentences that pressed Dean Qin's scalp. He thought that without a chance, it would be difficult to make a poem with this kind of mood. This poem, however, is somewhat. Dean Qin spoke for a long time before he suddenly remembered something, and he looked at the scholar with an expressionless face. You say that this poem was made by that Princess Wencheng? I dare not deceive the dean. The scholar's posture is lowered. Disqualified and nothing more than a disease. Dean Qin waved his hand perfunctorily, and in his heart, he felt something bad and wanted to leave. But it was too late, the schoolboys had spoken out. This is a poem that we really can't rack our brains to come up with a line that can hold it head and shoulders above the rest. Yes, Dean, my great sacred dynasty is thriving in literature and Taoism. How can we be overpowered by a woman? Disciple has the audacity to ask you to make a statement. If not, my Jiangnan scholar's face is really disgraced. Many of the scholars were actually ashamed of their faces. But again, he cast a color of hope on Qin Shoucheng. If we can't do it, can Dean not do it? Feel the eager eyes of the schoolchildren. Qin Shoucheng's face froze. What's it like to be roasted on a fire by the academy's disciples? It is true that he is not good at poetry. Just before he could say more, he heard Qin Wanyu's voice behind him warm and long. I happened to have a chance to sew yesterday, and I got a 7-meter song that might be comparable. Miss Qin? The scholars all brightened up and looked towards Qin Wanyu. There was no one among the students of the Water Dude Academy who didn't know about Qin Wanyu. At such a young age, he had already recognized the path of the heart, and it was only a matter of time before he entered the 6th grade monarch realm. Dare I ask Miss Qin, are you sure about that 7 rhythms of yours? All the scholars looked at Qin Wanyu expectantly. Qin Wanyu smiled lightly, her autumn watery eyes rippled, her mind drifting back to yesterday's Zeng Anmin's literate and brilliant posture. She spoke slowly. 10% sure. Qin Wanyu had excellent looks, and her body was even full of poetry and books. With such a confident smile, she had been looking at all the scholars with mesmerized gazes since. Phew! I don't know who gulped and stepped out of the crowd. That scholar came before Qin Wanyu and bowed to him to the end. I would also like to ask Miss Qin to come up with a sentence that will open our eyes. Dean Qin's face flashed with suspicion at this moment. How could he not know about his own girl's poetic skills? Then he is strong writing euphemism, but overall, it is not too bad. Before he could say anything, he heard Qin Wanyu's voice already ringing out. Grapes and wine by night. Want to drink a lute and be prompted. In just 2 short sentences, Dean Qin was already in a trance. The mind is at peace with all thoughts, and the only thing left to do is to meditate and savor. The scholars also looked stunned. Drunk on the sands. How many people have come back from ancient conquests? Qin Wanyu slowly closed her cherry mouth and looked at the entire audience with a smile on her face. A poem ends. Ravenous. After a long time. Finally, someone said incoherently, Miss Qin's poem really has a profound meaning. I really admire it. It was only at this point that the remaining people reacted. The sounds of praise came like a tidal wave. However, Qin Wanyu was faintly shaking her head. This poem, I did not make it. Ha! The whole room froze. Qin Shoucheng looked down at his daughter, a decidedly unsurprising countenance on his face, and asked softly. Who's that? Qin Wanyu's eyes flashed with inexplicable yearning, and she uttered 3 words after pursing her lips. Zeng Anmin. Who? It's him again? Dean Qin looked at his daughter slightly awed, yearning, and even admiring. The expression on his face was slightly twisted. Chapter 75 Making a Name for Yourself. 2 Rivers County, a certain tea house. The sky is the shore at the end of the sea, and I am the peak at the top of the mountain. If the East Mountain can rise again in the day, the rock spreads its wings. Snap. Hate the sky low. A storyteller with a solemn face and a thick voice at this time gently put down the shocking wood on the table. This poem alone caused everyone to look up frequently. In an instant, all eyes converged on the old man. Mr. Storyteller's tone suddenly turned indignant, and his eyes widened angrily. Ladies and gentlemen, the Princess Wencheng of the Jiang Kingdom, with this poem out of old age, said wildly that this lone piece can suppress the Jiangnan scholars of my holy dynasty for 30 years. After saying this, his eyelids gently lifted up, carefully observing the performance of the people on the stage. And sure enough, all hell broke loose. The eye-catching effect is excellent. Emotions were instantly mobilized by his steady stage presence. Here is heard of this poem, done with real meaning, then she shouldn't be so rampant? The lone article presses my Jiangnan scholar for 30 years? Motherer, is that Princess Wencheng suffering from a brain disease? Deception. Deceiving people too much. When my Jiangnan literary style was in full bloom, when have I ever bullied him so much in the Jiang Kingdom? The villain is so arrogant once he gains power? Hearing the emotions mobilized at these words, the scene was instantly quiet. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The atmosphere was oppressive for a while. Can't you really hold her down? Someone asked weakly. Everyone eagerly looked towards the old man. The gentleman smiled softly again. Fortunately, my great Saint Dynasty Jiangnan literary style is strong, out of nowhere a Two Rivers fugue which suppressed that Princess Wencheng's anger. The Two Rivers fugue? What's that? All eyes became eager, expectant. All of them looked toward the old man. The Two Rivers fugue? Tell me in detail. When did this happen? How come I don't know? Just off stage discussion, although mixed, the old man is the eyes to watch the nose to watch the heart of emotionless. Smile on your face, not every. Don't sell me short, tell me. Finally, someone couldn't hold back, and a handful of coins came to reward them. With someone taking the lead, it dawned on all the rest to give generously. Within a short time, the copper coins from the reward alone had already piled up into a small mountain. There's even no shortage of beans with silver flashes in them. The old storyteller could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth. In a leisurely manner, he spoke softly. Zeng Anmin, character Chuanfu, Niangwang 16, son of the governor of Fengchi Road. Since childhood, intelligent, bold, its birth, a green cloud haze and fall, into the governor's residence, the governor is surprised to look up, but even look at the sight of the day. At that moment, everyone held their breath and looked at the old man seriously. Not even the sound of a melon being knocked. I can actually see the Dharma phase of the Confucian sage standing horizontally between the edges of the sky. Ru Sheng Fa relative to the governor nodded his forehead 3 times in a row, and after laughing at each other, he headed towards the lady's abdomen. The next moment, a croaking baby sob sounded in the middle of the maternity ward. The sobbing was prolonged and thick. The old man's words drew a breath of cool air from everyone. Reincarnation of the Confucian sage? This? Really? Ha! Mr. Storyteller smiled blandly and clamped the shocking wood in his hand with a gentle tap, which quieted the whole scene. He spoke slowly and methodically. Duke Anmin was 3 years old when he could read and write, 5 years old when he practiced martial arts, and 8 years old when he was already able to argue the scriptures with the governor-general. Fearing that he might go astray, the governor-general pressed him with his own literary power for 16 years before he could stabilize his mind. But can the pride of heaven be suppressed? The old man smiled freely and looked at the crowd with a non-stop, fluid tone. Gongzi happened to enter the Water Governor Academy, but in just a moment, he realized when and in 3 days, he gathered all the 700 major acupoints in the circumference of the sky to impact the Purple Mansion. In just 5 days, Prince Anmin has already reached the realm of a gentleman, becoming the leader of the young scholars in my Two Rivers County. A realm that is difficult for normal people to reach in a lifetime, Prince Anmin, only took 5 days. The old man looked faintly at the crowd. By now the field was silent. The people do not understand these ways of cultivation. But you can also hear the horror of the Prince of Peace. His voice lilted again. In the case of the Jiang Wangfu rebellion, Prince Zeng solved it all at the age of 16. Unexpectedly, that Jiang Wang, although dead, but still have a backhand, ordered his eagle dog Sutong raid 8,000 soldiers, besieged the Hanging Mirror Division. The governor-general as well as his family members are trapped in it. SS. 8,000 soldiers. What's that concept? Everyone's heart sank. Some people even pursed their lips tightly and stared at the old man in death. At this time the old man laughed loudly, directly from the seat above the stand-up, spirited voice long hissed. On that day, Prince Anmin came out with his feet on the green gas, looking down on all the generals and soldiers. His voice was high, like an exiled immortal, and his mouth chanted. He brightened violently and assumed an angry look. Grapes and wine in moonlight cups, want to drink pipa and urge on the horse, drunkenly lying on the sand field, the gentleman does not laugh. How many people have come back from ancient conquests? The old man's speech became faster and faster, like rain, beating towards the crowd. After a poem, there was even a Confucian saint manifesting. The green-colored vast aura instantly overpowered the entire field, trapping all the generals in place, unable to move. That thief's leader Su Tong was so enraged that he was actually shot through the heart with 10,000 arrows by the arrow that was visualized by that green gas. Speaking here, the old man gently lifted the teacup on the table and sipped lightly, looking at the crowd with a smile. By now the crowd was fully immersed in the story he was telling. The entire tea house was quiet to a fault. After a long time. Only then did the old man slowly open his mouth and playfully asked, I wonder if this song Two Rivers Fugue by Prince Anmin can hold down that song Out of Old Age by Princess Wencheng? The first and last echoes the theme. This Mr. Storyteller, the power is evident. Wow! There was an uproar below, and all of them reddened their faces and said. Compared to this poem, that Princess Wencheng's poem doesn't even count as a fart. How dare Lord Anmin be so talented? Reincarnation of the Confucian sage. Reincarnation of the Confucian sage. Duke Anmin, the sole supporter of the Jiang kingdom. Done suppressing Jianghua. As the crowd frantically waved their arms and bellowed their emotions. The storyteller has quietly left his seat. In the middle of the backstage, the old man stood there respectfully. The most loyal traitor to the governor's office, Zeb, was sitting in front of him. A look of praise appeared on his face. Nice. When he said that, a grain of broken gold had been thrown into the old man's hands. Lord family atmosphere. The old man's voice grew more and more respectful. Chibo, but the figure has already disappeared, quietly appeared in another teahouse backstage. Chapter 76, I'm finally considered a polarizing force. At the time when the Princess Wencheng of Jianghua's song Out of the Old pressed the Jiangnan scholars of the Great Sage Dynasty to raise their heads. Zeng Anmin's Two Rivers Fugue came out of nowhere. Inexplicably, in just 2 days it spread like a plague towards the outside world. Nowadays, everyone in the entire Fengchi Road marveled at Zeng Anmin's poetic talent. Some people even claim that Zeng Anmin this one Two Rivers Fugue can be a lone piece of pressure Jianghua literary forum for 50 years. I also wonder how the word will get out to the river state after a while. Whenever a subordinate complimented Zeng Anmin, Zeng Shilin was always bland and replied with a wave of his hand without any concern. Outside rumors, 9 out of 10 are false, no need to pay attention to them. However, it is precisely this kind of answer that attracts more and more heated comments from others. Just after the officials left. It was only then that Pop smiled and drifted off into a trance. The best way to be able to protect the identity of the good oldest child, Black Cat Wolf. It was to make the name of its Confucian genius completely known. The hotly debated protagonist of Outside Talk, Zeng Anmin. At this time it was standing on top of the deck of a large ship. Beside him, Shinjun and Dechun stood respectfully. The wind gently ruffled a strand of hair in front of Zeng Anmin's forehead, revealing the teenager's intention and straightforwardness. Up ahead is Stone Mountain. Shinjun had a rare moment when he was so close to Zeng Anmin, and his voice was respectful as he pointed to a mountain that appeared vaguely in front of him. Oh. Zeng Anmin looked toward the distance, a touch of lightness emerging in his heart. The royal families of the Northern Sacred Dynasty and the Jiang Kingdom both have a record of exotic herbs, which can only be accessed by the royal families of the two countries, and records where all the exotic herbs are located in the entire central state. And the information Nan had given him about the exotic plants was the purpose of his trip. At this time, nearly 2 months had passed since the dust of Jiang Wang's rebellion had settled. According to the time of the previous life, this should be the time of the New Year's new weather. However, it seems that there is no such thing as New Year's Eve in the Great and Holy Dynasty. The position of the left official of the suspended Mirror Division was not too busy, so he took advantage of the recess to come to Stone Mountain to walk in the green. He said it was a trek, but his real purpose was also for the exotic plants. In 2 months' time, the Marshal Dan in his body had completely filled up. Right now it was also time to search for a foreign herb and break through the 7th grade. And the exotic grasses on Stone Mountain. According to Nan, it was in a cave named Red Flame Spirit Fruit. It's just that what he needs is not the spirit fruit, but the fruit leaves. The power of the fruit was still too overbearing for him to harness. The fruit and leaves are just right. Pick this piece for trekking. Dachuan's injuries were not yet finished, and although he walked without a limp, the bandage on his face had not yet been removed. After getting off the boat, he took the lead in chopping thorns and thistles for the crowd, and although he was carrying a wounded body, he chopped grass extremely fast. Ignoring Dachen's mutterings, Zeng Anmin kept giving Dachen directions along the route Nan had given him. Finally, as Okan's last blade fell, a head opens up. An empty space appeared in front of the crowd. Although it is early spring, this realm is straight green pine. I can't imagine that Stone Mountain actually has such a beautiful view. When Shinjun saw it, his eyes lit up and he subconsciously complimented it. While everything is withering, this place is like an ounce of spring. Ha! Zeng Anmin waved his hand. I also happen to hear that this place is unique. The crowd slowly unloaded the supplies in the middle of the clearing. The hot wine is warmed and the pastries are set out. Drinking fine wine, a few people talked in high spirits. Finally, Zeng Anmin stood up, told a few people that he was coming to urinate, and left the place. As the son of the governor, his every word and action is watched. So I came to this rocky mountain in the name of trekking. It didn't cause concern. Solely, this place was not too far away from the South Fingers Cave. Zeng Anmin had already seen the dark hole in the weeds in but a few moments. That's so secretive. If it wasn't for the detailed route given by Nan, he was afraid that he might not be able to find it even if he searched for a day in this huge mountain. Zeng Anmin took a few steps to pick through the weeds and entered the cave. Traveled about a dozen steps. The martial arts breath ran up and slowly flowed into the eyes. His gaze turned extremely sharp, and he could only barely see clearly in this dark cave. Finally, he saw a surplus of strange grass in front of him. The strange grass had an upright rhizome, 3 feet high, and grew on top of the rock. The 3 very large leaves shimmered with an ethereal green color. The leaves are like elephant ears and the fruit is like linden. This is Nan's introduction. Without any hesitation, Zeng Anmin followed the method Nan had described and took out a jade box from within his chest, plucking the leaf and placing it into the jade box. Zeng Anmin actually wanted to see what this red flame spirit fruit looked like. Only he noticed that on the leaf, there were only 2 greenish-green beans hanging down. Didn't they say that after the leaves set into elephant ears, the fruit would ripen along with them? Why is it still green? A flash of doubt surfaced in Zeng Anmin's mind. Could it be the weather? Zeng Anmin felt the coldness of the cave, and his eyes flashed with dawning realization. At this time, it was winter, and it was indeed a pity that the spiritual fruits had not yet been born. At this point, 2 moments had passed since he urinated. If he does not go back, I am afraid that Dichun and Shinjun will be anxious, and he did not delay, out of the cave and sought to Di and Shinjun's side. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun set in the west, the 3 stood up and headed down the mountain. After 2 more hours, the big ship docked. Finally, he was able to rush into the city before the gates closed. The governor's mansion. Zeng Anmin was in the middle of his own room. He was sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, and from the looks of it, there wasn't the slightest abnormality. Only, an empty jade box was placed by his side. The martial aura in his body was already surging, like sharp arrows surging into the 2 meridians that were directly connected to his sea of consciousness. Pain. It hurt so much. Zeng Anmin felt a burst of pain like pins and needles coming from the back of his head. This was the severe pain brought about by the martial arts breath dredging through the meridians. The martial aura in the Wudon was like a rampaging beast, not caring at all about the pain of the 2 bridges of heaven and earth as it moved forward in waves. However, whenever Zeng Anmin felt that the 2 meridians were on the verge of not being able to hold on, there was then a hot current that slowly combed through the trauma of the meridians. This is the effect exerted by the red inferno fruit leaf. A little bit of time passed. The sweat on Zeng Anmin's forehead was squeezed out by the pores little by little, and in a short time it had already formed a piece, and drop by drop it went down his chin and dripped on top of the bed. Almost. Zeng Anmin felt the somewhat empty state of the Wudon in his abdomen, pursed his lips and gritted his teeth, and exerted his last ounce of strength. Charged the old man. Boom! Finally, it was like lifting a cloud. The martial arts breath finally sees the light of day. In the sea of consciousness, the Kanlong 2 was in the center. Rudolf Hojochingchi is on the left. rushing into the sea of consciousness of the martial arts breath more and more, in the Kanlong 2 shadow of the barrier, converging on the right side of the larger and larger. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Budo phrase loaded. Please choose any of the following 3 martial arts words. Colorful heart of the martial artist. For every 10 feet away from the enemy, the power of the martial arts breath increases by 10% of its power. Colored small but deadly, shrinks 3 times in all parts of the body, permanently increasing speed by 30%. Colorful large and powerful, all parts of the body become 3 times larger, permanently boosting strength by 30%. Note, words not selected will be permanently lost. Countdown 30, 29, 28. When Zeng Anmin's eyes came into contact with that, big and powerful, the knots in his throat rolled. Sure it's triple the size of everything? Chapter 77 Cave Void Realm Battle Power. Look at the 3 signs marked in color in front of you. There was little hesitation on Zeng Anmin's part. Straight away, I chose the first one. Colorful heart of the martial artist. For every 10 feet away from the enemy, the power of the martial arts breath increases by 10% of its power. In a flash, it was as if he felt the agitation of the martial aura within his body. It was like boiling water stirring in the sea of consciousness. After a few moments, it was suddenly quiet again. Zeng Anmin closed his eyes and silently watched the sea of consciousness. At this time, the 2 meridians connecting the martial Dan to the sea of consciousness had already been opened. A steady stream of martial Dao breath was transported from the martial Dan from the heavenly bridge chakra to the sea of consciousness and back to the martial Dan from the earthly bridge chakra. Forms a perfect closed loop. 7th grade of martial arts, the realm of visualization. Zeng Anmin mused in his mind. Then, there was a metaphysical feeling coming from the sea of consciousness. It was as if the martial arts aura that was constantly forming a cycle had a spiritual nature. And he felt that even if he closed his eyes, he could feel the wind rising and the dust falling around him. The divine sense is solid and insightful, able to sense the enemy's weaknesses in an instant. Is the whole void realm. Zeng Anmin's eyes flickered slightly with essence. This was a fighting instinct that only the 6th grade cave realm had. His gaze went deep towards the Goldfinger panel. Colored high in force, your martial arts combat power is 1 level higher than the martial arts realm. 6th grade cave realm battle power. In the sea of consciousness, that short axe drooped stripes of 10,000 haze lights. Zeng Anmin reached out with a false grip, and the short axe appeared in his hand. The Wudon was activated, and the martial aura went towards the middle of the short axe. Buzz! The colorful short axe was suddenly flashing a transparent axe blade that was nearly 3 inches long. Underneath the original color of the short axe, it turned illusory, like nothing. Breath attachment martial. His eyes glittered with essence. When the martial arts breath is in the body, it is as quiet as a virgin, but once it is destroyed, it moves like a rabbit. A martial artist of the 6th grade cave realm could even be called a Zongdao ancestor in places where martial arts were not strong. He also took advantage of the system. If not, just having an epiphany on the use of martial breath would be able to trap an ordinary person in the 7th rank for a lifetime. Phew! Collecting the short axe, Zeng Anmin stood up and headed out. Young master, Shinjun has delivered what you asked for. When he was just out of the room, he heard Dichun's naive voice. In the past few days, the injuries on Dichun's body had almost healed. And due to a blessing, it seems that with the help of Uncle Chi, he has recently prepared to break through the 8th grade. However, this has little to do with Zeng Anmin. With his current battle power, he is even fully capable of being the commanding officer of the 2 River County Hanging Mirror Division. What he now pursues instead is Ka Ching. Dichun had the sense to open the large box that Shinjun had entrusted to him. An extremely beautifully carved longbow appeared before Zeng Anmin's eyes. When he saw the longbow, a fondness rose in Zeng Anmin's heart. The longbow was extremely complex in its craftsmanship, as one could tell just by looking at it. He slowly stepped forward and took the longbow in his hands. The weight isn't really hard to swallow. Good bow. Zeng Anmin's hand gently stroked on top of the longbow, and Dachuan also knew that he might have said the wrong thing and hurriedly followed Zeng Anmin towards the outside. Hiya! Zeng Anmin rolled onto his horse, hung his longbow in front of the winning hook, and with a wave of the horse whip in his hand, he headed in the direction of the Hanging Mirror Division. Dachuan was seeing better from his injuries at this time, and was not slow in riding his horse. Not long after, the 2 of them, one after the other, stopped at the Hanging Mirror Division. The Department of the Mirror, a lighthouse for public officials. At this time, in the traveling room, Zeng Anmin was the only one. Ohara was sent off by him to follow the Akatsuki boys on their patrols. Zeng Anmin's gaze fell on the falling jade plate that Bai Ziqing had given himself before his departure. The jade plate is also the star of Taiyin. When this technique is cultivated to great completion, it can arrow down stars and the moon. It opens with this sentence. Madness. Cultivate to the point of greatness and be able to shoot down the moon? Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and continued to scroll down. Bai Ziqing was keeping an eye out. The falling jade plate was supposed to be a total of 9 stanzas, while the catalogue he had given himself contained only 3. Corresponding to the first 3 realms of martial arts. Each realm can learn a style. The first 3 styles seemed extremely easy to Zeng Anmin. The first style, which corresponded to the martial Dao 9th grade body refinement realm, also known as the entry realm, at this point, the martial artist only cultivated the strength of the body, and did not generate the first wisp of martial aura. So it's 2 poses, one under the horse in a trotting position and one on the horse in a riding position. The counterparts are foot and mounted archery. The second style, on the other hand, corresponded to the 8th grade Wudon realm, also known as the ascending realm, at which point the martial artist's body had already generated Wudon, and the martial aura could attach itself to the longbow. The most important feature of the second stance was that it taught the learner how to make the longbow in his hand more stable with his martial arts breath, and it was accompanied by a set of breathing techniques, as well as a method of operating the breath. The breathing method is for stability, while the method of running the breath is for clarity. As for the third style, it is a picture. The moon and stars in the night sky. Under the night sky, a figure whose face could not be seen raised the long bow in his hand, and posed to the sky in the posture of wanting to shoot. This is a picture of a view. The counterpart is the viewed realm. Paired with a quote. The third style is the core style of falling jade plate, where the breath of the longbow can be transferred to the arrow feathers to form a spiral of chi. When an arrow is shot, the enemy general will be dismounted. Schoolyard. Zeng Anmin drew his longbow, about 50 paces or so from the large target in front of him. If someone else was here, they could clearly feel that the rhythm of his breathing was completely different from normal people. At this time, his relief bow was in his hand, and even with all his might, he could only pull it halfway. The arrow feathers on the bow were matched with the most common arrow feathers in the hands of the red-clad men. A few of the surrounding red guards looked his way curiously. Pop! Zeng Anmin gently loosened his hand, and the feathered arrow between the bow chirped and flew towards the target not far away. Snap! The arrow deviated from the target and shot straight towards the courtyard wall behind the target, making a ding sound and then landing on the ground. Zeng Anmin's old face flushed. It was the first time in his life that he had ever fired a bow. Of course, at this time, he didn't use the method on the falling jade plate to run his breath. Coo! Outside the arena, I don't know who it was that didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Immediately after that, without the need for Zeng Anmin to say anything, a superior officer suddenly bellowed. Laugh your ass off. Are you all so idle? Go on patrol. Chapter 78. When the heart of martial arts meets the bow and arrow. The Shangwan who opened his mouth to chide naturally recognized Zeng Anmin, who had opened his bow in the middle of the field. He was afraid that Zeng Anmin would not feel good in his heart, so he drove away everyone above the schoolyard. Zeng Zuolan. That small official came up and said with a dry smile, "They are all ungrateful mongrels, please don't be general with them." Zeng Anmin drew another arrow feather, hitched it to his bow, and took aim. At this moment, the martial arts breath in his body was slowly running. Following the method of operation of the second stance of the falling jade plate, it slowly flowed towards the eye. As the moderating martial aura entered the eyes, those extremely sharp Danfang eyes became more and more stern. Zeng Anmin felt that he could even see the tiny crack next to the center of the target, 50 paces away, at this point. He gently loosened his fingers. Chirp! Boom! The arrow quivered at the end of the feather, while the tip was right in the center of the target. Hiss! That junior official saw this scene and steeply widened his eyes. He reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly applauded and shouted. Good arrows! Zeng Zuolian is really an unrivaled archery skill. Unfortunately, in the entire schoolyard, there were only 2 people, Zeng Anmin and him. At this point his flattery sounded dry. Montes. Zeng Anmin smiled modestly. I know you must be blinded. That small official secretly slandered, but on the face of which dared to say so much just a slinky. Zeng Anmin was a little impatient, so he simply collected his longbow and dismissed the young official, taking steps towards the outside of the hanging mirror division. In the middle of an unknown jungle. Zeng Anmin adjusted his breathing, and his gaze was extremely sharp as he looked towards a large tree 100 paces ahead. The embossed longbow was a bit overburdened in his hands and made a squeaking sound. At this moment, the half-human high longbow was gently pulled into the shape of a full moon. Hoo! His breathing carried an inexplicable rhythm. The martial true chi in his body split out a sliver and formed a curved cyclone towards the arrow feather one on the bow, winding towards the arrow feather. Buzz! The arrow feathers let out a groan of pain. It was as if the next moment they were crumbled into powder by the martial true chi attached to their bodies. Finally, the breeze brushed Zeng Anmin's cheeks and swung a strand of hair in front of his forehead. Along with the hair that made the movement was the beautifully embossed longbow. Chirp! Zeng Anmin loosened his index finger. The arrow feathers rubbed against the air at breakneck speed, emitting a whistling sound and spinning in the air at breakneck speed. Boom! Electricity! The arrow feather had gone whole between that big tree. What power! Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes. He changed his position and went around the side of the big tree. It could be clearly seen that behind the tree, where the arrow poked out, a fist-sized hole was blown open by the martial aura attached to the arrow feathers. Is this the power brought about by the heart of the martial artist? At this point, he was still a little alarmed. If he were to rely solely on the falling jade plate, even with the spiral true chi, the arrow feather would at most be half of the arrowhead into the wood. After all, although the longbow in his hand was worth a lot, it was not a spiritual weapon, and the power it produced was limited. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Ka-ching! There was an imperceptible sound coming from the trees. Zeng Anmin blinked, in the depths of his afterglow. The entire surface of the tree is flooded with cracks. Ka-ching! The sound of sour teeth was unrelenting. Before Zeng Anmin could think much, he saw the tree in front of him break a little bit. Wow! From the branches to the roots, however, cracks were created and then stopped moving. This is the power of the heart of a martial artist? Zeng Anmin was horrified in his heart and even lost his voice a little. He gently reached out, his fingers flicking. He felt that his hand was extremely soft, and with little force, his fingers directly entered the trunk. Zeng Anmin remembered his sea of consciousness, the virtual shadow of the Kanlongtu. So what does that make it? 18 dragon-felling arrows? Yuck, so corny. Kapatul. The Imperial Study. Emperor Jianhong sat in his chair, his face expressionless as he looked towards a silhouette standing in front of him. The silhouette was dressed in red fancy clothes and had a white face. A pair of extremely calm eyes that seemed to stabilize one's mind. He just stood there quietly, as if he were smiling, but on closer inspection his face was expressionless. I can't tell you, I just feel extremely mysterious and wonderful. He was extremely handsome with bright eyes and white teeth, and looked no more than 27 or 18. He is exactly when into the scholar forest everyone to be put to death, hate to eat meat, drink their blood by the pen eunuch, Si Zhongxiao. First companion Si, tell me, in the case of Jiang Wang's rebellion, how should I reward him? Jianhong's voice rang out. He was regally dignified, and his voice rang with great feeling. Inexplicable depression rose up in the imperial study. The words fell. Si Zhongxiao did not answer at first, he was silent for a moment before raising his gaze. When the four eyes met each other, Si Zhongxiao's body complemented the flesh, and his eyes were as meek as an old dog by the courtyard wall. Your Majesty, the slave girl doesn't understand. Si Zhongxiao's voice was thin, and I don't know whether it was deliberate or natural, but his throat carried a kind of hoarseness. It was that same hoarseness that silenced his thin voice. Sounds like the average normal man. Emperor Jianhong lightly raised his eyelids, and a pair of eyes landed on Si Zhongxiao. A cold laugh rang out. There was talk of letting me reward him, and it was suggested that the Yan'an Road is now without a governor, and that he should be made sole governor of Fengchi and Yan'an. When these words came out, Si Zhongxiao in front of the seat lowered his eyes. In a corner that Emperor Jianhong couldn't see, extremely thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Jianhong does not say, but Si Zhongxiao at once can guess, put forward this intention, is bound to be his own nemesis. Is it appropriate, do you think? Jianhong's voice was light this time, even tinged with gentleness. But the heart of Si Zhongxiao, who had long followed Jianhong, began to chill. Only he knows that every time Emperor Jianhong speaks like this, someone must die. After a long time, Si Zhongxiao slowly raised his head, his voice even lighter than Jianhong's, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the Ministry of War Secretary Huang Yuangao begs skeleton, its hometown is in the Two Rivers County, according to the view of the minister not if you led it against the hometown, temporarily led Fingxi Road? This statement was made. Jianhong's eyes were filled with essence. Chapter 79, My father leads the Ministry of War and joins the cabinet. The entire imperial library. As Si Zhangxiao's voice fell, it turned quiet. It was clearly felt that Emperor Jianhong's hand holding the armchair gave a slight lurch after hearing this. Si Zhangxiao never interrupted Jianhong when he was thinking. Patient now, he stood quietly in place, his face respectful, but his mind was lost in thought. It's well known. Even a small county official can't be left to the locals. And Fengxi Road governor, naturally, cannot let Huang Yuangao this Two Rivers County people to be. Otherwise, it is bound to cause no small amount of trouble. But, if Zhang Shilin is left to continue in Liangjiang County, the trouble caused is likely to be even greater, and the hidden dangers of Zhang Shilin's monopoly on the power of Fengxi Road are equally not small. In the emperor's mind, balancing the officials is the priority that should come first. Si Zhangxiao knew deep down that his words were just a lead-in. What to do next, Emperor Jianhong must have a plan in his mind. At this time, it was necessary to send a prince to be sealed in Liangjiang County. Get Huang Yuangao over there as well, and Fengxi Road is still solid. Although Huang Yuangao was from Liangjiang County, his only son was leading a post in the capital. Don't you want to beg for your bones back home? I'll let you go back home by yourself. He then ordered Zeng 6,300 taels. What's the concept? That's the equivalent of a previous life, earning 1,008,000 in 2 months. He had thought that the fame would take its time to build and was prepared to earn his money slowly. But I didn't realize that chicken essence was something that caused such a shockwave to the feudal era. It's like someone who has eaten bird all their life suddenly tasting sugar. At this moment, Shinjun looked at Zeng Anmin with admiration in his eyes. He had just become Zeng Anmin's most loyal lapdog. Brother Quan Fu, this is still only just opened, the fame is not yet obvious. If it is another 2 months, I am afraid that all the restaurants in the whole of Jiangnan will have to take this Wang Zianju as their honor. Shinjun's face reddened a bit as he said this. This February, he's been busy with Aji Fresh. In order to prevent leakage, he personally led a few maids at home according to the method given by Zeng Anmin to make flavorful freshness. Sometimes it's busy all night long. It was hard work, but productive. Zeng Anmin looked at the white silver ticket in his hand. The heart was full of relief. He was inexplicably reminded of the scene where Pops wouldn't give him any money. TSK. You're not paying me, are you? I can earn my own. Not only can I earn my own money, I'm going to become richer than you. Phew. He had just wanted to pat Shinjun's shoulder to show encouragement when he heard Dachuan's eager voice outside. Young master, there is an imperial decree coming to the house. You must return to the house to listen to the decree as well. A decree? Zeng Anmin's eyes lit up gently. It seems that the case of Jiang Wang's rebellion has been completed and the reward given by the court has come down. Go! Zeng Anmin didn't even give Shinjun a greeting before he directly got up and walked towards the outside of the box. Shinjun could naturally understand brother in Min's feelings and respectfully watched Zeng and Min leave. Hiya! Along the way, Zeng Anmin's horsewhip swung round and swung. The horses on his crotch are running so fast they're going to foam at the mouth. Finally, the governor's palace came into view. Phew! Levering his horse and stopping it, Zeng Anmin took Dechun and Dragon walked towards the mansion. Then he met a dusty red-robed eunuch beside his father before the main hall. This was the first time he had seen a castrati since he crossed over, so he was curious to see more. Go back to your room and bathe and change your clothes first, and wait until his lordship has finished talking to the angel before you listen to the holy decree. Aunt Lin smiled and told Zeng Anmin some rules. In feudal times, what was not much was the elaborate rituals. Okay. Zeng Anmin smiled and stroked Tiger's little head, then walked towards the house. Emperor Fengtian Changyun, the imperial decree, Fengxi Road Governor Zhang Shilin has been meritorious in handling the case, and has been promoted to Secretary of the Ministry of War, leading the Wuying Hall University Sergeant, and joining the cabinet. Two Rivers County Hanging Mirror Division left official Zeng Anmin, Confucianism and Taoism talent is outstanding, I heart very comforting, sealed the Crown Prince service reading. Chin. After the imperial decree was read by that angelic eunuch, the family saluted and rose. Zhang Shilin's face was expressionless, and he did not speak the first time after receiving the imperial decree, but stood there not knowing what he was thinking. Zeng Anmin, on the other hand, had his heart beating wildly. Father has become a capital official? Or the Minister of War? Leading the university sergeant and entering the cabinet? Just short of simmering in the capital a few years of seniority, sealed a master, too much, or whatever, will become the three dukes. If it's run well, it's better than being the governor of Liangjiang County. It was only after Zeng Anmin cast his gaze on his old man's slightly gloomy face that he frowned gently. How come Pops doesn't he look like he is too happy? Could it be that there's something to this? Just as he was secretly speculating, he happened to hear his old dad's face gently kind, revealing a touch of amiability as he looked at the eunuch and asked, I wonder who will hold the post of governor when this official goes to the capital. Oops, did I lose it? Seeing the smile of his father, Zeng Anmin's eyes were a little dazed. In his impression, Pops gave off the impression that he was strategizing, was extremely deep in the city, and never showed a smile to anyone. Originally, he was worried that if his father's nature was really promoted to the imperial court, there would be nothing wrong, but did not think that the original old man has this side? Father, I didn't realize that in the end, I had underestimated you. As expected, after that eunuch saw the expression on Pop's face, the whole person was a bit flattered, and hurriedly stuck close to Pops, softly attaching a few words to his ear. What exactly was said, Zeng Anmin didn't hear. Only to see Pop's face seem to turn more and more somber. Chapter 80, Promoted. Then go to the capital. Then I won't bother Zhang Shangshu, miscellaneous family still has the holy decree to pass on to Dean Qin. After that eunuch smiled and said goodbye to his old man, he led the people on horseback, toward the outside of the mansion. Only left Zhang Shilin holding the imperial decree, standing in place, expressionless, long out of mind. Dad? Zeng Anmin stepped forward and shouted. Zhang Shilin slowly returned to his senses, then his eyes looked at Zeng Anmin and said in a deep voice, Come with my father to the study. With that, he led himself in the direction of the study. Lu Yuanji looked at his old man's back and frowned lightly, but he did not say much and followed Zhang Shilin. Squeak! The door to the study was closed. In the middle of the room, there was only father and son. Zeng Anmin's gaze went toward Pops. Pop's eyes happened to look over at that moment as well. As the four eyes met, a grave atmosphere rose. Zeng Anmin was suspicious in his mind, but did not open his mouth rashly, just quietly found a place, waiting for Pops to open his mouth. Pop's gaze was light, no joy of promotion, and his voice was flat. Do you know why my father is as still as water when he has been promoted to this important position? Then you tell me. Zeng Anmin casually picked up the jade ruins on the table and gently played with them. Jade ruins are big and not something you can just carry around in your arms. After playing for a while and feeling bored, Zeng Anmin looked towards his old dad in boredom. Pop's voice was deep at this point. 2 holy orders, both of which are attributed to you and me, father and son. Speaking here, his gaze slowly narrowed, but not a word about the 4 words Jiang Wang Rebellion, but. When the words came to this point, Zeng Anmin's hand gave a gentle lurch, his gaze slowly raised to meet his father's eyes, his voice soft. Emperor Jianhong, don't want to make a big deal out of this? Although the Jiang King is not powerful, but with the Qi King as a mother and a sibling, the Qi King is the realm of the 4th grade of martial arts master, the only high-grade martial artist among the royal family. Zhang Shilin cleared up Zeng Anmin's confusion. Even more so, he is also the Taidu of the Imperial City Department, and is the prince that the sage relies on the most. When Zeng Anmin heard this, his heart slowly came to a clear understanding. The Imperial City Department, a special institution of the Great Sage Dynasty. Similar to the Jinyui of the Ming Dynasty in the previous life. For words to describe it, imperial power assigned, supervising all officials, monitoring the world, and power over the whole country. Set up an Imperial City Department to lift up, in charge of the department of the major important affairs. Today's Imperial City Department is known as Ji Qing. The official is a second-ranking official, with a high position of authority and the power of life and death in his hands. Under the Tiju, there are the Taidu, there are 4 of them, divided into 4 Taidu, east, west, south, north and south. Each of them is a Zongshi martial artist, and the 4 major Taidings are ranked at the 3rd rank, and each of them is in charge of important matters. The Ji Wang in my father's mouth is the head of the Imperial City Department's North Taidu, an important position. So, for the sake of the so-called royal face, the matter of Jiang Wang's rebellion was pressed so? In the future, the history books, leaving a persecution by your words? Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. I don't even have to think about it. I'm afraid that one day in the future, some historian will come out to overturn Jiang Wang's case. And his own father has transformed himself into the fiddler who forced the prince to rebel? As expected, a cold smile appeared on Pop's face when he heard the good oldest child's words. No harm done. 4 years ago when I forced Jiang Wang to do so, my father thought that this day would come. The saints, even if it presses the charge of rebellion. The smile on Pop's face grew colder. Corruption, colluding with the demon race, killing innocents indiscriminately, using power for personal gain, these are also enough. Zeng Anmin blinked. Since Pops put that out there, he must have been completely sure. Do you think Qin Shouqing is really that kind of corpse? He has quite a lot of evidence of Jiang Wang's crimes in his hands. Qin Shouqing? Zeng Anmin's face gave a slight lurch. Pops glanced at him and continued. I know you have a grudge against Zhang Luan because of his death. But if he captured Wang Lin at that time, he would have spooked the snakes and spoiled my father's 4-year layout. Pop's words made Zeng Anmin's heart extremely complicated. A mental sigh followed. If you really captured Wang Lin at that time, I'm afraid that there is no Jiang Wang's death today. He was silent. There was some emptiness in his heart. So, brother Zhang Luan, in the eyes of the higher powers, is also just. That eunuch of the imperial decree should have gone to appease the one surnamed Xin. Pop's gaze was deep as he looked towards the window. Unsurprisingly, he should also be promoted and allowed to return to the capital. I'm afraid the situation ahead is not good. Pops looked at Zeng Anmin, his voice extremely cautious. You were promoted to the prince's squire, and although you have little real power, it represents the sage's appeasement of my father. This, Zeng Anmin knew. It was also acted in many TV dramas in ancient times in his previous life. In order to show his reliance on his ministers, the emperor would ask his ministers' sons to serve as attendants to the crown prince. It is also a sign to the minister that the future of your family is in good hands. The prince is the crown prince, the future emperor. Huang Yuangao takes over as governor for my father, and my father tops his position as minister of the Shan. Your majesty is a beautiful hand of checks and balances. Pop sneered, then set his eyes on Zeng Anmin. You have a small position, and you don't need to know about the party factions in the court. After saying that, Zeng Shirlin's gaze turned to Zeng Anmin Dao and sneered. The crown prince's readers have the right to go through all the books in the palace, many of which are handwritten by great Confucian scholars, and there may even be a Confucian saint's personal realization. It can be said that if you can become a reader, you will definitely make rapid progress in Confucianism. That said, it was a turn of phrase. But when you go to the capital, you have to claim illness, and this prince's service, you can't do it. Zeng Anmin froze, then asked blankly, why is that? In his eyes, it's a good thing either way. Pops looked deep and straight at him. Looking at him was a bit hairy. To be the crown prince's squire, you have to pass a test. The method of assessment is the illusion formation laid down by the Xian Formation Division. This formation is based on testing the talent of the heart. The arcana in the formation will forcefully suppress your soul, the power of the spirit. So, when you enter the formation, you will lose your memory and not know that you are in the formation. You're afraid you'll reveal the identity of the black cat Takishi. Although you awaken the Kanryu and with the help of the Kanryu can defy the questioning heart, you can't bet on it. Pops had always thought that Zeng Anmin's ability to ignore his questioning heart had something to do with his awakening of the Kanlong too. Zeng Anmin's face turned odd. Suppression of the soul, the power of the spirit? His eyes glanced imperceptibly at the Goldfinger panel. Indomitable martial god, immune to all divine energy, spiritual attacks. No. This kind of test, isn't it tailor-made for you? I know. Zeng Anmin perfumed his old man seriously. There was even some hidden anticipation in his mind. If one can overachieve in the middle of the examination. To have that tiny prince worship himself, wouldn't he be able to run amok in the capital in the future? This is the true prince of the Kyoto Circle. Give me a quick entry into the capital to participate in the examination. I want to brighten up everyone's dog's eyes. And, casually looking through the palace collection. The palace's heritage could be stronger than any academy. Early spring has passed and late spring has descended. In a short period of time, the tree had silently sprouted shoots. A carriage was lined up like a long dragon, slowly leaving this Two Rivers County. Today's governor of Fengchi Road, Zeng Shirlin, has been promoted. He's going into the capital. when his first-ranking minister of the Ministry of War, Wu Hall University sergeant, became the youngest cabinet bachelor. And Zeng Anmin, who was the son of the Shangshu, was looking directly in front of him in dismay. Xin Wanyu rode a handsome horse and looked at herself with her extremely quiet eyes, smiling. Auxiliary brother Quan, it's been a long time. Zeng Anmin was just about to open his mouth. Then he saw that not far away, Xin Shoucheng was expressionless as he looked towards himself. Except that he was sitting in the middle of a carriage, lifting the curtains and sending a death stare at himself. Zeng Anmin, on the other hand, just ignored it. He turned his face sideways, revealing a bright smile as he looked at Xin Wanyu and said, "Miss Qin, why don't you ride with me?" Aha! Xin Wanyu was not a pretentious person and rode her horse greatly, side by side with Zeng Anmin. The teenager is spirited and poised. The young woman is a beautiful woman with a beautiful heart. What a great couple. Looking at the back of the duo. The back of Qin Shoucheng's hand, which was lifting the curtains, abruptly burst with veins. Chapter 81. The Crown Prince greeted personally, for K Big Chapter requesting first order. It was a city head that had lasted nearly 1,000 years. When Zeng Anmin's eyes made contact with the city, there was a light in them. It was as if he saw the constant touching and passing of time from the majestic giant city in front of him. A huge green brick, I don't know how much manpower and material resources were used, but its flesh and blood were piled up little by little. It has stood and wrestled with time for thousands of years. Time passes and it remains proud of everything. Take time. Good. Mayor, as you say. Xia Hanxian also wanted to know what color that second brother's face would turn when he saw Mayor appear with him. Beef with tomatoes, which the gentleman had asked her to prepare, was originally not on the menu. Ding Changsheng, you really don't recognize me? Wu Yuxing called out Ding Changsheng's name helplessly, and it was only at this time that Ding Changsheng saw clearly who the visitor was through the dim light. At this time there was another shot, only it still hit the wall, which was a shot at Ding Changsheng just now probing to see the situation. This time Ding Changsheng is considered honest, no longer dare to show his head. The words have not yet finished Frost but suddenly closed her mouth, picturesque eyebrows slightly gathered, as if she was gazing and listening to something. Perhaps God knew that she was born unable to practice martial arts, and carrying a blood feud, so God gave her another outstanding skills. Fine, don't push, I'll go out myself. Shen Fong bitterly smiled and walked out. Just now he seemed to have smelled a hint of a burning odor. It seemed that this morning was going to be difficult. A single fused Dao ancestor stared with wide eyes, while more were surprised beyond belief, and the rest looked incredulous one after another. At this moment, countless streams of light appeared in the sky, all rushing towards the heavenly gate in the middle of the sea of clouds, with all kinds of magic treasures flying, the haze shooting out in all directions, colorful, reflecting the entire heaven and earth in a dazzling manner. As soon as the beam of light came out, it directly tore through space, blocking off all of Lin Qingfan's paths of retreat, and that kind of sound was horrifying. Hell devil? Chen Zhan was also smiling. His realm had fallen and his strength had been greatly reduced. If he was able to kill this hell demon monarch to be nourished by its darkness as well as its demonic elements, he might be able to charge up to the middle stage of the fusion fiend realm in a short period of time in. Just like last time, when Mo Shangyun finished her business, she left all of the several hundred people to a few other instructors, while she herself headed for the hostel building with a stack of the latest fighting scores. His cell phone rang, and I happened to stare over at him as he answered the call with a phone that was stained with all sorts of suspicious marks and had a cracked screen. I don't know how he pulled this phone out without Jiang Liken knowing. The staff over there came toward me and said they were going to take me outside to look at the newly arrived knives from when the Great Vietnam War was fought. This was clearly an attempt to kick me out, just put it in a decent way. Shin Shangji walked towards the courtyard without a good mood. Shin Tuan Tuan understood that this was an agreement to let people in, so he could only spread his hands and greeted the old man to enter the door. The security guards still caught the two bad guys and came over to ask if we were hurt. After a few words, John Liken said that he wanted to send me home first, and as for the bad guys, let the security guards deal with them. He didn't say anything more to the security guards, and directly embraced me and walked towards the villa where we lived. Lin Long was immediately leading the crowd over, and just as they entered the village entrance, there was someone stopping in front of them. At that time, the hospital things, rumors spread, Susu sick things, in the city is not a secret, know a lot of people, and, you in the shopping mall for many years, also do not know how many people offended, and now want to find out who was behind the scenes mess, very difficult, plus this is not the city, it is even more difficult. Low and deep, like the sound of flowers blooming in the dark of the night, thrilling but unknown to outsiders. Rather, they were intercepted halfway by another invisible force, and put them down smoothly. The two sea people seemed to be somewhat unaware of the situation at hand, and after reacting to it, they were all scared. Chapter 82 Pop's Mockery, for K large chapter seeking first booking. Zeng Anmin's eyes finally locked onto the small purple incense burner on the table in the courtyard. 3 threads of incense were burning in the middle of the incense burner. There's no need to be in such a hurry to see the palace in the future. The prince reached out rather thoughtfully and straightened Zeng Anmin's not-so-messy collar. The tone was reproachful. All things must also be done for themselves. Thank you, Your Highness, for caring. Zeng Anmin was a little touched. This little fatty. At this moment, Chaihua really evoked a memory of the past years. It was 5 years ago when Chaihua had a machete on his opponent's neck, and then froze and forced back more than 20 weapon-wielding guys. The appetite of the Easterners has become more and more inflated, so full of, under the ravages of the wild, how long can China really hold out? YMO Xiaosheng did this, everyone's heart is as clear as a mirror. Dog Hua and Zhang Chang had just joined the assault squad for only 3 months, and had only fought a few battles following the large army, and had never been on a special mission, and Mo Xiaosheng was worried that their participation in this mission would be a bad dish. After feeling the unparalleled power of the attack, some immortal kings decisively chose to withdraw from the tribulation, as the strike was irresolvable and would surely die after receiving it hard. The fluctuation around that tall and thin man was familiar to Yi Feng, once he had felt it from both Zhou Liping and the nine-tailed heavenly cat's grand elder. The others also nodded, and that tense atmosphere from before eased a lot. This wasn't the first time this kind of thing had come up. This kind of thing was all taken care of by the 9th District. There was no need for them to do anything at all. Beard is supposed to be a man with secrets, and the reason why he's not in a POW camp but in a gendarmerie prison is supposed to be that he's secret enough to get the attention of the gendarmerie, who want to dig out the secrets on Gao Lei. Since the 2 great scrolls of the mountains and rivers had already been revealed, the 2 great scrolls of the gods and jikis must not be too far away, so it could almost be concluded that the 2 great scrolls of the gods and jikis were still within the boundaries of the 10 Directions world, and that they had been brought into the divine spirit immortal realm was also very possible. Indeed, it is not that they do not know, but they have a sense of self-deception in their hearts. Yi Meng's mind moved and guessed roughly, so he told everything he saw in hell, except for some extremely important information that he didn't say. Her palms secretly clenched into fists. Xia Shijian only felt that her brain was chaotic, but the thought of not wanting to leave was clearly felt by her. It was on this day that Cai Jinzhu and her husband, Booker, arrived in Shanghai, ready to return to the United States on a cruise ship. Blue Chime's anger didn't pull Yi Yu back from his paranoid track. This was their second quarrel. Li Hong overlooked lowered his head, somewhat unable to see the expression of this guy. Ro thought this guy's expression must be wonderful, and did not disturb Li Hong overlook contemplation. Rejecting him, ignoring him, messing with him every day, but hanging out with other guys? What is she getting him into? Come over here. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Zhu. She's the wife of the ambassador of the Department of Taxation. Qing Yang affectionately held Josie's hand and came to the pavilion. The deep sadness in Rin Xiang's eyes struck Yi Yu's hard one by one. Thud, 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 thud. Frowning and casually responding I know, Xia Shijian took down the banana fan on his face and tried to find his thoughts. The wedding dress seemed blood red, outlining a figure that made people think about it but was not to be played with, a face that could not find any adjectives to describe it, but could make any man take one look at it and keep it in his heart for the rest of his life. Another menacing city, but the trio walked with a sense of righteousness, and although it may seem unnecessary to outsiders, it was necessary in the mind of Zhao Qianchuan, and even Gong Sanner. Splat sound, the 2 guns intersected. He Chang's gun was not flexible enough and was swung away by Xia Shu. As for Xia Shu's gun, it reached the cold and brittle critical point and directly broke into 2. Chapter 83 Highlight. Request for First Order 5K Big Chapter. Eastern Palace. Wang Qianji was still lying on the ground, motionless, blood gradually spreading on the ground. However, the gazes of little fatty prince and 4th Prince Wang Yuanhao never even lingered on him. Both of them looked nervously at Zeng Anmin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. We can't wait any longer, hurry up and take the spirit stones to open the grand curtain. Wang Yuanhao grimaced, his tone a bit tense. If the great curtain is not opened again, his divine spirit is all. There is no hurry, 3 days is good. Said Gu Jinju looked at the shoes placed outside, reached out and touched them. The workmanship was good, the style wasn't too old, and there were quite a few people around to buy shoes. Although it was a bit of a pity, Xin Yuan still had to take the lotus lantern away until the day he could beat Erlangshan, and then he would come back to properly cultivate the precious land. Now that the person was dead, even if the chicken soup was delicious, it had less flavor, the smoky flavor that she had envied for so long. The tiger and elephant beast thought that it was the same as the previous golden silk wolf is a false move in vain but no power, once again raised the elephant trunk snapping hit. Jumai thought to herself that there is a wolf in front of her and a tiger behind her, she is dead either way alright then, I'll stay with Shitsi. Jumai replied in a noisy manner, at the very least it was still 2 beds. And Shou Nguyen divided the snacks in half, he had it, and so did Green Snake, 1 serving of each food. There was no less given to Green Snake because it was his. What are you doing? She evening typed these words in the chat box with Yenli, and after thinking about it she deleted it again. Gu Jinji walked directly to Chingha's side, and under the other party's frozen gaze reached out and slapped her. Seeing these familiar scenes, Lu Shallow suddenly felt as if she had been separated from the outside world. And he himself pulled out the knife that had been inserted in his heart, and when he did the knife remained white, not tinted with a bit of red. After Old Wolf and I glanced at each other, we both shook our heads, Lu Changyu controlling Ren Yufei, this is something I really haven't heard of. With Zhang Yi's help, then Sun Yu should be able to be free of danger. At least there was a guarantee, and it made everyone put their hearts at ease. Nero's mastery of the emotional spectrum of energies seems very powerful, but in reality the mastery of each spectrum is not even as good as that of an ordinary member of the Lamp Corps. What's going on? There won't be another fight, right? Lu Chen couldn't imagine who would fight. When did the 5 elements ring become so popular? When did the immortal cultivators of the land of origin become so belligerent? A magnificent golden mountain that supported the heavens and earth stood calmly and quietly in front of it, looking even more magnificent than a great world, emitting a majestic aura, an aura of age, and an aura of immortality, and like an immortal god standing there. Seeing this, Bai Yinglan's eyes flashed, only his fist shook, and he also pounded out a fist into the void in front of him, and in the whistling sound, a large fist shadow went. Vastanen spat viciously. A curse was uttered. He then continued to back up, preparing to cast his next spell. Later, Gu Changting dispersed the crowd of people in the mountain village. Ren Pingshang was not at ease, fearing that the girl was saved by accomplices, so he drew himself here and guarded the room. Because there were still many undead that could directly transform the living into undead like zombies, this meant that the number of living beings transformed into undead was definitely more than what Bailey Yuan had estimated. Over to you guys. Mulan put her phone down and leaned back on the couch, not bothering with the match. This is very good. In a couple of years after the old man's resignation, I will also take a boat and go to sea again. Shui Yinji said. One kind is the residence of the princess. This kind is usually given to the married princess and attached to the horse to live. This kind of princess house a lot. Swish. Jiraiya flipped over and leapt backwards, landing in a flash on a tree more than 40 meters away, his feet firmly attached to the trunk. You know? The bear gnome's facial muscles quivered again, his tone taking on 3 parts surprise. A third of excitement. Chapter 84 Bringing up the Jade Dragon to die for the king, 4K big chapter. From the army? Are you not making me laugh? Such a Confucian genius should be in my Ministry of Revenue. The old man, Zhang Liangjiang, quite capable of deciding cases, in my Ministry of Criminal Justice will be able to show its full talent. Oh, Sun Shangshu, this statement is too narrow-minded. People think of the laugh, since ancient times, the talented and quick-witted which in the case above not work? This official thinks, the Ministry of Rights is the place where Quan Fu show his talent. With these sounds. This time, the netizens' faces were even more swollen, and Xiongyiba and Yi Jing's microblogs were instantly attacked. Suko, who had been caught, looked up at her father and immediately let out a giggle at him, looking extremely happy. Secondly, Shen Yan didn't even say it himself, and for them to take the risk of revealing Shen Yan's mind appeared to be too boisterous. Trusting Penguin Man was the first mistake, the second was letting Gordon kill Penguin Man, and that upstanding cop actually disobeyed the order. How could she understand the mind of her kind as easily as an evil creature like him? If you guys are really upset, then do me another favor. I'm about to open a noodle store, to get some new patterns I've come up with, and there's already a suitable store in the West City, and I'd like to find a store in Chang'an County or Wanyan County as well, but this time it's going to be on the plate. Shinluan came to the beach child, the sea breeze blew, drunkenness slightly dispersed, suddenly feel the eerie chill from the forest. But now it seems that dowsing, magic, and chakra may all be the same thing, a life energy. The 3 crashing beasts, their bodies ablaze with fire, raised their massive front hooves to slam into the skyscrapers around them. And also do not have to worry about turning back to be implicated by Li Jing that matter, Li Shimen Golden Mouth, since the public praise, and how can turn back to find Shindu's fault, that is not fan their own slap, he is so wanting to face the emperor, is absolutely cannot do such a thing. The man seemed to be in considerable shock and was so full of gibberish that he didn't even hear the agent's question. Gui Nianfei walked to Ruoshi's side and squatted down. At this time, Ruoshi also looked and felt that someone came over, raised his head just in time to see Gui Nianfei's gentle gaze. It's a bit pretentious to say the least, and people who have had a lot of experience tend to unconsciously display this aura. In fact, in Dugu Shuqin's heart, he had always admired the other party. However, I didn't expect to meet in this way. In a sense, it was quite comical. Sima Xian acted like he knew something and wasn't worried at all. Leaning his hands on the back of his head, he leisurely watched the two people fighting on the stage. Today's vacation, the other trainees were pulled to visit the first team training, so only Zi Xiang and others were left in the dormitory, not that they didn't want to go, but they received the order that there was a mission today and they were not allowed to go out. Lin Peng thought for half a day on the bed or couldn't come up with a clue, so he decided to put this aside for the time being. Lu Ping was eating while harboring his thoughts. There are some things that you don't know are okay, knowing that thing exists in your heart. Doing it is wrong, not doing it is also wrong. Looking at Tushu's astonished expression, Zhang Lian inexplicably wanted to laugh, but she desperately tried to hold it back. Sweeping his eyes around, Blake realized that there was nothing here but him and the blue platform beneath him. This teenager Wang Hao does not have much impression, but that young man does recognize, it is the third prince of the East China Sea Ao Bing. Zhang Sun yawned, and as soon as he got up, he saw Yun Changmei standing in front of the bed, his eyes filled with blood, glaring at Zhang Sun, as if he wanted to chop his head off. They believed that with a long period of time, waiting for the rabbit, that rabbit would surely take the bait, and sure enough, finally one night. When the cotton stuffed into the ear when the free life, Fox Beauty, the dragon prince felt that the sound is not so harsh, but accordingly they say anything else between the words have become unable to communicate. Chapter 85, My classmate Qinwan Yu, for K Big Chapter. A carriage traveled from the palace towards the outside. The carriage was pulled by 4 horses and was extremely flashy. Zeng Anmin sat in the middle of the carriage with a smile on his face. Fortunately, if you hadn't reminded me just now, I really would have thanked you for the order. Aha! Pops nodded bashfully, a deep humor in his voice. Let's talk about it at home. Yeah. Eastern Palace. The prince is watching. Umbrellas. Zhou Yulan pointed to the only black umbrella in the pile of parasols on the wall that were all hers. This style is just fine, if it can be a bit finer it's even better. Auntie, you'll make a few more pairs, and I'll take them to the supply house to ask about them in a few days. Almost at the moment of the guard's voice, boundless power descended, and the whole magic sky city was plunged into dead silence, with not a single living thing left. Since you care about them, and I'm trying to work with you, I'm going to write you a recipe. I can't go by myself. Lin Mang fell into a deep coma after the match, and all physiological indicators were bad, and now he has been transferred to the intensive care unit. On weekdays, she wanted to go to the Purple Palace or not allowed, food uppers and so on cannot get in, not sent to His Majesty's side. Now there is the Empress Dowager's will in, she will be able to enter the Purple Palace openly and honestly a time. Outside the door, Li Jianguo is bored, he is heartbroken with the old ox, Li Yu to go to the office when he does not sit in the ox cart, squatting and sitting on the ground on the side. After all, before, Li Daobuan had used the Rock Guardian as a bottom card, and it was impossible to turn on the state as a last resort. When a person is successful in the imperial examination, he is exempted from taxes and levies. Therefore, once a person is successful in the imperial examination, there are often people in the neighborhood who seek refuge under the door of the successful candidate and are exempted from taxes and levies. And Wan Qing was non-committal, only then did she realize that she was still pulling on Yan Xingyu, her pupils dilated and she hurriedly let go, a heart thumping, her breathing suddenly rapid. The heart seemed to be weighed down by that same grayish darkness, and it was so uncomfortable that it took his breath away. Comrade police, please, we don't want to investigate this any further. After half a day, when Wen's aunt voluntarily gave up on tracking down the murderer, her face was pale and she kept looking back into the depths of the rehabilitation school, as if there were man-eating devils hidden in that eerie long corridor. Xiao Xiao rarely ate this kind of thing since she lived with him, and he made her whatever she liked to eat with his own hands so that it would be nutritious. Jiang Royale's mind was stuffed with work, and when she saw Wang Zhao, she froze for a full 2 seconds before remembering that she had forgotten all about it in the morning, and she hadn't even thought of an excuse yet. Fan Song's family lives on the top floor. Chen Gu thought it was troublesome to go up and down the stairs, and took out his cell phone to prepare to give greetings to big brother Fan Song before leaving. Boss Chen, I still need to borrow your workshop for a while, money is not a problem. Chenga didn't say the second half of his sentence. Money was something that even if he didn't have it now, he would have it in the future. And the 5 elements of the devil sealing array itself is not a very outstanding array. Grade is far lower than the gossip oven array. In the gossip oven array under the suppression, immediately appeared to be squeezed and gradually shrinking trend. The corner of Qin Jingan's mouth twitched as he stared at the glowing white porcelain spoon he held in his hand, shaking his head in some amusement as his gaze fell on Meng Yuhan's face, adding a few more moments of doting and warmth that even he himself hadn't noticed. Liao Ruoshi nodded and said, "Let them in." Liao Ruoshi was slightly pleased in his heart. He knew that Jotsan must have persuaded Guan Hai to surrender. "It's on fire," Dugache simply said, followed by suddenly bending down and directly picking her up in a horizontal hug, leaping in the midst of Li Wenxiao's exclamation of surprise and rushing towards the inn they were staying at. Does that indicate that this conjecture, which has them both thinking the same thing, is likely to be true? For him to behave like this, not caring about anything and hanging him out to dry is the best solution. Chapter 86 Young Master, the Xianfeng Division. Also has a hook? Ahem. Qin Shoucheng coughed dryly, and after staring at Zeng Anmin for a long time, his hand under the table subconsciously clenched. He even wondered himself why his fists always itched whenever he saw this kid. Qin Shoucheng's eyes glared. Just wanted to find a reason to remove Zeng Anmin and switch seats. Then he saw the little fat prince behind Zeng Anmin. The eyes, which were staring, opened wider, the pupils. But the police would not believe Li Aishua's words, and their gazes rested in unison on the manly Luoping. There were quite a few more people on the ship, Gu Jinyu's people. No matter the secret guards or the crew, their essence and temperament were very recognizable. Even if they were all dressed in regular clothes, he could recognize them as soon as he saw them, but there were more strangers on the ship with very different temperaments. Behind what appears to be a siege is the scheming and determination of several nations, wanting to survive. The calm words had finally told Song Qingxue the harsh reality of just how big the gap between her and the internal experts was. It was simply a chasm that could not be crossed. Fu Huizhou thought about Shirley's attention, but also for his reputation. If it were not for her, he would not have been able to appear frequently in the school forum recently, or the section of relationship gossip. But that would go against the wishes of the adults. How can a bright future be created by focusing on the present? That was something it hoped she would understand. Ling Xiaofeng watched as the barbarian army had no discipline, and when the explosives went off, all of them either lay down or pulled out their legs and ran. When he first saw Su Longyuan, the other party clearly had a big happy expression, but what followed was a burst of head-splitting questioning. Higgs hugged his hand and blew out a hot breath, the mere hint of warmth not dispelling the bitter chill in the air. Suddenly, Ting inside let out a strange sound, which seemed to be a breathlessness or a dreamy murmur. Chao Jie courtesy to the emperor sitting high above the hall of the emperor salute, staggering to support the body. Chu Zhixiao was led by Shan to stand behind the emperor. The emperor lightly swept her a glance, did not want for her in front of the noon gate to make a big fuss and the meaning of the crime. Finally the subject was about to open up, and a few of you looked at me and I looked at you with relief. Lin Muji walked over to Muya and whispered, "I'm also leaving first." After saying that, the tip of his eyebrow was slightly raised, as if he was hinting at something. Her relationship with Su Che was like a fishbone that was stuck so dead in his throat that even breathing would be followed by tugging pain. Lewis feeling the situation of more than male body close to the situation, silently will be more than male waist limbs to live the ferociousness of the heavenly way to build a foundation, once again exceeded my imagination. I guess it is to the result of that thing, so you are his sundao body? On the beach, the Taoist robe on Luya was really too conspicuous in the sight of all the attention. In fact, at first, he hadn't paid any attention to Zhao Zichen. A Chinese singer was just a singer, his rank was too much worse than his, it wasn't worth his attention. After going in, Sang Xinwan did not sleep. He was quietly looking at the fireworks outside the window, heard the ward door ringing, still a little strange to come who in the end. Send out everyone's to investigate the murderer strictly for me. Once you find anyone suspicious, kill them on sight. An angry voice came out from the Patriarch's hall. The owner of the voice was no other than Patriarch Di Qing. To the current Zhao Han, all of this could only be an ambitious goal to use to encourage himself in his leisure time. The sun was shining brightly and it was as warm as spring in the Great Zhou. However, in Jinling, another ancient capital thousands of miles away from Bianliang, the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, it was still as cold as freezing and covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds were dense and rolling like a galloping army of thousands of horses toward the ancient imperial capital. The gentlemen don't know anything and have to ask us a lot of questions. Jiang Wei suddenly appeared in the distance, holding a pile of mud in his hand as he rubbed a mudman for fun. Chapter 87 Snow White, 4K Big Chapter. Ta da de day. As the sound of hoofbeats faded, Zeng Anmin lightly pulled on the horse's reins, and the green horse slowed down under his maneuvering. He slowly raised his head and gazed at the deep mansion in the middle of the street in front of him. Worthy of being the Xian formation division that has stood for 600 years in the Holy Dynasty. The gate alone is so expansive. The division of metaphysical formations. The 3 plaques with big gold characters are like the eye of the sky erected on the forehead of the god of heaven, brilliantly alive. What's going on here? Can it be that what my eyes saw just now, the 2 yin and yang fish spinning in high gear, was an illusion on my part? Chancellor, then how should we reply to George Washington University? Vice-Chancellor Dai Yu looked at Chen Kaiqin and said. But the news of the Lord's imminent return in 3 or 5 days has just reached Jiangbin today, and it is only logical to meet this fat man. Mu Shihan was startled by her sudden movement, and reflexively encircled her waist, fearing that she would fall, and gave her a cushion. Yen Su looked twice toward the door before tugging Mingyue's arm into the door, and then after closing the door behind him again, he began to ask, what the hell is going on here? If they had the chance to leave the hunting grounds, why did they still die inside? Ruan Jinan's tone of questioning had begun to turn sharp, and a pair of hands had unconsciously clenched their fists. Since Bailey Chuan's disappearance, Bailey Luohua had completely realized what it meant for a tree to fall and a sinking ship to scatter. After walking for a day like this, there wasn't any town for them to go into this time, so looking at the bright moon that had stopped by the side of the road, Fu Tianyu was really feeling like he was going to be unable to take it anymore. He was not going to admit that he was having a tantrum, so after thinking for a long time, he came up with this excuse. Quite a simple task. Matty dribbling suddenly accelerated. Eddie Jones' defense Matty was already under pressure, tense and continuous backward. Matty 3-point line within a step of the sharp stop jumper shot. Ha ha ha, this long lost feeling hasn't been possessed for I don't know how many thousands of years. Elder Wu roared with excitement, reaching out to remove the copper plaque sign that covered the sky above his head. I'm sure Senior must have a great relationship with my clan, so I will follow Senior's orders. Li Feng bowed again to Feng Shen, then with a wave of his hand, he recruited Jean Quan and Jean Mu behind him as well. Grant Hill in the Eagles' career for the first time to become the main attacker, played hard. He did not have the young players that want to take the opportunity to get to the top of the idea. He is this age, on the playing time and starting or not to start, nothing obsessive, just do not want to let his teammates down. Lu Hao was silent and did not say anything, reached out and took down the flowing light battle axe behind his back, holding the axe with one hand to face those 2 people. When I got there, a large residential area was all over the place, with towering elevator houses in gorgeous villa areas. After experiencing the end times, people have become bold. No, it can be said that the bottom line of crime has become lower. Just rely on the moral restraint of the self cannot control the behavior of people. Under existing rules, Brian Grant, who was cut by the Lakers using the first-generation amnesty clause, the Allen Houston clause, the Lakers still have his bird rights, and the Lakers have extended Brian Grant to a partially guaranteed $6 million contract. Although Huan Yu did not shoot a lot of 3-pointers in the offseason, but today the attributes doubled, the hit rate will not drop too much even if he is deadlocked by Kobe. At this time, the third elder's heart was secretly screaming, what kind of madness is he in? This is an honored guest invited by the clan chief. Am I showing the superiority of the Taishu ancient dragon clan? If she remembered correctly, he was one of the livestock who had pushed their companions towards the mutants because of their usual transgressions. The air behind them once again made a sound, and the crossbow arrows once again flew towards the 2 of them, and Yinhua and Yinshang suddenly dodged towards the left and right sides respectively, hiding behind the trees on the left and right sides. But that tree demon is darker than us. The fighting power is also higher. Do you think he'll be able to outperform me? Welcome, old friend, help me complete this formation. The ghostly voice came faintly, even more eerie against the blood formation. What's more, that in spirit also carries compulsion chi. Naturally it's even more difficult to absorb, and that flavor still makes me want to vomit when I think back now. Xiao Shiling actually really dry heaved after she finished speaking. It's fine, but there's no harm in saying it. Wang Yinyan's breath was still on the verge of rage, and it could be felt that he had been suppressing it. Luoyu first picked up Dongliang. This time, Luoyu went to the Rui Hotel. Boss Chin attentively arranged a street-side elegant seat for them, and the luxury inside the hotel made Dongliang completely shut his mouth. He no longer had words to describe it. In the past, when Luoyu was there, the meal was as lively as a play. The 2 would grab the same dish, chopsticks fighting in the air. A moment you give me a piece of vegetable, I give you a bowl of soup, cheek to cheek, appetite is very good. About a few hundred meters behind the stone, a wild hurricane whistled and raged, sand rushed to the sky, and the entire wind belt spiraled upward, all yellowish-brown. Zheng Xiaoye was filled with joy and rushed forward to help Yin Yuanfan move Ji Yanma to another room piece by piece. Zheng Xiaoye stared straight at Ji Yanma, her heart like a beating drum, and watched Ji Yanma in infatuation from a short distance away, it turned out that the reality of him was far more handsome and charming than in the photos. Suddenly, a monkey appeared in front of Tang Abomination, holding a weapon, and looked at Tang Abomination and said very seriously, "As you can see from the original realm, the will of the system has to bend under the rules of the realm a lot of the time. No need, I can't catch up even if I go, the divine immortal slaughtering robbery has a wide reach, I'll just grant them a new life later on," Wang Hao said. Tang Abomination made a killer move. After all, he couldn't make a big deal out of it right now, and in order to turn into a vixen, his true essence was also in a suppressed state. Lien Yuncheng held that black post and suddenly felt a little excited. He had been waiting for this moment for too long, and all the various things that had happened over this period of time had caused him to be incredibly excited for the arrival of that tiger-killing gang. Lu Changxing was full of doubts when he heard this. He didn't know what exactly this guild was referring to. The guard in purple and black armor with a tall horse who was very close to the swordsman watched the pile of heart demon treasure pearls on the ground disappear in the blink of an eye, which couldn't help but make him anxious and angry. When Lu Mengfei saw that gossip news about Ji Yanma and Zhang Xiaye, she was so angry that she almost smashed the Lu family. Di Jun, a golden crow born in the star of the sun, and his brother Tai unified the 10,000 races in the flood to establish the demon race and set up the ancient court of heaven, and was crowned as the demon emperor. However, the mayor of the township failed to give him any response, and their mouths recited card chanting while they moved in a neat and tidy manner toward the mountain. Listening to what her best friend said, Lin Mukite didn't feel surprised in the slightest. After knowing each other for so many years, if one can still not know that Ran Ning will only be changed by one's own thoughts, it is really white to be friends with Ran Ning. When Meng Fei and her were classmates, he had once pursued her, but the tactics were too nasty, and it was hard for Chen Xiaoxiao to bring up good feelings towards such a person. Chapter 88 Meeting Tianchi Su for the first time, for K Big Chapter. Wang Qinji is not. It's the gifted king. Having dealings with the pro-disciples of the Xian Formation Division. As soon as this idea came out, Zeng Anmin was straight away certain of it. And that Wang Qinji was aware that that incense in his hand was Odong incense. That day when he had mistakenly entered the illusionary formation, it was by no means a coincidence. It must be him, Wang Qinji, who did it on purpose. He was trying to use this drawback of the sinking incense to make himself perform poorly in the middle of the illusion formation. Thinking about that days. Long A.O. Wolf since the Qinglong Peak, every day in addition to see the brothers, is the Qinglong Peak of the Green Mountains and Water, where there has been seen this bustling, crowded scene, but think back, Deer City is today's Central Plains, the first big city, the heart does not feel too surprised. She thought about it. It was better to stall this Zhuo Tian as much as possible now. Perhaps when Zhuo Tian's soul awakens, there will be a way out. Lord Surprising Valley did know that this matter was related to the battle for the throne, not to mention what was going on in the capital. How could he not know? But so what? Floyd Nguyen was a person of cultivation. He should have learned to be transcendent and not have to spread this mess. Jealous fiancé? Floyd Nguyen looked blankly at Yudan, who was leaning against the door, as well as Ji Hifeng, who had a smiling and inscrutable face. Brother Jun, let's go take a look. Yiming spoke as she shook her hand and slapped the immortal beast to death. The feeling was panic-inducing. It felt like there were several walls crowding towards you from front to back, but you couldn't see anything. The origin chi, which could refine all things in the heavens and earth, was naturally no exception for the powerful star energy that the 9-star sword formation was filled with. Sending away uninvited guests, Chen Feng ashes folded back to the couch, opened the bed curtains, to see Tuan Luo wrapped in a brocade quilt his color sitting, cannot help but be stunned. Jace knew exactly what the situation would become if this continued, so naturally, he wouldn't let this continue. While battling with the poisonous dragon, he shouted at Arthas. Xizhan froze, somewhat at a loss for words as he looked at Rong Lang. He really didn't know about this reason before he came and didn't investigate too much, thinking that it was just a simple birthday wish. Not yet. How about this mountain stone city? With a stroke of the crystal ball in her hand, an overlooking vista of a revitalized goblin city appeared above the crystal ball. Chen Xiao also answered at this moment, and in the next moment, he directly got up and glanced at Lu Yun beside him, and immediately Lu Yun also directly got up and followed Chen Xiao towards the outside of the restaurant. Don't let him get away. Attack! With a command from Flying Bird, the 7 Zeros rushed together towards the giant bird. With the perverted divine soul body of the Gothic fish, it was entirely possible to massively raise the strength of the crowd by way of imbibing, and now the only thing missing was a divine soul body of the heavenly sovereign realm. A cold light flashed in, still and shone. However, now is not the time to think of these, to make because of his appearance, the export performance is more certain. It seems that there are about a dozen export items, can be customized long-term export orders, which is already on the board of things, why not? These two kids, they really don't know what's going on. I'm so angry. Mingjing dropped the newspaper in her hand. Tick tick tick, someone came outside the door. Mingjing held her breath and told Xiang to open the door. She leaned back on the sofa and rubbed her temples. In the 500th year of the hierarchy, the human race chose to decentralize and form individual independent states rather than a large centralized kingdom. Thinking of this, Louis searched for a couple of test sets and the pair of review materials on his desk and was about to leave the classroom with a cat's back. My heart was in a mess for a while. Looking at the beautiful Qingjing in front of me, I had absolutely no idea how to answer her question just now. With his complete memory, Su Jun roughly sorted out what Li Jiaoyun had said, but he still didn't understand the nature of the powers. Xu Rong led all the generals into the Xiang's fortress and set up the defense of the entrance of the gorge, at the same time ordering to tidy up the army, counting the losses and loot harvested by his side, and consoling the personnel of the Xiang's clan and so on. Or just run around the map, don't stop for a moment, there aren't many enemies anyway, just 5, just take out one of them. I just didn't. Ming Fan hurriedly got up and straightened his clothes, reluctantly leaving Brother Cheng's shoulders. The Divinewood clan, since that year when Emperor Shinnon was petrified at the Divinewood dwelling, there have been no more descendants. Shensu smiled faintly, a hint of teasing flashing inside his eyes. I didn't expect that the young man who defeated the King of Fighters, Grandmaster Shiba, would actually come to challenge me. It's my honor, come on, even if I know I'm not your opponent, I'll give it my all. Zhanlan City Dojo Master Asi is the #1 pulse, stern, strict discipline of his middle-aged man at the same time is also a rice bucket. The amount of rice is quite amazing. In short, here is invisible sympathy and compassion. The winners take away all the glory and cheers, the losers are no one at all to take care of. There are even red-eyed losers, come up to the dying loser punched and kicked to vent some. Just how easy is this? Although Lan Ke's sword skills are also somewhat unplayable above this tricky game, but if he joins forces with Bai He, the two of them cooperate with each other, but it's not much of a problem. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Renxiong's face had risen into a burst of white and purple at this moment, looking at Lin Shifan with a gaze that was filled with resentment, but also a few moments of fear. Although she felt strange, but at the moment she could not go to think more, because above the cave, has begun to lightning and thunder, rumbling sound like a drum that shakes the sky, hammering in the heart. The 5-demon king is obviously also a little uneasy, the energy fluctuation around the body is very powerful, not dead early or calm. The speed is like a shooting star, so unless a real top expert is involved, it will be difficult to defeat the Fire Qilin. Ha ha! Those damned Lord Gods of the Light God system finally couldn't help but strike. Kill them and destroy the entire Light God system. Dark Lord Goddak laughed out loud. The opportunity that the Dark God realm had been waiting so hard for had finally arrived. When the scale-tailed lion opened its fangs, Suja had already appeared on top of the scale-tailed lion's head, and the 3 battle knives carried with them a blazing air-breaking sound as they slashed down towards the scale-tailed lion's head. Chapter 90: The Secret of the Battle of 4K Chapters. Zhong Yuanbo. His own cousin's husband. Along with the King of Zhong and the King of Qi, they are in the middle of this war. After returning from the battlefield, her cousin's husband died in battle, and the Zhong Yuanbo house was plagiarized. There must be something hidden in this. Zeng Anmin's head was in a bit of a mess, and on the surface, he still looked at the little fat prince calmly. The little fat prince had slowly talked about that great battle at this time. The Sacred Dynasty and the Zhang Dynasty have joined forces to attack the Quat Xian Ministry. Moreover, using spells on such an expert, the average warlock could easily be shocked to death, especially since Song Han had only reached the 2nd realm of warlocks, and although he had recently shown signs of breaking through to the 3rd realm, after all, he was still not strong enough to deal with Xin Xing realm experts. Not bad, this is the Heavenly Demon Order fragment. Ning Whirlpool Ling nodded, then took out a box that had been prepared long ago and placed the fragment into it. The fragment tried to escape just as soon as it was out of Ning Whirlwind Ling's control, but it only just flew up when it was blocked by a golden curtain of light, and fell back into the box. Shanks couldn't help but think of that offer from Saber. With such strength, saying something like that didn't seem to be arrogance, but rather confidence in his strength, and how to choose in the future. Shanks would obviously have to think about it, and he'd need to confer with the crew as well. Why did it feel a bit strange for him? Because Xian Xingzi realized that Determination had been looking at himself a bit strangely lately, always looking up and down and scrutinizing. The Water Ape clan had lost 4 full-fledged geniuses in a row, and if Water Ape Island didn't show anything, then all of Water Ape Island's prestige would be compromised. A fluffy rabbit tail was caught between 2 snow-white petals swaying back and forth. It ends up as a sticky wine paste, and when you drink it, scoop a spoonful into boiling water and melt it away. Sabre nodded and followed a regular Hormeyes and left. It didn't take long to come to his room, which was quite nice. It was just a bit fancy, but it was quite in keeping with Big Mom's style. The tracks of the savages were evident, and in a short time he followed them to the lair of the savages. It was only when Zhao Kong saw these teenagers, one by one, walking out of his house in tears, that Zhao Kong knew that things were broken. At the same time, he also saw that the Li family is really not very good outside the force, cannot yet pose too much of a threat to himself as a genie way inner city 1,000 households. As long as he passed this hurdle today, the Li family will not have anything to be afraid of. The crowd of demons around them were all. Chapter 91, Shi Huang 2, 4K chapters. Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about. After the father-son duo chatted for a while, Zeng Anmin's face turned grave. Aha! Seeing the good elder son's face, Pop slowly nodded his head and headed in the direction of the study. Follow my father. Enter the middle of the study. Pop slowly sat down and looked at Zeng Anmin with an expressionless face. What happened? Pops was basically used to the good old boy's pissy behavior. Classifier for birds and certain animals, one of a pair, some utensils, vessels, etc. He showed the jazz home fans his diverse offensive repertoire, giving the home fans the mistaken impression that they were seeing the all-powerful Michael Jordan of '98. After the interview, Zanma sends Duan Ran and his team away first. He then talks to Wu Jing about the contract, and after everything is in order, he finally sends Wu Jing away. As expected by Wang Changshang, those who participated in the bidding were all the VIPs of the second floor, and every time the price increase was no less than 1,000 spirit stones, worthy of being a Jidan stage cultivator. The bidding is generous. So what? Tang Yuran felt that Qinyi calling her was definitely not just a matter of wanting to simply state the facts to her. Tang Yuran's heart was startled, and she abruptly opened her eyes, looking at Guyu's clear and handsome face in front of her for a long time before coming back to her senses. The two woke up, their eyes sharp yet slowly calming, their voices a little hoarse, but their breath slowly smoothing out. Xiaoer's willingness to hire Shui Pinger was entirely because of Shui Oblivious name. Since Yi Zian looked up to Shui Oblivious name, there was nothing inappropriate about hiring Shui Pinger. Of course she didn't intend to ask Shui Pinger to help sell pills, she just asked her to do what she could in her spare time, such as cleaning and such. At first, Sinhe Qing Chishu and two people just follow the green pool behind, stepping in this illusory space, out of reach. Immediately after, under the feet of a piece of rock, inch by inch land embraced, into a really in front of the scene. Tianlong's suit can be said to have an extraordinary significance. The absolute emperor are going to rush. The news instantly spread all over the world is not excessive. Although because of the battle practice with Li Rujing, Yi Zian had a stronger control over his aura and was sort of able to reduce a lot of injuries through his aura. These injuries couldn't be wiped away in a short period of time and caused a lot of pain to his body. Moreover, at such an urgent moment, Yi Zian couldn't even find the time to take the elixir. Xiao Xian and Xiao Ju, but the same pants relationship, and in terms of strategy, Xiao Ju obviously outperforms Xiao Xian by a large margin, so in general, as long as it is Xiao Ju decided things, Xiao Xian will not oppose just like now. The remaining four people who had long been on guard almost did not hesitate to shoot towards Xiafeng, and the black-clothed man who was in front of him became his meat shield, but in a few moments of work there was a series of bullet holes in his body, and he died directly. Stopping the consumption of Yuan Qi, the spinning figure gradually stopped. Zhuoyun stared at the crimson python falling on the active volcano through the eyes of the Xian turtle, secretly marveling in his heart. It was hard to coax Lei Bauer back to her own room. Zhuoyun helplessly returned to his own sofa cross-legged cultivation. He did not dare to just go to sleep. Who knows if this girl will be in the middle of the night and quietly touched over. This crazy girl, but anything can be done. A month's time will pass in the blink of an eye. If I can't pick up a few senior sisters to sleep with, I definitely won't be able to make a breakthrough. And then I won't be able to go to the ghost mansion to get the treasures and spirit ghosts, and I'm bound to die on the life and death stage. Yang Lak muttered, his eyes looking at the senior sisters below, thinking hard about his plan. What? Early divine exalt stage? Brother Nya has broken through to the divine exalted realm? Longyun immediately drew in a breath of cool air. After 3 years of cultivation in the Dragon Abyss space, he actually broke through. Although it was 3 times the time outside, 9 years wouldn't be possible to cross the Divine Emperor and directly break through to Divine Exalted, right? Chapter 92, The Empress's Speculation. The secrets about the heavenly Tao diagram surfaced little by little in Zeng Anmin's mind. The intention to be different. Bai Ziqing was a martial arts genius, and the intent he gained from observing the atlas would definitely not be bad. He himself had said that the diagrams he had viewed were top-notch martial arts diagrams. Then the intention. That is more powerful than him can only be the heavenly roadmap. The Taodai figure is in the barbarians. The sword rising figure is in the dojo. Su Fengtu is in the royal family of the Jiang kingdom. The place in his arms was the place where Zi Hong could take care of everything. He therefore did not say anything more, his eyebrows raised as he broke into a shot, approaching towards the destination where the vicious cold was breeding ahead of him. Zhu Jingling's gaze flickered, seemingly sensing the darkness, that cold and scalp-numbing gaze. Xue Mingzhu even disappeared the depressed look of Lin Nuan sneaking back to see Grandma Do last night and concentrated on her meal. Although it was the hotel that made them into this now, but this group of people, what they hate the most is still that guy named Purple Red. It is him that made them end up into this person is the culprit of everything. Seeing that she looked as if she knew nothing, Jun Wuji forced himself to hold back the unbearable heat in his body and tentatively opened his mouth. Xiao Xinlei's meaning is very obvious, meaning that although you two are the most powerful people in Japan, but after all, you do not have an official status now, just based on your status as a Japanese nobleman is not worthy of my personal reception. Japanese aristocrats may still have some status in Japan, but here, forgive me for not receiving. Lin Nuan skimmed her lips, so she could only look blearily at the glasses of wine that were poured in front of them by Li Qingshang. Lin Nuan slowly digested Xue Mingzhu's words. She was not surprised, after all, she could also see some clues. It turned out that the old Uncle Yu who had always been kind and compassionate to himself was most likely his grandfather. Hades Wrecker frowned, as the king of the underworld, how could he not know whose death was on what date? However, he hadn't expected that the time he had taken great pains to tamper with would end up being right. Hades Wrecker laughed, and along with it, the precious blue pupils in his eyes shone along with him. Chang Gexing kicked Li Yuanba, who was sleeping like a dead pig, but the sleep quality of this guy was very good, and the pain of Chang Gexing's feet didn't make him snore even half a beat less. Li Jisi snapped his head back to glare fiercely at her, his growled voice breaking, his face hard to see. But with these words from old Fu, what plans and whatnot have to be left behind, and rushing over at the first opportunity is the priority. Our family has lost a precious treasure. You will mobilize the whole house, no matter it is the old maids or guards, as long as they can breathe, all of them will be sent out, and never return to the house until the night is quiet. Chang Guxing slate face, as far as possible to make things serious. Seizing this opportunity, Kawashima was no longer polite. Immediately using all of his power, he sent out a palm that was the most masculine and rigid. But after these two people had been reminded to cross the border with fear, they froze for a long time after realizing that the pursuers who should have been roaming the mountains had not appeared either. Watching Scheherazada's tone break, even he didn't hear exactly what he was saying. In these war-torn times, this dead body is no longer a rare thing. Originally he greeted the village a few young students to salvage this dead man, in order not to let this person's body rot in the water, or else a good period of time later the village people will not be able to eat the water in the river. Although those ghosts had gone through rigorous training, there were still high and low levels of this kind of silent line kung fu. Some of them really couldn't help it and inevitably had to move slightly. This movement gave Monkey and Bamboo Green a chance to kill the enemy. Ah Heng's hand on his coffee lurched. He knew that Li Shang was being defensive, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 93, Father. I have a plan to get rid of the Qi King. The Big Chapter. Shangshu Di. In the middle of Zeng Anmin's room. After exiting the Sea of Consciousness space, Zeng Anmin no longer hesitated and walked in the direction of his old man's yard. There was only one thought in his mind at this time. Tell Pops everything. Then see if you can negotiate a more secure method. Squeak. Zeng Anmin opened the door to his room. It was the middle of the night. He raised his eyes and looked. Good. The giant also seemed to let out a long breath of relief, and then he completely locked his consciousness on the inheritance space. Mighty Spider Emperor, I am the city lord of this city, Xin Pengsheng. I wonder what is so important that you have come to my Razalan city with such great vigor. Xin Pengsheng raised a strong breath and asked aloud. This tea is made by a predecessor of my wooden clan's body, and there are just over 100 slices every year, so it is named 100-leaf spirit. I see that your internal breath has reached the peak of the early Xuanji stage, and this tea has a tranquilizing and calming effect. So why don't you take this opportunity to break through to the middle Shin level? Su Huai looked around to check and nothing special, just want to open the mouth to ask, but saw the room Jean bent down, will be on the ground of the withered branches and leaves peeled away, a burst of silver light flashes, the ground is all the white flowers of silver. The reason why he thought of Tian Cheng Zi was because it suddenly occurred to him that this Yulin Mountain Lord could also be a wolf demon like this character, only that she was following the orders of Taiyin Yuan Jun's party instead of the Queen Mother of the West and the others. Brush in a moment of crisis, Shin Tian sent out one of his bottom cards, the Companion Light Gate, to block himself. It turned out that the teenager had anticipated that the wild deer would choose to turn back and run away in panic, so the kick just now was just a feint, and now this kick was Lin Feng's real intention. Then remember to bring me some food when you come tomorrow, I shouted at Ramsey Shio's back. So he brought the jade pendant for soul-sealing purposes. Nan Feng said, if Han Xin had brought a jade pendant other than this one, he would have deliberately observed it and extrapolated the use. Such a scene was so familiar that she always felt guided by a nebulous force of reason. The golden light above Li Ming's body was getting dimmer and dimmer, the effect of the ancient knight's guardian had basically disappeared, and the golden light attached to Li Ming's body was basically not too clear anymore, and only after seeing this scene did Yukong Fish stretch his tightly wrinkled brow and smiled with joy. Yifeng, who was walking at the end, looked at Xian Yuan Xin, and in his heart, when he saw Xian Yuan Xin put aside his disagreement with himself and went to ask that guard, his heart started to mutter once again. At this moment, the jade plate glowed brightly, and a martial character mark gradually took shape at Lei Shan's brow, and the moment it did, the jade plate disappeared out of thin air. Knowing that he was at the end of his strength, Ziling also unleashed a powerful attack. His golden sword was bewildering and his sword light was even better. Even Hui Jia was also gaining ground, his flying sword attacking furiously. Damn, aren't you playing with people? Didn't we tell you at the beginning that we were willing to exchange? But why didn't you still have to run and not stop then? Yang Ming, on the other hand, sat on the roof of the car and looked towards the surroundings for a moment before closing his eyes and slowly operating the fire god skill. If, for example, the real boss behind the Killer Alliance knew about the person that his alliance had been targeting all along. Your sister Ouyang Shui, look at how infatuated people are with you, you calf would do this to them. Zhang Yang, who was in the deep pit, finally had some strength and opened his mouth to speak an injustice for Miaoyu. Although the General Starblade was powerful, this middle-aged man was at least a 7th-order Starry Sky powerhouse, and he was completely able to block this blow by gathering the strength of his entire body. However, the king's pole blade emitted a sharp wail, revealing a conspicuous crack on its body. It was obvious that the quality of this king's pole blade could not defeat the General Starblade at all. Lei Shan didn't want to dodge, and he couldn't dodge either. The area occupied by the light was extremely large, and if he tried to dodge, the ferocious beasts behind him would surround Lei Shan at the first opportunity. Don't talk, what if you knock my finger? Lin Duo half closed his eyes, pressed him to lie down, his finger in the zombie's mouth, and this time he really fell asleep. However, he looked at the 4 large pillars in front of him and immediately gave up on the idea. Letting any of the pillars hit him for a moment would definitely be either death or injury. Seeing Yifeng, the angry looks on those people's faces did not get eased, instead, they became even more violent. Zhang Yi's eyes flooded with odd colors, and he realized that his previous feelings and perceptions were somewhat premature. Do you think that people from the Taoist sect are really always inside the deep mountains and old forests? Lin Qingmei said. Yu Ming's body was a little hunched over, despite the fact that he could no longer mouth off that he was a young man, and a young man who had lived for 20 years after the disaster, and the years never stop or pass by at one's will. Surprisingly, 3 long months had passed. Listening to the snow, she mistakenly thought that Chen Jianghe's true essence would rapidly bottom out, but she didn't realize that by now Chen Jianghe's true essence was still incomparably abundant. The pain of skin and flesh cuts make Healy's body move. Reluctantly woke up from the dream. Outside the gauze tent, the sky is already bright, her eyes were stimulated by the weak light, actually sore. She could not help but touch to the pillow. The touch is a large piece of wet, and only then she realized that, as it turned out, the crying in the dream was not fake after all. I object. But before he could open his mouth, a mid-air shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Not bad. Bruce thought back for a moment. I guess it was okay to meet up with his mom. Fang Hao drew the sword of divine death. His figure flashed, the heavenly flying immortal sword technique, performed. Gods and ghosts were unpredictable. The head of the second strongest Taishu realm guy of the Blood Wolf Star was chopped off by Fang Hao's sword and flew out. Patriarch, the rest of them are in your hands, he's in mine. Isn't he trying to snatch my place here? Now, let me see what qualifications he has. Yi Chen said directly. Jiang Wu's body trembled slightly as he withdrew his hands from Long Hua's back and slowly withdrew his power and stood up. Fuxi felt his realm, although it has grown greatly, but still from that step there is still this much distance, and now he has awakened memories, so now he is in the end the human race or demon race. Immediately, authentic Chinese food became fashionable in France, Chinese chefs were able to flourish, and there was no shortage of Chinese chefs who went to Europe to earn silver dollars and earn a lot of money. Chapter 94. My son has the appearance of becoming a saint. 5K Big Chapter. Above the courtroom, the group of ministers looked at the angry Qi King. All of their faces showed a look of surprise. They all looked over towards Zhang Shilin without moving. At that time, Zhang Shilin did not have the slightest expression above his face. He wanted to leave Emperor Jianhong and the group of ministers time to digest. First of all, most people in the court knew that King Jiang and King Qi were siblings. And it is true that the district is a river king, not much. It seems to be very powerful earthlings. Mach has been a little impatient to see just what it is that he has summoned. But when the large heart-shaped was about to land, Shilin waved his hand and the petals suddenly disappeared as if they had never appeared. To be precise, first, it was like the water in the body was rapidly drained into a dry corpse, then it was like a mudman that had suffered a heavy blow, then the molecules of those unidentified clusters continued to dissolve into ashes, and finally those ashes were like being sucked into a black hole and disappeared abruptly. Boruto ordered nonchalantly as the earth shattered under Sarana's fist, and the panda, who had lost his footing, had to stop before Kibamaru shot out a shadow-binding jutsu sealed in a scroll with the science ninjutsu in his hand, easily catching the panda. Countless people were holding on, yet secretly grumbling about why it had triggered such a thing, and couldn't help but point the finger at Mickey Ghost and the Unruck brothers. Sukiokare Kai's soul was satisfied and followed the white light out of his obscenity transmogrified body. He reached out his transparent hand and placed it on Naruto's head and touched it, disappearing with a smile on his face. Bodhi supported his bald head with one hand and lay on his side on the sofa, changing the channels with the remote control while listening to Miranju's detailed account of last night's events. And at that moment beside him, Sou, Akito Taza and the others all seemed to be agreeing with his words. Those nameless and faceless disciples were fine, but a celestial pride like Lan Xie, who had impressed people in the previous levels, would undoubtedly be noticed by many if they made any movements. Adam had always prided himself on being the strongest controller of the network of mechanical lifeforms, and now realized that he was nothing more than a vassal like Pascal. Earlier, the old man had stepped in to save Yi Tian and Zhou Luer, thinking that the old man was being kind. And just a moment ago, the old man actually left Yi Tian and Zhou Luer outside of the array prohibition to feed the dreadful. Yi Tian took a deep breath, his eyes flickered, his divine sense entered the divine sense space, and his finger pointed at his forehead. Yi Tian was about to follow Shang Yuro to Shang Yunfeng's villa in Shenyang to dine when he received the call from Yi Mingqiao himself. Yi Tian sat in the business car and started to smile and babble with Yi Mingqiao, but when Yi Mingqiao talked about Mr. Gu and Yuan, Yi Tian suddenly stopped moving. Su Churan's delicate face revealed a smile to Han Dong, her long and curved beautiful eyelashes fluttering slightly. Luckily, these people have eyesight and know that people with swords are not to be messed with. Jian He and Wen Ruolio easily found the old house that was haunted. But only after they actually entered the divine realm did they realize that Bai Zimo's words were not exaggerated at all, and even, the real situation was even more terrifying than what Bai Zimo had said. The Ghost Patriarch introduced the Heaven and Earth Dao Qi into the 8 trigrams furnace cauldron and acted on the formation prohibition to transform the Dao Qi into the 3 flavors of true flame. As long as he found the heart of the ocean, absorbed the water attribute energy, and perfected the 5 elements water pearl, Yi Tian would have the strength to travel to the heavenly demon star. Although now there is the queen to stay in Fenghuan Palace, but the phoenix seal in charge of the harem is still in the hands of the Empress Dowager. This time the Princess Dowager died, the expenses required to organize the funeral must be the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Li Fei is only responsible for the preparation of just. As soon as she heard the footsteps, she knew that the visitor was not good, and without even looking up, Wang Fu Baier knew that it must have been Lu Rongrong, that dog's skin, coming to finding Xiao Tang again. Chapter 95 The Gifted King Falls, Pops is Awesome. 6K Big Chapter. In the 13th year of the Jinhong reign, on the 21st day of the 2nd month, there was light rain. The Imperial Study. Emperor Jianhong stood at the window, his eyes looking at the pattering raindrops outside. The water droplets in the sky, if like stars falling on top of the jade disk, issued a made chime general tinkling sheep sound, unceasingly. Emperor Jianhong stood in front of the window and looked ahead expressionlessly. Not long after, a figure appeared in his field of vision. It's a small road that runs away from the royal library. Muliosu, with the red tasseled spear in her hand, still also on the ground, cut out an awe-inspiring arc. She slightly stepped on the steps, not tightly, but firmly to the extreme in the direction of Yen Li Ji's forward, the white moon face, but also that on a stream of life and death power, only I hold the calm and collected color. Instead, he took the initiative to walk to Li Hao's side, looked at the blood on his body, and asked him with concern if it hurt after bleeding so much. Maybe that glass of wine had strengthened her courage, and she was completely open, rubbing his back a few times, and even put her hand directly into the shirt. This is really not human words, Yi Tiantai angry enough, temper came up and did not hold back, the 2 old men on the phone to pull the old things on the old curse for a while, and finally to Zhang Dong directly to the phone slammed to the end. After all, Muliosu's intuition, she always felt that the sound of this bronze bell is indeed too odd. The sound is harsh and difficult to hear, but also some of the shock of the brain, in short, brought her a wave of not very good premonition. So now even if Shinjilan is calmly standing in the middle of thousands of troops, quite casually playing with the crossbow in his hand, but at this moment, there is no one to pay attention to this person. A scorpion tail, like a green whip, breaking through the sky, fiercely pumped in Zhao Fengkongjian where he stood. As expected, just when Muliosu's deerskin brocade boots could step into this formation, it was violently perceived that there was an extremely strong and awe-inspiring coldness coming straight from the surrounding area. The two stared at each other for a moment. Luo Shang looked at his hand in mid-air, and realized that he had overreacted. Ashamed and guilty, he unbuckled his seatbelt, said "I'm sorry," and fled in a hurry. Sui did not push her away, despite not liking the atmosphere of this kind of parting of life and death, but this embrace was the first time, and perhaps maybe the last time. Sensible and knowing how to advance and retreat, even among cultivators, there were not many such characters left, so as soon as they opened their mouths, they were voices of praise. Today's rainfall is in charge of Elder Lu. Grandma said that the wind and rain in East China Sea City is to rely on the East China Sea Dragon Palace is not without reason. Qin Heng, male, 26 years old, the second son of the Qin family, a real estate magnate in Mansion City, graduated from Manhwa Economic Management Cadre College. The others also had a very stricken look on their faces. Why did they have to choose to rush on foot when others could take flying ferocious beasts? Perhaps by coincidence, or if her prayers had worked, 2 minutes passed before an idling cab came up behind her and honked its horn a few times. Can caring deep enough really be tossed around so much that you can't sleep? Don't kid yourself. Who knows who cares? Thinking of Charles, that intelligence peddler, Tiger Shark's hand movements paused for a moment, then he put down his tablet, took out his satellite phone and dialed Charles's number. You forgot? Didn't I tell you that the terrain of Bitstar is different from that of Earth? Duo. While the man was still in the air, Lei Chen instantly screamed that it was not good. He must have been discovered by the blues. The second thought was that the man's stance was good, his presence was not even noticeable to himself. And you guys, have you considered the feelings of the great patriarch? Do you know how hard it is in his heart right now? Impulsive? Does impulse work? Like what Long Tao just did. Xia turned to look at the other dragon clans. Chapter 96, King Qi is dead, but I didn't kill him? So? Bai Ziqing touched his hair and looked at Zeng Anmin. You know I'm a reader, you must be the one to do this kind of thing. Zeng Anmin looked at Bai Ziqing rightfully. No. Bai Ziqing firmly shook his head. If the matter is exposed, you and I will both die. It won't be, no one will care if the gifted king is dead now. He's making enemies all over the capital. No. That, I don't know. Lu Ziqing didn't explain, but instead looked at the canyon formed by the blood mist with a strange expression, while those old men were even more puzzled. With the saint's son in hand, so what if the opponent was even stronger? As long as their lives were used as a threat, even the most powerful experts could only endure. Then she held out her right hand toward Gershon and smiled, a quiet, serene smile, unlike any Christina Gershon had ever seen at any moment before. The crowd of heavenly pride that had originally surrounded Tang Ming immediately all exploded with anger, filled with dissatisfaction towards Dong Qingdao, and gave up on suspending each other. Tang Ming, desperately resisting Xiao Shang. Nangong Choyue didn't know what Xu Tian was doing, but continued to guide him forward and finally came to a tavern. So it is. The ethereal saint smiled, but deep in his eyes, Yiqiu still saw a wave of color. He must have been more cautious of Yiqiu, not daring to be too proud in front of Yiqiu with the saint realm. Brother Yuxian, look carefully, maybe you can find something too. Su Yui softly persuaded. However, yesterday Yiqiu had spoken to the two of them. Yiqiu was now spending time with Yao Qi as Yi Burning Sky, and Yao Qi didn't know Yiqiu's true identity yet. Some attack moves that seem to have no forward swing are simply because the forward swing is too short or the movement is not obvious. What the hunter has to do is to see through his movements and either dodge the attack or defend against the counterattack. The old man sat there cross-legged, his aura as mountainous as a mountain, and a long sword lay across his knees. Around him, there were numerous disciples kneeling, and among the disciples, there was no lack of dukes of big plutocrats or sons and nephews of high officials, but they all bowed their heads, keeping their reverence for this sword Dao master. If he says Shangbo was killed by the EJK, then it was the EJK. As for the truth, lol de. He had long been a human being, although he was surprised with the identities of the sovereign and Luo Lao, but now that these two big names had met, it was obvious that they had something to discuss, and it would be inappropriate for him, an outsider, to stay any longer. No matter what, it would be better to evacuate first. Lu Bang sent out to chase one batch of people after another. Still no news of Shoei. Lu Bang was restless for 3 days in a row. Don't worry, Your Highness, today is the big day for Your Highness to return to her throne. Chen Jieyu will definitely come to greet Your Highness. Sister Fan answered in a low voice, her gaze then looking out of the hall. To be placed in the past June Manhwa's this action would have made her ashamed, but nowadays she has practiced the skill of not being invulnerable to 100 poisons, and her cheeks are so thick that it is estimated that even a spear can't pierce through. My lord, the Matsunami family has suppressed my family many times before, and now is the time for my family to stand on its own feet. These were the retainers who had long been dissatisfied with the Matsunami family. A life curation master can become an emperor? Su Chen hesitated. A cursed fade master like Lu Join couldn't even become a great emperor, let alone become an emperor. It should be that there are taboos all along the way, and Captain Fei Ghost broke the taboos all the way over, so the speed is very slow now. Let me see. Tang Chong went up and took the lock in his hands, and after taking a closer look, he realized what was going on. The lock was broken, and he pulled it violently, which opened the lock. Cold Mountain Pavilion, Red Hibiscus set up a stove to build a fire to cook tea, and Chi Dia is a person to seek the plum. Here has always been plum blossoms bloom just right, but due to the snow today, but also New Year's Eve festival, most people stay at home to reunite. Like them, such a leisurely people are also very few, but very few does not mean that there is not. Chapter 97 Entering the Way with Shooting. The whistling in his ears continued. Zeng Anmin and Bai Ziqing returned the same way. Now close to March, even if the evening breeze, blowing on the face more than just cozy. Though the posture was a bit lopsided. Still, Zeng Anmin rode his own mount all the way to the capital. Ta-da! With the sound of his toes gently touching the ground, Zeng Anmin only felt a rush of clouds. It was then safely over the walls of the capital. Can't be in. Emoshi had been combing through all those messy things, so she hadn't really paid attention to looking at her surroundings, and it was only after Yin Ruo Jun's yelling that Emoshi began to survey her surroundings. The confrontation on the battlefield, enough to destroy the strength of the heavens and the earth, because the entire forbidden land of the demon race almost 1/3 of the place, all destroyed. Good thing that battle did not spread to other places. Should be a party in the battle deliberately suppressed the battlefield in the forbidden land of the demon race, so that it did not spread to the entire southern border demon region. When Asuna and the others noticed, a trace of guilt flashed through their hearts, feeling embarrassed that they had turned Haoyan into a red-named player. Xia Nuyan's fingers hooked the strings of the zither, and then let go. The aftermath echoed in the room for a long time. Yan Wangyue was just thinking that she and Jun Shino did not get along, and after thinking clearly, she was not too angry. Manager Zhang took out his cell phone, chose a place with good light and took a shot, and after taking the shot, he took it to Yin Ruojuan. The two of them are blood brothers. Tong Yao is Tong Dan's real brother. Shang Guanling, who was sitting next to Lin Yifeng, glanced at him and explained. But Yin Ruojun pressed herself, which made her very touched, but she was also speechless. Why Yin Ruojun he still reacted to a certain part of his body at this time, although it was only a slight change, but Emoshi still felt it. I don't know who shouted, and in an instant a dozen or so ice elemental forces projected out along the top of the wall. Tingmu, I'm going out for a while, take care of Emoshi for me. If Emoshi loses a single hair, don't blame me for flipping you off. Yin Ruojuan threw down a sentence seriously and sure turned to leave. Gong. A few minutes of mumbling, princess the two words held in the UG throat, and then so extremely reluctant to do the words thrown out. He knows that this atmosphere is too cramped, and this silence should be broken by him first. The ancient ghost was so scared that his body shivered non-stop. If he didn't have a solid physical body, I'm afraid that he would have sweated like a pig by now. My attitude is already clear. We were not originally from the same camp, not to mention that I am also a descendant of Huaxia, a true descendant of Yin Huang. Yi Linghan had the blood of the Yellow Emperor flowing in his body. If he really gave up his stance in order to stay alive, that would be called truly apologizing to his ancestors. At that moment, a storm-like air current surged wildly in all directions from their circumference, stirring up a gust of wind and sand, and the dead branches around them made a clattering and crunching sound. When their figures appeared from amongst the stirring up of the wild sand and dust, the two of them were motionless as if they were frozen in time. Who is that away from the fire? Once galloped the world's prestigious, a heart for the people no one disrespect, and the two generals of the Xichao town of the frontier for many years, even if it is the emperor have to respectfully call an old general, who dares to make a mistake in front of him, 100,000 Red Army million frontier guards that is not paper, with his help, but also afraid of what? Well then, how about you ask a question and I ask a question so that neither of us suffers? In order to find out the bottom of this mountain gate, Long Yang only came up with this ploy. At that instant, a whoosh of nameless anger went straight to his head, his eyes revealed a sinister gaze, and his pale face began to redden and rise. A few points of hideousness appeared on his face as he clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes immediately became a few points of creepy luster. Chapter 98, New Words. Zeng Anmin's gaze looked a little dull to outsiders. He just stood there, drawing the one-man-tall ebony longbow in his hand. The longbow was held in his hands like a toddler holding a 3-foot blade, which was out of place. But at that moment, Zeng Anmin was completely immersed in his own world. His gaze reflected a strange color. Squeak! The ebony longbow in his hand was drawn with his full strength, and he pulled it open a little. The two men fought long and hard, but neither knew who was the creator of the mechs, and they gave the order to start looking around Marina City. Ray being proposed to was just one of the factors, and there's a lot of things weighing on my head right now, and there's no way I can be happy about it. The first thing the man did was to examine Xinghuan, but he also didn't let Xinghuan get close to his side, an invisible aura that enveloped Xinghuan. Jin Shumuge's unwillingly stared at Jin Shuku, although the palace is prosperous and rich, but also has the unmanly distant vision, while looking at the blessing of the suffering. He only said half a sentence and then stopped. After sending her parents away, Uni begins a seemingly depressive life, not saying a word except to study, and that's when her dad's family takes up residence under the banner of taking care of her. After AO Fighting participated in the Immortal Friends Exchange, he had already been branded by the time and space fields, and even if he went to any unfamiliar world, the Wang indistinctly could locate it and open the time and space gate. It's up to you. The teenager glared over with a fierce look, and the boy instantly lowered his head in commiseration. He had refined the idyllic universe into his visionary world, so it could be said that it also fell within the scope of his domain. They are both cynical people who can't see something unfair or dark. Even if it's an afternoon person, the relationship is extraordinary. Immediately after that, Ling Hongyu didn't dare to attack, instead, he turned to defense. He knew that as long as he survived this move, then this battle would be his victory. A cool sensation spread from the wound, and Batson, whose entire body was tense from the pain, slowly relaxed. You have something on. You're back. Li Yan Xian's voice trembled as she slowly replied at me, and before her words fell, she raised her hand and pointed straight behind me. J.I. Baldy's gaze hadn't moved away from Liang's mom for a moment since she returned from the West Lake. At that very moment, several SWAT officers suddenly emerged from the back of the car, covering the mouths of the three men and forcing them into the car. Without doubt, the man smiled faintly. Master Bing said that you did a good job this time, getting rid of that old man Yi Jintian, only to see that while the man was speaking, he actually had an extra thread in his hand and was about to wrap it towards Dao's neck. Yufei looked unhappy, arched his hand and said, King Kong treats Yufei very generously. Yufei is extremely grateful. However, the Tartar army has not yet retreated, the siege of Bianliang has not yet been lifted, and His Majesty is in danger. How could Yufei dare to feast and enjoy himself? After saying this, he whisked his sleeve and left. As long as there is this, why not drunken tea house to get a pot of good tea, sniffing the tea smoke brought by the aroma of tea. In this atmosphere, no matter who, will be drunk. A shot killed the driver of the rear vehicle. The guy skewed downward while pressing the steering wheel crookedly due to the inertia of his body. The truck went down the roadbed in the same direction and came to a halt about 10 meters in front of the bushes. Although it did not roll over, the slaves on it were already screaming in fear. After walking into the cave, through the dark light, I saw a pool of clear water in the cave, on top of which there was a piece of white stalactites. And that pool of clear water is dripping with spring water, falling into the pool. And the pool in the center of a pale, dying breath, sitting in the spring water. My eyes, surveying the moat in front of me, eyeballed the width of this moat, which had to be at least 5 meters. Here, this is half of the spirit stones. As for the rest, I'll have time to organize it and give it to you at a discount. Lin Luo handed the prepared space ring to Hai Zhuer. Chapter 99, Qin Wanyue in Husband Protector Mode. Sister Qin, you'll be my real sister from now on. Zeng Anmin felt a touch of warmth from Qin Wanyue's fingertips, and a flutter surfaced in his heart. But he squashed it right down and gave it a thumbs up. No, you can't trust the 3 biggest illusions in life. LOL. After getting along with Zeng Anmin for a long time, Qin Wanyue's nature had also become a little more lively. The prince's gaze on the side looked a bit sultry. After another 2 or 3 minutes, there was another sound of footsteps at the end of the dark corridor, a soft sound, like a cat stalking in the darkness of the night, and one could tell it wasn't an adult. Lin Feng, who had never had a chance to practice, finally caught a good opportunity to link theory to practice, so he began his in-depth interrogation with a meaningful smile. Zhao Qian's mom is obviously really scared, and she is also the kind of real people, and not much run into this kind of people, so she does not know what to do. I'm messing up someone else's rookie trial? And the kind with a plot? What the hell? Lin Feng was a little agitated. His inexplicable situation and inexplicable encounters made him feel the fear of the unknown. When Yun heard that, she agreed with a bit of a loss, and then I watched as Ji went out the door in a hurry. Together with the manpower arranged before the store, the West Sea Bar store inside the store outside the hidden fighters, at least nearly 20 people, Zhou Qing's people dare to show up, will definitely let him eat. The preparation can be said to be foolproof. And most crucially, apart from the curse, the Raven clan's defenses and attacks were not strong, and for them to be useful in battle there had to be other means of keeping them safe. Jiang Yuer did not think that there is still Mu Ao Qing in the car. This road is the usual. Chu Ziming will go to the company's road. She looked for someone to check for a long time, only foolproof in that second rushed out. Snow sat on the edge of the bed. Xiao Geiyan sat on the floor on top of a beanbag. He is tall, legs long, for Snow is quite large and comfortable, so a beanbag, sitting on is but actually looks rather constricted, 2 knee stubs high, looks as if it is not particularly comfortable look. She walked over to clear away the dishes, having just eaten a few dumplings and now having no appetite even after being stirred up. Nasty. Maggie Lee laughed and hammered Claire Lee's chest a bit, and Claire Lee wrapped her arms around her in return. At this moment, Yang Hao's body was covered in golden flames rising. His origin was continuously burning, exerting his maximum battle power. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. The Emperor's suppressing pagoda above his head didn't have a strong enough divine power to support it, and in a split second, it would have been knocked out of the way, and wouldn't have been able to continue to protect him. Although it was unclear why the Lord would allow this black dragon to do such an important thing, since the Lord had given such an order, there must be a reason for her to do so. In addition to children's clothes, she also has to look at adult clothing, and after doing this, she's able to keep a constant eye on the styles of clothes sold in various stores, as well as what other people are wearing. Back then, when the Demon Emperor's tomb was opened, Yang Hao wasn't there, but remained in the Spirit Ruins cave to cultivate. But it has to be said that Claire's absence from the team in the last couple of days seems to have activated the whole of United once again. She was also worried about Chen Yi, otherwise she wouldn't be waiting here. She didn't know where the person had gone, so she could only wait, and she couldn't go out to look for the person. I'm sorry, Grandpa, a village suddenly appeared, so we're a bit scared. Zheng Hai apologized. Then Xin goes to see Aunt Grandpa. He Jiasun was still quite understanding and opened her mouth to go see someone. Next, Yi Tian picked up the painting in the safe next to him, Sue's ink-splashing capitalist landscape painting, and began to appreciate and appraise it. Chapter 100 Significant Clues Within the Gifted King's Mansion. Zeng Anmin exited the entrance of the state prison. After bidding farewell to the crown prince, he silently picked up his horse and traveled towards the front. The royal city division is moving too slowly. Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Should we consider sneaking into the gifted king's residence to find out what's going on? No way. As soon as the thought surfaced, he pressed it down. It's too risky. And I promised my dad that no matter what happens in the future. Zeng Anmin exited the entrance of the state prison. After bidding farewell to the crown prince, he silently picked up his horse and traveled towards the front. The royal city division is moving too slowly. Zeng Anmin narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Should we consider sneaking into the gifted king's residence to find out what's going on? No way. As soon as the thought surfaced, he pressed it down. It's too risky. And I promised my dad that no matter what happens in the future. How can I put it nicely? It's like a burst of spring inside the cold winter, or like a clear stream tinkling inside the summer. The sound is a bit loud, the 8th floor is still quiet. Lin Qiqing of course heard it. He shrugged at me, a look of you look at yourself, went downstairs. Without any further unnecessary emotion, the Chaos Demon Dog spoke out his understanding of the Divine Embodiment Mountain. And Rome was also very Buddhist, and every time Zhang Huilan asked her where to stick it, she was always able to coax the other party to be incredibly happy. The aroma of soybeans emanated from the stoveroom, and as soon as Wu Tao smelled the familiar flavor, he knew that it was brown sugar boom soybeans, which tasted fragrant and sweet, and the only drawback was that it was easy to fart. If the other party had to go on, under the deterrence of Chang Yuanyi and Qin Fan, then he could only send him to no avail. What could that be? Qin Xiaoxiao was instantly confused and looked at Wu Yingying. The other party also looked puzzled and couldn't guess. He knew that Xiaoli was only level 10, but also deliberately said one person a sand scorpion. In fact, secretly some want to see Xiaoli joke idea, but Xiaoli saw an advertisement, but quietly hit him a slap in the face. The mischievous eyes grew more and more prevalent, and a seeping hideous sinister dove was written in He Xinyi's gnashing teeth. When she said this, her charming eyes stared at Zhang Minglang, as if Chen Sansan was sitting next to her and was deadwood. Wang Ning let Min Xingji pull a chair and sat down, instructed a few master chefs who rushed out with kitchen knives to help to go back to the back kitchen, and then the real shopkeeper of the restaurant brewed tea over, and the large hall appeared to be a little quiet for a moment. What kind of power it is you don't have to care, hand over the god compass worm and I won't kill you, I said as I looked at Kasazen. Borderland barbaric wilderness, spanning a distance of 100,000 miles, in which all kinds of ancient trees, giant trees in the sky, are some ancient legacy of the Fae, since ancient years. Only in this barbaric land can see some of the sights and sceneries of the ancient times in the beginning. The more Wang Jijun said, the more surprised he Saishua, thinking Wang Jijun cannot beat Li Ziyuan that is expected, but even if Wang Jijun lost to Li Ziyuan, there is no need to be so presumptuous, and even less need to praise Li Ziyuan, right? And, you don't have to rush, 1 month, just build these 3 things within a month. Zhao Feng said. In the midst of the engagement that no one else could see, Tuoba Mang and Bai Kuan went back and forth, exchanging punches. You punched me in the face, I punched you in the body, you kicked me in the body, and I returned it to your face. Now that the yellow turbans are beginning to settle, and Wulwan is not making any moves, second brother is married, don't you miss your parents, wife and children at home? Wind wants you to go home and take your younger siblings over. Zhao Feng said. Withered and decayed old leaves for the new shoots to pay the last effort, until consumed, into a pile of dirt. The new shoots grow taller, but the world only remembers everything in front of them, forgetting that those who do not see the place, silently pay what kind of price. The sacred mother Wu Tang, the Vishnu immortal, and the golden hoop immortal were nowhere to be found, of which the sacred mother Wu Tang was the only one of the Tongtian sage's personal disciples who survived, preserving a chance for the interceptor sect to live on. However, compared to Yi Xiaofeng, who now had an attack power of 1 million points under his outburst, this bloodthirsty blade was too weak. Lily walked back with a bag, the two together out of the Fish Head restaurant, car toward the county highway intersection to drive over. Chapter 101, Pop's power can be increased again. Without any hesitation, Zeng Anmin walked towards the exposed hole. He reached in and probed inside. Reach out and touch a pile of paper-like objects. Swish. He directly swung round and packed all the things inside and took them all out. Seeing this pile of letters, Zeng Anmin's gaze slightly stared. Outside the courtyard, Bai Ziqing looked ahead expressionlessly. In front of him appeared an extremely soft. Such a national weapon is one of the ways that Jinzhou town maintains its deterrent power against the Jinnu, and it is also one of the representatives of the advanced technology of the Daming Empire. There's theory and there's practice, there's technology, there's industry, and there's industry, all sorts of different things. Wei Zhongxian cursed 2 sentences, although the surface of the many senior officials is still pleasing fawning look, but the heart has long been disdained to the extreme. Chianan wouldn't be able to think of what kind of purpose Hao Lin would have even if he thought about it. Right now, Hao Lin was still just a crooked businessman in Chianan's mind. After all, her upbringing was too smooth, and she was far from thinking about how ambitious Hao Lin would essentially be. It seems to tell us that there is our temporary camp, but we have to find our own way to cross the river, and it also reminds us that there are piranhas in the river. As soon as the ancient lion spoke these words, a full breath of cold air was sucked in. Then and the others also sighed and softened on the ground. Daming doesn't need people who are lazy, so those who don't have jobs are basically useless. It was a sheath that was pitch black on the outside and entwined with a golden pattern. The golden pattern gave off a flowing luster under the sun's light. Bo Yen knew that with every few stitches Young Fong embroidered, her eyes would quietly glance in her direction. If you really want to blame someone, then blame the fact that you are Yi Bone Dust, then blame the fact that the person you like is Li Rushua, then blame the fact that your useless brother had to give you the heir to the Yi family. There were many times when he really wished he'd never woken up, or even wished he could have drifted off into a dream, just like that, and on and on and on. I won't go back with you, Xia, I've already gone too far. Peng Haoming said as he looked at his brother, having a look at Zhu Meyer. Afterwards, it could be revealed to the people below, and Yun Xiaoyu could be resolved without having to do it himself. There was no wind blowing head-on, but her long hair parted strangely and slowly, revealing a pale, bloodless, nearly transparent face. The Saffron Guard's 7-colored wristband blossomed with a strange light and directly rushed towards Tiger Barbarian, who at the moment intended to feign his own strength equal to that of the Saffron Guard, and directly lifted the tiger head axe on his waist to chop towards the Saffron Guard. The monster's left blade was guided by Lin Xiaolei to hit the ground, while Lin Xiaolei used her sword to slice along its blade to its root, and in one smooth move, she cut down this tentacle of its as well. Among the knights of the Medici family, someone suddenly laughed out loud very happily, and everyone's movements froze at the same time. How could anyone laugh in this situation? Neither. Peng Haoming replied, he had to think of a good reason to gag this good driver. I didn't go down the hill right away because it was still early and I wouldn't be able to get into my dorm room if I went back. I leaned against the large rock and closed my eyes. Time was gradually ticking away, and Irina had been transferring magic power to Shoryuken all this time. Due to the depletion of her magic power, it made her face a little pale. However, her hand was always grasping Shoryu's hand, hoping that she could do her best. With a few prancing and flying flashes, he landed low in an unoccupied corner not far from the inn, gathered himself together, and walked towards the inn. These people how to do their own cannot care, and moreover in their own has nothing to do, their own completely unnecessary and their explanation of what? Chapter 102, Closing Cases at the Speed of Light. Young Master. A naive voice rang out from behind Zeng Anmin. Not long after, he saw Da-chun trotting all the way towards this side. Da-chun's posture when he ran was extremely strange. He was tall, his arms were clamped together, and when he was running, his crotch bone, which was 2 people wide, twisted and turned, which was extremely awkward to look at. Not going to the state prison today? Da-chun ran over to the back without redness or gasp, and naively looked at Zeng Anmin. Not going, today. Looks like things are still in good hands, isn't it? Yi Ruyao smirked and bumped into Luanghua, who just clasped his hands over his shoulders and left in silence. For her part, Yi Ro grinned impishly behind her back before walking over to Saifa and Abalang and starting to plan how to organize the wedding. Xianxia raised the curtain, let Sun Xiaozu into the house. Sun Xiaozu but saw Sun Rong family hands down standing opposite Anchan. Sun Xiaozu some surprise, Sun Rong family called master, face piled up flattering, slightly unnatural smile. Shimura Yang decisively changed into a body, but he became just too weird. Surprisingly, he turned into a red-haired, 188 centimeters tall hunk of a man. She had never seen red hair except for the Whirlpool clan. Wasn't this guy looking for attention himself? But talent is not something that can be corrected and overtaken by acquired efforts. There are some things that are really force majeure. Ingchan is like being dipped in a honeypot. Her crossing is different and meeting another version of Sun Xiaozu is a blessing, not a curse. But right at this moment, another air-breaking sound suddenly rang out, and those 13 brilliant pillars of light once again shot out a bright energy towards Zhao Gao. The golden red figure slowly walked out from behind the tree, and the Junyi monk's originally slightly feminine face was even more hideous in her eyes at this time. It was his fault for making a mess in the kitchen and being so much later himself in order to have to clean up the mess. The door suddenly opened, the ant directly grimaced without saying a word, pushed down Mengqi hard, and then walked away. Yan Di frowned as he listened to Jingwei's description, and also fell into deep thought, puzzled. When the elder finished reciting the caliber of a set of heart techniques, he simply said, I should go back, I'm old and out of practice, I can't stay up. As for how much you can remember, it's up to you. Raising his foot, he was about to leave. Is it so hard to accept just letting me touch you? Even if it's to save your life? Yes, it has to be done. Looking at Han Shouxi disappearing from sight, Xiang Chunzhao, who had secretly warned herself, turned back, only to realize that Wang Monli was staring at her with glaring eyes. While being invited by New York Love was a great honor, no one would be stupid enough to go around talking about it without knowing for sure as well as being able to take the endorsement. Tong Guan is both his own sidekick and the founder of the Brocade Guards, and it can be said that it is most appropriate for him to step in. Mu Jianqing? Shaken, Gu Qingyu froze for a long time before these 3 words popped out of her mouth, then glanced suspiciously toward the darkened tunnel behind her. The sealing talisman on the jade pendant was removed, and the fragrance of the Xing Yi Dan filled out, but with the duel of the Prohibition and the Cloud House, so not a single bit of it leaked out to the outside. Who knows, one day Li Lingyu was in a bad mood and completely destroyed her. I'm afraid that since that day, Feng Meng hasn't had a peaceful sleep. His palms were warm and generous, and the worry in Gu Qingyu's heart, for no reason at all, lessened by a few points. Barang is frowning at each other. Confused Zhang Liyuan stretched his neck to look at the desk phone, but did not move his butt. When Song Yu's hand touched a certain place, Xiao Jingling's body suddenly trembled like the ground was electrocuted. After dissolving Luo Zhang, Ming Zun and Si Xingru's tactics in a like manner, the Jade Palace elder turned his head to look at Luo Zhang and asked in a pleasant manner. Chapter 103, The Hoary Green Bao Shoots the Snake Demon. Lu Tong is dead. It was too much to resist and died of poison. For a time, the entire squire's residence was shrouded in a gray hazy sad color. It's night. The breeze picks up again. There was a lot of crying in the squire's house. At this time, there were countless people standing in front of the main hall of the mansion. At the head of the group was a middle-aged scribe who looked to be in his 40s. This man has a resolute face and eyes, and his nose is extremely high. He looked at Li's smile in front of him, blinked his eyes, somewhat dumbfounded, and in the end, just nodded silently. Lioli saw June Lintian again, also slightly surprised. Just the thought of Suwa, she began to deliberately away from June Lintian. The two rarely contact. No. Morong Hong Kite's vermilion lips slightly opened, only spitting out this one word, her eyes and face drooping, not daring to look at Zhong Ronghua drunk. Yin Duo did not know how other travelers quickly adapt to the new look. Anyway, she had a long period of time a little bit repulsed to look in the mirror, feeling like she had plastic surgery. The feeling that is not the original is very unpleasant. Yun Chong did a magic trick and took out a dagger from his body, looking at Yun Duo with tears in his eyes. Look at the beauty under the lamp, always have a different flavor. Lang Mukan infatuated look at her. Yun Duo laughed, reached out his hand to remove his mask. Lang Mukan subconsciously avoided a bit. Yun Duo slowly sat down and covered his face with both hands. The 30th was the best one to recover after the face swap, because the face he swapped was his twin brother's. Why did God let her cross over and fall in love with Lang Mukan, and let her know clearly that she knew how to do plastic surgery, but she didn't have the mechanical tools? On the couch, Shen Yuan Tianyue didn't feel anything because of the sleep points he had previously been given by Rong Shallow. Luo Qingyue glanced at the palace door that was close at hand. Her heart was relieved. When she arrived here, she could just roll over and cross the door. You heard it all. Not a question, but a statement. Emperor Beichu looked at the man standing below, his deep eyes as deep as the sea. Ninth prince? I don't care if you're the 9th prince or the 8th prince. What does it have to do with us? We're here to find your 12 leaders. Mao Shili said. However, the two of them had different expressions. Yang Mingcheng had a look of anticipation on his face, while Yang Fan was quite complicated now. It was important to realize that during this period of time, even though the Tai Ching clan had acted a lot, they had only taken it as a normal situation for the safety of the event. Just a leader-level in soldiers is enough to make these foreign insects cannot get close to the land temple the slightest, not to mention, just among the leader level, it is divided into the Wu, Shirshan, etc., the Yin God official position level existence? I'll help you find the secret scroll, but I need to see him now to make sure he's safe. Flower Chain looked at the demon god's face through the video, itching to cleave him with a sword. She had been searching for more than a month in this desolate world since the demon god held Lu Tianya's life hostage a month ago. After the reward, Li Shimen in addition to let Wang Yan will be made to supervise the officials, together with the development of better use of the horsepalm, ready to mass production in the coming year. This has been proved in the actual battle can be very good to protect the horse's hooves of the artifacts outside, but also asked Wang Yi and Sun Simiao, together, to enter the palace from time to time for the Empress of the Changsun and the Princess of Changle diagnosis and examination of the body. On the third day after Li Shimen led his troops from Liuzhou City, Gao Yanshou sent word that he had succeeded in persuading the defenders of Wubiao City and Pohan City to surrender, and that these two cities, which had to be taken from Liaodong to enter the hinterland of Goryeo, had fallen into the hands of the Great Tang without bloodshed. Morong Shui stood up, slightly shivering hand to pull Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not refuse, let her hold her hand, to the inner bedroom. Devouring, that is devouring. Literally, isn't that what it's supposed to be? Welcome out of the former Hangzhou assassin Li Hongjie just returned to the capital, as well as his son Li Daosu. Li Hongjie returned to the capital, handed over the decree, just returned to the house to rest for 2 days. Wang Yi is in Wangfu to find out the news of Li Hongjie back to the capital, the first time to come over to visit. Chapter 104, Brother, you smell good. Pop. The doorway was pushed open. Then he saw Lu Yingqi, the current minister of the household department, looking over with an expectant face. His gaze, which was hidden with vicissitudes, shuddered violently after coming into contact with Lu Ton's bewildered gaze. Dad! Lu Ton looked at Lu Yingqi's face and gave a weak cry. Phew! Lu Yingqi was relieved, his clenched hands slowly loosened, marching to Lu Ton, carefully observing the police asked the surrounding citizens, according to that citizen's generalization that perpetrator is Chen Donghua, the son of Chen Liang, the mayor of Zong City. He hit someone and drove away, an Audi car. The citizen said, and the surrounding citizens nodded their heads in agreement. Hundreds of soldiers, like a tide, surged on, rushing toward Lin Yi with even more fury. What does Luo Yun mean by this? Lan Mubai silenced himself by pointing his finger at the table. Is it to create suspicion between us? Then this is too lame. Dodging 14 starlights so easily? Feng Peng gritted his teeth. He had never seen Lin Yi's strength until now. After Morong Feng's words, the sword chi of the Qingfeng sword in his hand was like the water of the Yangtze River, gushing out. Morong Feng was no longer willing to talk nonsense to Wang Xingtian, because he had already finished saying what he needed to say. A few minutes later, a large iron gate appeared in front of him. The gate was made of a special alloy, that is, it would be fine even if it was bombarded with missiles. This was a special material that he had specifically looked for Mo Xiaohua to get. When many people heard this, their faces revealed a hint of shock, and each of them looked in the direction of Three Fingers Peak with complicated gazes. "You guys stop him for me." Seeing Qin Han attacking, Chen Xing said to those big men who were fighting with Piao Xiang. After some more time, Bai Zhi would realize that she didn't return to the palace, and then she would go and urgently order the brocade guards to search for her, and then, Jimo's eyes in the palace would know the news, and then the great beauty of Jimo would come to her rescue in a mighty manner. What do you mean by icy cold piercing the bones? This will freeze the meridians, a little more difficult than piercing the bones, so to the limit cannot carry, injuring the meridians fundamentally. Originally, telling him the result was just to let him know that she had not wronged Lu. Lu should be punished. There was no one in the entire Lu mansion who didn't know what Lu Jingyu meant to Lu Yunzheng, so ever since Lu Jingyu had been sent to the hospital, everyone's heart was lifted and they were all in the living room waiting for Lu Yunzheng to come back. Shen Xingming smiled and kissed her. What is wrong with two people practicing together? Love is love, cultivation is cultivation, no problem at all. Love does not delay cultivation, cultivation is full of love, not good? Ingur reached out her hand to hold the bracelet on her wrist. The tears in her eyes were swallowed back hard. She was not angry. What was there to be angry about with these people? To put it bluntly, the Jade Kirin is a living thing whether it turns into a human or a Kirin, and the 100 Kings Conference is a conference attended by the zombies and severe ghosts of the world, and the one to be established is also the Kingdom of Ghosts. Among them, the ones who also arrived early, but greeted most briefly, were Su Jinhai and Su Zhu. It turned out that after the Black Horse had been frightened earlier, it had taken refuge in another cave near this river, and when it saw its familiar owner, it followed it. The teenager in front of him, even after a year, with his eyes removed and his person slimmed down, looked a lot more handsome than before. "Boss, they're here." A punt quickly reported back after spotting the target at the intersection. The others heard this and rushed over on their bikes at fire speed. Helian Yuan looked at her dull and well-behaved appearance, and his cold and stern eyes had already been sprinkled with stars of compassion. "What? What did the old man say?" Li Changwei didn't seem to understand and asked after the team members, but no one answered him. September's comment stunned me for a while. To tell the truth, I have no impression at all. It just feels like I've had an extremely long dream. If it wasn't for her sudden mention, I would have even thought that this life and death matter was just the beginning of a dream. Chapter 105 Pop's Cluelessness. The next day. The State House is closed. This was what Zeng Anmin learned after he came to the state prison from the Imperial City Department. Then he headed straight for home. Nothing again today. Solely, he traveled towards his home. "Young master, you're back?" As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard Chibo's voice. Aha! As soon as he returned home, Zeng Anmin's body relaxed. Besides, Xiao Yu, according to an Z command to find the desert god house, one Jian old man has not seen her, plus followed by a limit god soul and red refining hijacking outside with a big blackbird, a look no not what a good job, in the absence of confirmation of the identity of the first temporary residents, do not make a whole misunderstanding. Yenshin saw the eunuch pull open the curtains of the cloud carriage, only to see in which came out a pale, obviously excessive wine-obese middle-aged man. This middle-aged man's eyes have no bit of spirit, it seems to have only just woken up from sleep is also about the same. And the karma they brought with them, entangled in Huijue's body, had completely wrapped all around Huijue's body in pitch-black sinful karma. The next day at noon, Wang Qin did not even go to the cafeteria to eat lunch, directly went to Chen Shirley's office, and Chen Shirley had already been waiting in the office. In order not to be noticeable, the two deliberately waited for more than 10 minutes, and waited until the teaching area of the people are almost all left before going to the parking lot. "Wait, Captain Lang." Daba Shuiyan's voice came out from the woods, and Lang Keeg said, "Slow down." At this moment, Daba Shuiyun had already pulled Xiu Xian and ran out from the woods. At this time, he only saw one of the red devil's eyeballs, which had already been pierced by a golden needle, and a fresh blood flowed out from the eye socket, making it even more hideous by a few points. Yasuko almost died of shock, but luckily her stomach helped, gurgling really hungry and masking the panic. Wang Qin had his eye on the house, and directly opened his mouth to yell at the door, and the special slogan naturally drew the attention of many people around him. As for Mo Yunchang's side, he had already struck out, defeating the other party in about 7 or 8 rounds, and succeeded in temporarily seizing the right to own the house. Immediately, his soul reappeared into his physical body, and after the same reappeared into his physical body, Huijue put his palms together and began to recite the mantra. Xian Jizhenjin took another look and found that this person was lazy. The corner of his lips carried a smile, if anything, as if he was laughing at something. At the same time, in this person's hand there was a demonic longsword emitting silver light. The sword body emitted a rushing evil aura. The sword was so horrible, let alone a person. I don't like the jade pendant. After thinking for a while, Song Yuan truthfully stated her thoughts. At the same time, her almond eyes also sized up Xia Junyao's face again. Although she had been in GZ for a long time, she schooled the General Hospital of Military Medicine in Sanglong every day, so she simply didn't have time to go anywhere else. For no reason at all, Yuan Ru's heart was also a bit closer to Frost Scar, without the tension and awe that rose when she saw Frost Scar's cold face. Back in the hospital room, Qin Mengxue found a chance to deliver a message to Academician Gao, which allowed the graduate student to help her connect the electrode pads. She raised her head, and in an instant, she touched Xiao Chu's gaze surveying her. Zhuang Lijuan couldn't help but feel flustered, and hurriedly lowered her head in a bit of a panic. He was shot in the thigh by a bullet that flew at high speed, and bright red blood gurgled out of the wound, a strong smell of blood spreading around. Usually the strikes are on military bases, but the M's have since expanded their bombing range indefinitely. The Bai Ling fruit arrived as two, and Song Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Right away, she took one of them to the Knight's Inn to refine medicine. The other was used to refine the cultivation pill for healing and protecting the body. As soon as Yi Jinmao and Yuan had just appeared at the entrance of the building, they had already cast all their eyes on the two of them. The two met their eyes as if a spark of electricity had sprung up. Instead, Pops, who was at the center of the scolding, was in deep thought at this point. Past tense marker used before verb or clause. Second brother, second brother. Zhu Gaosuer pulled at Zhu Gaosu, signaling him not to say anything, and also gestured towards his old man's side. Zhu Gaosu then realized that his old man was staring at himself, so he immediately lowered his head and did not speak. After looking at Lu Feng with eyes full of admiration and amazement, Chen Tianyi hurriedly called out to Chen Sugars, and obediently lifted the Flame Spider King's corpse into the trunk. He even wished that summer had come later, that the robins had raved later, so that his grandson could open a crack in the door and get some air while he recorded. After drawing a circle of encircling cars with urine, Lu Feng removed the lynx's animal core and threw the lynx's corpse far away. But when Gu Guanglin touched Tu Ming's body, his eyes snapped open, and then the spiritual energy in his body slowly entered Tu Ming's body to flow and test, and finally dispersed. From 3 o'clock in the morning, the two men tossed half a day of heaven and earth. Zhang Yiyan make every effort not to mention, but also used the instrument to help the fun, finally the Su Koan to get fixed. The relationship between the two men in the front row just continued to be fraught. Ding Kuan-yu was almost incapacitated by this stick and could only lie on the ground in a sorry state and curse. They couldn't wait for Long Ao Tian to die up there, or else if Long Ao Tian were to hit their sect, he would have to exterminate them. In fact, it's not that Long Ao Tian doesn't want to ride a horse, it's because he hasn't ridden one before. And embarrassed to tell them, so can only lead the horse to go. It sounded like an unfamiliar number calling. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then my heart tightened. Don't think something really happened to Lu Manchi, right? I checked the relationship between the Ji family and the Lu family, and it seems to be pretty good, so if I tell this young Master Lu right now that the person I want him to beat up is Ji Liunin, will he still go? That's why I'm not that stupid. The Lin family acted warmly. They welcomed me just as soon as the car stopped, and I was like a pair of affectionate grandchildren who were loved by them. Su Xiaoxiao raised her hand to touch her face in a daze, only to realize that, at some point, she had actually burst into tears. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yi felt an even more comfortable and warm feeling on her face than last time, and suddenly became more confident in what Zhang Qin had said. Let's not talk about these first. Let me ask you, did something happen in the mansion? Old Taijun frowned with a solemn expression as she stared at Sister Lu and said. Although Manhwa had some knowledge of some of the historical events that occurred during this era, when it came down to the internal divisions within the schools of the 100 schools of thought, he was baffled. Wei Yan's gaze chilled as he hurriedly released tens of thousands of blood spiders, followed by those humanoid puppets that also flew towards the green shadow. The crown prince secretly raised his eyes to look at the emperor's expression. His heart was relieved at the same time, but at the same time, a few points of heartache and jealousy still surged. Impurities are not washed out. It is also possible that the body is dissolved. In any case, at this time Zhang Shifei's condition is very satisfied with the morning wind, at least to be able to clear their suspicions. Chapter 107 The High and Mighty Princess. Lu Yingqi opened his mouth to warn. But the aura on Pops at the moment was so strong that he was a little unsure of what to say. But Zhang Shilin didn't keep him waiting for long and slowly looked at him and asked. If you want to make the princess party throw in the towel, this official has a method. What method? Lu Yingqi's body shook as he looked at his old dad expectantly. Is the corpse of that snake still there? The corners of Pop's mouth tickled. Lu Yingqi opened his mouth to warn. But the aura on Pop's at the moment was so strong that he was a little unsure of what to say. But Zhang Shilin didn't keep him waiting for long and slowly looked at him and asked. If you want to make the princess party throw in the towel, this official has a method. What method? Lu Yingqi's body shook as he looked at his old dad expectantly. Is the corpse of that snake still there? The corners of Pop's mouth tickled. This place could be described as chaos. Whether it was the Lost Temple copy or the Carrizo Temple copy, the location was in a rather remote area, which was considered a neutral zone, so players from both the Order and Chaos camps could play this copy. At the same time, I don't know when, but a live broadcast room actually started to broadcast this scene. The video was very short, only 5 minutes, and finally fixed on the Demon City International Group Company Saddle Arms branch line above. No. Brother Lung, I know that everything you've done is in preparation for the establishment of the international group next month. That's why I think it's also important to keep an eye on the gates of Easy Manor. I will definitely make sure that Getaway Manor is safe. Adam immediately replied. Hearing this, Li Xin could not help but secretly suck in a mouthful of cool air. If it was someone else who asked him such a question, Li Xin naturally would not have thought much about it, and then nodded his head and answered without any hesitation. However, Li Xin was aware of the other party's identity, and so he also understood that this question of the other party, which contained a deeper level of meaning. Viren Tsuchiya introduced Benton's abilities while turning as if pondering who to send into battle. This was already several times that he felt remorse, but unfortunately, time could not be turned back, and he could not stop it. At the same time, electricity surrounded his body, and in an instant, his entire body was wrapped in plasma like thunder, transforming into a silver-colored thunder eagle. These surrendered powerful families of Yen originally did not believe these rumors much, but as the rumors spread more and more, these people who had lost their sources of information began to become skeptical as well. Anchu was about to continue speaking when her tone suddenly stuttered, and she snapped her eyes wide open, her gaze fixed dead center on the screen. After all, the gap between a level 2 transcendent and a level 6 transcendent being was like a dirt dog and a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in a one-on-one situation, a tough confrontation simply didn't have any chance of survival to speak of. On weekdays, you are always calmer than me. Many times you are able to make the most correct judgment. Yet today there also seems to be something wrong? Xu Fan said. Had I known this, I would not have had to go through the trouble of arranging for Lu Xian to go out to the original incense on Yokoyama Akuma. Combined with the information provided by the informant of the Japanese consulate in Fuzhou, does it not exactly verify that Zhang Ruxian is indeed hiding in the Fushan trading house? Although there was no change in what the naked eye saw and what the spiritual sense detected, the stimulation Zhang Jiao received mentally in the underworld was unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, these Jiao Brace has been expected. The recruitment order will certainly be under enormous pressure. The only thing that Jiao Brace did not expect is that some of the Mo Zhengzhou actually cannot top these pressures. Shinshusha shouted. Shinexayan did not answer. Shinshusha then looked toward Shinexayan, but found that her old man Shinexayan at the moment frowning, a face of deep thought. In the midst of the Hinomaru military formation, which was full of variants of the classical style of the Natsuzan, it was incongruous to hear the foreign-flavored title RAX. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Knowing that he had done something wrong, Su Yushu hurriedly apologized before the tongue hit him. At this moment, he genuinely felt that although Spirit Nosers didn't have much combat power, this auxiliary ability was quite useful. With the sharpness of the knife arm, even if the card door material was a high-strength alloy, I'm afraid it wouldn't last long. Because his own experience was much simpler, there was little to talk about other than cultivation. Chapter 108 I've crippled Lu Xing. Ding, ding, ding. Ryuzan began to play the Zazen zither he was holding. A melodious note was played from within that 10-stringed zither. Yo! Both Zeng Anmin and the little fat prince were stunned. The two subconsciously glanced at each other. This kid, can it? Played well. Ryuzan was completely immersed in the world of music he was weaving at the moment. His eyes were obliviously closed, and a small pair of aside, and because young Tao clothes do not fit, to be in the introduction of other clothes of the clerk sales, and backed away, she felt the air pressure with a good show. Wu Anoi frowned. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The old master of the Starry Night Valley died of normal old age, and the Starry Night Valley did not have a broken generation. Ahem, Iron Sheriff doesn't know about this demon sect. According to what my master told me, the demon sect has never been a scattered bunch. Suddenly, after turning the corner once more, Tomo suddenly saw a bench at the end of the corridor. That day, just as she was about to die, on a morning when she was off the early shift and the sky was gray and dreary, a familiar car appeared. After sitting in the car for a while, Mr. Chen got out of the car and rushed through the doors of selective numbers with far greater strides. The windows were dark, nothing could be seen, nothing had to be thought about, nothing could be seen at all. Patriarch Yun Dan let out a bitter smile. As a Taoist child, he had just similarly exhausted his aura and could not help at all. The Shin brothers also came to help. Shen Zai took over Chen Yanzichu, while Shen Lang carried Lin Xiao over. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt inside. A feeling that she was going to suffocate came over her. Duan Shelley took a deep breath, stepped on the ground with both legs, and gripped the demon blade enchanting in his hand. His eyes were slightly cohesive, and he saw clearly the forefront of the beasts rushing up in the air. And then the soles of his feet suddenly exerted force, violently stomping on the ground to spring up, shooting out like lightning. Even though Duan Shelley had made all sorts of preparations, he hadn't expected it. He had just stepped into the gate of Blazing City, and in the very next moment, he was blasted out by a powerful shocking amount of ripples. But Mrs. Wu still couldn't figure out who Dongmeier was looking for on the south bank. She asked Granny Lu to help her find out, but the old lady said bitterly that she couldn't. She also asked her to ask Shuier. She asked the old lady to ask Shuier, but Granny Lu said it would be too difficult for Shuier, and there was no result. However, one thing was certain, that is, those who could be looked upon by this big boss of his own were definitely not bad. So, although every time they took off from the boat it was a whole basket of fish, by the time they got to the Pierce house there was often only half of it left. Shanghai this side of the indicator more, of course, this car money is their own out, tax-free cars have to be real money foreign exchange, which will be the country will not help you to exchange. At this moment, Song Liang is still puzzled. Could it be that he has entered the wrong place? Some doubtful Song Liang looked back at the door of the apartment opened by himself, and then took a look at the magnetic card in his hand. The result is to tell Song Liang, he did not go to the wrong place. Shut up you dead girl. You wait honestly for me, see how I'll fix you later. Fifth sister-in-law scolded Dongmeier, and then hurriedly turned her head to apologize to the strange granny. Typical anime studio-style movie, is too far back in time, the impression is also left a little bamboo buildings, old houses, the river water and rocky beaches and do not scrape clean half of the brain. Lu Dongyue asked with some concern, she has the habit of getting up in the night at unusual times, and now she is so nervous that she keeps drinking water. So Dong Fingzue realized that in further time, she was tossed around in bed again, and it was as if this guy had an inexhaustible amount of energy, hating to get her killed. In his heart, he had originally thought well, as long as God gave him another chance, he would surely grasp it well, and would never hurt her again. But it was not what he had hoped for, and it was really hard for him to control his emotions when he saw her. Chapter 109, Miss Sai, take it easy. Election is the common election of students who can participate in the imperial examinations this year by the two academies. If not, there is a need to participate in the childhood examination again. In that case, then, I am going to. This period of time not busy dealing with the devil, is busy with closed retreat, simply do not have the leisure to drink to relieve the hunger. This time it is the hungry man meets the good food, too big mouth straight into the next, the coolness, not enough for outsiders. Stepped on the airplane again. This time, Li Zhenghe was no longer lonely. There was the company of Cui Fenggang and Huang Bo. Moreover, this time the time didn't seem to be very long, just sitting for 3 or 4 hours before arriving at the destination. Only to see a tree that an adult could barely hold together break in the middle under the illumination of the 5 finger forces. Half of the tree lost its support and crushed down towards itself. In the Silver Moon cosmic realm, those higher-ups also knew about the news of the main tombstar, and then after a little bit of association, they associated it with Long Gu and the others. This is nothing more deadly in the back, because there are too many people, cannot backward, in order to live, there are soldiers waved in the hands of the weapon hacking up, a person to do it, immediately there are people to follow suit, not much effort, it is chaotic into a mess, the Maori soldiers on each other on the brutal kill, and died a lot of people. Zhang Tiansong in the help of Shiryu to get relief, due to the news of the 3 Ring Shen today has not yet been on duty to guard the array, and the withered dust of a group of Daodan realm early ran out of shadow, but also no longer stay in Deju Temple, the 5 people directly flying home. If only Dragon Boy was around. Clean up those old perverts. Han Sungyan looked at the 6 old perverts with a look of disgust in her eyes and couldn't help but think of the nemesis of subterfuge Dragon Boy. She prayed that the Dragon Boy would come down from the sky and clean up these old perverts. The black eyes of this subterranean monarch were blood red with indignation, 2 sharp front paws curved like sides, and the sharp horns of his poised head glowed with an unsettling inky glow in the magical light of the city of Silvermoon. However, the undead plague was not unprepared. The hundreds of Death Knights mobilized the power of cold and ice in their bodies at almost the same time, casting rincewind impact on the siege towers around them that had been hit by the fire vectors, and the icy cold winds and frost almost instantly extinguished the oil fires that were attached to the siege equipment. However, this smoothness did not last long. There was an accident. One of the garrison soldiers made a mistake, and one of the bumps that he was holding onto loosened, and when this garrison soldier panicked, he screamed miserably and fell off the cliff, smashing into the bottom of the cliff, and instantly becoming a streak of flesh and mud, red with blood. Lotus greeted the waiter. "Will that gold watch to appraisal?" Back nodded. Lotus smiled and said, 2,000 too little, count you 5,000. New mouth. Early waiter took out 5,000 chips, and the collateralized notes held to the black suit. The people under the stage also complained about this Li Jun. It seems that this Xiejian that Boss Li found is not looked upon favorably by everyone, although Li Jun is a little passive, but still subject to the shouts of the people on the sidelines. It seems like he wasn't kidnapped here, but the whole family is here. Yun Tianlan didn't say anything more, got out of bed, took his clothes and went into the restroom. Iron Hands is anxious. This is also expected. The only reason that Chang can convince Iron Hands is that the results are not important. The important thing is that the team's efforts should not be wasted. I think I should guess correctly. Dragon's Kiss seemed to be very happy about Wu Jie's arrival, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with him for a little while, he opened his voice and called out. "What do you say? Hurry up and train. You'll focus on training for now, no need to teach, go. Same mission as them, come find me when you're done." Brother Iron Hands said as he walked over to the corner and crouched down to pick up a very thick strip of leather and fiddle with it there. "No way, that night Xingyu and Zhang Li to dinner do not want to run into Tang Yanyan, and Yanyan went away and did not come back, and now to see Huaya, do not come to retrieve the car that is difficult to move, just now a scene is the irony, no car will be angry." The graceful body, from the chair lively jumped up, stepped lively as if flying fairy-like floating to the front of Fu Yanjin, thin gauze, revealing two snow whites such as lotus root heart of the arm, embraced in the Fu Yanjin's neck. There was a loud roar, and then a spirit beast with thorns all over its body suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed man. Lord Hu cried out in pain. At this time he regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have touched hard with Morong baby. In the main courtyard, Nian Yaoyue was sitting on the kong with the Chios, the Nala's two mothers and the sister-in-laws. Zhang Qiqi immediately nodded his head like a drum. He really liked the style of Qiao Yanran, although it was not at all the same type as herself, but she just liked it. The elite battalion had become more than just a place to practice, it was a symbol of honor, the cradle of the admiralty. In addition, there is also a person called a Hang in the list of concerns, which looks like Wen Shu Hang. Yi Changqing suspected that it was Wen Shu Hang's other microblog number. She didn't move and wrote down the name and avatar, ready to go back and look for it again. Suddenly, wrapped Yi Yifan's flesh and blood burst apart, the surrounding also suddenly a strong vibration, everywhere the blood-colored pipeline has a column of blood violently gushing out, the emergence of the color of the blood is also scattered all over this vibrant blood-colored land, but the color of the blood is reflected in the light of hope. Chapter 110 Master Zeng Anmin. Hiss. Ah. Why is this feeling so strange? Zeng Anmin's face reddened, and he kind of couldn't help but twist his head to look at Sai Chuxue. The constant current on his back was tingling and numbing, causing his body to feel a wonderful sensation it had never felt before. Behind him, Sai Hatsuyuki disregarded the hair that naturally hung down at her temples. The eyes watched his back with utmost seriousness. Slip. The knot in Wander's throat twitched up and down as De Fong pulled him alongside, and with that he too grunted. Wang Guifei was Wu Ji looked at a burst of uneasiness, face also slowly sank, although Wu Ji smiling. But how to listen to the tone of voice has a threatening intent. Watching the five people slowly surround themselves, Xian Tiani also slowly went up. He knew that if he had been in the darkness all the time, these guys who would become spirits would not have come in at all, and he, on his own, would love to beat them into fear, and only in this way would they be able to leave here to heaven without any hindrance. The finalization. But the legendary sword artist was the pride of their warriors, and living under such would only be giddy. How could there be any revulsion to speak of? The four gentlemen of Elephant Mountain and the three friends of Qingsha Valley who have come to the door today should be some of the loose cultivators living near the mountain gate. When she came out, Sui Bai was already sitting in front of the dining table, while in front of him lay 2 bowls of egg noodles that were steaming hot and sprinkled with scallions. Accompanied by the roar, the teenager rushed forward with his sword. The long sword in his hand swung downwards with incomparable momentum, but he was not able to achieve his original purpose. After 2 months of recuperation, Rado's face was also quite rosy. His mental state had obviously improved, and that ranking on the mountain and river monument had infused him with a newfound strength. Then the latter did not let go of his crushing of the prey under his feet, and even though the latter's eyes had already turned white and he was no longer moving, he was still stamping hard. Without the soap class, this layer of background, himself and the soap class, a cadre of brothers painstakingly operated by the word flower hall, is estimated to be unable to keep. It sounded like an explanation, but Song Li's eyes weren't so kind, and Fong Wu even felt a hint of killing intent in Song Li's gaze. A loud rumbling sound was transmitted, and he directly swooped towards Yang Fan, opening his bloody mouth and devouring it in one bite towards Yang Fan. The long knife swung down, and the powerful energy impacted the pitch-black flames burning on the Emperor Fire Ring and started to collapse. The extremely fierce blade ruthlessly looked at the Emperor Fire Ring, and for a moment, sparks splashed everywhere, and a crisp crunching sound came out, only to see that the Emperor Fire Ring was instantly sent flying out by Xing Mo's blade. As soon as Di Yunxiao's figure landed on the central square, dozens of gazes instantly glanced over, and many people's gazes flinched slightly as they subconsciously turned their heads, not daring to look at them for long. Chen Shihao was dumbfounded, not expecting Zhang Jinglong, the president, to treat those old students so poorly. Yang Fan let out a low gulp, and all of them then endless holy light rushed out from within Yang Fan's body, and then, covered the sky and the sun in general. Yang Fan's heart was a little pleased with the color. He did not think that he had come to Sword Heaven Peak for a short period of time, but he had made these disciples so defensive, and he could not help but have warm currents rise in his heart. Dong Fangyan was infuriated and tried hard to get rid of Lin Feng's hands. What she didn't expect was that Lin Feng's hands were like iron locks, she couldn't break free at all. Not dead? You're good at talking nonsense with your eyes open. The doctor has given a death certificate, and you're actually still here to weasel out of it? Ma Tianxiong ruthlessly hammered his fist on the wall, shaking the entire morgue. Han just took the ball over the middle, broke through two defenders and gave the ball to Yen Yen, then accelerated himself over a defender, Yen Yen directly back to the insertion of Han Gang. Until now, at first glance, he is far less bright than then, cheeks slightly thin, most of the time, are happy and angry, occasionally flickering eyes, but also very difficult to catch, will be placed in the second generation of the immortal masters, change an unfamiliar person, may not be able to distinguish. Chapter 111 Selection of Schools to Make a Name for Yourself, and Silence. Time passes quickly. The husband of the Double Branch Academy soon came and sat down in the middle of the field. The selection of schools for both academies is actually quite simple. The rules are relatively uncomplicated. Nothing more than a bunch of people taking a test at the same time. The best 16 are chosen from among their results. This was followed by 16 choices of 8, 8 choices of 4, 4 choices of 2, and 2 choices of 1. In fact, if you get to the top 16, you will already have a place in the academy to be nominated for the imperial examination. It's a good thing that Li Zhuo wasn't in a huge hurry to buy the cruise ship, just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Just now, I saw that the girl was going to speak out of turn. Lu Ji hastened to preempt the girl's words and subdued the Ji family elder for the girl. Now that the war was on, if these spirit race lunatics really killed him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. By this time, even ordinary cultivators sensed the change in the peony founder's what's-it-all aura, and looked over in disbelief. The scene that appeared immediately afterward also caused everyone present to grow their mouths in surprise. Mo Yunfeng's sword landed on Lin Chen's body, but the moment it landed, Lin Chen's body directly disappeared, and in its place was a 9 observations master sword. Haven't washed more of Mr. Zhao's help at the entrance of Qin Kuan Academy that day. Lin Fei Yu responded. The people of Luoha sect were already fleeing, from the sect elders down to the ordinary disciples, all of them had already felt the boundless and terrifying pressure in that horrifying heaven and earth vision, and even though they couldn't recognize that this was a saint-level spell, they knew that this time, Luoha sect was afraid that something big was going to happen. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step out, charging straight towards Song Hongbing, while at the same time stretching out his right hand, maneuvering the right skeletal arm of his Susanoo and smashing it directly towards that crimson sword light. Thousands of smokes, lined up in order along the walls of Yangzhou City, rose up into the air as if forming a wall of smoke. Maybe Lin Fei Yu couldn't even live forever on his own, but if he didn't go for it, how would he know that it wouldn't work? The environment and situation of the bar tonight, placed in the eyes of ordinary people, remained unchanged. However, Shunxingdi and Jinggu, as Jianghu people, had long sensed a crisis of a mountain rain. Because of this judgmental holocaust? There are a large number of ghosts. In addition to the new killings, there is another place where it may appear. Are you ignoring it? Yao Shi said. Xin Lang frowned slightly. 10,000 Qi replenishing pills, although quite a lot, was still acceptable to him. But Yu Shui's next sentence caused him to break down a little. Yu Jiangfan pointed to Chen Xingdi, dumbfounded, then looked at the scene of many students' strange gaze. Know that he just protected the calf protection is too hard. Everyone thinks he is stirring up trouble. Mrs. Zhong is here, and Zhong Yuhan is also here, along with a suitcase. Su Zuoyan hugged Su Zuoyan's arm as he spoke urgently. It's been almost 10 years since I've fought, my hands are quite rusty now. Lu Zheng approached the remaining person with his sword, his tone filled with a murderous aura in his understatement. Ji Tian put away his divine sword and didn't dare to delay even for a moment, his wings flapped and he flew over in the direction of the Three Eyes tribe. The bitter head of the Buddha lowered his head to check, found that the situation at the scene was not right, on the body of the backward rush, reversed the direction, trying to leave this place of wrongdoing. The whole body was green, very brilliant and holy. Especially after the stamens at the top bloomed, this plant that looked like a tang or a tree became more and more holy, as if it didn't belong to the earthly things. Sister Lan, is there something you need? I was just in the middle of sleeping, and I was halfway through my beautiful dream when I was disturbed. More said grudgingly. Li Ba Dao came to the immortal spirit realm in order to pursue the pinnacle of power, and Li Ba Dao now knew very clearly that the saint realm could never be the pinnacle of power. The rain got heavier and heavier, and on the barren hill on the other side of the river Sui, a burly man lay on his back amidst the mud, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the execution ground on the other side of the river. His teeth were clenched, his hand was clenched into a fist, his nails pierced into his flesh, and blood fell drop by drop down his palm. Chapter 112 Your Excellency is? Zhang Liangjian? With the silence of the room, Zeng Anmin just stood there blandly. There was a touch of breeziness in his gaze. If humble sagey. All eyes were on him. All of them were shocked by the scene in front of them and none of them could make a sound. Zeng Anmin's gaze moved to the husband, gently caressing the longbow at his waist with a frank expression. He waited quietly for the husband to speak. At this point he simply. Plans were always just plans, and considering the reality, Zhou Yu didn't feel that he could carry on single-handedly until that time. Han Chang and Mo Wei were secretly pleased in their hearts at this time, just one Xiaolang is still not a second, they seem to have seen the scene of the Pumiao sacred city being taken down, this is nothing but a strange achievement for them and the Double Mountain Alliance. In a daze. Hao Yu only felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been pulled out of a hole, he wanted to open his eyes and wanted to meditate to heal his wounds, but he couldn't make a single bit of strength, he could only be dry, but fortunately. Hao Yu felt his consciousness, slowly becoming clearer. Until one day when Yin Chang and Shi Yong stood in front of him, when he heard that Yin Chang's third brother wanted to recruit him, he was disbelieving, he had never seen any Zhang San, nor had he ever heard of Zhang San. He thought it might be a trap for his enemies. As for Narsing and Geyser, they would be responsible for the sea area 0 to 5,000 meters, and the three Neptune classes would be responsible for the depth from 5,000 meters to their position, each doing their part. Suddenly, Chen Zhong and Shen Lai, the two heavenly rank experts, only felt a huge pain in their knees. The two of them had a drastic change in color, their hearts and souls were shocked, and they wanted to retract their attacks to stabilize their legs, however, it was already too late. Forget it, Zhou Yu is happy to make chicken soup for these guys, and can't say anything, but can only suffer for nothing himself. Han Ziki hooked his lips, looking at Xianxiu's obviously much better appetite, he seemed to be eating a bit more himself. He still has his senses. The white dragon was bursting with excitement, he had never seen Qin Sang still speak his own words when his demonic nature had erupted, and it was precisely at this moment that Qin Sang still had reason in his head that he had uttered these words. With the addition of Michelle, the atmosphere inside the home was a lot more active, even Milan, who had been lazing around, followed Zhou Yu and Michelle around and was full of vigor. Many people went up to inspect, found that it is actually a young man of about 20 years of age, face white like a dead man, turquoise clothes tattered and torn, do not know how long in the water drift, before being sent to shore. The Marquis picked up the soul-devouring sword and directly exchanged blows with the Snake King. Those people from the Snake Clan around him were not idle at all, they split into two teams and continued their attack towards the Fox Clan while releasing their poisonous gas towards the Marquis. How did they forget how deep Yu Jingyan is Zhao Zhen's trust, even if Zhao Zhen is still young, but he is also the son of heaven, also has the royal majesty, is not at all their individual subjects can question. Windy Knight still stood still and didn't move, he looked at Spirit Heart in his arms, Spirit Heart hadn't been woken up by the sound, which was still being blocked away by Windy Knight's mana wrapped around Spirit Heart. Demon World, an ancient mountain, the cliff wall is polished, strange flowers and plants grow, the aura is dense and steamy, the spirit birds fly, and the old medicine is fragrant. The otherworldly Devil's Nest didn't answer immediately, but the gazes of the two were coincidentally looking at the local sea races that kept gathering, as if they were looking at a corpse. There was still the poison of ghost spirit in Zhu Biao's body, and Zhang Yuanhao had not forgotten about it. Therefore, he chose to use the Dan furnace to refine the ghost spirit poison in his body, and by the way, he used the Dan furnace to refine Zhu Biao initially. All of these things were most valuable and rare, not only would they allow him to take many fewer detours when cultivating this battle technique, but they would also allow him to grasp the best time to cast it when he was fighting against someone. If the estimation is good, it should be doubled. Guardian Wang said, on Tiger Head Mountain, those food and clothing things were all for Guardian Wang to worry about. All Yu Jingyan did not worry at all that there was any water in what Guardian Wang said. Chapter 113 Slapping Rin Xueliang. As these words of Rin Xueliang fell, Zeng Anmin's heart sank violently. He suddenly looked up towards Rin Xueliang. As expected, he saw the flickering smile at the corner of Rin Xueliang's mouth as he hung his head. Not at me. This grandson is coming for Fatty? With Ren Xueliang after these words rang out, the surroundings became instantly silent. Everyone's mouths are open. In comparison, other artificial organs and prosthetics and such can only be described as the shallowest of applications. But 60 seconds of playing, from the beginning of Pang Yuji staring and holding his breath, shielding his hearing, to the later completely engrossed and unable to extricate himself, Pang Yuji's mentality has undergone a whole new change. Zhou Huaichang was bitter in his heart. He had seen several characters with strong capital like Zheng Gu. Up and down the hall stood over 5,000 turbo laser and plasma cannons. In fact, the destroyer alone was enough for a judgment of Dune-level orbital bombardment. Why is it that the surrounding area is a dead desert, but this place alone has this strong vitality? I'm afraid that there is something going on here. With this in mind, Xiang Yang took a step towards the depths. Lin Nuo smiled indifferently and launched the dry heaven in the sleeve aptitude, putting Chu Feng, Mukong, along with the donkey cart and the coffin inside the donkey cart all into his sleeve robes, and then took a step out and directly disappeared into the light curtain. This statement from the myriad fairy gave off a feeling of sincerity, as if it was spoken as if it were true. In this way, Yen surely completely understood that not having the strength to avenge to fight for her life would not only harm herself, but also the people around her. Han Lin's face changed slightly before looking at Liang Zichen and smiling. This officer really likes to joke around. However, it's obvious to all that our general manager Qi treats his employees generously. Regarding this point, Officer Wang and I have also spoken about it early in the morning. Han Lin said while looking at Wang Xin. That disciple was asked by Xin Shen's words, after all, for why the patriarch would want to meet an unheard of casual cultivator. He hadn't thought about it in any way. What was it that made Xin also accompany him to the palace? Jing Lin thought it must be something important, so he put his outer coat on and hurried out of the bedchamber, heading for the front hall. More than 100 rounds per second rushing out had crossed the middle distance in less than 0.5 seconds. This album contains all the songs he sang above the Sound Super, because the songs have long been released, so the next physical album sales are not very optimistic. MV shooting is undoubtedly very important, cannot afford to be sloppy. The next at the end of the year before the concert, all of his work focus on these songs MV above. The pair of parents, as well as Chen Yuting's younger brother, were also very happy after seeing Chen Yuting, and they all snuggled together. Although it was indeed not impossible for Windfall to cripple or even kill a shield-open heavy-armored warrior with the powerful destructive ability of the Deathwings in his hands. Those who are single, although envious of others who are in pairs and can still have children to get credits, but can only be red-eyed and dry-watching, because the airship on the Yin and Yang, the majority of people are destined to be single. The war is over, but the smoke of the wolf is still there, the earth is still rolling, and the earth is full of misery. The heart is anxious about mother's side. Xian Xiao did not notice, Dai Shui did not follow himself to go with, but also did not notice that the mother woke up, the residents' underlings to notify their own, why Dai Shui will personally come from the autumn heart court. Windfall's evaluation of strength was much stricter, and he actually looked more closely at the player's own abilities than factors brought about by equipment, pets, and so on. Why doesn't William hurry back? We're still in a hurry to get to Lavender. Luffy had a whiny look on his face. Chapter 114, Summoning Talisman? Isn't this a telephone? There was a touch of solemnity in Zeng Anmin's words. Pops naturally understood what Zeng Anmin meant by this statement in his mouth. He sat in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his eyes flickering with thought. His Majesty has held a total of 2 court meetings in the past few days, and there has not been the slightest movement in the court of Rin for it. That said, Pops also added, it's kind of calm. No action from Ren Weiji? In an instant, those chains binding Lin Yingbin began to become red hot. Lin Yingbin's skin was instantly scalded. Lin Yingbin lowered his head, his eyes gradually changing. Having said that, neither Bai Yen nor Letev felt comfortable in their hearts, so they strengthened the control within the Duke's mansion. Why are you waiting outside? The night is cool, what if you catch a cold? Hua Lingyu frowned and took the person into his arms, using his own body heat to warm her up. Wang Shui did not dare to imagine, with the ruthlessness of the Black Tiger gang, the average person to come to help is simply looking for death, not to mention that there is the most horrible and most to be feared Wang Ruian. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, designer Lin? And Rusho held a wink of a meaningful smile as she gracefully turned around. More than worth it, it is simply clearing the fog in my heart and setting the clouds free. The new emperor's attitude was very sincere. The speaker is the third elder brother Lokbok. He has long ago made an appointment with the eldest brother Iron Sand, the two of them to attack from both sides, so that the gorilla cannot avoiding and cannot escape. Eldest brother chose to attack from the front, he can only choose to attack from the old way window, blocking the enemy retreat. However, with her physical strength already close to its limit, and being grabbed by the hand-like thing on the wall, it was difficult for her to pick up the gun that didn't seem too far away. Screw combat meetings and all that, I don't even need to hear it. Just tell me where I should stay and fight, and cut out all that nonsense. At this time, a man with black broken hair, bare-chested and about to wear a blue vest slammed his fist towards the ground in a rude and impatient tone. Hearing this, the room is joking people have looked at Huang Taiji. Huang Taiji's war sense of smell is very sensitive, so everyone wants to hear his views on this Nerhachu to the people from all over Liaodong called to deliberate. Forget it, forget them, just follow our decision, let's just use the battle tanks and bombard this area to the ground. No matter what mines and traps, all of them will be bombarded to the ground. No matter them. The horse-faced male officer said patiently. However, no matter how much he slandered in his heart, Zhang Fei still had to step out of the camp once again and walk towards the center army tent. The other saints, too, had their ears turned over to listen, wanting to hear to see if Su Ming had any tricks up his sleeve. Guanyin was also quietly observing everything below. The first weird thing was the pile of white human skulls, which made him think of the scene at Cao Lao Zhuang. Her eyes narrowed, and she began to search for Sun Wukong, because she clearly remembered that this scene at the Gao Lao Zhuang was the work of Sun Wukong. Ball then laughed inwardly as he looked at Liney beside Treyberg. That holy archer seems to be the key to my strategy this time, huh? He swung his twin swords and rushed towards them, the air currents around him being swept up and hovering around him. The power of nearly 100 cherry bombs exploding under each city gate at the same time was very terrifying and amazing. Not only did it make the thick and tall city gates blast to pieces, but at the same time, the powerful airwaves that were set off as well as the violent vibrations of the earth within the city caused the city lord's mansion to fall into a state of harassment. Swish! 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 The blizzard wolf cast several wind and thunder flashes at the soldiers and Itram warriors in front and on both flanks with almost invisible movements, catching them by surprise. Rumbling explosions rang out, and 20 army soldiers and 5 Itram warriors were engulfed by the balls of light, turning into charred corpses with sporadic residual fires. Chapter 115 Calligraphy into the way, new words. All right. Zeng Anmin slowly sighed and gave the jade pendant into his bosom. Included in their own preparation space. He wasn't curious about this stuff. His thoughts at this point began to slowly drift away again. The green viper is from Lu Yingqi's house. Now this snake's back is tainted with the Orientalists. If this is the truth, then I'm afraid this will be an unprecedented case. Lu Zhe and his entourage came to Shul City. After a short rest, the army continued to return. Long story short, this day after the Yumen Pass came to Jincheng County. Su Shu, Zhang Vast, Ma Tang and others greeted. Additional attribute, Underworld Fire, generates underworld fire on top of the shield to inflict constant flame damage to the enemy. Only the few pilots who acted as instructors were dumbfounded. After listening to Old Man Tang's words, several teachers had varying degrees of exasperation on their faces, but they didn't retort on the spot. After first arranging for the students to go and organize their dormitories, they collectively found Old Man Tang. Nah. Just this. Saying that, Tang Yuyu shared out a wooden dagger, although it looked like wood, but this wooden dagger was just like that jungle elegance, flashing with starlight. It was clearly forged from starwood, and that jungle elegance was of the same quality. Take a walk over there. Chen Langya naturally pulled Ming Mei's hand, but this time Ming Mei did not refuse, nor did she have any words to say, nodding her head and allowing Chen Langya to hold her hand, arriving in the middle of the garden. Her hand was holding an emerald green jade shao, her slender fingertips gently caressing the jade shao, her movements flexible and skillful. Blowing gently with those red lips, perfect and bizarre notes flowed out leisurely. There is also the death of Burnt Face, although not directly related to their own, but before she died, also counted in disguise will be the truth to inform their own. I don't know how the Scorching Face will find the real culprit behind the scene is the third Anwen Xian, but now with the death of the two, the reason for which I'm afraid that will never be known. Xiahou Dun was shocked, did not expect Lu Xiandi to use the army so subtle, turned his horse diagonally away. Yan Ming then chased. Xiahou Dunsi detached from the battlefield, identified the direction, to plug the yang rushed, is traveling, all the way to the army blocked the way. Xiahou Dun sighed, my life is over. Backward will fall. Not bad. The man who replied back raised his neck, looking very proud of himself. If Lu Xiang'er had seen him, she would have recognized him as the very same personal guard beside Zhu Chenxi, who seemed to be called Ma Ming. He had said what he needed to say 1,000 times, and he was afraid that if he said it more often, Shui would resent it and run away. It was better not to say anything. At least he could look at her as they sat face to face. A bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky, and accompanied by Ziyu's heartbreaking cries, bean-sized raindrops smashed down one after another. It's so beautiful. Gong Qianzhu looked at the stars around her, the rippling light of the glistening river of stars reflected on her face, bright and a little shaky. Zhang Ruiyan's spine slowly straightened up, but his hand was still covering his stomach. His steps were slow and looked a bit strained, so one could imagine how heavy Songrong's kick was just now when he was so unprepared. Ghost Slave and Air also know the situation of their own body. The two unconsciously shed tears. Several lifetimes of Taoist behavior is so all destroyed, now make a person not like a ghost, and life cannot take care of themselves. Yan Jin fended off Qin Feng's arms, signaling him to shut up. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and stared at me with a smirk, holding a good show. Tianqi smiled, as long as your division agrees, I will help you. After hearing Tianqi's assurance, Yuing let go of his heart. He was really happy that he met an expert like Tianqi as soon as he left the mountain. It seemed that the prediction in the division was true. Su Feihong had a high person beside him, and this high person was most likely Tianqi. Chapter 116, The Wishful Thinker, written in cursive. Is this your writing? Qin Shouqing stared at the word min on the table for a long time. Then his gaze fell deeply on Zeng Anmin's face. Here it is, Mr. Qin. Ryuzhen held up the word in his hand. His face was filled with a look of urgency. He struggled to reach out and point to the words in his hand, trying to get Qin Shouqing's attention, and said in a loud voice. Just now, Brother Quan Fu copied your calligraphy. Morong Outyan versus Fairy Lotus, both sides fought without revealing their cards, and Fairy Lotus also looked at Morong Outyan squarely for the first time because of the progress he had made over this period of time. Sun Rifeng clenched his fists and used his maximum wrist strength to successfully break free from Wolfram's hand, then turned slightly again and used the arm of his other hand against Wolfram. However, if this is what Shirley looked like when she met him at the beginning, she would not have chosen to have too many interactions with him. Both sides were only able to continue fighting, otherwise there would have been blood and flesh and other tissues in this gravel, but now it wasn't visible at all, only some of the blood and flesh, which meant that there weren't too many deaths or injuries. Kale was just worried that when the time came to control this ancient evil god, would anything go wrong? The ancient evil god wasn't a creature of this world, so if he used the tubular method of controlling the undead, he didn't know if there would be any unforeseen circumstances. But when his eyes landed on Shaoxi, Xian Ming couldn't take his eyes off of him. Fake Pengyu, after a month, doesn't show his face. Could it be that the pig nematode has been cured? His seamless plan failed? After searching for the ancient evil god, the chaotic evil god spread its ears and eyes in the ocean, until the four major oceanic races discovered the evil god's energy. All of this was under the observation of the chaotic evil god. Hearing that Dr. Sun was going to leave and the piranha's life-saving straw was going to fly, Sun Rifeng couldn't calm down, and what with the dog not being a dog, it also made Sun Rifeng curious. Is it hard to use violence to put Dr. Sun in his place? It was you who asked me to treat him. The man in the bed did not have the will, one man for all. And if you can't find the man I want, if you want to go after the blame, you will have to. What's the point of having the man in the bed at my disposal? Everything, it seems, is transformed into incomparable calm, and everything in heaven and earth at this moment seems to have disappeared. On the screen, that expert held a Xian heavy blade in his hand and instantly appeared in front of the enemy, the blade slashing through. He then transformed all three of the burning sky vermilion bird's fire techniques into his. Zeng Anmin glanced at Ryuzhen. Ryuzhen blinked, a blank look on his face as he said blankly. My father did hire a few musicians for me to teach me, but I've never heard any of them chime and ring ah. Forget about talking about this, quickly follow my humble brother to the main hall. Ryuzhen looked at Zeng Anmin with a smile and gently raised an eyebrow at him and said. The maids in my house are. And because they are not good at flattering, in the Ministry of Criminal Affairs does not have too deep roots in the background, so today, it is rightly pushed to the tip of the storm, receiving instructions from the higher-ups, to the memory of the South to take a group of reckless disregard for the law, in the prince during the morning period of the gathering of people to eat, drink and have fun. This group of people aside. She is now a headache as the last year, the Hamlin's position arrangement, and 3 years ago, Huang Yamo that group of people in accordance with the performance appraisal should be sent to what place is appropriate. Humph, to actually make conditions with my destruction holy beast, and also trying to use Rika to pressure me, AO Blood Vault, I'll see if you're tired of living as well. Overflowing with a palpitating murderous aura, the destruction holy beast said with a bloodthirsty aura as he saw AO Blood Vault kneeling down in front of him, seemingly unperturbed in the slightest. According to the news we just received, Yang Hantian and the three of them came back from the Water Moon Cave Heaven. Moreover, the two of them, Yang Hantian and the man called Qin Yi, went over in the direction where the domain vegetable room is located. This subordinate reported truthfully. Upon seeing that the bloodshed giant actually possessed the forms of the Vajra divine beast and the sky-slaying ancestor, the crowd was shocked, as if they couldn't figure out how all of this had happened. And then that day Zhang Taiyin suddenly ran to the dark. A few of them have seen with their own eyes. Could it be that the family had a temporary change of heart? But Zhang Dragonfly Furen refused to say it? Yaman at the moment walked to Washiyu front, reach out and gesture to ask her to go to one side of the ear room. Washiyu white face is not step. Night Phoenix to see the situation also did not make a sound. By the people in the house, all Washiyu staring at the moment in the heart of the people believe that Washiyu is not innocent. About half a pillar of incense later, all the situations had basically been dealt with, and at this time, Chini also walked over with a smile on his face. Even if the chopping board is not intended to be a fish for the time being, having one's fate in someone else's hands is never a happy thing. Zeng is the king of Qin, and the dignity of the king of Qin makes it impossible for him to tolerate a potentially fatal threat hanging around his neck at all times. Suddenly the secret room was instantly lit by the pre-prepared candle flame. Two silhouettes appeared inside. Needless to say, it was naturally Xiong Ba and Kane. A hint of shock flashed in their eyes. They immediately disappeared after glancing at each other. What surprised Qian Taisha the most was that Li Kang's trip to Khitan not only plunged Khitan into civil strife, but also controlled several tribes in Khitan, making these tribes serve him sincerely, or, rather, making these tribes serve Li Dongxing sincerely, which gave Li Dongxing the capital to get a foothold in Khitan, and helped Li Dongxing a lot in his planning for Khitan. I'll kill you now. Zhao Sai screamed viciously, but his heart was never solid, feeling that the atmosphere was not right. Good, since you denied my sincere invitation, bless you all. Seeing that the other party could not come to terms, he signaled a few of his attendants to walk back. Chun Gang also did not bother. This group of self-righteous guys, it seems that they have not suffered enough. They will not die until they reach the Yellow River, so let's make them whole. So, as long as the capacity reaches a certain level after that you can break through this shackle, right? I gazed at the question. Li Yuanfang came in and put Lu Huai down. Lu Huai was much more miserable now than when he went out. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn and tattered, there were still bloodstains on his body, and he was injured on his arms, chest, and back. Chapter 118, Your Purpose is, the Shi Huang Diagram. As soon as this idea popped up, Zeng Anmin took a deep breath. Directly suppressed the restless heart. Right now, the time spent in the capital is too little, and there are not many clues. One cannot pinpoint the Rapunzel's purpose as the Shi Huang diagram based on these clues alone. More evidence is needed to confirm this. Then I wonder how your highness would like to work with me? Zeng Anmin looked at the extremely beautiful scenery in front of him with an appreciative gaze. Makin didn't even catch the ball, leaping straight up, pivoting, spinning, and taking advantage of the momentum to strike. Niu Dali and Lu Hui, also full of stunning color, cannot believe that the world has such a great color, and Feng Chuchu is unprecedented to give birth to a kind of self-shame feeling, by Wanru's beauty, is simply beyond the world class. Zhang Tianyu looked at the numbers on the passbook, and after a moment of silence, he immediately got up and rode his bicycle out. Ma Rotor said, "Don't complain," the boss said, "give us this counts as overtime. Double the salary others want not yet." His boss. Naturally, Han Jun, by Mang has been relegated to the fierce brother. Yi Wudao? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Wudao didn't say anything. The one who called him at this time now would only be the Fu family using Nalin Hongdo to threaten him. The elite longbowmen were barely subdued as the leading officers lashed and angrily reprimanded them, and with a word of command, "Air," then whistled down. The wolf cavalrymen in their path nailed the ground. Li Tian is a person who does things with a plan, and does not do anything blindly, which is also a habit he has developed over the years. So after 2 days of searching for information, Li Tian finally identified the target, a real estate company in Beijing Maya Real Estate Development Company. Morong Jiaying obediently nodded her head and followed behind Xiang Ru, walking together towards her duty room. On the way, Morong Jiaying gathered her courage several times and wanted to say a few words to Xiang Ru, but every time the words reached her lips, she would swallow them. She had too many words that she wanted to say to Xiang Ru, but she didn't know where to start. Could it be that there is still no progress on this Qingxiang tree? Lu Wei unconsciously frowned. Last time he heard that it was being planted, how could there be no progress until now? Thus, between the Holy Alliance and the undead, a real-life fighting battle began. The warriors defended every village and town to the death, blocking the undead's advance almost to the inch. Wang Long nodded, then quietly released his dragon sense and slowly approached that residence, in the middle of the deliberative hall. Crap! Suddenly the phone bug in his hand cried out, Sanji's voice filled with surprise. But in reality, if these troops were centralized, they would certainly be a formidable force. But if they were spread out over the entire kingdom, they would be somewhat stretched. Lone Sword Saint is in what selfishness also does not permit Shu Mountain's foundation in his hands destroyed. In the end he is still Shu Mountain's head. Ming, in fact, I think this is good. Not only what Jieping said so, in fact, our strength is really able to eat 4 emperors? And inside Blackbeard but also has the ability of Whitebeard. Nami is quite cautious. Li Ziming's this approach is undoubtedly too risky. She knew that it was quite unnecessary to conceal such a thing. The old man had a wealth of life experience, and he would show her the ropes. Peach Blossom looked at Tang Fei Fei's expression, and her heart doubted a few more points. It seemed that something was really wrong, and she had to ask about it herself no matter what. With the 2 holy arts, Holy Light Shield and Holy Light Shroud, Arthur's ability to save his life had increased a lot. Mingyibei, who was blocked behind by Wang Long, failed to squeeze in next to Shuebud several times, and she glared hatefully at Wang Long's back. Chapter 119 Tiger hits really hard. Brother! A kid about Tiger's age popped up. That kid looks spooky. Every now and then a hint of a bad joke popped out of the big round eyes. It looks just like that what's his name? How what's his name text from a previous life? Played the sunglasses kid in a mold. This is my younger brother, called Lu Hao. Lu Zhen hurriedly gave Zeng Anmin a smile. Even though he guessed what Zhang San was thinking, he was rather speechless and regretful inside. Shouldn't a plot that fit the setting so well have appeared in someone like himself who had a golden finger? And at this time Xiaofeng, only then did he realize that the secret methods of the Doqi continent, surprisingly, there are also separate, such as the sealing secret method, the enslavement secret method, and the secret method of surge strength and other categories. Report, not counting the original 22 outside, a total of 117 came out of the cave. The ghost messenger called out. Hee, if you just want to taste the flavor, sister can let you be satisfied. Mona Zhou laughed. When that first wooden house appeared, the flood descended a large amount of humane merit, directly upgrading it from an ordinary house to a latter-day merit spiritual treasure, automatically deriving the laws of space, and then after a large number of spiritual materials were incorporated by the Aristotle clan, warmed up for millions of years, before it became a latter-day merit supreme treasure. At the upper main seat, there was a middle-aged man with slightly white temples and a square face. This person was the Grand Elder of the Lingxiao Kingdom, Mu Yuntian. Dan Qinghua, extremely influential in the Gamma Empire, a hand of the art of refining pills, has reached the 6th grade. Is the Gamma Empire deservedly the first pill refiner? Rumble! With a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth, the 5 flame giants transformed into a terrifying rain of fire that fell over the solar star. Like the most brilliant fireworks, golden sparks covered the greater half of the solar star. Lao Er and the others are doing a live broadcast over at Zujiawi, so there's nothing to do anyway, so let's go for a stroll? Qin Fen invited again. With a trembling hand, Jiang Ning took the green destiny needle handed over by Lin Yu, her heart filled with joy at his vow. After the 100 Ghosts' Foot kicked out of the craftsman Hori, the 2 Recluse Light also did not wait for death, only to see the yellow Recluse Light in the light of the stars and dots of light gushed out, in the 2 people around the weave out of a big, impermeable net, and this big net, actually will be the craftsman Hori's beast foot all stopped. Within the yellow robe, it was suddenly pitch black, and that shadow demon's body slowly rose up like an underground spring, finally transforming into the appearance of crossing the river Rowan. The hanging heart of the 10 temples of hell had just been put down not long ago, and before he could catch his breath, he saw the ancestral dragon perish, and the black flames recoil towards the humans that the ancestral dragon had brought with it. Even the Big Dipper Yuan Qi, which had been protecting the beings of the netherworld, looked like it had seen an enemy in life and death, frantically trying to tear it into pieces. Elder Tang, is there anything fun to do in the Great Tang Kingdom? I've always wanted to go out and play, but Master wants me to cultivate properly and forbids me to go out. Mingyue followed Tang Sanzang's side and asked with great curiosity. Lin Ku had been missing for 2 days since she had rejected him that night. That girl wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? When Black Tiger saw this scene, his whole body opened and started shaking. He knew how powerful Lin Jun was, but he didn't think that close to 200 people couldn't help Lin Jun. The scene just now was like watching a sci-fi myth. It completely subverted his understanding. Definitely, Director Jiang. Santan City is my home. I looked at Director Jiang and finally, with a relieved breath, said, "Nothing much. What were you and my mother-in-law talking about? Did you say anything about how to quit school?" Li Qing asked curiously. Xian Kuei's eyes twinkled and he immediately said, "This is natural. I still want to ask the three brothers to keep my secret for me. Since this is the case, let's each keep the secret for the other. How about it, ah?" Xian Kuei smiled and looked at the three Long family brothers. Chapter 120 Clues brought by Ziqing. Zeng Anmin's and Dachuan's gazes stared at the cripple disappearing a little into the distance. "Uncle, shall we go?" Tiger's somewhat tired voice caught Zeng Anmin's attention. "No more games?" Zeng Anmin glanced at him. Uncle said not to be too playful. Tiger answered honestly. "Yo!" Zeng Anmin gave him a surprised look and blinked. "You!" Hearing the sound of Nangong Jing cackling and gnashing his teeth, Fan Wuxia then pushed Lin Joshi over with one hand, but Lin Joshi's legs were bloodless and she directly slumped to the ground. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at me, the cold toughness in his eyes as if reminding me of what he had said before. When Limor told me all this, the carriage was slowly coming to a stop, and Nan Changyao personally lifted the curtain for us. Jello, after all, had never done any rough work, and naturally had no chance of winning when compared to these big and burly sisters, and was pressed to the ground by them. Chu translation and Wan air chat. After the heart quiet a lot, he dealt with some political affairs and went out to board the city tower rounds back home when it is dusk, and at this time his heart has been completely quiet down. It was only then that Lynch noticed that the long table, covered with a red curtain, housed a solid gold scale, with 2 gleaming trays empty, suspended by 3 chains. Keto said she could eat several cows at a time, but it wasn't enough. It was an honor and a pain to be a cook in the face of a king with such an appetite. Luckily, she was able to eat all the food that the cook had prepared with such care. He had coaxed Lichu to come back so he could listen to the resourceful girl's insights, to see how she would unravel the conclusions he hadn't come to after thinking about it all day. Any more reasoning, but only personally on the battlefield, to be able to personally test where its power. I don't know if she was overthinking it, but ever since she got the jade face that covered the Enlightenment jade, she felt as if there were 2 of them in Jidoshin. Zhou Xian Nai fiercely remembered the battle puppet controlled by Scorpion, and with a pull out of her pretty hand, a chakra-covered bitterness appeared in her hand. However, she didn't think much of it, and only thought that the general was saying this on purpose because he hated it and didn't want to show the hard feelings in his heart. Out of curiosity, Chen Mo walked over to check it out. There were 2 photos inside the frame, a family photo of a family of 4, the grandmother and a man who was the same age as him were sitting on a stool, 2 youths who looked similar to the man's eyebrows stood next to them, and the 3 men were wearing old-fashioned military uniforms. Then I'm not at ease. I must see you every day to be at ease. He stubbornly insisted like a child. After using the card, he took out the pork and held the kitchen knife in his hand. A thought of heaven and earth, only I am the only one arose. As the knife fell from his hand, the pork was cut into the shape he wanted in Tang Yaohui's hand. Just as she walked out of the farmer's market, her cell phone rang. An unfamiliar man's accent told her that he had seen a missing person's notice and knew where the child was. Plus, the man had just cried bitterly at Chen Shou's portrait, so Chen Mo therefore decided that the man should be from the bear clan, not the horse clan or the bird clan. Tang Yaohui could only helplessly touch the flames again and again with his spiritual power, and then be burned to withdraw. Until then can barely tolerate the flames burn suffer before being able to go to try to separate. What do you mean? You can't have forgotten that they are still sick, right? Yu Sheng looked at the ill-faced 6th prince in surprise, not understanding why he was suddenly so angry. The white side of Jedi's face became as if he was moving around like a madman. It looked like he was affected by the mind mess body technique, but the black half of his body wasn't in trouble. He was still blocking the route that Aquino Ling and the others had taken to escape. Chapter 121 Arrow out of the Yujin Bao. Kill. Hearing his questioning, Zeng Anmin's heart sank instantly. It was just this question that made him think a lot more clearly. Behind the visitor, there must be the person standing behind the curtain who colluded with Ren Weiji. A lot of questions that hadn't been thought through were also thought through in this moment. The reason for the death of the gifted king was because of the extermination. The Qi King, who was moved down and driven out of the capital, no longer had the slightest value in the eyes of the person behind that curtain. With a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhuang Yi waved his hand and had the staff put many more beasts in. It was rather scary, but not fatal, especially if it didn't stab the heart. Especially in a man-eating country like M, it really doesn't work without a little level of realism. However, Shoryun obviously didn't have the energy to appreciate this. She was really tired right now, and wanted so badly to have a bed at the moment to let her sleep peacefully. Jor. His voice was low, so as not to cause offense and to express his displeasure at the moment. Wasn't he more material than these models? At this moment, the people inside the hall had already become a mess, and Yang Xiaoqi was pacifying those people. When Xiao Ran returned from class, he found the crowd gathered in a circle, as if they were observing some kind of treasure. With a twist of his sword eyebrow, the crowd seemed to have sensed something and quickly dispersed in all directions. Is it necessary to study so thoroughly for such a male supporting role? Besides, the iceberg face is the best one to play, right? Do you need any expression? Xiaoxi smiled more and more brightly, and her voice became more and more gentle, but the ears of the police uncle stood up higher and higher, and inwardly they were madly spitting. Just such words might not have had an intimidating effect, so Chihao got up and walked over to the fat man. Zet walked towards the source of that energy with his senses. The feeling was getting stronger and it was very close. You're teasing me? Robbing me and saying you're trying to reason with me? Where's your face? Where did you drop your face? Hurry up and pick it up and wash it to still use it. That Misty Vine product said angrily. Rule Mountain Lu Yun face smile, immediately it turned to say young warrior, please? At this moment, the group Forest Store Town Business Way, walking around the pedestrians are also the eyes surveyed the two when the street appeared in Proa Inn, a young. Kill them, kill them. Looking at Lu Dan's side with only two people, but killing his own side to retreat, Ludo could not help but feel a little panicked in his heart, especially the 110 ordinary people, who were killed by the spell waves as soon as they rushed up, and the aftermath of the spells were not wasted at all. Chapter 122 Minami guessed my black cat Takeshi's identity? Are you kidding me? Using a willow branch as a human body, how can you think that this person is not crazy? At the present moment, there didn't seem to be any better way than to return the same way, so he could only turn the car around and drive towards the city as Li Nan had said. Su Yanghao would not understand the meaning of the words of the Wood Koan, just he must have to return to the Upper Beijing. 9 Phoenix how she came to the barracks of the matter said again, coupled with their own intercepted on the way to Yuzhou. Su Yang heart clear at this time will be unusual. Bata must be a spy in the Heavenly Kingdom. The status of identity and position will not be general. This was the first time Lone Rain had seen Yenoa's eyes like this with a determined face. What is it? Lone Rain asked with the same serious face. Li Nan jumped down from the military armored vehicle, followed closely by the 4 people, namely Fatty Wan, Lin Hai, Bitter Gourd Face, and Big Long Face. What, are the ribs all grown up? Li Nan signaled Bitter Gourd Face to sit down and eat, while he waved his hand instead, indicating that he had already eaten. After receiving the order, Lei Jiang will be flood rescue work as the current overwhelming task. County-wide mobilization, all organs and cadres must be on the front line of the flood, leaders at all levels of command, clear responsibility, sub-package. And this time the one coming towards him was clearly in the shape of a weapon, a huge sword that was extremely wide and sharp. I don't care who taught you to say this, and I don't care who it is, who was able to understand so well these curves amongst humans, but for you to be able to say it, someone must have been a traitor, and such a traitor simply deserves to die, and if he were to appear in front of me right now then I feel that I would kill him with a slap of my hand. Flowing Fire was indeed very tired, he hadn't rested at all during this period of time. From the time he entered the Tsangming Mountain, every day was a chase, every day was a battle, and it was easy to mix up the identity of the son of the god of war, but he also met Li Feiyang and the 3 of them. From the beginning of the exploration to the final strike, Han Jiang had taken the credit and performed extremely well. If only she could be allowed one more drink, no one big one. She'd rather the devil that drink the bitter potion. Especially since all 3 of the sisters thought they were pouring their hearts out to their mother's family, they must be one of their own. Also, its defense is excellent, able to withstand some degree of impact and scratching. The 3 of them nodded at the same time, and Captain Lin sent someone to convey the order, and then began to discuss retreating that way to avoid the ghosts. Kawako was in tears, he wasn't a cutie. There's no use for him to go and inform, the chief's side must have guard soldiers within a range. Dukeland's mood, however, appeared to be a bit low. Just now when he learned that his sweetheart was a demon, he hadn't felt much inside, he only felt that regardless of whether it was a human or a demon, he was willing to marry Chen Shue back home. Many people came forward to apologize to Emon Yen, saying that they had misunderstood her before and stereotyped her. Time slowly passed, and at this time there was even a trace of Dan fragrance coming out, which made Ji Jingqing overjoyed. Jiang Shang was still somewhat in disbelief, but other than this explanation, he couldn't find any other reasonable reason to explain why he suddenly overeat. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Li Fei to take care of a 26 player in 2 slashes. Suddenly, something occurred to Victor Ritz had likely teleported not just him to this world, but them. Master Blackrock, your spell damage is useless against the sky, you have to rely on physical damage to make it work. Li Fei said to Blackrock. Tang Feng, do you mean that Professor Boris's ghost Misha? Han Jiang suddenly also remembered that Tang Feng and Su Ringyu had told him about Professor Boris. This is not strange. The nomadic peoples on the Eurasian continent, in the early days of most of the custom of bride snatching, Genghis Khan's empress Marco Polo was not also snatched by the scornful beggars, gave birth to Genghis Khan's eldest son, Woodchuck. These peoples are all descendants of wolves, and it's no surprise that they snatched marriages. Tang Feng explained. When it was time to make dinner, 40 minutes had passed, and because of Chi-Chi's comment about wanting to rest, he didn't rush to call, wanting to let Chi-Chi sleep a little longer. He feinted to tear it, and for once, Luoxian reacted, quickly shielding the red book, her face stained with a shy heave as she looked up at him and then at the red book. In the first half of the night Yiliana took her turn. Tang Feng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out in the second half of the night when he took his turn, so he hurriedly ate dinner and fell asleep until the second half of the night when he was dragged up by Han Jiang. However, there were still some people who didn't die, guessing that this awesome skill of Li Fei couldn't last for too long, and continued to beat Li Fei's idea. Li Fei's right tiger claw began to build up its strength, gradually turning black, and after the 20 seconds of build-up time was over, he swooped down towards the Flame Lion King on the ground. What the hell, say old me ugly, you Donnie clan all look like bird people, that is called ugly, just this of course also said in the heart, did not have the good sense to say it in the face of the patriarch. Secret? Lin Mohan inexplicably gazed at Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan was uncomfortable by his gaze. It was just some scattered fragments like this, a burst of which kept circling around in his mind, and what had happened in the process, indeed, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't recall it. Finished, Dia face white, as if just heard what and its horrible things, some lost soul even lips or a little trembling said no, father cannot go, then, turned around without turning back and chased out. Then let's hurry and take a look. The two men finished, looked at each other and nodded, immediately ran to the palace gates to gather. Following the branches, Lin Hao continued to move east. After all, finding Dia first was the important thing, especially after such a lang wave of foreign objects storming out happened. Lin Hao was a little worried. What next? Hu Shantang continued to ask, desperately wanting to know what exactly happened in Qinghai many years ago. Pulled open the wooden door, but only to see the empty staircase and nothing, washing clothes on the slender bamboo pole. A bitter cold wind blew, the dark night sky more and more seemingly cold. There was a broken leg. Su Lang left to fight with Fan Changyun. The result was predictable. Fan Shui and Chang Yin kept going forward without looking back. They really couldn't bear to see the cruel result. Chapter 123, Minami, you really are the Black Cat Wolf. Zeng Anmin took a deep breath and said. I suspect there's some kind of conspiracy going on, so when you stop that duo, remember to find a black cat hood and put it on so you don't expose yourself. Zeng Anmin's concerned words came. When Bai Ziqing heard these words, he instantly felt a wave of warmth surge up from his heart. Auxiliary brother Quan. There was even a catch in his voice. Zeng Anmin hung up the phone directly. Chiroi pursed his lips tightly, as if he was in an extremely bad mood, ignoring him and turning his head to look out the car window with a complicated gaze, not saying a word. This in turn is a bit of fun and has spunk. That's what I like, confession should be bold too, right? Ying went along with it. Lang Ruoxian smiled and nodded, and began to slowly talk about the 8 years Tang duo had forgotten about her life when she was Yen O's. As she spoke, even Lang Ruoxian herself felt unsatisfied. Get some rest early. Grabbing the thermostat to raise the temperature in the room by 2 degrees, he turned and walked off to the guest bathroom. Gao Shai didn't know since when he had become so thick-skinned, flirting with men without any fear. Su Mother said, one hand carrying a fruit plate, one hand pulling her forward, put down the fruit plate. 2 people fell on their own, tasted up. Yan Jin drove in the direction that Sinemo left, but found that the more he went, the more he turned back. He looked around and turned back. The bizarre thoughts in his heart became stronger and stronger. In the vast sea of people, he unexpectedly did not know where to look for Sinemo. Not far away, the grass kept shifting and a white shadow loomed, a rabbit. After slowing down, he continued, he did use his love for you very deeply. He was in fear that now this man appeared again, in case Su Takiyu returned to his heart. After all, he is Su Baoer's father. I'll do it. Ruan Yinqing naturally took over Yan Shi's job of holding the pusher of Qin Shen's wheelchair. Hearing these words, Li Dao's eyelids suddenly jumped again. For a moment his heart suddenly surged with a trace of bad premonition again, because this kind of thing of seclusion, he himself had had, whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would go to seclusion to cultivate in order to break through this bottleneck. Xing Yuan counted down, this tribe in the Yuan Meng garrison, only than the barbarian side, more than 100 people, compared to the huge tribe, has been considered scarce. This magical and peaceful and quiet large state was the Zhongshan state of the Nanyang realm, where there were many sects, almost few fights, and even few frictions between the countries of the Zhongshan state, because no one dared to start a war in the Zhongshan state. After getting Guan Yu and the others to find a seat in the infield, I greeted Yang Jian to take care of them first, and then I went back to the doorway to wait for the offending sword to arrive. Although staying here also had a few of his own meanings, it was a fact that this old mandrill had trapped him here. The martial arts inheritance of the Taiji lineage was originally based on swordsmanship in terms of stances, speaking of which, both the Heavenly Diffusion Sword Technique and the subsequent Great Diffusion Sword Technique were both described as the top swordsmanships of the world. However, both of these sword techniques required Zhang Yunsu to study them slowly, and it was not easy to achieve great success. Not choosing a car that was too eye-catching, Li Yi drove a modified Great Wall pickup truck, quietly exited the Feng'an city limits, took the national highway, and ran straight towards his destination. Not long after that, the ship suddenly shook again, and by the time Gao Yang raised his head, he saw that Aoyu was already walking towards him. Hearing Layla's words, Flaco's fearful heart relaxed a little, and finally had the strength to speak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yunsu placed the soul-restoring Dan into the lugap, and used his palm to degree in true essence from the back to help him swallow it, and then waited quietly with the crowd at the side. Missing is a kind of feeling, in fact, Haidong may know, more perhaps that should be called nostalgia. Chapter 124, Pops, How Dare You Hurt My Son? All die. Senior brother Quan Fu really did anticipate things like a god. The Jishui War crisis was cracked by my brother. This mission is considered a success, and when I return, I will bring you a good thing that you will surely rejoice to see. Big Brother Bai has a heart. As Zeng Anmin withdrew the vast chi in the summoning talisman, the white summoning talisman turned dim. Zeng Anmin's eyes had a deep look in them. He breathed a slow sigh of relief, his eyes looking toward the window. With an attractive face and tall figure, a professional outfit tightly wrapped around her exquisite body, bringing out the extreme curves. She seemed to be able to fulfill all the fantasies of men. Truth be told, Gao Shenda had also had a brief infatuation with her when he first met her. Wait, what gun? Seeing that there was something going on between Rick and Glenn that he didn't know about, Sean got a puzzled look on his face. The carriage went out of the jungle and onto the concrete avenue to Suzhou, and under the horseman's incessant swinging of the whip, the carriage disappeared into the night as if it were lightning. Like a mountain and a sea, gusts of shock emanated from the onlookers. Even Yin Yuelin's eyes were slightly startled, and only Su Jingting was silent with a mysterious smile tickling the corners of his mouth. Once when the battle was in full swing, the strong man of the ruler's sect missed a stalactite blood. Yes, on this day, not only was there no radio gymnastics and no walking with the beautiful people, but Chang Che was also late. Not only was he late, but he had a cold. For Vice Governor Lin's solicitation to be honest, Wang Jia has no way to refuse. After all, he has no other choice. Some old revolution sitting on the sidelines is because of this reason. Betting is better than even the opportunity to gamble is not strong. When the Buddha cannot go to the world of bliss, people living in this world cannot be exempted. 7 feelings and 6 desires, eating, drinking, and sleeping must be complete, or you cannot be a person. What kind of husband has what kind of wife? After all, they are always husband and wife. The arm did not turn out of the reason. I almost stumbled. I'll be damned, a few of them playing landlord, but, as I scanned the area, I realized that some of them were dressed in ancient garb and some in present-day garb, mixing it up to make you look dizzy. Wu Yang is different from ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists may only have one heavenly eye aptitude in their life, and they can only refine the second heavenly eye aptitude when they get the heavenly eye fixing stone. On the other hand, Wu Yang, but every big level, will be able to for the essence of the heavenly eye aptitude 4 souls, 7 souls, more than a soul technology, equivalent to more than a new heavenly eye aptitude. Suli gave all the remaining demon pills on his body to the white dragon horse, and also fed it a lot of body tempering pills, and at this time, the white dragon horse already had a cultivation level of the peak of the 8th level of body tempering. Facing the bombardment of dozens of swords of divine light, Han Knight still didn't dodge and swung his golden fist, churning sword after sword of light into pieces while also steadily moving forward, forcing his way towards Zhao Feng. Nothing, it's just that third imperial brother has been locked up in the mansion these days, and my son is trying to get father to go over and persuade him, so that third imperial brother won't continue to be disheveled. Feng Huayan explained. Hey, you've said that there's a 10,000 commander-level demon race existence that has entered the king-level realm. Are you going to attack head-on through someone's gate to go in? The Chaos Beast simply couldn't believe it, knowing that the other party had 3 strong people and still blasted in head-on. This wasn't a madman, what was this? Chapter 125, Zeng Anmin, Buddha and Bodhisattva, would you rather have seeds? Zeng Anmin looked earnestly at the young monking dust in front of him. See the frank smile on his face. He smiled back, then carelessly reinserted the candy into his pocket. Then Zeng Anmin turned around with little Ing dust as if nothing had happened. You haven't thrown this little wooden sword yet? Zeng Anmin suddenly saw Tiger's small wooden sword in the little monk's house. Little monking dust blinked his clear eyes, seriously. No, even if you say so, said Blairstein, stating that he had seen nothing but a fool. Streamweed chose a spot in the corner, there weren't many people around, and the music from the movie was loud enough to drown out their conversation. We found it! The male's excited voice kept spreading in this gloomy place. Feeling a murderous aura attacking his back and a murderous aura attacking his chest, Huang Yongjian calmed down and ran all of his spiritual energy into his hands, hastily striking Wei Kai with his right hand and Ma Yongjia with his left. Mei Liangyu blocked the front of the carriage, and behind her were not only the branch clan's dark guard entourage, but also Gong Zikan's forbidden guards, mixing together. In the northern wilderness this side of the forces of the various tribes and countries in power, but a face full of worry. Now things are beyond their imagination. If it really continues, their northern wilderness and desert north sand is not good there, or even more harsh. Li Yang is really ruthless to begin with. The fat man's fist is probably what fist, that is simply the same as a sandbag. Father, is it really appropriate for you to speak now? Is it really appropriate for you to say this? Father, I'm disappointed in you, really. Zhang Laoer rushed at his father. That's a good boy. The man smiled faintly and reached out to pat Fatty Joe's shoulder before pushing open the door and walking in. There was silence for a while. The 3 great gods of the Imperial Capital University all held Tang Ming in such high esteem. How could they dare to have any opinions? Accompanied by a flood of bells and curls of immortal sounds, the meeting between the 2 divine beings, Jinwu Dadi and Lishan Laomu, came to a close. Although the others were a bit skeptical, Ge Changfei had spoken, so they couldn't refute anything, and they all quietly watched. After the death of Zen Master Pudu, the Shaolin Temple, which is the leader of the alliance, suddenly kept a low profile and did not send any more monks to lead the Broken Sword Alliance, so that all the sects in the alliance are on edge, fearing that the next one to be approached is their own door. The green-headed Ghost King is now in a hurry, where there is time to pay attention to rush. Jin Chong passed a look, suddenly swung up a fist, blasted to the sound of the last point of landing. Sister Phantom, Police Flower Girl, hold me tight. Yi Long said, followed by Sister Mei and Lang Fei hugging Yi Long tightly at the same time. Not going even if I die. The Yin Yang creation tree was directly rooted next to the 10,000 spirit earth. Anen and Jianchen froze at the same time, and then looked carefully. There seems to be a cold light flashing in the dense forest, but it is too far away to really see. This aura resembled the aura in the middle of the dark tide, causing Li Daeron's heart to perk up as he estimated the distance from the present to the dark dense forest, and gained an intuitive understanding of how far this dark tide had spread. In a kneeling position, he suddenly flew straight into mid-air, his body twisting in the air, his head down and his feet down, his twin fists that had coalesced into a horrifying blood aura slammed down, smashing the place where he was kneeling into a horrifyingly deep crater that was too deep for the bottom to be seen. In 1875, it wasn't easy to find a hall that could hold more than 700 people, and even in the largest city in the United States, like New York, there was only the New York City Hall, which could barely hold it. It really was true that a horse could not get fat without night grass, and a person could not get rich with, to say the least, all aspects, systems, and levels of Baju, but all those who have no personal grudges against Yin Fei have a pretty good impression of Yin Fei. His face shifted, but it was not too clear to see under this fire candle, while Lu Ping just slowly drank his tea, not caring what he was thinking about. There are some native forests on the top of the mountain, and those are not to be dared to be cut down, or else the mudslides washed down from the precipitation brought by the typhoons in summer and fall could bury all the villages below. Sit down first, they were born from the same root, so why are you being so aggressive? The Yi family head waved his hand and said. Duke Ji was completely unprepared for the beating he received on his face, and immediately froze. The lone wolf made this sudden move, naturally to confirm his thoughts, and Lin Feng's actions undoubtedly confirmed that the lone wolf's thoughts were correct. At this time, Lin Feng was delirious, and all objects that would move, as well as those that could make a sound, would attract Lin Feng's attacks. After Wang Bangzi shot 5 ghosts again, his own left arm was also hit. He sat down against the wall, tore off a piece of clothing and wanted to bandage it. A sound of footsteps came. He began to pray that it must not be that stupid girl Yang Shumiai. The footsteps got closer and closer, and a face full of tear stains appeared in front of him. If there is no trouble, why would her mother be in exile? Why never talk about the family? after she found her uncle back then, he only treated her as a child, never revealed those old stories, only told her that the Lu family is a hairpin family, 100 years of prestige, and did not mention a word about the rest. After wasting several hours to get her look right, Tian Shui makes a phone call to Mu Tianyang, who comes to pick her up in person. The Edge came in to report the situation detected. Most of the situation is the same as the reconnaissance team back to the situation, only mentioned that the old Bold Peak southwest direction can walk, but also limited to a small number of people. The large force is no way to normal march. Overall down the road it's peaceful, the Shu sect reigns supreme, and no one has yet dared to act recklessly in Qingzhou. The man replied. Blazing sun in the sky, hot sun scorching on the ground, the body of the burning smell, still permeate the air, let a person smell want to vomit. Wei Yin led more than 1,000 soldiers, is outside the Jietingguan clean up the battlefield residual equipment. Gao Chang snorted coldly, indulging in Laodi's valor. At this point in time, the more he looked at this person, the more joyful he became. This is Zhou Xiao, Zhou Jia, of the 8 masters of the Shin clan. I'm sure, you all are no stranger to brother Zhou's great name. Chao Gu said with a smile. Makoto, help! The second prince hurriedly took 2 steps forward and fell to his knees with his attendant, half crying. Chapter 127 Slapping Ren Weiji. Ahem, I will not disturb His Royal Highness the Crown Prince from catching up with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Zeng Anmin gave the Crown Prince a haphazard wink. Then he headed out. I don't know if the guy even noticed. But it doesn't matter. Whether or not one notices it, it can't affect one's ability to uncover the one behind the scenes who is trying to kill him. If it's really Shi Fei. If you can't kill her, you'll have to take her skin off. Hiya. Wang Ning entered the city and got off the carriage, walked on the new street, saw a crowd of people in front of him, so he went up. In this way, almost using the way of using the spear of the sun to attack the shield of the sun, until after the lightning storm within the water sphere was eliminated, the 6 Xianshu HS pieces sent out by Xing Luo to locate the water sphere were still full of energy and glittering. Below, the 5 elders and 3 deacons of the Qingfeng sect formed a formation according to the 8 puffs of directions, gathering the strength of all of them to hold on bitterly. Tang Jin sleeps in the villa in Pinghai. Day is not yet bright. Was outside the doorbell. Woke up. He chagrined. Climbed up from the window to look at Li Yang is below the dead doorbell. He did not know that he lives here. Is probably the strong brother. Told him strange the sky so early. Rush to find me. What to do? The knowledgeable captain was astonished. Who could have predicted that this seemingly graceful second young master actually possessed such proud strength? In May of that year, John Edgar Hoover died. This rule of the FBI for nearly half a century of the highest power, even the President of the United States are afraid of the mysterious figure of the death of a dead, will give the United States political world what consequences. Lear can also guess some. And from these circumstances, Tianxian several people could roughly tell the situation on the side of the heavenly pillar. It must not be able to leave, otherwise these waves of passing martial artists wouldn't be scurrying around. One of the procedures of the martial arts competition had already ended, but in the arena, there were countless gazes looking towards the young man standing still under the martial arts stage. Just a moment ago, Long Bing had sworn that old Seven would be fine and that Gao Wei would be fired. Mu Rufing's face was not able to see any joy or anger, as if Mu Ruoyun's gesture of goodwill was with some purpose. Some of the ghosts, with both hands protecting their necks, also learned to cannon around the trees. There were other ghosts, so scared that they climbed up the tree and were shot down again. Huayankai, Zhui Zhuang master, known as righteousness, in fact, for the underworld god top experts, one of the 5 masters of Jianghu. You are indeed very strong. After the heretical deacon captain finished speaking, under the qi and blood tossing in his body, he actually opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of blood outwards. His face became abnormally pale, and the round moon scimitar in his hand had been broken into 2 halves, and there were some traces of purple lightning burns on many parts of his body. Chapter 128 Ren Weiji, Downfall. The slap didn't just confuse Run for a moment. Emperor Jianhong, who was sitting on top of the dragon chair, also had a sullen face. Unbridled. The pressure from Si Zhengxiao's body pressed towards Bai Ziqing. This pressure alone caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Bai Ziqing's face went white. Another mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The body stumbled with it. Both legs couldn't help but tremble. Luoyu was shocked, but she realized that Chu Mo sprinted in front of her like a ghost and gave her a solid right hook punch. And as she instinctively dodged, the fist containing a terrifying force instantly grazed her cheek, and as her control didn't keep up with her body at the moment, she fell solidly to the ground. Then why don't Ms. Lu give me a passionate kiss? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes sweeping over Lu Ning's red lips. Between his words, Sherbao had long ago wiped the knife in his hand towards his neck, and with the splash of blood, the knife in Sherbao's hand fell to the ground along with his body. Although he dodged in time and saved his life, he was still struck with countless wounds all over his body and suffered heavy losses. I thought it was the owner of 3 stores, I was overthinking it. What's going on next door though? At this moment, the corners of Wei Shang's mouth were scraped up with a hint of mockery, and Morong Yuyan also didn't even have a hint of change in her eyes, so it could be seen that they didn't even look at this bar in the eye. Come to think of it, didn't this MOE say he wanted to eat just now? It's better to hurry up and take him to eat, and then think of a way to get rid of him afterward. As for the rest, no one can guarantee it now, we can only take one step and see what happens. This time Lin Chong, Lu Junyi and other people realize why Sherbao will have such prestige among the thieves. It turns out that everything is Sherbao weekdays due to the good treatment of soldiers, although they're own in Sherbao for their own masters, but the heart of the heart are all on Sherbao admiration. Seeing the eye-catching star ancient bead appear, the spirit of the formation was instantly shocked. As the Supreme Song's original divine formation, he was acquainted with the Supreme Star God, and even more so, he had dealt with the star ancient bead. The doctor was torn in his heart. He was afraid that he might not have encountered some kind of difficult problem. It seems that he still needs to go back and discuss it with his own masters and brothers, as well as all the colleagues. If he really can't find out the reason again, then he really needs to seek help from a more powerful teacher. Seeing Lu Zhang's respectful expression, Lu Feishuang wrinkled her eyebrows slightly and a mouthful of pent-up anger built up in her heart. The crowd began to look for anything suspicious under the water, the green light of the water ghostly abnormal. This time they looked very carefully, but still did not find anything strange, in addition to the pottery pieces. Senjuma has been resurrected, and until he has enough power, Yen Mo and Black Jedi unanimously decide to act a little more cautiously. As soon as the original owner saw him, she thought that he was going to mention the matter of the plutonic marriage, and she was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind a big tree. It is strange that the other party is so good looking. If it were someone else, she would have long been pasted on, but I don't know why, but she just felt that she couldn't mess with this man. It didn't matter if it was 1 year or 5 years. Training and strengthening his body wasn't a problem for him. He thought he died without resolving his family's tragedy, but he was given another chance. I've given you money, I've given you cameras, I've given you film, and it seems like you haven't made a mark. Thinking back to the original plot, Shin Shou knew that when he reached this place, he would not be far from his destination this time. After all the preparations were completed, a tent still stood in place, the presence that decided the battle and whose fate was about to be revealed. Among the 9 old ancestors, Gu Luliang's strength was the most immeasurable. Without the purple demon sword, it could fight with the 3 ancestors. If the purple demon sword was sacrificed, the 3 ancestors would surely be defeated, while the second ancestors would have to avoid it, and they even had a battle with the brilliant ancestors, so it was evident how high the deterrent power of the purple demon sword was. Chapter 129, Zeng Anmin, There is only one truth, up. The Imperial City Department is on the case. Clear the streets. Huang Shi, as Bai Ziqing's adjutant, stood on top of the street, his voice incomparably bold. Behind him, he was followed by an extremely dashing figure. A long, curly hair that seemed every bit as silky and resilient. Long hair was draped behind him like a waterfall. Under the penetrating sunlight, it shimmered with a dazzling golden light. Bai Ziqing's face is full of vigor and vitality. If you are here, don't miss it. You don't have the luxury of going in, but if you have the chance to go in, it's a great deal of money. Are you satisfied now? Bastard! Long William covered his bun-like face, hateful, angry and scared. You are the ones who drove him to his death. Kozichi said insistently, anger showing in his eyes. After waiting for a few minutes, I don't know who shouted, here they come, the 8th grade. We all messed up at once. All the people looked toward the direction of the distance. Really is also a black pressurized piece. A moment and a half gang still cannot see the number of people, but it seems to be absolutely quite a lot. And now it's hitting the first big emotional hurdle of my life. Let me choose? What am I supposed to do when I'm bound to lose them all if I don't choose anyone? I should go down the mountain, or else I don't care. Linger's parents should be worried. Today seems to be the day when the Long family came to welcome the bride. I still have the right thing to do, not yet done. Gulinger leaned on the crutches and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. The passion of the dream has not completely faded. He naturally reached out to hold the slender hand that is shrinking back. The feeling is as soft as boneless soft, and the same as in the dream. Seeing this, Yang Chan, who was waiting at the side, immediately took out the fragrant towel she used and wiped his sweat. Ling Xiao walked to the sidelines, and Maggie Delane followed, coming over and handing him a hand towel. Hanan looked at them, but looking at them, it was obvious that, just like himself, they must have been entangled by that tree demon. Of course, they didn't have the same treatment as himself, they were probably fighting with those tree demons, and the deaths and injuries, although they weren't clear, were definitely no better. Iro looked at his back and laughed bitterly twice. Still not going? Zhirong waved his hand, so Iro gritted her teeth and followed. The second madam was completely stunned, and even forgot to cry. Since the marriage, the second master did not even say a heavy word to her. Now it is good, he actually beat himself, and smashed the house to pieces. The second master is crazy, really crazy. If placed on other people, this is disrespectful to the power of the emperor, disrespectful to the empress dowager, this is the crime of killing the head. But I didn't expect this empress dowager to use boldness and arrogance. Not only did not half angry but even more appreciate and like it. The team members were rubbing their fists and were incredibly excited. They had good equipment and natural abilities, and after the past few days of grinding and training, they had long wanted to go out of the city to try their hand at hunting walkers. Then you must have handed it over to your accomplice. If you don't hand over the item today, you won't be able to leave here. Shinmolan smiled coldly, satisfied with her clever deduction. Shinruji tried the communication function again, and sure enough, it didn't respond either, fearing that it was broken by the strong magnetic field when Shinruji fell out of the airplane and landed in the storm area. The two men looked at each other. Originally they were still counting on the satellite communication function of the watch to contact Shin Mengyao and find someone to pick them up, but it seems that this time they really have to drift in the sea. He rummaged through the soldier's coat pockets and found a wireless communicator, which he stuffed into his own pouch, and took a submachine gun and 2 magazines, hung them up on his person, and then quickly ambled back into concealment. Blood? The white snake looked relieved and casually flicked its tail, and the silver fox, using the snake's tail as a starting point to make a graceful curve in the air, rolled into the bottom of the cliff on one side with a wah 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 wah. The continuous echo rang out. Chapter 130, Zeng Anmin, There is only one truth, next. Of course, at this moment, Ron hadn't defeated Hicks yet, but looking at this, Ron's victory, there was no longer any suspense. The only thing left was just a matter of time. The mahogany sword in my hand almost fell off, and now I finally understand just how strong this crazy Taoist in front of me is. But how she did not expect Long Tian just like this called her to leave the company, and is not at all prepared. This made her somewhat unable to accept this reality. Hearing these words, Long Tian was relieved and gave the bottle to Sol Fei Shan and smiled. I have already eaten, now it is my turn to smoke for you. Said handed to be worried for him shining and sure Shan Yuan a reassuring look, then took the tape to touch out a bottle with Danding Crane written on it. With a heavy heart, it was already late at night when Long Tian returned inside that hall from before. My plan was to fish all day today as well, but I was a little persistent in these conditions where I knew there wouldn't be any fish, so I was going to go back to base and rest for a while until the sun went down and then come back out. Listening to the words of Shining, Long Tian are a little confused why Shining so like to stimulate the name of the war, but there is nothing to joke about. For the name of the war, Long Tian does not believe that he will be in Shining to calculate some, just so that the name of the war will have to be depressed. As the first 5-star hotel in China, the attendants here are all knowledgeable. What level of officials accompany what level of Hong Kong businessmen? With that director Wu out of the way, those Hong Kong businessmen are at least first-class businessmen in Hong Kong. You're lying. At that time, all the injuries on your body were healed. I saw it clearly. Nicole beamed. She was really good. She did whatever Gu Jingshan told her to do. Now he should be satisfied, right? Except for the last time when Yi Xieying's hand was cut and he seemed to want to kill her and choked her. She cried in front of him and spoke the truth in front of her. It seemed that at no other time had she ever had any emotion or said any word of sincerity in front of her. The middle-aged man had thought that people like Ming Yang were mostly from big powers, but it turned out that they were living in places like this, and the evil thoughts in his heart expanded rapidly. After yelling, he kicked away the pillow that happened to be thrown at his feet, then turned around, striding out, and then the door to the room was thrown shut with a bang. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists couldn't help but clench, his nails piercing deeply into his flesh, and drops of blood dripped down. Just now, when the rampaging orange-grade snow bear rushed at him, in Yufeng's head, he came up with this idea to utilize the strength of the orange-grade snow bear to shatter the mountain, or else he would not have the time to pick this snow spirit grass at all. The long bus drove by. Ling Bing viciously gouged out Ling Evening Turnip and got on the long bus. Ling Wanqing also got on the bus. Xin Yanan was heartbroken and reached out to ruffle Jiang Nian's bangs to get a good look at her wounds, but she was avoided by Jiang Nian. When Ice Peak saw this situation, he immediately performed a 40-man defense rotation to accelerate the consumption of the red-grade snow bear's stamina. Zhou Ling was naive and warm. In the dormitory, she was most willing to be with Ling Evening Turnip. Xiao Shu's blood continued to pour in, and the tiger's blood continued to filter Xiao Shu's blood, which then allowed Xiao Shu's blood to smoothly integrate into Shi Qing's blood. After saying these words, the evil spirit suddenly stormed up. A pair of ghostly claws grabbed towards Mao Zhang. Mao Zhang immediately took out his personal magic weapon, the 5-9 swords. When the 5-9 swords came out, a cold light flashed. At that time, Qi Rui's car was parked there. He was in the car, talking to a department of the company to talk about things, to go out to do business immediately after. Before being Guan Wu Xiang wide away, 1,000,000 taels of silver itself at his set anger, but did not think about it from the people's point of view, although he gave this 1,000,000 taels of silver to Guan Wu forget. But his reputation among the people was redeemed at once. Determining that the demons have night vision, Shaoqi did not dare to follow them too closely, and fell far behind the army. The night vision goggles of the interstellar era, both telescopes, even if they are far away, they can see clearly. The old lady is really very reluctant to part with, but this Yang Jing's second uncle cannot have so much free time and this old lady here to talk about things. After all, it is now just the mealtime. Go to Yang Jing their home, but also can dilly-dally to a meal it. It wasn't until she heard the door close that Qi Guan lifted the covers to reveal her head, and after a while longer, she heard the sound of water clattering inside. When he raised his head again, he saw Jiang Zhixing walking towards him. His clothes were still the same, they hadn't changed at all, not even a single fold. So much so, that he reacted only 2 or 3 seconds after she looked back at him, then calmly skimmed his head and looked away. In any case, the maids in this courtyard were all dismissed by calm reality to find a reason, or go to other courtyards to help, or go to do some inexplicable work, anyway, cannot stay in the courtyard. Even if it's a doctor's knife, to use it to heal the sick and save people is compassion. To use it to kill people for evil is a crime. Have you ever thought about what all this has to do with the knife? Faceless said here, his tone suddenly lurched. Chapter 131. Dachuan slept with a woman? So now, where would the baby that was replaced in the first place, the real fourth prince, be? Zeng Anmin murmured in a low, hushed voice. Moonlighted mission. The bleak moonlight shone on Zeng Anmin's face. The display was a bit morose. His voice was more like a demonic whisper to Bai Zicheng at this point. It has a Hades-like feeling in your ears. Gulp. Pei Zikings. But after just a month of happiness, I started to get bitter because the people serving me were getting a little upset. Even the Morningside started complaining. The guru also introduced me to them, and it is true that they are all Roundtons, and their rank overwhelms me. But none of them instructed me because I was the one who cheated the most this year. Zi Che, stop first, I have something to say to Ning Ning. Yun Zi made Xiao Zish stop, her brows knitting into lumps. Originally I wanted to say, Zhou Zhenkuan is want to talk about me. But I don't know how, but my mouth slipped and I said, want to sleep with me. When I said this, Fan Yi happened to be drinking soup. 80% of my words are too exciting, Fan Yi snorted out. The ferry finally stopped at the hotel, and Yunzi and Xiaochen got off the ferry while Hannah continued on the ferry home, agreeing to go up for the sightseeing train early tomorrow morning. Could Ekin have offended them? I was worried. A man's heart is torn out the moment he's inside, and there's no telling what will happen to him. Negative hand standing Chu Shijing, Ono looked down on the world of the temperament. This is the rise of the crowd, but now by his this momentum to the raw shock. Xian Yan frowned and fiercely exerted herself to pull her hand out of Luo Nian's hand, but when she hadn't yet exerted her strength, she heard Luo Nian let out a scream, and then Luo Nian took the initiative to let go of her arm, and her entire body had the tendency to start falling backward. Child, I'm here again. The familiar voice surprisingly rose from Li Chang's heart once again. Li Chang paused. This was the voice of that ancient old man from the last time he was baptized by the light of God. In fact, Xian Ningzi quietly said in the ear of Wood Koan, surprised to look at Xian Ningzi. And now, the number of gold beads that this Chu Yen had harvested in the sea of gold had actually reached double that of Bu Jing Tian. I came to my senses and said, your ass, when did I suspect you of pretending to be a ghost to scare me? You're not hitting yourself. Saying this, I rolled up my sleeves and walked towards him. After listening to this sentence, I almost did not fall off the gas, or such a time, but also drilled into the air to scold me, and said that this rash is not a relative of Li Sanzi. How do you know to pick a fight with the old man? But it can't be helped, in the end curiosity suppressed my anger. There was another boom, and another ripple swept up, turning the power of the chop into nothing. Then how about a few brothers help out and strip him of his clothes? Zhang Yi looked around and said. As expected, as in the divination illusion of the 28 Big Dipper, we began to eat beef and mutton, but this time I didn't fight with Wu San Yang. We each have our own heart of the matter, quiet but eat honestly. Tong Shuya made a face at him and didn't say anything, silently pouring water for him and wiping his sweat to pack up his things. This Jiahao entertainment, indeed, has some origin, but with a market value of a few $billions, it's just like that. Ugh, it seems like I'm swearing again. It looks like I've been spending too much time with Tianma, so I'm really slowly learning the hard way. The sound is deafening, basically 100 meters in a circle are heard clearly, especially in the ear directly in the general clarity of the narrative. This sudden glance, the two guards were dumbfounded, and when one of them reflected over and wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Chapter 132, The Original Wild Cursive Style, Calligraphy and Shooting of Zhang Liangjiang. Soon, Zeng Anmin entered the examination room. Checking ahead were two teams of Imperial City Division TZ. The leader was Bai Ziqing's subordinate, the Yellowstone of the Imperial City Division. Without remembering him correctly, his position was that of a T-Rider, one rank above the TZ. What a coincidence! Zeng An looked at this person called Yellowstone although he had only met him a few times. But there are still stereotypes about it. The man's not much of a talker. Besides, these hundreds of thousands of ghosts, everyone remembers, is the first time to come to hell, see what all look fresh. Touch the east, look at the west, just like tourism in general. It's a true visualization of the poem you've written, depending on how much power is exerted based on your own strength. And promise that now Yuntang has not returned, the situation is not clear, let them go back first, after figuring out the truth, we'll certainly return them a justice. Wu Shui skeptically looked down at the joint bomb in the bag, but she knew that the other party must have his reasons for doing so, and with her own thinking she could not guess it, so she hid it at the moment and hurriedly left the place. Air! You guys save some for me! Li Yi roared out and hurriedly joined the looting team. This time the team's food is no longer a problem. The land under the stone tank had actually allowed her to hollow out a hole that held some burning sticks that were splintering. A clean but rough wooden barrel was also placed next to it. Yuan Shi Tianzuan hand holding Pango banner, Laozi holding heaven and earth Shenhuan Linglong pagoda, waist with purple gold gourd. And the guide and associate are also all hands have things, look are not weak. Then the 7 jewels wonderful tree in the hands of Junti, is also a ruthless thing. But when these people came out, a group of people quietly entered the city, pulled down the flag on the city wall, and replaced it with a large banner with the word Yang. The real flirtatiousness should be like the first sister just now, the flow of the eyes can make people ignore her appearance, indulge in her charming beauty. In addition to the back mountain being a secret passage for the people of the easy sect to escape, there was another place in the secret passage that only Bai Qiu Yun and Xiao Chenyu knew about. How big things happen outside, do not let the old mom anxious, a handful of years old, wait a anxious sleep, the night is prone to problems. Son, why are you watching your mommy so closely? Don't you want her to be closer to daddy? Ji Luohan suddenly asked unhappily. When Yifeng gave the order, 10 people stepped forward first, then took out their La Cook guns and shot at the 10-meter high wall, setting everything up in less than a minute. Now He Ji Min is a pawn in the game between Yen Song and Jini Wei, but he has not yet become a discard. As soon as Song Chu arrives at the hospital and catches Luo Fu's attention, it is worthwhile for Luo Fu to mention her to Tong Yu just for the fact that she arrives at the hospital at the first opportunity to visit her after learning of Tong Yu's car accident. Just now the person's gaze prying so obviously, Song Shangxi naturally noticed, but seeing that it was Qi Xiaohong, she simply treated it as if she didn't see it, she didn't want to catch up with Qi Xiaohong. But, didn't we say before that something seemed to have gone wrong with the white sage? Maybe it's not certain that it's the master we're meeting. Number 4 couldn't wait to meet the master. Because staying in the main realm force for 1,000 years was just too boring. Once the master returned, it also meant that a new round of games was going to start. After that, Lin Kaoru pretended to have a fight with Fu Jincheng because of this incident, after which the two made up again. Turning his head and baring his teeth at Muyu Orange, who was looking at him angrily, Liu ignored her words and instead pocketed his cell phone, yet with a flick of his wrist, a bone with a large head that looked like a cow's leg bone appeared in the palm of his hand. Some time ago, Song Zihue went to Australia at the old master's order to take a walk around the city, and lost a whole $30 million in the casino, not to mention that he also delayed the signing of the contract, and a single several $100 million of business was yellowed. When he came back, the old man was furious, and even cursed out words like grass mud horse. Chapter 133, Who says that I, a Confucian cultivator, am bloodless? After the scene on the scroll appears, the whole scene fell into silence. See that scene? Not a single person dared to make a sound. This is battlefield? No, even if Zhang Liangjiang is overly talented, he can't just appear on top of the battlefield, right? Who wouldn't have a hard time with this? TCH, I guess this time Zhang Liangjiang is hanging by a thread. There's no way, the phantom array. Early in the morning was to inquire about that person called Jun Wuyin came. She only went to pester Sitachen be out, but even Soning Xiang still pretended to be surprised and exclaimed. After leaving the cafeteria big house, Gu Hao returned to the place where he lived in diameter. The most important thing now was to practice martial arts, strengthen the physical body, and impact the acupoints. Speaking of Chi-Chi, I remembered that Chi-Chi's cultivation level is already at the early stage of the celestial 7th stage. Could it be that you are now at the early stage of the celestial 7th stage? Lu Yunyan remembered Chi-Chi and asked in astonishment. The territory of the Devil Realm was indescribably vast. Fortunately, the 3 clans of Longqiu, Kangwolf, and Yu clan weren't too far away from the Mountain of No Return, and after De Wuxie followed Longqiu Xian's flight for a few days, he finally came to the sphere of influence of Longqiu's clan. I do not know where you are something, but advise you to stay out of things here, or the consequences you know yourself. Cloud Evil's threat is pinpointing Zibao's mind. Once the hands of the consequences even if he does not say it, Zibao also in Long Yanhua said. The collapse of this world. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, Sun Shiqiang looked somewhat helplessly towards the back of De Wuxie who was still frantically collecting disciples after that. He feebly raised the heavenly demon blade once again, and the execution of God's elemental spirit beheading was swung down once again, but it was similarly blocked once again. Shi Yunchuan looked at Li Haolong in the back through the rearview mirror above the roof of the car and calmly said, "What do you want in the end?" "Okay, if you don't want to serve this grandpa then disappear immediately, this grandpa has someone to serve." Li Haolong nodded his head and said without breath. "I still ask Senior to teach me more." After politely saying that, Long Yanhua did not put up a fight, but smiled, her hands casually hanging down on the sides of her body. It did not look like she was ready, but rather made people think that she was about to admit defeat. Why is it that a simple sentence coming from the princess's mouth makes Greensleeves feel that it is full of danger? But she thought about it and did not know what the princess in the end what purpose. Originally, the meaning of the Ministry of War is the birthday banquet, the prisoners carried out to the state guest show, and then ordered by the Empress Dowager unconditional release, to show the great nation of the temperament of Rongda. "You're welcome, wait, I'll make tea." Ning Xiao went to rummage through those expensive tea leaves from Tang Mirror, brought out the tea set, and started concocting kung fu tea. "Don't worry, I won't break your car, you can sit by the side and watch if you're not sure," Ning Xiao said. All of a sudden, cannons roared, flames raced, and Vulcan crossbows shot angrily through the air, tearing through the mist of the sky and stirring up huge waves of vigor. This time, he would bring Tang Yi back with him because he didn't trust his parents. Although the incident back then had already passed a long time ago, there were still some lumps in Tang Xuanli's heart, and now that the family's business had grown even bigger, Tang Yi could not be assured of being kidnapped if he stayed there. On the phone, Yi Feng talked about what happened in the hospital, requesting that team leader Wei could bring someone and thoroughly investigate that old man just now. The teenager who had made the big mistake looked at her at a loss for words, wondering if she was sick or had been mauled. Because last time it was all very harmonious. "Grandpa, what do you think is going on? Did they really fight?" Wu Anjuan asked Wu Anhuang, who gave him a stern look. After a hot pot meal, everyone was warm. It was getting late, so Fatty and Ma jumped back to Uncle Mao and Ninth Uncle's store. Chapter 134 The Mandarin Duck Formation shows its power. Zeng Anmin recites, sending off the soldiers. Army formation. Regardless of past lives. All of them are a kind of formation that can produce great power when two armies are fighting. Take the history known to Zeng Anmin as an example. In the former Ming dynasty, Japanese pirates were prevalent along the southeastern coast. Shi Jiguang, a famous general, created a military formation based on the southeastern coastal area with many hills and gullies, rivers and canals, narrow roads, and the characteristics of Japanese fighting. Even more coincidentally, the Japanese are also the same as the current demon race. Moreover, why did she have to appear by Yi Qingji's side again? Why did they happen to meet again and then fall in love like before? It's not that serious. He shook his head and muttered to himself, instead, in 3 to 5 years, where will there be a place for the Yu sword sect to stand? I'm afraid that all of them have become the puppets of Jiang Shaoyun or the North Shore people. He knew in his heart that this was by no means the time for him to pull back. There was no wind blowing in the cave, a fire was built in the center, and some hay was spread in the corner, so it wasn't cold. She sat against the stone wall, staring hatefully at this rough man. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed in her mind, even thoroughly regretting this impulsive departure from home. In an instant, bundles of tung oil-soaked dry firewood and rolling stones were connected, and they rolled down from the hillside one after another. The burning arrows were like the starry sky pouring down, hula hula from all directions shooting towards the valley under Payun Gorge. For a while, the blazing flames and the smell of scorching filled the entire Payun Gorge. That night, after sending Mengzhu to the hospital, Yilin asked her to go back to the Major General's residence to get some things for Mengzhu to come over, but she was detained by Situ Zhao's close guards, and Situ Zhao interrogated her in person, but she didn't believe in how she pleaded her case, and Situ Zhao didn't believe in it. Boom! An explosive sound awakened Xiaoyan. He turned his head to look and found Aie lying on the ground, his body unable to move, and a concave pit appeared on the ground. Yunla 4 years in May cut off the Qi Wangzhu's official subordinates and guards, and in August was abolished as a commoner. In the 6th year of Yunla, King Zhu of Min was stripped of his guards and officials. The storm of flames that swept up, its target was Guolin, the demon sealing ring in Guolin's wrist to be exact. Buzz! The demon sealing ring let out a joyful sound, as if it was a gluttonous child who had seen a tasty treat. The flames that covered the sky were immediately absorbed by the demon sealing ring as it approached Guolin. After Ling Yu finished speaking, he was the first to show his long knife, and Zhao Dashan took out an iron rod from his travel bag. Guan Peng and Yao Peng also took out a long knife each. Other than Ling Yu's one, all three of these people's weapons were taken from the Tomorrow Group. Everyone agreed with Yi Qingshuan's statement, only that Yi Qingxian suddenly changed from a playboy to a wise man, and this image change was quite surprising to them. He opened the door to her room in her red pajamas, her sleepy eyes were hazy, and when she saw the long-lost face, she suddenly let out a squeal. "Good husband, you're finally here." No matter what came a hug. Then Muyao City can be the loss of contact. The only entrance and exit was blocked. Now the transmission array is not cancelled. It does not seem to have the slightest impact, but as long as when the transmission array disappeared, if it is not able to open up the Moor Mountain Road, then the Muyao City can only give up a road. Suddenly a green aura shot out from the man's eyes, eerie and terrifying, staring tightly at the person in front of him. He hadn't thought of this. In his opinion, how could a family like the Shin family have connections with these underground forces? This position, he didn't even notice, the other party did instead, and looking at the man's appearance, wide-eyed, it was equally too late to react. As long as the grade of the spiritual energy heart core could be raised above medium, Zhong Hao would be able to obtain a more powerful power control ability through the spiritual energy heart core. How could she say that at a time like this? Shouldn't she say that she loved him, or that she missed him, under that kind of deep gaze? Have the people of the demonic sword sect all been pursuing the formation of the sword domain? Zhuoyu asked. The black blacksmith was from the magic sword sect and he wanted to know something about that. Chapter 135. From now on, offense and defense will change shape. If the enemy can go, I can also go. Beyond the phantom array. Everyone's eyes were dead set on the 7-footer in the formation. At this point, the demon army made up of wolf demons was already close at hand. Zeng Anmin's face, on the other hand, was still proud. This poem. The Confucian and Taoist scholars sitting at the bottom were breathing roughly. Great fit. Rumor has it that Sang Liang Jiang can form a poem in 7 steps. Sure enough. This song. After Han Long came to his senses, his face changed abruptly, and with a flash of his body, he appeared 10 feet away, and several black lines raced across the space he was in just now, which was obviously an attack from the 5 golden blood demon tigers that took advantage of the fact that Han Long was in an illusionary realm. The crimson demonic flame collided violently with the spell power of the pick knife ghost, immediately scattering and splitting in all directions, the heart of the flame losing its luster, and the dismal color of the flame passing through the eyes of the crowd like a falling meteor. Bai Qingshan and Haiyi's hearts were slightly moved, and those Jindan cultivators around them were even more frightened by Ying Ning Dai's expression as they retreated one after another. The cultivator who was fighting against Bai Qingshan was even more frightened and froze there, a color of fear creeping onto his face. Supreme Dao Cheng's words were short, but extremely powerful, each word hammered on the rhythm of one's heartbeat, resonating with the organs, and Su Xie's blood had a feeling of being ignited. Joseon pursed her lips and nodded. She also understood that it was just a kind of dream, but what was the point of living if one didn't even have a dream? Over the years, in view of their own special status of the former princess, young Fei has always been low-key and cautious. Keep your mouth shut, do not make a mistake, as we all know. Let me think. Sushi's eyes rolled for a moment before he finally raised his hand and sacrificed old man Kongren's Xiang air furnace. Spare my dog's life? Zhou Shiji laughed maniacally with the weapon clan's children under the ring as if he had heard a hilarious joke, his laughter full of mockery. The golden eye, a sign of the purest immortal power, was only worthy of being possessed by immortal emperors, as well as those with extremely powerful cultivation. Could you please explain first, Elder Mo, what is the meaning of each of these two? Xu Yun did not answer and turned to ask with a smile. No, it couldn't be said that there wasn't any, only infinite scenery. With a glance out from here, the entire southern cloud city was in full view. It could be said that of the 7 layers of the pagoda, only this one was surprisingly skeletonized. Just at the time of this slight beat, flutter, clatter hundreds of thousands of skeletons, as if pouring like a brain all to their own spiritual consciousness lake in the crazy flutter. Seeing that it's almost time, Lan Jichen unlocked his seal, a strong and absolute breath rises up in the sky, the might of the heavenly god is vast, the person has not moved, but the protective shield was shaken and buzzed. Fine, then let me personally meet Elder Chu's divine ability. The big brother in the lead built up his strength, Tang, a dark red chi armor lingered around his body, and the rattan staff in his hand was also slightly pressed down, ready to meet the attack that came from nowhere. Shaolin Temple 1000 years of treasures, easy to shin scripture, 72 stunts renowned martial arts, generations of masters, in the martial arts occupies the position of Taishan Beidu general, and Xianbei is now Shaolin seniority is one of the most respectable of the few people, the status of its abbot of Shaolin Xianci only under. Especially when you said, it should be the truth, right? His pupils dilated again. He's getting excited that the lie told was hidden from you. Typical sociopathic personality, and it's not a bad disease at all. He must have been lying all right. Reasoning 6. Holy, killed someone. Inside the empty Center 5 room, there came such an inexplicable sound of shouting. With sure Zixuan's wonderful and brilliant continue to refine, decades later may not be no opportunity to break the void, daytime ascension, such as the Heavenly Master Sun En, the Great Sword Saint Yen Fei general achievements. What's wrong with the old master? Zhang Xingchen was very dismayed to see the old master's appearance. In his memory, this old man had always been in high spirits, except for the time he was poisoned, he had never been in such a state before. The fire dragon let out a wild roar and flapped its wings vigorously while throwing all of the genius earth treasures and demonic beast yuan crystals it was carrying into its mouth. The one defending Zhang Zifeng was Yanzei. Zhang Zifeng's afterglow glanced at Yanzei before starting to observe his teammate's running position. He knew very well that there was no way he could take advantage of Yanzei with his own singles ability. Although she also hated to slap the old thing that had forced her third brother and third sister-in-law to death, but the old man of her family's path was so powerful that she had always suppressed her true thoughts in her heart. Professor Yi Yu say. Zhang Xiaofeng made it a point to ask Su Cheikong this professor's name in the opening, Yi Wei. Sister Chiu Feng. Don't scare me like that, I'm old and can't withstand this kind of shock. He joked. Qinghuan secretly sighed, if she had known, why did she bother? She has long seen that this Jiao Shek hang fish meat people for a long time, just look at the degree of luxury Jiao House, and Ningzhou people's residence has been a world of difference. Today, the amount of money that Jiao Shihang donated was even more staggering to Qinghuan. For this result is really hard to come by. Zhang Yuchen that shell is indeed as he said, too accurate to hit the target, the sand is also exactly wrapped around the TNT is about to explode, TNT also succeeded in destroying the thrower. One of the ocean of diamonds is the proof. What does he want? He does not look at the road, but blame others, this thanks to him did not how, if how, I let him know what is called how to. Xin Bei with say roundabout like to come a string. The two of them walked to the entrance of the Zhao Mansion, and there was a stallion tethered outside the door, so it looked like someone had come to the Zhao Mansion. Looking at each other, they hurriedly went inside. Right. Take the game straight away. By the way, let's make you guys skilled in tactics. Director Su exuded a sharp aura.